Forward within the field of epistemology, or the study of knowledge, the best way to rationalize a belief is to find supportive evidence for it, using facts that are corroborative, verifiable, and widely considered to be mainstream. In pursuit of that effort, this writing provides 785 sources, through which we can attempt to discern a truthful and sufficiently explanatory worldview. In order to show that the conclusions drawn throughout this text are not the more rational worldview, one would have to tear down, or discredit, at least a majority of these sources, and then erect in its place a more sufficiently plausible or explanatory worldview. Unfortunately, anyone wishing to do so would have their work cut out for them, as the vast majority of these 785 sources are mainstream, authoritative, and easily verifiable by the public. The current mainstream view, accepted by the vast majority of people alive today, is the coincidence theory, as told by the government and media. However, as we will see, this worldview suffers from irreconcilable conflictions, unexplained anomalies, staggeringly high probabilistic odds against it, and literal physical impossibility. Provided as a graph demonstrating the type of sources used, we find a stark dichotomy, in which sources that are considered reliable and mainstream far outnumber what could be called more easily dismissed sources, which are shown in the graph as documentary through non-mainstream sources. The sources used here from mainstream news through government sites are the official narrative, and they constitute the predominant evidence used in this book to elucidate and define these dueling, logically necessary, and mutually exclusive narratives. Mainstream news refers here to any unquestionably, widely considered, official, news sites, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, and other reputable sources and outlets that exclusively publish news, such as The Guardian, Forbes and Haaretz. Organization or company consists of the official websites of any groups or companies, such as the U.S. Naval Institute, Foreign Policy Institute, IMF, or the website of any private company or group, such as the Gallatin Art Group's website. Published book refers to any book available through a publisher in print, while published study refers only to peer-reviewed studies published in academic journals. Encyclopedic or educational site refers to a site that solely provides information in an unbiased manner, such as Britannica, the World History Encyclopedia, or otherwise any source with an educational domain, and government site refers exclusively to a .gov or other government-owned domain. When YouTube is used, it is because the source is only comprehensible in video format, primarily as supplementary evidence, and Wikipedia is likewise used as supplementary or non-critical supportive evidence only 8 times. What could be called non-mainstream sources comprise 46 out of 785 sources. These are websites that present information from a more personal view, as opposed to information that has been accredited through an organization, and this category includes any primarily conspiracy or theological or biblical worldviews. However, it is fallacious to reason that simply because a source is considered non-mainstream, or is in the form of a personal article or testimony, the source can be a priori dismissed as untrue or unreliable. Sources used in this manner primarily present simple corroborating evidence that can be verified or falsified independently, while intellectual integrity demands that each source must be individually analyzed and have its credibility ascertained on a case-by-case basis. Every source linked in this writing was active and quoted accurately at the time of publication. The best way to expose a liar is to cross-examine their lies, and fortunately, thanks to the vast amount of documentation and data available in the modern world, we can do precisely that: examine with a close lens what we are told over time by the government and media. Through this examination, the first 2 sections of this writing will demonstrate 2 major worldviews that present massive implications for the modern day, namely that 9/11 is either a massive coincidence or a conspiracy. This is not a false dichotomy. Rather, the evidence conclusively demonstrates the untenability of a coincidence on this scale, and the Bible is demonstrably supernaturally authored, and thus provides a solid ontological foundation from which to build a worldview upon. Section 1 and 9/11. Money laundering operation by an international organized crime syndicate, coincidence or conspiracy? Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I am proud of it. David Rockefeller, Memoirs, 2003, the 20th century represented the greatest transfer of wealth in history, enacted primarily in the form of wars, genocides, and state-sponsored looting and terror campaigns, through which the elite gained unprecedented levels of wealth while the common people suffered. These horrific events culminated on 9/11, a day that is impossible to understand outside of its proper context as a complex and sophisticated money laundering scheme, perpetrated by an international organized crime syndicate. The 9/11 event was, primarily, a means to launder money obtained through government-sponsored criminal acts and war crimes, as well as a way to destroy the evidence of these crimes, a precise and targeted attack meant to destroy critical evidence relating to ongoing investigations. Geopolitical maneuvers such as the looting, destruction, and conquest of the Middle East, along with greater control of the American public through invasive and unprecedented security measures such as the Patriot Act, can be seen as congruent, but secondary motivations for the events of the day. These tangible benefits to the group of people we will examine are real. However, the evidence allows only two distinct worldviews through which to view them. When we examine the historical record and the forensic evidence of 9/11, we find a staggering amount of highly unlikely events that had to line up exactly right on that day for the events to unfold as they did. In this writing, this widely accepted mainstream viewpoint will be termed the coincidence theory of the event, the view that 9/11 was, essentially, just a string of incredibly bad luck, incompetence, and strange coincidences that need no further explanation. On the contrary, the conspiracy view of 9/11 will also be examined, demonstrating the plausibility of a minutely orchestrated, highly detailed plot conducted from within the highest levels of government. At the turn of the 20th century, the world had high hopes. Europe contained beautiful cities with centuries-old architecture, while America's cities were generally clean, safe, and prosperous. Natural ecosystems were flourishing, and people respected and served their communities with pride and trust in their fellow citizens. After World War II, many of these same cities were reduced to rubble, never again to live up to their previous glory, with hundreds of millions of the strongest young people killed, and countless millions more killed in organized genocide and terror campaigns. Furthermore, vast numbers of people living today have lost faith and hope in our political and economic systems, with trust in the government remaining steadily at record lows. What would the people alive at the turn of the 20th century think of the world today? We now inhabit a world where private land ownership is nearly extinct, most people have no savings, and living massively in debt is the norm. Bankruptcy, suicide, and homelessness are seemingly indelible facets of life in the modern world, while natural orders such as the insect ecosystems and rainforests collapse and disappear in front of our very eyes. Through our silence and failure to hold the elite accountable, or to make them pay their fair share, we have created a world where, according to Oxfam, 8 men now own as much wealth as the other half of the world's population. They write, 8 men own the same wealth as the 3.6 billion people who make up the poorest half of humanity, according to a new report published by Oxfam today to mark the annual meeting of political and business leaders in Davos. This handful of people watch some 10,000 children die of starvation every day, while their families and a few sycophants cavort in garish castles, possessing more wealth than they could ever spend in a lifetime. The Rothschild Surrealist Ball, described as follows: if your family has the largest private fortune in history, the least you can do is hold a party at the most lavish chateau in France with costumes designed by Salvador Dali, Audrey Hepburn in a birdcage hat and an interactive maze filled with butlers pretending to be cats. To reason that this tiny number of people, who now control wealth equivalent to entire continents, aren't working together, or conspiring, to make themselves richer and more powerful is simply absurd, as well as incredibly naive. This behind-the-scenes wealth and power has had a profound effect on the world. As stated by former Congressman Lawrence MacDonald, do I mean conspiracy? Yes, I do. I am convinced there is such a plot, generations old in planning, and incredibly evil in intent. Congressman MacDonald died at age 48 when his plane was coincidentally shot down in 1983. The strategic mode of operation for this organized crime group is deception, in which they disguise themselves within a civilization in order to take it over from the inside, while remaining hidden and largely preserving the structure of society. It is a logical and successful strategy, the same as postulated in The Art of War by Sun Tzu. In the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. Hence, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. The key events of the 20th century can, in retrospect, be seen to be tied together behind the scenes by a common thread. Compromised and controlled governments, official deception, planned wars, and state-sponsored terror, all used to facilitate a tremendous criminal act of looting. Ultimately, this hostile takeover bankrupted the world through real wealth robbery and malicious banking schemes, utilizing the illicit proceeds to fund a sinister agenda of control. At the end of the 20th century, the enormous, unprecedented, and illegal consolidation of wealth produced by decades of financial and ethical improprieties, conducted by a group of rogue government agents and the powerful banking families of the world, was at risk of being exposed. Thus, a decisive and destructive coup had to be performed, in which the evidence of these criminal acts would be conclusively destroyed and the motivations of the government would be beyond question. Through the historical record, we will determine how a rogue faction within the U.S. government was able to perform a silent coup and hijack control of government institutions and geopolitical policy in order to place an economic and military stranglehold on the world. The false dichotomy of a monolithic two-party system, a strategy of tension and terror on their own citizens, and a sophisticated method of blackmail and control beget a conspiracy almost too vast in nature to question, and certainly, one too big to fail for its members. This conspiracy is evidenced in the form of a significant pattern of false flags, official deception, and horrifically violent acts of terror committed on citizens by their own governments. Coincidence or conspiracy are the only two ways in which we can view 9/11. Either an incredible number of extraordinary circumstances did align exactly right on that day in order for the events to happen according to the official narrative. Beyond these dueling, logically necessary, and mutually exclusive theories, there exists no sufficiently explanatory or intellectually cogent explanation for the events. Therefore, the plausibility of the 9/11 conspiracy theory can be demonstrated using primary sources, data from mainstream news, government archives, eyewitness testimonies, and known facts that are publicly verifiable, through which the absolute impossibility of the coincidence theory becomes unequivocally clear. I looked and saw how much people were suffering on this earth. I saw the tears of those who are suffering. They don't have anyone to comfort them. Power is on the side of those who treat them badly. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 1. Chapter 1. Origin of the false flag. According to Cambridge Dictionary, false flag can be defined as a political or military action that is made to appear to have been carried out by a group that is not actually responsible. We also find a definition relating to naval warfare, a flag flown on a ship to hide which country it comes from or which side it is fighting for. Thus, the term false flag originates from naval warfare and, furthermore, often involved privateers, mercenaries, and pirates. According to the Columbia Journalism Review, many commentators trace the use of "false flags" to pirates, who would fly the flag of a target ship until they got close enough to attack, at which time they would raise the skull and crossbones, too late for the target ship to escape. Additionally, we find documentation that the earliest use of false flags can be traced to naval warfare and privateers in several books, including Privateering, Patriots and Prophets in the War of 1812, which reads, American privateers like Frolic and Saratoga slyly flew false flags and pretended to be British to trick the captains. False flags flew on both sides. In the book, Espionage and Secrecy, The Official Secrets Acts 1911 to 1989 of the United Kingdom, we read, the use of a false flag has always been accepted as a legitimate ruse de guerre in naval warfare, the true battle flag being run up immediately before engaging. Additionally, in modern aspects of the laws of naval warfare and maritime neutrality, we read, undertaken by the International Law Association in 1920, it was stipulated unconditionally, a merchant vessel, whether belligerent or neutral, shall not, under any circumstances, fly a false flag or wear false colors. Numerous historical examples of false flag events can be found, such as the Mukden incident, in which Japan staged a bombing of a railway in order to invade Nanking, and the infamous Reichstag fire in Germany, which was falsely blamed on a communist dissident, but in reality was committed by the Nazi Party itself. These are two among many powerful and compelling examples of false flag operations in recent history, demonstrating that this is a successful and underappreciated method of political control. Many lists can be found online of documented false flag events, such as this website presenting 42 historically confirmed false flag events. With this review and the maritime or nautical etymology of the term false flag in mind, Lusitania, the sinking of the Lusitania was, in large part, responsible for drawing an unwilling and isolationist American population into World War I. When the event is examined more closely, we find evidence suggesting official foreknowledge, criminal acts, and improprieties regarding the investigation, as well as revelations of dishonesty from the highest levels of government unveiled decades after the event. We will begin with an article from the History Collection. The Defense of the Realm Act was changed just before the hearings began, making it illegal to discuss whatever cargo Lusitania had been carrying at the time of the attack. The head of the investigation, Lord Mersey, resigned when the case was closed and refused to be paid for his work, calling the investigation a damned dirty business. The truth was the ship was indeed carrying munitions, beyond what was listed on Lusitania's released manifest, and the government lied to cover it up for a century. Subsequent British governments maintained the deception in order to save face and to avoid the possibility of lawsuits by survivors and the descendants of those killed in the sinking. For many years, during World War I and in the interwar period, the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force bombed the wreck, and bombarded it with depth charges, leaving the after portion of the hull riddled with holes, and creating damage which concealed the true nature of that caused by the torpedoing in 1915. According to the manifest, 148 tubs of butter were being carried in the hold near the point where the torpedo struck, and where the secondary explosion occurred. The butter wasn't provided by Borden, or by any other American dairy. It was provided by Remington Arms, which also shipped the small arms ammunition at the same time. Remington shipped the butter, unrefrigerated, on behalf of its parent, E.I. DuPont de Nemours, which was not in the business of making and shipping butter. But they did manufacture guncotton, which when exposed to seawater becomes extremely volatile. Guncotton still present in the wreck explains why in 1982 the British government warned salvage divers the ship could literally blow up on us. Let's look at another source on this, describing the way in which international maritime laws were intentionally broken, and the specific manner in which orders were issued regarding the Lusitania. In an article from the Maritime Executive, we read, on October 5, 1914, Alfred Booth, then chairman of Cunard, was required to meet the Secretary to the Admiralty, Sir William Graham Greene, in the smoking room of the Reform Club in London's Pall Mall. There Booth was given instructions he did not want to hear. Rather than being laid up, as Cunard wanted, and as Aquitania and Mauretania had been once, their unsuitability as armed merchant cruisers became evident. Lusitania was to continue in commercial transatlantic service crewed by Cunard but under the direction of the Admiralty. It was soon evident that Lusitania was being used to carry contraband, mainly in the form of small armaments for use in the war in Europe, and it is doubtful if this was strictly legal in international law. A significant data point providing insight into the truth of the Lusitania incident is NPR's article entitled New Clues in Lusitania's Sinking. We read, in his hands lie pieces of history, 7 gleaming rounds of .303 ammunition, probably made by Remington in America and intended for the British Army. Ammunition that for decades British and American officials said didn't exist. According to an article in the Toronto Star, Germany gave a warning. So why was Lusitania full? World War I had been raging almost 10 months. On May 1, 1915, the eve of the Lusitania's voyage across the Atlantic, the German embassy in Washington put a notice in the shipping pages of newspapers that vessels flying the flag of Great Britain, or of any of her allies, are liable to destruction. Why did Cunard, the company that owned the Lusitania, not heed the warning? It seems like hubris. When the event is examined more closely, we can see that the British and American governments, at the very least, set up the Lusitania to be sunk, and were knowingly carrying illegal cargo, or contraband, under international maritime laws. Moreover, the historical record indicates that the shipping company and governments were working together to illegally ship armaments to Europe for use in World War I, constituting a clear conspiracy. Indeed, it is indisputable that they had foreknowledge this event would happen, based on the newspaper ad ran by Germany in 1915, warning that this ship was in danger of being sunk. Who are these people dictating orders that will influence massive geopolitical shifts from smoking rooms? Why were the American and British governments lying, for decades, to the world about the contents of the Lusitania? Is this kind of brazen deception in the pursuit of geopolitical aims, many of which can only be achieved through warfare, indicative of a larger, more interconnected conspiracy than we are told? In an article from National Geographic, entitled, "Was There a Cover-Up After the Sinking of the Lusitania?" we learn about a secret British submarine intelligence unit known as Room 40 Inches, and a subsequent cover-up regarding official foreknowledge of the event. What we find is that intelligence and government officials were actually tracking both the Lusitania and the U-boat that sunk her, striking correlation to official 9/11 Commission testimonies from Bush administration official Norman Mineta, in which former Vice President Cheney was coincidentally tracking the aircraft that we are told went on to hit the Pentagon in real time. We read the following. A prominent naval historian, who is now dead, wrote a book about Room 40. In it, he said that he believed it wasn't a plot by the Admiralty but, as the British say, an incredible cock-up. In later life he was interviewed, there is a transcript in the Imperial War Museum in London, and had changed his mind. He said, "I've thought about this and there's no other way to think about it except to imagine some sort of conspiracy." There is certainly a strong correlation between this type of maritime incident and the history of the term false flag. The decades of lies and deception surrounding the illegal cargo on board the Lusitania constitute a clear conspiracy, and therefore present characteristics that are congruent with a false flag attack. There are strong indicators of an orchestrated event that was ordered, and even tracked, with precision from the British intelligence unit Room 40. Furthermore, there appears to be the same illustration here of coincidence, in which the event can be seen simply as a series of bad luck and unfortunate events, phrased here as cock-up, contrasted with a conspiracy theory. What is seen here fits a pattern that will continue to be observed, where, at best, the officials are brazenly lying and setting up their citizens and soldiers to die horrific deaths in the pursuit of geopolitical goals, and at worst they actively facilitated the event in order to pursue their geopolitical goals. Is there a moral equivalency between these two options? To understand this event, we must closely examine the Rothschild family. Mayer Amschel Rothschild. The Rothschilds let me issue and control a nation's money and I care not who writes the laws. Mayer Amschel Rothschild. According to Investopedia's article, Mayer Amschel Rothschild, the founder, in the early 1800s, Rothschild sent his sons to live in Naples, Vienna, Paris, and London, in addition to keeping a son in Frankfurt. With Mayer Rothschild's children spread across Europe, the 5 linked branches became, in effect, the first bank to transcend borders. Lending to governments to finance war operations over several centuries provided the Rothschild family with ample opportunity to accumulate bonds and build additional wealth in a range of different industries. Through a review of the book, The Ascent of Money, A Financial History of the World, we can examine the infamous account of how the Rothschilds first gained their enormous fortune directly by profiting off of the Battle of Waterloo. The book describes the origin of the Rothschild family as follows. By May 1814, Nathan had advanced nearly £1.2 million to the government, double the amount envisioned in his original instructions. Spread out across Europe, the 5 Rothschilds were uniquely positioned to exploit price and exchange differences between markets, the process known as arbitrage. Nathan's gamble was that the British victory as Waterloo, and the prospect of a reduction in government borrowing, would send the price of British bonds soaring upwards. It was one of the most audacious trades in financial history. So extraordinary did this achievement seem to contemporaries that they often sought to explain it in mystical terms. The Rothschilds were already more feared than loved. In Heine's eyes, Rothschilds are one of the 3 terroristic names that spell the gradual annihilation of the old aristocracy. Terroristic is certainly an interesting and descriptive adjective to use when talking about the Rothschilds. We can understand annihilating the aristocracy as, essentially, the effects of World War I on the established monarch system of rule in Europe pre-World War I. The book continues. He boasts that he is the arbiter of peace and war, and that the credit of nations depends on his nod. His couriers outrun those of sovereign princes. Ministers of state are in his pay. Once again, however, the opportunity for financial innovation was provided by war. Why, then, did the government turn to him in its hour of need? The answer is that Nathan had acquired valuable experience as a smuggler of gold to the continent, in breach of the blockade. As we can see, the Rothschild family got its start as smugglers, otherwise known as privateers, pirates, or mercenaries, generating wealth by transporting large amounts of gold around various countries and continents while evading detection. The book continues to explain how they manipulated financial markets and the price of gold across several countries, creating a means to produce money primarily through buying and selling debt, and through controlling the stock markets. The following are other relevant quotes from the book, illustrating the Rothschilds' reliance on warfare. and their ability to control the origins and outcomes of wars. Yet it was the Rothschilds' seeming ability to permit or prohibit wars at will that seemed to arouse the most indignation. Prince Puckley Muskow stated, Rothschild, without whom no power in Europe today seems to be able to make war. He quotes author J. A. Hobson as saying, does anyone seriously suppose that a great war could be undertaken by any European state, if the House of Rothschild and its connections set their face against it? It might, indeed, be assumed that the Rothschilds needed war. It was war, after all, that had generated Nathan Rothschild's biggest deal. Now they would help decide the outcome of the Civil War. This New York Times article from 1863 demonstrates that the Rothschilds were, indeed, actively financing and controlling wars at least up to the Civil War. I believe I mentioned in my letter from Frankfurt last week, the fact that the rebel loan is not allowed to be quoted on the stock exchange there. Apropos of this, a good story was told me in Frankfurt. A gentleman was transacting some business with the Frankfurt head of the House of Rothschild. After the business was finished, the conversation turned toward American affairs. How is it, asked the stranger, that the Confederate loan is not quoted in Frankfurt? Because we will not allow it to be quoted, was the reply. But why not? Because we do not believe in the loan, and because we do not believe in the cause. But the loan was negotiated here by the House of Erlanger. Yes, replied Rothschild, but you do not find it held here to any extent, except by that house. No Jewish house of any character or wealth has touched that loan, nor will they touch it. In the House of Rothschild, Volume 1, Money's Profits, we read, and it was Mayor Amschel who taught his sons such hard-nosed business rules as, it is better to deal with a government in difficulties than with one that has luck on its side. If you can't make yourself loved, make yourself feared. This last piece of advice lay behind the brothers' practice of plying politically powerful individuals with gifts, loans, investment tips and outright bribes. We find that the Rothschilds were obsessively, some believed supernaturally, skilled at manipulating and controlling geopolitics in order to advance their agendas. We learn in this book that in the 19th century, the Rothschilds possessed the largest private fortune in the world, as well as in modern world history. For most of the 19th century, N.M. Rothschild was part of the biggest bank in the world, which dominated the international bond market. For a contemporary equivalent, one has to imagine a merger between Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan and probably Goldman Sachs too, as well, perhaps, as the International Monetary Fund, given the 19th century Rothschild's role in stabilizing the finances of numerous governments. The name of Rothschild became synonymous with extravagance and great wealth, and the family was renowned for its art collecting, for its palaces, as well as for its philanthropy. By the end of the century, the family owned, or had built, at the lowest estimates, over 41 palaces, of a scale and luxury perhaps unparalleled even by the richest royal families. In fact, according to the Rothschilds' archives, the family still lists 85 estates in various countries. In 1836, Niles' Weekly Register, Volume 49, stated the following regarding the Rothschilds' influence over international high finance: not a cabinet moves without their advice. Baron Rothschild, the head of the house, is the true king of Judah, the prince of the captivity, the Messiah so long looked for by this extraordinary people. He holds the keys of peace or war, blessing or cursing. They are the brokers and counselors of the kings of Europe and of the Republican chiefs of America. According to the Rothschild family archives, due to the unprecedented wealth that the family gained off of financial manipulation related to the Battle of Waterloo, the Rothschilds were so wealthy that they successfully performed what appears to be a hostile takeover of the National Bank of England during a financial crisis. From the Rothschild family archive, we read, as he rose to prominence, Nathan Mayer Rothschild cultivated a strong and close relationship with the Bank of England. During much of the early 1820s, Nathan was a buyer and borrower of both gold and silver from the bank. In late 1825, the Rothschilds averted a financial crisis by supplying a large volume of gold to the Bank of England when the bank ran desperately short of coined gold. This extraordinary fact is confirmed in this article from the Telegraph, which reads, the Rothschilds' financial power and nous, British slang for astuteness, meant that in 1825 they were able to supply enough coinage to the Bank of England to prevent a financial crisis. Now, in the business world, when a company runs out of money and gets bought out by another entity, it is called going bankrupt, and the other entity the new owner. This is what happened when the Bank of England experienced its financial crisis and was supplied money by the Rothschild family. The Rothschilds' policy was now government policy. As we have seen, far from being the kind-hearted philanthropists they claimed to be, the Rothschilds were cold-blooded merchants of death, more than willing to destroy anyone who gets in their path. They were feared, not loved. They boast of being able to arbitrate peace or war for the common people, and many of their contemporaries agreed with this assertion. However, a component that is often missing in analyses of the Rothschilds is what their goals and motivations were, beyond simply gaining unimaginable wealth and power. The Rothschilds were part of a radical sect of Judaism known as Zionism, responsible for a schism in Judaism in the late 19th and early 20th century, as seen in the study, The Conflict Between Zionism and Traditionalism Before World War I. The development of the Zionist movement prior to World War I was in many ways shaped by the conflict between adherents of traditional Judaism and secular nationalists, for whom religion was variously perceived as an anathema, or who sought in varying degrees to incorporate aspects of the Jewish traditional past into the new culture of the Yishuv. According to Britannica, Zionists pursued a nationalistic Jewish movement, aiming for the creation of a modern state of Israel. In addition to using financial and political pressure to persuade the governments they controlled to join World War I, a political practice that they had been engaged in for approximately a century, the Rothschilds were instrumental in the Balfour Declaration, which was the first monumental step towards acquiring the land that later became Israel from the Ottoman Empire, which had allied with Germany in World War I. In fact, the Balfour Declaration, and therefore the modern state of Israel as we know it, would not exist without World War I, this family and its influence on geopolitics. Britannica describes the Balfour Declaration as a statement of British support for the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. It was made in a letter from Arthur James Balfour, the British Foreign Secretary, to Lionel Walter Rothschild, 2nd Baron Rothschild. The Balfour Declaration addressed to Lord Rothschild, member of the Zionist Federation. According to History.com, on November 2, 1917, Foreign Secretary Arthur James Balfour writes an important letter to Britain's most illustrious Jewish citizen, Baron Lionel Walter Rothschild, expressing the British government's support for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. The letter would eventually become known as the Balfour Declaration. What we have seen is evidence suggesting that a private family was able to control both sides of wars, control governments, and even buy out a national central bank, the Bank of England. This was a hostile takeover, the same as in any business. They became the rulers of the countries, not the politicians, who merely take orders from their bankrollers, international high-level financiers such as the Rothschilds. Through their vast wealth, the Rothschilds were able to accomplish massive geopolitical goals, such as facilitating the creation of an entire state. Now that we have briefly examined what appears to be the formation of an international banking syndicate that is able to successfully compromise governments, and manipulate or even create wars for strategic gain, let's examine Pearl Harbor in order to see if we can find the same pattern of official deception, betrayal, and foreknowledge in this other critical event of the 20th century. Pearl Harbor. Similar to the Lusitania incident in 9/11, the attacks on Pearl Harbor were utilized politically to bring an isolationist and unwilling American public into war. Let's examine some of the documentation of this event, and see if we can find evidence of official foreknowledge or improprieties regarding subsequent investigations. Henry L. Stimson, United States Secretary of War stated, Roosevelt brought up the event that we are likely to be attacked perhaps next Monday, for the Japanese are notorious for making an attack without warning, and the question was what we should do. The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. We can also examine the infamous McCollum Memo, examined by the Inquiries Journal in an article titled, Conspiracy. Did FDR deceive the American people in a push for war? According to Admiral Starks, Chief of Naval Operations, document dated November 28, 1941, Washington knew an attack was coming, instructing that Japan commit the first overt act. The question now was not if Washington had prior knowledge, but how much knowledge, and now the question was where and when would this overt act take place. The memo remained classified until 1994. Indeed, we can read the full memo for ourselves online, and read point number 10. If by these means Japan could be led to commit an overt act of war, so much the better. Additionally, Secretary of State Cornell Hull knew the date of attack. Journalist Joe Lieb states the following in the documentary Sacrifice at Pearl Harbor, produced and aired by the BBC. Cornell Hull was Secretary of State. And he called me Saturday morning and he started to relate that Pearl Harbor would be attacked on December the 7th. We find additional documentation of this in the Japan Times. In addition, Washington journalist Joseph Lieb received documents from Secretary of State Cordell Hull 2 weeks before the attack declaring that Japan would attack Pearl Harbor on December 7. Jonathan Daniels, Roosevelt's administrative assistant at the time of Pearl Harbor, stated, "The blow was heavier than he had hoped it would necessarily be. But the risks paid off. Even the loss was worth the price." Vice Admiral Frank Beatty Jr., aide to the Secretary of the Navy, stated, "Prior to December 7th, it was evident even to me that we were pushing Japan into a corner. I believed that it was the desire of President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill that we get into the war, as they felt the Allies could not win without us. We were forcing her so severely that we could have known that she would react toward the United States." Next, let's examine the tragic story of Rear Admiral Edward Kimmel, the man considered responsible for the Pearl Harbor disaster. As reported in the Wall Street Journal, there were widespread calls for the admiral and the general to be court-martialed, and the former commanders were deluged with hate mail and attacked by public figures. The chairman of the House Military Affairs Committee as much as demanded their execution. A retired circuit judge wrote to Kimmel that he was of no use to yourself or the American people and should kill himself. In fact, officers in Washington, not the commanders in Hawaii, should have borne the lion's share of the blame. Navy headquarters had failed to meet Kimmel's repeated requests for more reconnaissance planes and crew, which might have made it possible to spot the Japanese strike force as it approached Hawaii. Worse, Washington had failed to pass along intelligence pointing to Pearl Harbor as a likely target, denying Kimmel key data that could have alerted him to Tokyo's plans. Hesitation and incompetence in the final hours before the attack meant that a last-minute warning didn't reach Kimmel until 8 hours after the attack began. Admiral Kimmel in later decades, historians have re-examined the case of Admiral Kimmel and several attempts were made to reinstate his 4-star rank, as we read in the article. It states, in 1944, after the Navy inquiry virtually cleared Kimmel, the admiral's lawyer sent the Secretary of the Navy a scathing telegram. For nearly 3 years, Kimmel has borne public blame for Pearl Harbor, it read. His treatment has been un-American. So it has. After 75 years, it is long past time to correct this wrong. In the book The Accused, The Ordeal of Rear Admiral Husband Edward Kimmel, Kimmel states, "I'll tell you what I believe. I think that most of the incriminating records have been destroyed. I doubt if the truth will ever emerge." Forrest Harness, a U.S. representative from Indiana, stated on the public record that the government had intentionally withheld vital information from the commanders at Pearl Harbor, in a conspiracy to allow what Roosevelt called an overt action to happen. We read in Slate, in June 1944, with a presidential election approaching, the Republicans decided to make Pearl Harbor a campaign issue. Officials nationwide, including presidential candidate Tom Dewey, laid into Roosevelt over his failure to protect the country. The most outlandish condemnation came on September 11, when Representative Forrest Harness, R.I., claimed on the House floor that the Australian government, 3 days before the attack, had warned Washington that a Japanese aircraft carrier was bound for Hawaii and that officials had withheld the information from Kimmel and Short. Rumors of this sort had long been in the air, but Harness' speech brought them into public view and sparked a firestorm whose residual embers still burn today. Vice Admiral Ruthven E. Libby in the United States Naval Institute, USNI, Oral History Series stated in 1984 stated, "I will go to my grave convinced that FDR ordered Pearl Harbor to let happen. He must have known." In addition, an article from Fox 46 News reports that the State Department had several other warnings, but was unresponsive, indicating what is called in the inquiry's journal, prior knowledge. The article reads as follows. Eric Severide, a CBS News journalist and esteemed war correspondent during World War II, recalled, "A young Korean American would often drop into my Washington office. He was in touch with the anti-Japanese Korean underground. Pearl Harbor, he kept telling me, before Christmas, but he could get no audience at the State Department. We read a similar unusual story in this article from News Press, titled, "Impeachment Inquiry Can Learn Lessons from Pearl Harbor." On November 3, 1941, only a few weeks before Japan's attack on the U.S. naval base in Pearl Harbor, Joseph Grew, America's ambassador to Japan, sent a telegram to Secretary of State Cordell Hull to warn him that Japan was prepared to launch a suicidal war with the United States and that armed conflict could escalate with dangerous and dramatic suddenness. In the book Betrayal at Pearl Harbor, How Churchill Lured Roosevelt into World War II, the authors question the fundamental issue of why, and on whose orders, a vital part of American and British history has been concealed for so long. Why, indeed, it appears that at best, the government knew the attack was going to happen and let their soldiers die. At worst, it appears that they may have even played an active role in provoking it, or even facilitated the event completely. Again, we must ask if there is a moral equivalency to these two scenarios. We recall from Investopedia that lending to governments to finance war operations was the fundamental source of power and wealth for the Rothschilds' international banking syndicate. What is more likely, that these events coincidentally happened exactly as multiple people on Roosevelt's administration predicted, even down to the exact day of December 7, or that the international criminal banking syndicate, which relies on wars for survival, executed a conspiracy in order to facilitate their geopolitical desire of the U.S. entering World War II? The prediction of the exact date of the attack by high-level government officials constitutes either an example of apparently miraculous clairvoyance, or official foreknowledge and government involvement in the event. This is a logically necessary dichotomy, and one that we will find much more often throughout this writing than can reasonably be attributed to coincidence. Regardless, the historical facts have confirmed one thing about Pearl Harbor. FDR wanted the attack to happen in order to utilize the political outrage, leading America towards his ultimate goal of joining the war in Europe against Hitler. Furthermore, vital information was deliberately withheld from commanders at Pearl Harbor, and lives were lost that could have been saved, if they were not deemed by the government to be politically convenient deaths. The Pearl Harbor attack clearly constitutes a conspiracy in the form of intentionally withheld information, and a subsequent government cover-up operation similar to what we saw in the articles about the Lusitania. Unfortunately, it only gets worse for the government. Upon further examination of the historical record, extremely troubling questions are raised when we see undeniable documentation of the government itself inflicting these acts of terror on civilians. The so-called strategy of tension, created by the secret armies of Operation Gladio. Operation Gladio is the name for a series of clandestine, stay-behind, armies left after World War II in Europe by NATO and the CIA. These armies, under direct government supervision and approval, conducted bombings and other acts of terror on civilians, indiscriminately, in order to maintain a political strategy of tension. We will begin by examining an article from 1990 as reported by the Washington Post in their article, CIA Organized Secret Army in Western Europe. A secret army created by the Central Intelligence Agency during the 1950s to organize resistance in the event of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe has finally come in from the cold, and the disclosures of its past actions are producing a political flap that stretches across the continent. Operation Gladio Insignia. Cite your source here. The existence of a clandestine paramilitary network code named Operation Gladio was disclosed last Thursday by Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti in a speech to his nation's Senate. Since then, European officials have described similar operations in most of the other NATO countries. To help understand the horrific depravity of these government-sanctioned acts, we can examine this article from The Guardian. Report claims Washington used a strategy of tension in the Cold War to stabilize the center-right. The 300-page report says that the United States was responsible for inspiring a strategy of tension, in which indiscriminate bombing of the public and the threat of a right-wing coup were used to stabilize center-right political control of the country. Those who carried out the attacks were rarely caught, it said, because those massacres, those bombs, those military actions had been organized or promoted or supported by men inside Italian state institutions and, as has been discovered more recently, by men linked to the structures of United States intelligence. Seen here is an academic study on this phenomenon, titled, Terrorism in Western Europe, an approach to NATO's secret stay-behind armies. The study reads as follows. Recent research has revealed secret armies have existed across Western Europe during the Cold War. Coordinated by NATO, they were run by the European Military Secret Services in close cooperation with the US CIA and the British Foreign Secret Service CIS, also MI6. This fascinating new study shows how the CIA and the British Secret Service, in collaboration with the military alliance NATO and European Military Secret Services, set up a network of clandestine anti-communist armies in Western Europe after World War II. In some countries, the secret army linked up with right-wing terrorists who in a secret war engaged in political manipulation, harassment of left-wing parties, massacres, coups d'états and torture. Here we see evidence of government agents conducting state-sponsored acts of terror, such as massacring and torturing civilians, with complete disregard for their lives, in the pursuit of political aims, a so-called secret war against the public. Is it truly possible that wealthy individuals would try to perform a coup on the US government, in order to utilize its power and reach to acquire more money and power for themselves? Let's examine the business plot. The business plot was a documented coup attempt in 1933 by right-wing financiers. NPR describes this event in their article, When the Bankers Plotted to Overthrow FDR, as follows. The Wall Street Putsch, as it's known today, was a plot by a group of right-wing financiers. The conspirators had several $1 million, a stockpile of weapons, and had even reached out to a retired Marine General, Smedley Darlington Butler, to lead their forces. In an article from the Washington Post, titled Wealthy Bankers and Businessmen Plotted to Overthrow FDR. A retired general foiled it, we read, Wealthy bankers and businessmen plotted to overthrow FDR. A retired general foiled it. Eventually, McGuire laid it all out. He was working for a group of mega-rich businessmen with access to $300 million to bankroll a coup. They would plant stories in the press about Roosevelt being overwhelmed and in bad health. Once Butler's army rolled in, a Secretary of General Affairs would be installed to handle the real governance, while Roosevelt would be reduced to cutting ribbons and such. And they would take care of Butler, too. In the book, The Plot to Seize the White House, authored in 1973, we read the following. February 15, Congressman McCormick submitted to the House of Representatives the committee's findings in the investigation. There is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. Butler. He said, when I was in Paris, my headquarters were Morgan and Hodges. We had a meeting over there. I might as well tell you that our group is for you, for the head of this organization. Morgan and Hodges are against you. The Morgan interests say that you cannot be trusted, that you will be too radical, and so forth, that you are too much on the side of the little fellow, you cannot be trusted. They do not want you. But our group tells them that you are the only fellow in America who can get the soldiers together. They say, yes, but he will get them together and go in the wrong way. That is what they say if you take charge of them. In the past sections we have seen evidence of the government engaging in deception, acts of terror, and cold-blooded murder, in order to perpetrate their agenda of political control. We have seen that a private family can bankrupt a government, buy it out, and then use it as a geopolitical chess piece in order to start wars for political gain, such as the Rothschilds and their Balfour Declaration. We have also seen evidence that a group of people did in fact attempt to facilitate a coup of the United States already once in the 20th century. This coup plot was planned by an organization, referred to as a group, and a congressman who reviewed the data said there is no question that the coup plan existed and could be implemented at any time the financial backers deemed it expedient. What happened to this group or organization after this? Did they simply disappear and concede their plans to gain more power and money? Or perhaps, did they plan a more subtle or silent coup? What we observe here is a pattern of deception and betrayal from the highest levels of government, which at best goes out of its way to let horrifically violent things happen to its citizens when geopolitically convenient, and at worst actively facilitates these events happening. We also saw that the intelligence agencies utilize secret armies to inflict mass murder and terror attacks on their citizens, in order to formulate a political strategy of tension. Let's continue our journey through the increasingly dark and twisted halls of power, with the CIA's infamous Operation MKUltra. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill and cheat, steal, deceive, rape and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest? George White, CIA agent involved with MKUltra represents one of the darkest and strangest events in this nation's history. It saw a bizarre and lurid symbiosis between the seedy underworld of drugs and prostitution and the intelligence agencies. These government-sanctioned officials used their power to drug, rape, abuse, and even murder their citizens in the pursuit of, as we will see, continuing the depraved experiments of the Nazis and Japanese in World War II. MK-Ultra is a moral abomination of the highest level, and demonstrated exactly what the intelligence agencies, bankrolled by unlimited black funds and the banking elite of the world, think of us, nothing more than cattle on their farm. In one example of this, during a phase of MK-Ultra known as Operation Midnight Climax, the CIA would direct prostitutes on their payroll to lure men back to their rooms, where they would unknowingly drug them, usually with LSD, and then, according to Stephen Kinzer in his book Poisoner in Chief, they were sometimes fed subliminal messages in attempts to induce them to perform involuntary actions, including criminal activity such as robbery, assault, and assassination. All of this would take place while the CIA watched from behind a two-way mirror and followed their subjects, which are actions typical only to sick and deranged individuals. This sort of unsavory behavior is where the CIA would like the story to end, but unfortunately it gets worse for them. The agents involved in this program also engaged in war crimes, torture, rape, murder, and destruction of evidence. Let's briefly review some mainstream media and historical accounts relating to this event. According to the New York Times in 1977, Washington, August 3, M. Stanfield Turner, the director of Central Intelligence, testified today that the CIA had secretly supported human behavior control research at 80 institutions, including 44 colleges or universities as well as hospitals, prisons, and pharmaceutical companies. Admiral Turner said that some unwitting testing took place on criminal sexual psychopaths confined at a state hospital. He did not identify the institution. Every single document the staff reviews has Mr. Gottlieb's name on it, the senator said, adding, "One thing for sure, Gottlieb knows." Dr. Gottlieb, who retired in 1973, was interviewed at length by Senate investigators in 1975 but told them he could not recall much about the project. According to the article History of MK-Ultra, from History.com, many of the tests were conducted at universities, hospitals or prisons in the United States and Canada. Most of these took place between 1953 and 1964, but it's not clear how many people were involved in the tests. The agency kept notoriously poor records and destroyed most MK-Ultra documents when the program was officially halted in 1973. Operation Midnight Climax. Operation Midnight Climax was an MK-Ultra project in which government-employed prostitutes lured unsuspecting men to CIA safe houses, where drug experiments took place. The CIA dosed the men with LSD and then, while at times drinking cocktails behind a two-way mirror, watched the drug's effects on the men's behavior. Recording devices were installed in the prostitutes' rooms, disguised as electrical outlets. The program had little oversight and the CIA agents involved admitted that a freewheeling, party-like atmosphere prevailed. An agent named George White wrote to Gottlieb in 1971, "Of course I was a very minor missionary, actually a heretic, but I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill and cheat, steal, deceive, rape and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?"
Of course I was a very minor missionary, actually a heretic, but I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill and cheat, steal, deceive, rape and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?
Next, we will examine some relevant quotations from NPR's article, "The CIA's Secret Quest for Mind Control, Torture, LSD and a Poisoner in Chief." Gottlieb wanted to create a way to seize control of people's minds, and he realized it was a two-part process, Kinzer says. First, you had to blast away the existing mind. Second, you had to find a way to insert a new mind into that resulting void. We didn't get too far on number 2, but he did a lot of work on number 1. Kinzer notes that the top-secret nature of Gottlieb's work makes it impossible to measure the human cost of his experiments. "We don't know how many people died, but a number did, and many lives were permanently destroyed," he says. Chia's MK-Ultra scientist Sidney Gottlieb in the article, "We read about Nazi scientists hired by the CIA. The CIA mind control project, MKUltra, was essentially a continuation of work that began in Japanese and Nazi concentration camps. Not only was it roughly based on those experiments, but the CIA actually hired the vivisectionists and the torturers who had worked in Japan and in Nazi concentration camps to come and explain what they had found out so that we could build on their research. We also read about the CIA committing war crimes. CIA officers in Europe and Asia were capturing enemy agents and others who they felt might be suspected persons or were otherwise what they called expendable. They would grab these people and throw them into cells and then test all kinds of, not just drug potions, but other techniques, like electroshock, extremes of temperature, sensory isolation. All the meantime bombarding them with questions, trying to see if they could break down resistance and find a way to destroy the human ego. So these were projects designed not only to understand the human mind but to figure out how to destroy it. And that made Gottlieb, although in some ways a very compassionate person, certainly the most prolific torturer of his generation. Furthermore, the agents and supervisors involved with this program appear to have murdered a doctor through defenestration in order to conceal their illegal actions from the public. According to The Guardian, in their article, From Mind Control to Murder, How a Deadly Fall Revealed the CIA's Darkest Secrets, early the next morning, one of Olson's close colleagues drove to Maryland to break the terrible news to the dead man's family. He told Alice Olson and her 3 children that Frank fell or jumped to his death from a hotel window. Naturally, they were shocked, but they had no choice other than to accept what they were told. Alice did not object when told that, given the condition of her husband's body, family members should not view it. The funeral was held with a closed casket. There the case might have ended. Decades later, however, spectacular revelations cast Olson's death in a completely new light. First, the CIA admitted that, shortly before he died, Olson's colleagues had lured him to a retreat and fed him LSD without his knowledge. Then it turned out that Olson had talked about leaving the CIA, and told his wife that he had made a terrible mistake. Slowly, a counter-narrative emerged. Olson was disturbed about his work and wanted to quit, leading his comrades to consider him a security risk. All of this led him to room 1018A. Frank Olson had been one of the first scientists assigned to the secret U.S. biological warfare laboratories at Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland. Others included ex-Nazi scientists who had been brought to work on secret missions in the U.S. Although not a torturer himself, he observed and monitored torture sessions in several countries. In CIA safe houses in Germany, according to one study, Olson witnessed horrific brutal interrogations on a regular basis. Detainees who were deemed "expendable," suspected spies or moles, security leaks, etc. were literally interrogated to death in experimental methods combining drugs, hypnosis and torture, to attempt to master brainwashing techniques and memory erasing. Despite the successful cover-up, Olson's death was a near disaster for the CIA. It came close to threatening the very existence of MKUltra. These horrific events can even be confirmed on Wikipedia. The program also engaged in illegal activities, including the use of US and Canadian citizens as its unwitting test subjects, which led to controversy regarding its legitimacy. MKUltra used numerous methods to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions. Techniques included the covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs, especially LSD, and other chemicals, electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and sexual abuse, in addition to other forms of torture. Even the publicly acknowledged, barely skimming the surface facts about the MKUltra case involved sexual abuse in addition to other forms of torture and murder. These articles universally state that almost all the records from MKUltra were intentionally destroyed, so we have to speculate about what could actually be worse than sexual abuse, torturing people to death, war crimes, and murder. What we have seen here is government-sanctioned agents bragging about raping and pillaging, horrific cases of torture and murder covered up by officials in the highest levels of government, as well as pharmaceutical companies and hospitals involved in taking dirty money and providing victims. Yet, the case somehow still continues to get worse for the government when we examine Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods, part of the official U.S. government documentation for Operation Northwoods, according to ABC News, in their article, U.S. military wanted to provoke war with Cuba, from May 1, Street, 2001. In the early 1960s, America's top military leaders reportedly drafted plans to kill innocent people and commit acts of terrorism in U.S. cities to create public support for a war against Cuba. Code-named Operation Northwoods, the plans reportedly included the possible assassination of Cuban émigrés, sinking boats of Cuban refugees on the high seas, hijacking planes, blowing up a U.S. ship, and even orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities. In the George Washington University's National Security Archive, we can view the original Northwood documentation, with some relevant sections below. We can also view these documents in the government's own archives. What we see here is a proposed false flag operation involving hijacking civil aircraft that was sanctioned or approved by every military leader up to President Kennedy. This mass approval indicates a pattern of behavior conducted by individuals within the government, some of which were still in power when 9/11 happened. We can get a quick overview from The Atlantic. A more sinister plot, known as Operation Northwoods, was submitted by General Lyman Lemnitzer on behalf of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It laid out a host of pretexts which would provide justification for U.S. military intervention in Cuba, such as having friendly Cubans in Cuban Army uniforms attack the U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, sabotaging an empty U.S. ship in the harbor and blaming Cuba in a "remember the Maine" incident. The United States had declared war on Spain in 1898 after the USS Maine mysteriously exploded in Havana Harbor, or carrying out terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities and even in Washington, that could be blamed on Castro. The U.S. Armed Forces could respond to such provocations, the chiefs gleefully recommended, by commencing large-scale United States military operations. Additionally, according to an article published by Gizmodo on Operation Northwoods, there exists a chilling reminder that the U.S. military was once all too willing to deceive and attack its own citizens for political reasons. That was the goal of Operation Northwoods. This action, known as a false flag operation, would be used to garner the public and political support necessary for direct military intervention against Cuba. And the plan wasn't some crackpot scheme devised by a minor official. It was sent from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara. However, this plan was rejected by President Kennedy. Good thing the military-industrial complex listened to President Kennedy, right? Coincidentally, this plan involves a lot of specific similarities to the terrorist attack of 9/11. Let's look a little closer at the implications of this, Kennedy's refusal, and his subsequent assassination. The official story is that George H.W. Bush only worked for the CIA for several years, around the time he was named as director of the agency in 1976. However, according to Salon, in 1963 George H.W. Bush was already working for the CIA, and had been for at least a decade already. In addition, he was also a successful private businessman before becoming a politician, and he was extremely wealthy through his company, Zapata Oil. The article reads as follows: "Most won't report, and few actually know the backstory of Bush's role in building an interlocking family, business, and intelligence network that charted the nation's course for decades. That work was secret, and predated his known, and very brief, intelligence career by decades." George H.W. Bush, the Bush-designated Director of Central Intelligence, DCI. Dated November 29, 1975, it reported, in typically spare terms, the revelation that the man who was about to become the head of the CIA actually had prior ties to the agency. And the connection discussed here, unlike that unearthed by McBride, went back not to 1963, but to 1953, a full decade earlier. From that moment forward, as every Bush researcher has learned, Bush's life would honor the principle: no names, no paper trail, no fingerprints. If you wanted to know what Bush had done, you had to have the patience of a sleuth yourself. According to the Constitution Center, George H.W. Bush's political career began in 1963, the same year Kennedy was assassinated. We read in Salon that there were many official lies and deceptive statements made about the length of time he worked for the CIA, supposedly only a few years around when he was appointed director of the agency, but in reality, since the 50s. Coincidentally, we will find that after the murder of President Kennedy, the goal of utilizing counterfeit terrorist attacks to start foreign wars came to pass soon after, with the Gulf of Tonkin incident. We also find this type of deception used during Bush's own administration, with the demonstrably false Nayera testimony, among other lies told involving drug trafficking and election manipulation. These are corrupt and dishonest individuals, emboldened by a public that seems practically enthusiastic about their myriad of crimes against humanity and mass murder. Next, let's briefly review 3 times the government has utilized the Operation Northwoods playbook and conducted deceptive false flag operations on the American public, in order to provoke or instigate their citizens into supporting the government's push for war. Nyira testimony. The Nyira fraud is significant in that it demonstrates a pattern of behavior from the Bush family. This is a family with, as we read, no names, no paper trail, no fingerprints, and one that is willing to spin tremendous deceptions to the public in order to achieve their goals of going to war in the Middle East. True masters of deception, they manipulate our perceptions of the most innocent among us through their strong arm control and coercion of the media, as seen in the Nyira lies. According to the New York Times in their 1992 article, Deception on Capitol Hill, it's plainly wrong for a member of Congress to collaborate with a public relations firm to produce knowingly deceptive testimony on an important issue. Yet Representative Tom Lantos of California has been caught doing exactly that. Another piece of information was also withheld, that she is not just some Kuwaiti but the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S. Saddam Hussein committed plenty of atrocities, but not, apparently, this one. The teenager's accusation, at first verified by Amnesty International, was later refuted by that group as well as by other independent human rights monitors. According to the BBC, Nyira, reporters were assured, was using an assumed name for fear of reprisals against her family back home. Her story was completely baseless. George H.W. Bush is recorded as having publicly touted this tall tale at least 6 times as he blew the bugle of war. Babies pulled from incubators and scattered like firewood across the floor, the president said on one occasion during a speech to U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. MacArthur writes that the hoax helped rally the American people behind calls for military action. In January 1991, Bush's war resolution narrowly passed the Senate. 6 senators cited the incubators story as justification for authorizing the conflict. According to the website of the U.S. Naval Institute on the Gulf of Tonkin, questions about the Gulf of Tonkin incidents have persisted for more than 40 years. But once classified documents and tapes released in the past several years, combined with previously uncovered facts, make clear that high government officials distorted facts and deceived the American public about events that led to full U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. This deception can be confirmed in the New York Times, in their 2005 article, Vietnam War Intelligence, Deliberately Skewed, Secret Study says, in which we read about the government's conscious effort, or demonstrated intent, to deceive the public into supporting U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. Some intelligence officials said they believed the article's release was delayed because the agency was wary of comparisons between the roles of flawed intelligence in the Vietnam War and in the war in Iraq. The overwhelming body of reports, if used, would have told the story that no attack had happened, he wrote. So a conscious effort ensued to demonstrate that an attack occurred. Edwin E. Moise, a historian at Clemson University who wrote a book on the Gulf of Tonkin incident, said the agency did the right thing in making public Mr. Hanyok's damning case. The Niger uranium forgeries. However, the demonstrations of serial or pathological lying didn't stop with the father, but seem to have carried on to the wayward son. Unfortunately, there is also documented evidence of George W. Bush lying to the public in order to garner support for his wars. As reported by CNN in their 2003 article Fake Iraq Documents, Embarrassing, for U.S. Washington, CNN, intelligence documents that U.S. and British governments said were strong evidence that Iraq was developing nuclear weapons have been dismissed as forgeries by UN weapons inspectors. The documents, given to International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Mohammed El-Baradei, indicated that Iraq might have tried to buy 500 tons of uranium from Niger, but the agency said they were obvious fakes. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell referred to the documents directly in his presentation to the UN Security Council outlining the Bush administration's case against Iraq. I'm sure the FBI and CIA must be mortified by this because it is extremely embarrassing to them, former CIA official Ray Close said. However, they were seemingly not mortified, but rather emboldened by the lack of any consequences from the stupefied, docile American public to keep pushing their destructive lies even harder. These documents were presented in the UN, and represented a fundamental part of the Bush administration's case for war. Additional reporting on these forgeries in the Washington Post states, the documents were fraudulent. These historical events constitute literal false flags against the American public, and demonstrate what could be called a pattern of behavior. We know, therefore, that the government, and the Bush family in particular, seem to have a predilection for false flag attempts, and are conniving and brazen liars. Perpetual dishonesty and lying is a dangerous character trait, as, over time, those involved will have to resort to more and more desperate acts in order to conceal their web of deceit. Unfortunately, it gets even worse for Bush and Reagan. These people are not merely dangerously dishonest sociopaths, they also demonstrate perverse and disgusting actions. George H.W. Bush and Reagan were caught in an FBI sting hiring, callboy, male prostitutes at the White House in 1989, as reported in the Washington Times front page and on NBC by Tom Brokaw on June 29, 1989. He states, "And if Washington doesn't have enough to talk about these days, the Washington Times reported today that unidentified White House aides in the Carter, Reagan and Bush administration are now being investigated for using the services of a callboy ring." Tom Brokaw reports on NBC about Reagan and Bush's callboy ring. This criminal behavior was additionally reported on in the Washington Times. This event was also reported on by AP News in their 1989 article, "Political Figures Linked to Male Prostitution Ring." Now, when NBC and the Washington Times use the phrase callboy, it can be understood as a type of criminal slang for illegally underage male prostitute. Sadly, this kind of sick and disgusting perversion seems to be part of a widespread pattern of inappropriate and illegal acts conducted within the government that are seemingly sanctioned and protected at the highest levels, as seen in the Guardian's article, "Pentagon Workers Found to Have Downloaded Child Pornography," which reads, "Dozens of Pentagon staff and contractors with high-level security clearance have been found by U.S. federal investigators to have downloaded child pornography." The article states that these high-level government workers were at risk of blackmail by their sex crimes. We also learn that some of the child pornography was downloaded on government computers. In discussing the consequences for the perpetrators, we read, another individual alleged to have been involved was working at the National Reconnaissance Office in Virginia, which operates the military spy satellites. He was not charged but sent to a lower-level job in a field office in New Mexico. Additionally, we can examine the Yahoo News article, "Pentagon Declined to Investigate Hundreds of Purchases of Child Pornography." A 2006 Immigration and Customs Enforcement investigation into the purchase of child pornography online turned up more than 250 civilian and military employees of the Defense Department, including some with the highest available security clearance, who used credit cards or PayPal to purchase images of children in sexual situations. But the Pentagon investigated only a handful of the cases, Defense Department records show. We observe what appears to be a pattern of corruption, perversion, lies, and acts that can be used in powerful and controlling blackmail. Bush and Reagan's involvement with an underage male prostitute sting is an example of what we will read shortly in the Collateral Damage essay, when the author states, "The American public had a chance to set this straight after Iran-Contra." Unfortunately, although a group of federal agents literally caught the president and vice president involved with this heinous crime, the American public's hypnotic somnolence somehow went undisturbed, and these reports were brushed off for the predictable and palatable evening news, various celebrity dramas, or the latest sports games. This episode represents a major moral failure of this country, in which we tacitly gave consent to those perpetrating these evil actions by not forcing accountability. Each time these criminals were not held accountable for their blatantly illegal acts, it emboldened them further, and confirmed to them that they were untouchable. As if this wasn't bad enough, it has come to light that the Reagan administration intelligence agencies engaged in the global illegal narcotics trade. Drugs, Law Enforcement and Foreign Policy was the final report of an investigation by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee's Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations. These government documents, comprising a major portion of what is called the Iran-Contra affair, are available through George Washington University, as well as the Justice Department. In this report, we read as follows. The Contra drug links included, among other connections, payments to drug traffickers by the U.S. State Department of funds authorized by the Congress for humanitarian assistance to the Contras. Provision of assistance to the Contras by narcotics traffickers, including cash, weapons, planes, pilots, air supply services and other materials, on a voluntary basis by the traffickers. U.S. State Department paid over $800,000 to 4 companies owned and operated by narcotics traffickers to carry humanitarian assistance to the Contras. These actions represent an undeniable organized crime element operating from within the U.S. government. An article from PBS summarizes these illegal acts, committed and sanctioned by the highest levels of the government, as follows. I believe that elements working for the CIA were involved in bringing drugs into the country, said Hector Barrales, DIA field agent. I know specifically that some of the CIA contract workers, meaning some of the pilots, in fact were bringing drugs into the U.S. and landing some of these drugs in government air bases. And I know so because I was told by some of these pilots that in fact they had done that. In addition, in the mid-1980s, any effort to keep the CIA out of the world of drug trafficking was made more difficult by the decision of its boss, Director Casey, to activate what became known as the off-the-books operation of Oliver North, Iran-Contra government operative. To close this introductory section to 9/11, we will examine a time one of our closest allies performed a shocking and unthinkable false flag attempt and betrayal of the United States, when in 1967 Israel intentionally attacked the American warship USS Liberty, killing or wounding around 200 people, and attempting to blame it on Egypt in order to draw the U.S. into the Six-Day War. The USS Liberty incident. USS Liberty with damage visible from Israeli fighter jets according to the Chicago Tribune, in their 2007 article, New Revelations in Attack on American Spy Ship. For Lockwood and many other survivors, the anger is mixed with incredulity. That Israel would attack an important ally, then attribute the attack to a case of mistaken identity by Israeli pilots who had confused the U.S. Navy's most distinctive ship with an Egyptian horse cavalry transport that was half its size and had a dissimilar profile. And they're also incredulous that, for years, their own government would reject their calls for a thorough investigation. They tried to lie their way out of it. Lockwood shouts, I don't believe that for a minute. You just don't shoot at a ship at sea without identifying it, making sure of your target. Then the jets started shooting at the officers and enlisted men stretched out on the deck for a lunch-hour sunbath. Theodore Arfston, a quartermaster, remembered watching a Jewish officer cry when he saw the Blue Star of David on the plane's fuselages. At first, crew members below decks had no idea whose planes were shooting at their ship. 34 died that day. An additional 171 were wounded in the air and sea assault by Israel, which was about to celebrate an overwhelming victory over the combined armies of Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and several other Arab states. In this Haaretz article, but sir, it's an American ship. Never mind, hit her. When Israel attacked USS Liberty, we read, the Americans have findings that show our pilots were aware the ship was American, a newly published document by the State Archive says. The new book quotes a story reported by former U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Dwight Porter, who recounted a conversation between an Israeli pilot and the Israel Air Force war room, which was allegedly picked up by an NSA aircraft and inadvertently cabled to CIA offices around the world. The CIA document. Still partly censored, 50 years on, Israeli pilot to IDF war room. This is an American ship. Do you still want us to attack? IDF war room to Israeli pilot. Yes, follow orders. Israeli pilot to IDF war room. But sir, it's an American ship, I can see the flag. IDF war room to Israeli pilot, never mind, hit it. We find the same incident documented in the book Remember the Liberty. Almost sunk by treason on the high seas. Additionally, Dead in the Water, a documentary produced by the BBC, states that new recorded and other evidence suggests the attack was a daring ploy by Israel to fake an Egyptian attack, to give America a reason to enter the war against Egypt. Here we see the Israeli government enacting a literal false flag operation, potentially in collusion with, or covered up by, elements within the U.S. government. In this horrifically deceptive event, the Israelis killed or wounded around 200 people in one of the most terrifying ways possible, strafing with fighter jets as they sat helpless at sea, trapped, left only to wonder about this tremendous betrayal. Their lives were simply collateral damage to the geopolitical interests of the government and its desire to engage in profitable wars in the Middle East. Without an adequate comprehension of the preceding events of the 20th century, 9/11 remains an enigma, shrouded in mystery and emotion. However, now that we have established a precedent of the government committing violent acts of terror on civilians, covering up murders, and even suggesting that they could stage a hijacking of American planes in order to provoke war with Cuba, the implications of this day come more clearly into view. The events we have seen, such as MKUltra, can't happen without an extremely sophisticated and complex network of interconnected agents covering for each other at the highest levels of justice. We have seen hospitals and pharmaceutical companies offer up victims to these sick experiments, an utter lack of justice or accountability, and government-sanctioned agents bragging about raping and pillaging. More consequently, we have reframed some of the most important events of the century, the Lusitania and Pearl Harbor, as events that demonstrate, at best, official foreknowledge, a crime in its own right. However, the theory of simple foreknowledge as opposed to active facilitation becomes untenable when we examine the further historical record of terroristic violence committed by governments on civilians, and brazenly deceptive lies told in order to draw the country into war. We observe undeniable and irrefutable lies told to the public about the Lusitania, such as her illegal cargo, as well as the highly improbable, coincidentally very accurate predictions of the exact date of Pearl Harbor from Roosevelt administration officials. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that it is more probable that the government was also demonstrating this pattern of behavior at the beginning of the 20th century, and was thus involved with actively facilitating the Lusitania and Pearl Harbor events. Conclusive evidence exists that the governments of the world have engaged in cold-blooded mass murder of their civilians in the pursuit of political goals, which is also known as terrorism. Given the congruent events of the century, these two disasters can be seen as data points on a pattern of terroristic crimes and deception, used to push a political agenda by an international organized criminal syndicate. In the century preceding 9/11, we observe a distinct pattern of official deception and lies, indiscriminate and violent attacks on civilians by government-sanctioned agents, documented existence of both successful and unsuccessful false flag attempts and planning, as well as a documented coup attempt against the U.S. government undertaken by bankers. Chapter 2. A Silent Coup. With these preceding events in mind, we will begin our examination of 9/11 with a review of the 2008 essay, Collateral Damage, U.S. Covert Operations and the Terrorist Attacks on September 11, 2001, by E.P. Heidner. The attacks of September 11 were intended to cover up the clearing of $240 billion in securities covertly created in September 1991 to fund a covert economic war against the Soviet Union. The attacks of September 11 also served to derail multiple federal investigations away from crimes associated with the 1991 covert operation. A situation needed to be created wherein $240 billion of covert securities could be electronically cleared, without anyone asking questions, which happened when the Federal Reserve declared an emergency and invoked its emergency powers. That very afternoon, the Bush senior administration's drive to bring an end to the Cold War was fueled by a covert war chest invisible to congressional oversight. 3-2. This war chest would be known by several names: Black Eagle Trust, the Marcos Gold, Yamashita's Gold, the Golden Lily Treasure, the Durham Trust or Project Hammer. 33. There were three major securities brokers in the World Trade Center: Cantor Fitzgerald, Eurobrokers and Garbon Intercapital. On the morning of September 11, Flight 11 hit the North Tower at 8:46 right below the floors on which Cantor Fitzgerald was situated. Cantor Fitzgerald was the U.S. largest securities dealer, 7, in the U.S. and arguably the primary target. 8. A group of Cantor Fitzgerald executives and traders had been the primary "financial, private sector participants in economic war games the year earlier, and in 1997 as well. These war games had been set up and participated in by various U.S. intelligence agencies and the Council on Foreign Relations, and run out of the Cantor Fitzgerald offices. At least 7 of the top Cantor Fitzgerald executives were absent from the office at the time of the attack. Through Event 201, the SPARS pandemic scenario, found in Section 3, and this, combined with the NORAD hijacking drills we will discuss later, we notice a powerful and undeniable pattern of drills going live that the odds would suggest are not coincidence. At 9:37, Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, targeting one of the few offices that had been moved in the newly remodeled section of the Pentagon, the Office of Naval Intelligence. Agents of the Office of Naval Intelligence had been investigating the financial transactions which in this report are linked to securities being managed by those security dealers in the World Trade Center that were targeted. 0.31% of the 125 fatalities in the Pentagon were from the Naval Command Center that housed the Office of Naval Intelligence. 39 of 40 Office of Naval Intelligence employees died. Did Flight 77 pass on 3 primary targets, the White House, the Capitol, and the command centers in the north face of the Pentagon, in order to make a precision hit on what should have been known to be an empty segment of the Pentagon? In the vaults beneath the World Trade Center towers, any certificates for bonds were destroyed. Building 7 housed the following agencies critical to investigation of financial crimes related to this history: Export-Import Bank of the U.S., Floor 6 U.S. Secret Service, Floors 9 and 10 Securities and Exchange Commission, Floors 11, 12 and 13 Internal Revenue Service Floors, 24 and 25 CIA, Floor 25 Department of Defense, Floor 25. On the same day, the Securities and Exchange Commission declared a national emergency and for the first time in U.S. history invoked its emergency powers under Securities Exchange Act Section 12(k) and eased regulatory restrictions for clearing and settling security trades for the next 15 days. 19. These changes would allow an estimated $240 billion in covert government securities to be cleared upon maturity without the standard regulatory controls around identification of ownership. To a key group of senior national security officials who had participated in the victory of the economic Cold War in 1991, the WTC, the Pentagon, the 4 airliners and their occupants would become "collateral damage" in the ending of the Cold War. Their deaths were required to hide the existence of the Black Eagle Trust and the covert activities it had funded for over 50 years. Americans had a chance in the 1980s to set the system straight, to enforce the law and prosecute those responsible for the Iran-Contra crimes. Americans could have sent a message that criminal behavior by its leaders is unacceptable. By not stopping this organization at that time, Congress and the American public allowed this criminal syndicate of American "heroes" to continue to wreak even more havoc on the world in the name of the American public. Before we can truly begin to examine 9/11 as a money laundering operation by an international criminal syndicate, we must first verify the existence of this purported source of wealth, as without that, there can be no crime as stated. However, if we can find reliable documentation that, indeed, this massive amount of real wealth was covertly transferred to the elite during World War II, while the rest of the world's economy was essentially reset, then it would fit congruently with the pattern we have seen of the government saying one thing while doing another, and lend credence to the theory of 9/11 as a conspiratorial money laundering operation. This illegal and unaccounted wealth answers the question of how massive programs like MK Ultra were concealed and funded for so long, and how the intelligence agencies of the world seemingly operate without boundaries or limits. Essentially, what we read in this essay is that in 1991, this money was used in covert financial warfare to bring down the last opposing bipolar world power to this international organized crime syndicate, the USSR. Additionally, we read that the fraudulent securities used to do this were going to come due in 2001 just in time for 9/11. The attacks were used as cover to permit the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, to ease regulations due to the unprecedented destruction, facilitating massive amounts of covert financial transactions, along with destruction of the evidence of these crimes, and halting any investigations into them that may have been proceeding. The origin of the black budget in the book, Gold Warriors, the authors conduct a careful historical examination of the massive amount of wealth we find referenced in Heidner's paper. This black gold gave Washington virtually limitless, unaccountable funds, providing an asset base to reinforce the treasuries of America's allies, to bribe political and military leaders, and to manipulate elections in foreign countries for more than 50 years. In 1945, U.S. intelligence officers in Manila discovered that the Japanese had hidden large quantities of gold bullion and other looted treasure in the Philippines. President Truman decided to recover the gold but to keep its riches secret. They present a convincing case, and provide 2 CDs full of evidence with a book to support their statements. However, let's look at a review from the Japan Times to determine the credibility of this book. Among serious historians, few doubt that as World War II was ending in inevitable defeat for Japan, General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the Japanese commander in the Philippines, oversaw the burial of vast amounts of bullion, jewels and other loot that the Imperial Japanese Army had pillaged, mainly from Taiwan, China, Korea and the Philippines. Yamashita's gold, later known as the Black Eagle Trust or the M Fund, was eventually discovered by agents of the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the precursor of today's Central Intelligence Agency. The whole M Fund thing is a can of worms. There is a fabulously interesting web of intrigue, but the real story for me is, why have the conditions been laid for so many conspiracies to flourish? And that's because U.S.-Japan relations are filthy. The U.S. could clear this up, but they've refused to declassify a whole bunch of documents from the 1950s and 60s. But in this reader's opinion, the graphic, detailed evidence provided on the 2 CD-ROMs make the book's central and most compelling claims hard to refute. In order to further establish the historicity of these events, we can examine a study titled, Foundations of the Anglo-American Financial Empire, which states, records indicate that a very large clandestine treasure was created after World War II by the rulers of the victorious powers in order to support their hegemonic ambitions. According to this study, as soon as the gold's existence became known to Israeli intelligence, the plunder was immediately transferred to the Philippines and hidden. It appears that this wealth was in the Philippines. Can we find some evidence that this massive trove of stolen wealth was really there? Let's take a look at the infamously wealthy Marcos family in an article from Bloomberg. They amassed dozens of luxury homes whose walls they decorated with pieces by Cézanne, Manet, Picasso, and Van Gogh from a museum-worthy art collection. Imelda Marcos filled her closets with designer footwear and flaunted extravagant pieces of jewelry, including a 70-carat light blue diamond worth $5.5 million, at least 400 times her husband's official annual salary, which never exceeded $13,500. The following day, Marcos and 90 members of his entourage boarded a U.S. Air Force C-141 transport plane and flew to Hawaii. According to reports in The Guardian and The Washington Post, they carried with them some essential belongings, including $7 million in cash and gems, some of which were transported in diaper boxes, 70 pairs of jewel-laden cufflinks, and enough clothes to fill 67 racks. There were also 24 bars of solid gold, engraved, "To my husband on our 24th anniversary." But this represented a mere fraction of their assets. Ferdinand Marcos, brutal dictator of the Philippines, deposed in 1986, his billions in gold have never been recovered. Mansions, Van Goghs, diamonds, and gold bars. Where did this family acquire this wealth, and what happened to it after their tumultuous reign in the Philippines? As it turns out, we have a confession from Imelda Marcos herself in this AP News article from 1992. Imelda Marcos says family had Japanese gold, not embezzled funds. Imelda Marcos claimed Monday that her late husband's fortune was based on Japanese and other gold he found after World War II and not on funds embezzled from the Philippine treasury. She said President Ferdinand Marcos never disclosed the existence of gold to tax authorities because the amount was so huge it would be embarrassing. We learn in The Guardian that the vast majority of their wealth was never recovered, and its location has been unknown since the deposal of Marcos. Heidner's paper states that the CIA was involved in deposing Marcos, and confiscated this massive amount of wealth. U.S. intelligence operations had been siphoning off the Marcos gold for 3 decades. Ferdinand Marcos, however, continued to discover even more of the buried treasure. Marcos had started to sell it on the market during the 1970s in bits and pieces, with the assistance of Adnan Khashoggi. 102, for some unknown reason, the enterprise, CIA, decided they wanted it all in 1986. That reason is now known, being to fund a war against the Soviet Union. Vice President George Bush ultimately took the gold from Marcos in 1986 when Marcos was forced out of office. It is estimated that Marcos was in possession of 73,000 tons of gold at that time. 103, or perhaps, these 73,000 tons of gold coincidentally vanished into thin air and were forever lost. To accept that theory, we must rationalize a massive incompetence on the part of the intelligence agencies, which they do not appear to demonstrate. Now, we understand where the money referenced in this point in the paper came from. The attacks of September 11 were intended to cover up the clearing of $240 billion in securities covertly created in September 1991 to fund a covert economic war against the Soviet Union. Next, we will briefly examine the accumulation and transfer of gold in the European theater of the war. In the Forbes article, Gold, World War II and Operation Fish, we read, "So began the Reich's looting of Europe's gold reserves, beginning with Austria's in 1938. At the time, Germany's coffers were nearly empty. The infusion of Austria's 90 to 100 metric tons of hard currency gave Hitler the boost he needed to continue his plundering." According to this article, Operation Fish is still the largest movement of physical wealth in history. This transfer of wealth can be further examined in a U.S. Department of State study titled, U.S. and Allied Efforts to Recover and Restore Gold and Other Assets Stolen or Hidden by Germany During World War II, which states, "It is a study of the past with implications for the future." The report documents one of the greatest thefts by a government in history, the confiscation by Nazi Germany of an estimated $580 million of central bank gold, around $5.6 billion in today's values, along with indeterminate amounts in other assets during World War II. What we find here is strong evidence of huge amounts of wealth moving around during World War II, with one such transfer described as the largest literal transfer of physical wealth ever. However, is there any evidence that wealth stolen by the Nazis may have made its way discreetly into bank accounts in the U.S. off of the public record? In the New York Times, in their 1997 article, "Nazi Gold Was Recast and Issued in the U.S., we read, "Of the many bizarre tales seeping from archives around the world in the Nazi gold investigations, few are as strange as this one. In 1950, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York melted down hundreds of gold bars bearing the swastika imprint and recast them with the pristine stamp bearing the words, United States Assay Office." At the time, according to memorandums released by the Federal Reserve, the United States Treasury knew that much of the gold, worth about $23 million at the time, had been looted from the Netherlands and Belgium when those nations were invaded by Germany. To illustrate some of the effects of this tremendous economic restructuring, we can examine the global economy after the war. According to the IMF, by 1947, the United States had accumulated 70% of the world's gold reserves. The article continues, "Severe inflation plagued the weakened economies. By 1948, wholesale prices were 200% higher in Austria, 1,820% higher in France, and a massive 10,100% higher in Japan than they had been before the war. In 1948, the French government devalued the franc by 80%, making a 5,000 franc note practically worthless. In some countries like Germany, the monetary system collapsed. People resorted to barter, often using cigarettes as money. The outlook in these countries was dire. Where had all the real wealth gone? In a few short years, people went from living in beautiful, modernized cities, to literally starving to death while the ruins of their cities crumbled around them. Luckily, the governments led by Roosevelt and Churchill were surely looking out for their citizens' best interests, when they attempted to forcibly confiscate the gold and other real wealth of their countries in exchange for fiat paper money that was more easily subject to hyperinflation and manipulation. In the UCSB Presidential Archives, we can examine Executive Order 6102, requiring gold coin, gold bullion and gold certificates to be delivered to the government, from April 5, 1933. According to the New York Times, in their 1933 article titled, "Hoarding of Gold," Executive Order 6102 from 1933 authorizing seizure of gold by the U.S. government. The executive order issued by the President yesterday amplifies and particularizes his earlier warnings against hoarding. On March 6, taking advantage of a wartime statute which had not been repealed, he forbade the hoarding of gold or silver coin or bullion or currency, under penalty of $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. This also took place in Britain. According to the Bank of England, in September 1939, the British government decreed that all people living in the UK had to declare their securities with the Treasury. This seizure of wealth was enabled under the UK's Defence, Finance Regulations of 1939. We read in the bill, residents to offer gold coins and bullion to Treasury. If anyone who should have offered gold to the Treasury has not done so, Treasury can take it over. The official documents can be accessed in the UK government archives, as well as on a Parliament website, which reads, under the Defence, Finance Regulations, every resident in the United Kingdom becoming entitled to sell dollars, or other specified currencies, must offer them for sale to the Treasury. According to this article from Bullion Star, Roosevelt's confiscation is the best-known example of a peacetime gold confiscation. But a similar policy was enacted by the UK during wartime. World War II began on September 1, 1939, when Germany invaded Poland. On September 3, the British government ordered all residents to offer gold coin and bullion to the treasury. It also required them to submit certain types of foreign exchange, including US dollars, Argentine pesos, Danish kroner, and Swiss francs. The treasury was obligated to pay the market value for the instruments it seized. Portions of this unusual law can be seen below. Here we see the British government granting itself the right to seize the gold of private citizens. Even in the small nation of Belgium, citizens had to declare their gold to the government. According to the book, A Small Nation in the Turmoil of the Second World War, in connection with this, a decree of the 14th of May was to impose an obligation on all inhabitants to declare all their holdings of gold and foreign currency to the Exchange Institute. This type of government cataloging of private wealth went hand in hand with state seizures, such as in the US and Britain, and the more overt methods used by the Nazis in their blitzkrieg across Europe, confiscating and looting wealth as they went. Additionally, we read in Forbes that Mussolini conducted the same type of gold seizure operation, even coercing his citizens to send in their wedding rings in exchange for a steel bracelet. On Wednesday the 18th, La Stampa gave over its entire front page to this financing drive. The most noble rite of faith joins all women in Italy in one heroic will feed, meaning both wedding ring and faith. Clever, eh? The Queen lays down her wedding ring upon the altar of the homeland. Are these events part of a coordinated effort by the elite to embroil their countries in war, in order to confiscate real value wealth from the citizenry to perform a type of bait and switch on them with a more easily manipulated paper fiat currency? To conclude this section, we can firmly conclude that massive amounts of wealth did, in fact, change hands during World War II, and it does, indeed, represent the greatest transfer of wealth in history. We find a lack of proper documentation that would suggest the money went where it was supposed to, the citizens of the world, in the forms of reparations, lower taxes, and rebuilding. In the absence of this, the wealth seems to have disappeared, and instead may have funded the nefarious actions of the intelligence agencies in the decades after World War II, and their desire to place a political and economic stranglehold on the world. Compounding this, we must ask why the governments of the world were confiscating their own citizens' wealth in the form of gold, and replacing it with paper fiat money that has less tangible value and can be manipulated more easily. With the passage of time, we can see that the transfer of wealth was from us to them. We ruined our greatest cities, lost hundreds of millions of our strongest and bravest men, and squandered and wasted our country's wealth destroying each other instead of mutually working together for a better world. What did we gain from it? What happened to the real wealth of the world such that literally less than 10 people now own more than half of it, and almost everyone else is in debt? After a review of the circumstances and documentation surrounding this mysterious trove of wealth that was hidden from the public eye after World War II, we now understand where the money mentioned in this point in collateral damage came from. The Vulcans' drive to bring an end to the Cold War, during George H.W. Bush's administration, was fueled by a covert war chest invisible to congressional oversight. This war chest would be known by several names: Black Eagle Trust, the Marcos Gold, Yamashita's Gold, the Golden Lily Treasure, the Durham Trust, or Project Hammer. These same Vulcans would be brought back to power in 2000 under the administration of President George W. Bush, son of President George H.W. Bush. Now that we have a comprehensive overview of where the large amounts of wealth that the collateral damage essay claims were laundered that day came from, let's use the historical record to examine the attack itself more closely. Can we verify the existence of evidence indicating a cover-up of financial improprieties sanctioned at the highest levels of government? If so, we should be able to uncover certain characteristics such a conspiracy would have. Some of these indicators, for example, would be evidence that such large amounts of money either disappeared or changed hands that day, evidence that these funds were being investigated, failures in the chain of command that indicate official foreknowledge, the government's own systems used against it, official dishonesty or conflicting reports, official stories inconsistent with the publicly verifiable and observable physical evidence. We will also examine various groups of people who together demonstrate the means, motive, and opportunity to perpetrate this crime, and the forensic evidence available to us that can demonstrably and irrefutably prove that the government is lying to us about what happened that day. Financial improprieties. Donald Rumsfeld announces the Pentagon is missing $2.3 trillion on the 10th of September 01, according to CBS News. In their 2002 article ironically titled, "The War on Waste," on September 10, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war. Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, September 11, the world changed, and in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten. According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions, Rumsfeld admitted. Here we have the Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announcing to the public that the Pentagon is missing around $2 trillion tax dollars on September 10, 2001. Fortunately for Rumsfeld, the September 11, attacks wiped it from the news cycle and the psyche of the country indefinitely. This one-day separation is a staggering coincidence, and an extremely fortunate one for those in the Pentagon who may have been engaging in financial improprieties, as the Office of Naval Intelligence tasked with tracing this money was completely destroyed in the attacks. As we recall from Collateral Damage, at 9:37 Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, targeting one of the few offices that had been moved in the newly remodeled section of the Pentagon, the Office of Naval Intelligence. Agents of the Office of Naval Intelligence had been investigating the financial transactions which in this report are linked to securities being managed by those security dealers in the World Trade Center that were targeted. Did Flight 77 pass on three primary targets, the White House, the Capitol, and the command centers in the north face of the Pentagon, in order to make a precision hit on what should have been known to be an empty segment of the Pentagon? In an article from the Daily Star titled September 11, "Where is the missing $2.3 trillion? Shock claims over 9/11, cover-up," we read. We know for a fact the day before September 11 Rumsfeld came out and told us all there was $2.3 trillion, pound $1.72 trillion, missing. What happened the next day? Accounting offices in the Pentagon were blown up and accounting offices based in New York building in the World Trade Center were demolished. Official documents state that 125 were killed in the Pentagon crash. Many of these were accountants. The narrative presented here is that the hijackers passed on three far more obvious targets, such as the U.S. Capitol, and performed an incredibly precise, practically impossible almost 360 turn, in order to target the highly obscure offices that were filled with accountants investigating this missing money. Then, we are supposed to accept the narrative that this happening the day after Rumsfeld made his announcement of $2.3 trillion missing dollars in the Pentagon was a simple coincidence? These claims demonstrate a naive and unrealistic worldview, and one with high probabilistic odds against it. We read about the renovations that had just been finished in the destroyed section of the Pentagon in the Washington Post. In mid-August, people boxed up their office files and family photos. Finally, the CNOIP was moving to renovated offices in the Navy Command Center, on the first floor of the D-Ring, on the Pentagon's west side. We will find that the World Trade Center complex had also undergone a similar maintenance project leading up to the 9/11 attacks, presenting either another unusual coincidence or, on the other hand, a perfect cover for the buildings to be covertly wired for explosive demolition sequences. For context, the total GDP of the U.S. for 2001 was around $10 trillion, as we see in this graph from Statista. Essentially, on September 10, 2001, the government revealed to us that 1/5 of our entire GDP had simply vanished into thin air. This was never fully questioned or investigated due to the events of the next day, and any relevant evidence was destroyed in what appeared to be highly targeted precision attacks on the exact accounting offices used to store this evidence in the Pentagon and the WTC complex. In addition, there are more indicators of financial impropriety, seen in the December 2001 Fox News article, "German firm probes final World Trade Center deals." Pirmessens, Germany. German computer experts are working round the clock to unlock the truth behind an unexplained surge in financial transactions made just before two hijacked planes crashed into New York's World Trade Center September 11. Were criminals responsible for the sharp rise in credit card transactions that moved through some computer systems at the WTC shortly before the planes hit the Twin Towers? Or was it coincidence that unusually large sums of money, perhaps more than $100 million, were rushed through the computers as the disaster unfolded? We will find a lot of coincidences on this day, such as these striking financial irregularities and further renovations being conducted in the WTC complex leading up to the event. $2.3 trillion reported missing the day before the event, along with evidence of reportedly coincidental high-level financial manipulation surrounding the event, presents strong circumstantial evidence that there is more to this story than we are being told. Next, let's look at a study that discusses the unusual stock market activity on 9/11, including massive bets, shorting the airlines, or betting that their price would go down, indicating that there was a major financial player with foreknowledge of the event. The 2006 study is titled, Unusual Option Market Activity and the Terrorist Attacks of September 11, 2001, and was published in the Journal of Business. The study reads, in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, there was widespread speculation that the terrorists or their associates had used advanced knowledge of the attacks to profit in the financial markets. The paper concludes that there is evidence of unusual option market activity in the days leading up to September 11 that is consistent with investors trading on advanced knowledge of the attacks. Additionally, CBS News reports in their article, Profiting from Disaster, that on the afternoon before the attack, alarm bells were sounding over unusual trading in the U.S. stock options market. The article continues, sources say they have never seen that kind of imbalance before. An extremely unbalanced number of trades betting United's stock price would fall, also transformed into huge profits when it did after the hijackings. U.S. investigators want to know whether Osama bin Laden was the ultimate inside trader, profiting from a tragedy he suspected of masterminding to finance his operation. Authorities are also investigating possibly suspicious trading in Germany, Switzerland, Italy, and Japan. Recall that if the official story is true, these were devout Muslim terrorists, a claim which we will more closely examine later. According to the U.S. government, they were men on a mission, fueled by a desire to prove themselves to their religion and strike a blow against the secular West. Therefore, any idea that they would gamble on the stock market or be somehow connected to the financial data stream of the towers is an absurd and contradictory hypothesis. The idea of bin Laden as some kind of ultimate inside trader, while also being a devout Muslim fundamentalist cult leader, is completely ridiculous and self-refuting, and just one example of many contradictory stories we are told about this day. Therefore, given the anomalies in the financial data stream of 9/11, we can conclude that there was not only another party with foreknowledge of the event, but one powerful enough to discreetly facilitate transactions of extremely large amounts of money. Next, let's examine the Vulcans. This appears to be a self-styled nickname created within the Bush administration, or an attempt to create a sort of in-group within the government, similar to other secret societies such as the Masons. The New York Times article, From Saigon to Baghdad, discusses the book, Rise of the Vulcans, The History of Bush's War Cabinet. The article states, Rise of the Vulcans is an astute group biography of Dick Cheney, Colin Powell, Donald Rumsfeld, Condoleezza Rice, Paul Wolfowitz, and Richard Armitage. We go on read. Surprisingly, though, man finds more harmony than dissonance among the Vulcans. The undemocratic impulses visible in the Armageddon games inform the Vulcans' current policies. It is the Vulcan predilection for the use of might over the give and take of democracy, I think, that underpins concerns about Bush today. According to The Hill, in their article, How Bush's Vulcans Arrived at Their Mind Meld, for all of the Vulcans' government experience, education, and bravado, not much has gone their way in Iraq. What David Halberstam said of Robert McNamara and his colleagues in The Best and the Brightest is true of the Vulcans, too. They were brilliant and they were fools. We can even find a description of the Vulcans on Wikipedia as a nickname used to refer to Republican presidential candidate George W. Bush's Foreign Policy Advisory Team. Within this group, there would exist compartmentalized information, only privy to insiders, as we read in the study, The Sociology of Secrecy and of Secret Societies, while secrecy, therefore, is a sociological ordination which characterizes the reciprocal relation of group elements, or rather in connection with other forms of reaction constitutes this total relation. It may further, with the formation of secret societies, extend itself over the group as a whole. Thus the secret society, purely on the grounds of its secrecy, appears dangerously related to conspiracy. The etymology of the nickname for this secret society appears to be either a Roman god of fire and volcanoes, Vulcan, or the Vulcans, a fictional race of humanoid aliens who have developed a culture dedicated to the complete mastery of logic, learning to suppress their once violent emotions in Star Trek. Next, let's look at a report by Project for a New American Century in which Bush administration officials called for a new Pearl Harbor in 2000. These so-called Vulcans expressed their geopolitical objectives through a think tank or policy institute that they called Project for the New American Century. In one of their publications, a report from 2000 titled Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategies, Forces, and Resources for a New Century, they asserted that the United States should seek to preserve and extend its position of global leadership by maintaining the preeminence of U.S. military forces. However, they predicted that this would come about slowly, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. Let's review an article on this phenomenon from ABC News, titled, Were 1998 Memos a Blueprint for War? Years before George W. Bush entered the White House, and years before the September 11th attacks set the direction of his presidency, a group of influential neoconservatives hatched a plan to get Saddam Hussein out of power. The group, the Project for the New American Century, or PNAC, was founded in 1997. Among its supporters were 3 Republican former officials who were sitting out the Democratic presidency of Bill Clinton: Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and Paul Wolfowitz. And in a report just before the 2000 election that would bring Bush to power, the group predicted that the shift would come about slowly, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. In a 2002 article from New Statesman, we read, 2 years ago a project set up by the men who now surround George W. Bush said what America needed was a new Pearl Harbor. Its published aims have come alarmingly true. Upon observation of the previous few decades of history, when we review their stated goals, we can reasonably conclude that the Vulcans did, in fact, lay out a blueprint for war, indicating that they had plans ready to go and would have been waiting for a reason to implement them. This new American century gave Bush administration officials numerous tangible benefits in the form of wealth, accomplished geopolitical objectives, and effective legal immunity, which provides a solid motivation for them to have created the reason to implement these mandates in the form of 9/11. Additionally, given what we saw about Operation Northwoods, we can conclude that aggressive maneuvering in order to start politically beneficial wars is a pattern that goes back decades. Recall that official U.S. government-approved documents from Northwoods state, we could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba, and hijacking attempts against civil air and surface crafts should continue. We have seen a radically different worldview than the one in which most people were raised. Unfortunately, the historical record, as well as observable human nature, seem to indicate that this worldview is more rational. By reviewing major events of the 20th century, we can see that most people, especially authority figures, will act in their own self-interest, even at the expense of others, especially if there is a low probability that their actions will be exposed. Therefore, we can conclude that if this wealth does exist and was discovered, it is reasonable to think that the intelligence agencies would have covered up its discovery in order to keep the wealth within themselves, rather than distributed to the world at large. When Stanley Milgram performed his infamously unethical experiment in 1961, in which he studied the willingness of participants to administer electric shocks to a participant in another room, the world learned something shocking. The study demonstrated that most people, if they believe they are following orders, will carry out what we would normally consider to be horrifically inhumane acts. This effect can be exacerbated by incorporating common forms of manipulation and social engineering used by authority figures, such as harsh tone, belittling language, or even forms of verbal abuse. This was further confirmed in the equally unethical Stanford prison experiment, in which a group of psychology students were arbitrarily split into 2 halves, guards and prisoners. Within 6 days, the experiment had devolved into physical and emotional abuse so severe it left some participants permanently damaged from attempts to humiliate and emasculate them. These experiments were never repeated, but we can glean some valuable information from them. Namely, that it is more reasonable to think that people will do the wrong thing rather than the right thing, especially when told to by an authority figure. We can also learn that an organization, if skilled in psychological warfare, can convince its members to do almost anything if dictated by the right authority. When we add in the many tangible benefits the members of the 9/11 conspiracy gained through this act, the psychological picture becomes clear. According to PsychologyToday.com, between 1 to 3% of the population are sociopathic. Assuming 2% of the current world population of 7.9 billion people gives us 158 million people diagnosable worldwide as sociopathic, or roughly half of the population of the US. These are people who neither understand nor care about other people's lives and feelings except for how they can exploit them, and many who actively take pleasure participating in activities that are harmful to others. These sociopathic people should never be underestimated, as they are able to weave many layers of deception in their desire to inflict cruelty and misery on others, while the control they feel in being this sort of malevolent puppet master is likely the only joy that they know in life. According to Forbes, this type of person is commonly drawn to high-power professions such as those within the media, lawyers, police officers, or CEOs. This is undeniable psychology, and to think that these people wouldn't be able to find each other and work together in order to gain more access to the thing they crave the most, power over other people and the ability to cause human suffering, is simply naive. We can now understand how atrocities like MKUltra and Operation Gladio could have happened and been obscured from the public by a coordinated effort. As we have seen demonstrated repeatedly throughout history, we should never underestimate the momentum of authority figures that are out of control, drunk with billions of dollars of unaccounted money, and convinced that they are part of some sort of in-group or society within society. We could even postulate the creation of, through this black budget, a sort of secret society, one that exists in parallel with what could be called the open society. The primary motivation of this secret society would be to conceal its existence and the source of its funding, by controlling its members through ubiquitous blackmail and potentially more drastic measures. This theoretical parallel society would employ heavy measures of brainwashing techniques on the other, techniques gained from CIA psychological mind control projects such as MKUltra, as well as the Nazi scientists that were brought onto that project. As reported in the previous NPR article, Poisoner in Chief, the CIA mind control project, MKUltra, was essentially a continuation of work that began in Japanese and Nazi concentration camps. Not only was it roughly based on those experiments, but the CIA actually hired the vivisectionists and the torturers who had worked in Japan and in Nazi concentration camps to come and explain what they had found out so that we could build on their research. One method of control that would be critical to this hypothesized parallel society would be regulation of the media and informational flow to citizens, and to make sure only approved stories were on the news. In recent decades, revelations have emerged that indicate the FBI, CIA, and their counterpart intelligence agencies were, in fact, attempting to exert exactly this kind of unquestionable control over the media, and therefore, the minds of the people. In the book Media Imperialism, we read, "The emergence of compelling evidence that state media and information agencies of the U.S. empire and its allies, sometimes in cooperation with the large communications and media corporations, strive to deliberately shape the content of news and entertainment media, overtly promote media imagery and messages that align with their interests, perform covert censorship, and utilize the internet and social media platforms for the purposes of surveillance, cyber warfare, persuasion, and propaganda." Additionally, Carl Bernstein, who has studied the relationship between intelligence agencies and the press since 1977, writes in his article, "The CIA and the Media. America's most powerful news media worked wand in glove with the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Church Committee covered it up." By far the most valuable of these associations, according to CIA officials, have been with the New York Times, CBS and Time Inc. The CIA's use of the American news media has been much more extensive than agency officials have acknowledged publicly or in closed sessions with members of Congress. These claims about controlling and abusive behavior towards the press, intended to intimidate them into not reporting on unapproved stories, can be corroborated with the CIA's Family Jewels document. Many of these abuses were under then Director of the CIA, William Colby, mentioned by name in the Collateral Damage essay as one of the main collaborators involved in concealing the wealth discussed in the paper. The men responsible for initiating and executing the confiscation of Nazi and Japanese treasury gold represent the most senior intelligence officers in the US and Britain at the end of World War II, and the cabinet of the President of the United States. From the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, the decision makers were William Colby, future CIA director. First, we will examine a 2007 article from the Washington Post, titled, CIA to Air Decades of Its Dirty Laundry, which reports, assassination attempts among abuses detailed. The CIA will declassify hundreds of pages of long secret records detailing some of the intelligence agency's worst illegal abuses. The so-called family jewels, documenting a quarter-century of overseas assassination attempts, domestic spying, kidnapping and infiltration of leftist groups, CIA surveillance of Michael Gettler, then the Washington Post's national security reporter, was conducted between October 1971 and April 1972 under direct authorization by then-director Richard Helms. I never knew about it at the time, although it was a full 24 hours a day with teams of people following me, looking for my sources. Personal surveillance was conducted on Anderson and 3 of his staff members, including Brit Hume, now with Fox News, for 2 months in 1972 after Anderson wrote of the administration's tilt toward Pakistan. The 1972 surveillance of Marchetti was carried out to determine contacts with CIA employees, the summary said. The family jewels can be found in the CIA's archive. In addition, we can examine the FBI's COINTELPRO, which, according to Britannica, was a counterintelligence program conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, from 1956 to 1971 to discredit and neutralize organizations considered subversive to U.S. political stability. An article from the Star reporting on the COINTELPRO phenomenon states, the FBI tracked the late Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author David Halberstam for more than 2 decades, newly released documents show. In addition, Project Mockingbird was a large-scale government operation under President Kennedy's administration to control, surveil, and apply coercive tactics to journalists. According to the Columbia Journalism Review, in the second half of 1962 alone he tried to kill 2 NBC and CBS news specials. He even approved the wiretapping of a leading reporter for the New York Times, and a secretary in the newspaper's D.C. bureau, and then set in motion illegal CIA domestic surveillance embraced years later by Richard Nixon. President Kennedy's order to the CIA to begin collecting intelligence on American reporters, shattering its own charter, was formalized as Project Mockingbird. Recall the words of President Kennedy from the JFK Presidential Library. I have selected as the title of my remarks tonight, "The President and the Press." I want to talk about our common responsibilities in the face of a common danger. The very word, secrecy, is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are as a people inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it, for we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. We find further documentation of Project Mockingbird reported in the Washington Post, in their article titled, "Long Ago Wiretap Inspires a Battle with the CIA for More Information." Paul Scott, the late syndicated columnist, was so paranoid about the CIA wiretapping his Prince George's County home in the 1960s that he'd make important calls from his neighbor's house. His teenage son Jim Scott figured his dad was either a shrewd reporter or totally nuts. Not until nearly 45 years later did the son learn that his father's worries were justified. The papers detailed the agency's unlawful activities from long ago, including wiretapping the Scott home in District Heights. The operation even had a code name, Project Mockingbird. Given the subversive, illegal, and highly secretive nature of these programs and the intelligence agencies, it is surprising that we have any documentation of this at all. In fact, the COINTELPRO documents were only obtained through the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI, actually breaking into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania and stealing the documents, in order to release them to the press. As stated in the Britannica article, These programs were exposed in 1971 when the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI burglarized an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, stole confidential files, and then released them to the press. We can recall that almost all of the MK Ultra documents were destroyed by Sidney Gottlieb and the CIA, as is the usual procedure followed with this type of information. However, the surface-level facts now indicate that along with the tortures, murder, and massacres of civilians, extreme spying and surveillance of the press, and overt attempts to control journalists did, in fact, take place under the authority of the intelligence agencies. Given these facts, we now understand why, according to the NAACP, William Casey, CIA director, said in 1981, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. Through strong-arm coercion and control of the media, and wrestling control of illicit global drug trafficking and other illegal acts, this funding and its self-appointed guardians, the intelligence agencies, were able to become an almost self-perpetuating machine, generating massive amounts of wealth that would attract the sociopaths of the world like flies to a corpse. This wealth was used to bring about the downfall of the last opposing power in the bipolar world to the international criminal syndicate described in this writing, the USSR. The way they achieved this was a series of complex financial schemes involving fraudulent security bonds, as discussed in Collateral Damage. The trail of crimes and evidence regarding this money at the turn of the 21st century was growing too noticeable to hide, and thus 9/11 can be seen as a sort of decisive coup and mass-scale destruction of evidence by a Black Hand-style international organized crime syndicate. Unfortunately, it gets far worse for the government's case on 9/11. Let's move forward and examine the chain of command that day, to see if we can demonstrate a pattern of absences and dereliction of duty by authority figures on 9/11 that is beyond a reasonable probability of happening coincidentally. Chapter 3. The food chain. Let's start with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Hugh Shelton. According to Defense.gov, Shelton was on a plane on September 11th, flying to a NATO meeting in Europe, and thus unable to respond to the events of the day. Army General Hugh Shelton, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was on his way to NATO meetings in Europe on September 11th, so Myers was acting chairman in his absence. When Shelton is out of the country, General Richard Myers, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is designated by law as acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in his place. Shelton will later recall, "Until I crossed back into United States airspace, all the decisions would be Myers's to make, in conjunction with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and the President." General Shelton scheduled his retirement for October 2001. Next, let's look at the FAA Command Center, ATCSCC Air Traffic Control System Command Center. Ben Sliney, Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, National Operations Manager. First day on the job. According to CBS News, on September 11th, Sliney had been on the job for less than 1 day. 9 months later, on September 11, 2001, he took over as boss of the FAA's Command Center in Herndon, VA. We can confirm this from the United States Naval Academy website. His first day as National Operations Manager for the Federal Aviation Administration at the Air Traffic Control System Command Center, which encompasses all the airspace in the United States, was September 11, 2001. FAA Headquarters, Washington, D.C., Lieutenant General Mike Canavan, Hijack Counsel, in Puerto Rico. No designated replacement according to the 9/11 Commission. Mr. Canavan. Here's my answer, and it's not to duck the question. Number 1, I was visiting the airport in San Juan that day when this happened. That was a CADEX airport, and I was down there also to remove someone down there that was in a key position. So when 9/11 happened, that's where I was. I was able to get back to Washington that evening on a special flight from the Army back from San Juan, back to Washington. So everything that transpired that day in terms of times, I have no information on that now, because when I got back that wasn't the issue at the time. When I got back it was, what are we going to do over the next 48 hours to strengthen what just happened? The National Military Command Center, NMCC, according to Wikipedia, the NMCC is a Pentagon Command and Communications Center for the National Command Authority, i.e., the President of the United States and the United States Secretary of Defense. Maintained by the Department of the Air Force as the "DoD Executive Agent." Captain Charles Leidig, acting NMCC DIR, newly certified, standing in for the first time as of 8:30 a.m., September 11, 2001. From the 9/11 Commission reports, we read Leidig's testimony. On the 10th of September 2001, Brigadier General Winfield, U.S. Army, asked that I stand a portion of his duty as Deputy Director for Operations, NMCC, on the following day. I agreed and relieved Brigadier General Winfield at 0830 on the 11th of September 2001. NORAD General Ralph Eberhard incommunicado, absconded from event on car commute without phone service. Eberhard's actions were a little different than the others, in that he knew the event was transpiring and still chose to take a driven commute during which he would be out of touch for approximately 30 minutes. This is during arguably the most important day in U.S. history, when we should have been able to rely on our leadership. Instead, we repeatedly see not only a pattern of failure, but a pattern of repeated dereliction of duty. In the government archives, we read as follows. Right away, he tries to contact General Henry Shelton, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but is unable to do so, because Shelton is currently airborne, being flown to Hungary for a NATO conference. Eberhard then focuses his attention on determining whether he should stay at NORAD headquarters or go to the CMOC, which is about 30 minutes drive away from Peterson Air Force Base. He initially decides to stay in his office. This, he will say, is because the CMOC is already well manned and also because there are dead spots in which he would be out of phone coverage for 5 to 10 minutes at a time during the drive to the operations center. However, Eberhard subsequently decides to go to the CMOC. He will tell the 9/11 Commission that he leaves his office to head there at approximately 9:30 a.m., during a lull in transmissions on a teleconference, which he is presumably listening to. Eberhard noted that on his communication loop it had quieted down before he made the decision to go to the mountain. In the Denver Post, we read, during the 9/11 attacks, the NORAD commander at the time, Air Force General Ralph Eberhard, was caught shuttling from headquarters at Peterson to the mountain command post and couldn't receive telephone calls as senior officials weighed how to respond. Additionally, we have this file from the government's archive of Kevin's NORAD HQ notes from March 1, 2004. General E then focused on whether to stay at the HQ building or go to CMOC. His thought process involved the fact that CMOC was already fully manned and that he had good communications from his office, and knew that while the comms in the vehicle that would drive him to CMOC were good, there were likely going to be some dead spots and he didn't want to lose connectivity to the NCA. 0930 is the best that NORAD can estimate General E left the HQ building for. CMOC. He left during a perceived lull in transmissions on the net. EADS, NORAD. According to Wikipedia, the Eastern Air Defense Sector, EADS, is a United States Air Force unit of Air Combat Command, ACC, permanently assigned to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. Maj. General Arnold incommunicado, busy with video teleconference in the book, Touching History, the untold story of the drama that unfolded in the skies over America on 9/11, we read, the General, Arnold, is on a teleconference with senior NORAD staff. Samar leaves an urgent message that he's dealing with a hijacking and requesting a callback. As General Arnold states in the 9/11 Commission hearing, as you know from previous testimony from General Eberhard to Congress, we were in the middle of a NORAD exercise at that particular time, which means that basically our entire staff was focused on being able to do the Air Operations Center mission, which was our job to do. We had just come out of a video teleconference with the NORAD staff and with our folks at that particular time, when I was handed a note that we had a possible hijacking at Boston Center, and it had come from the Northeast Air Defense Command, Colonel Bob Marr, Ph., who is commander up there, and he had requested that I call him immediately. And I was upstairs in our facility, immediately went downstairs, picked up the phone, asking on the way to my staff, is this part of the exercise? Because quite honestly and frankly we do hijacking scenarios as we go through these exercises from time to time. But I realized that it was not. This was real life. Additionally, we have this government archive, which states, Arnold noted that Kelly Duckett, an executive officer, XO, passed him a note that informed him of a real-world hijack. He noted that the sector's forward telephone, telecommunicate, and voice telephone information from their radars to keep CONR in classified commission sensitive situationally aware. The fact that his secretary had to pass him a note indicates that, at least for a while, General Arnold was, in fact, incommunicado in some kind of teleconference. Remember, this is the commander of NORAD, an extremely important post. His responsibilities, in his own words, were, for the air defense and for the air sovereignty mission of the United States of the lower 48. And yet, on 9/11, these men coincidentally failed spectacularly in unison at their job of protecting the country. Army Major General Jeff Hammond's testimony that his superior officer was not available on 9/11. In an article published by the University of Southern Mississippi, we read, "That unforgettable Tuesday dawned crisp and clear in the nation's capital, without a hint of the danger to come. An early riser, Hammond got to his office around 5:30 a.m. with his immediate supervisor, an Army Lieutenant General, Director of Operations, out of the country on vacation. Hammond expected a rather mundane day limited to administrative chores. Head of Security at the World Trade Center complex, John O'Neill. According to the 9/11 Memorial website, the head of security for the WTC complex had begun his job only 2 weeks before the attack. We read as follows. In 1995 he was appointed chief of the FBI's Counterterrorism Division in Washington, D.C., and in 1997 he became special agent in charge of the FBI's National Security Division in New York. But after being passed over for promotions, and amid internal tensions at the Bureau, O'Neill retired from the FBI on August 22, 2001. The next day he started a new job, Chief of Security at the World Trade Center. He was recruited to the role by New York-based security firm Kroll Associates, which had advised that security at the towers be revamped after the 1993 truck bombing. Just 2 weeks into his new job, O'Neill was in his office on the 34th floor of the South Tower when a plane struck the North Tower. The Man Who Knew, a 2002 PBS Frontline documentary about O'Neill states, partly due to personal friction he had within the FBI and federal government over their handling of certain Middle Eastern terrorism cases, O'Neill left the FBI in August 2001. He became the head of security at the World Trade Center, where he died at age 49 while helping to evacuate the North Tower during the September 11 attacks. In review, we have Chairman of JCOS, incommunicado, on plane over Atlantic, manager of FAA Command Center. First day on the job, FAA headquarters in D.C. In Puerto Rico, no designated replacement, acting director of the National Military Command Center, standing in for first-time general in charge of NORAD. Incommunicado, 30-minute car commute, general in charge of Eastern Air Defense Sector NORAD. Incommunicado, in phone call, unnamed Army Lieutenant General, Director of Operations. Out of country on vacation, head of security at WTC, 2 weeks on the job. What we are looking at is essentially the entire chain of command up to the executive cabinet, which we will look at next. This is a truly incredible and staggering set of coincidences. What are the odds that not one, but two, extremely high-level managers in the essential chain of command that day would be on their first day on the job, while all the others were similarly astonishingly new on the job, or otherwise out of touch at the most critical moment in our nation's history? This, along with numerous other evidences, is an indication that 9/11 was, in reality, an extremely organized and sophisticated criminal act with many collaborators, one that was planned minutely down to the last detail. Let's assume the utter failure of leadership on 9/11 is just sheer incompetence and bad luck, and see if we can find any other unusual events at NORAD besides that. As it turns out, there were drills stimulating hijackings ongoing during the attacks of 9/11. According to an article appearing on Boston.com, in what the government describes as a bizarre coincidence, one U.S. intelligence agency was planning an exercise last September 11 in which an errant aircraft would crash into one of its buildings. But the cause wasn't terrorism, it was to be a simulated accident. This is an extremely unlikely coincidence, and one that had devastating effects on the ability of the U.S. to respond to the rogue aircraft. Additionally, there are issues surrounding still unexplained phantom planes that distracted the people who were supposed to be protecting this country, specifically during the attempt to locate Flight 93. As an explanation was never offered, we can only infer that the so-called phantom planes were someone with high-level access interfering with the systems being used. Furthermore, we can likely conclude that the specificity of the hijacking drills indicates that this was a planned event, in order to sow confusion and delay any response from the air traffic controllers. Let's review an article from Vanity Fair on this phenomenon. For the Needs crew, 9/11 was not a story of 4 hijacked airplanes, but one of a heated chase after more than a dozen potential hijackings, some real, some phantom, that emerged from the turbulence of misinformation that spiked in the first 100 minutes of the attack and continued well into the afternoon and evening. On page 17 of the 9/11 Commission report, when Boston Center calls NEADS, Northeast Air Defense Sector, the response from NEADS was, "Is this real world or exercise?" Boston Center. Hi, Boston Center TMU, Traffic Management Unit, we have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there, help us out. Powell. Is this real world or exercise? Boston Center. No, this is not an exercise, not a test. Powell's question, is this real world or exercise? Is heard nearly verbatim over and over on the tapes as troops funnel onto the ops floor and are briefed about the hijacking. Powell, like almost everyone in the room, first assumes the phone call is from the simulations team on hand to send inputs, simulated scenarios, into play for the day's training exercise. Due to these drills and others, such as NORAD monitoring a Russian drill in the Arctic on September 9, 2001, most fighter jets were too far away to respond, and some of the remaining fighter jets were intentionally sent out over the ocean where they couldn't respond. This left only 4 aircraft to defend the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S., usually the most heavily trafficked and guarded airspace in the world. As we read in the Vanity Fair article, incredibly, MAR has only 4 armed fighters at his disposal to defend about a quarter of the continental United States. Recall that, at the time of the attacks, MAR was trying to get a hold of his supervisor, General Arnold, who was in a teleconference. Regarding the fighter jets being intentionally diverted out over the ocean, we read in the 9/11 Commission hearings, Mr. Lehman. Why did they head out to sea first? General Arnold. Our standard, we have agreements with the FAA, and by the way we are looking outward. This is an advantage to us, and so we'd have agreements for clearance. When we scramble an aircraft, there is a line that is picked up, and the FAA and everyone is on that line. And the aircraft take off and they have a predetermined departure route. And of course, it's not over water, because our mission, unlike law enforcement's mission, is to protect things coming towards the United States. And I might even add, in all of our terrorist scenarios that we run, the aircraft, if we were to intercept aircraft, it is usually always from outside the United States coming towards us. This is a vague and dishonest response, consisting of words put together without meaning. We find that this is congruent with many other misleading and illogical official statements made by the U.S. government, accepted without question by their docile citizenry. Here we read further information about the Phantom planes in the Vanity Fair article. The chase is on for what will turn out to be a Phantom plane. It's a mistake, of course. American 11 was, indeed, the plane that hit the first tower. The confusion will persist for hours, however. Then, we find out that some of the relevant authority figures committed perjury. The focus of the pointed questioning that followed wasn't on why the military didn't do better, but rather on why the story Major General Arnold and Colonel Scott had told at the first hearing was so wrong. According to The Guardian, many statements made by these officials were flagrantly dishonest. Thomas Keane, the former New Jersey governor who led the commission, described what his panel had been told by the North American Aerospace Defense Command as just so far from the truth. To this day, he said, commission members still don't know why NORAD told us what they told us. John Farmer, a senior counsel to the commission, told Vanity Fair that the military's story was a whole different order of magnitude than spin. It simply wasn't true. Despite the utter failure of leadership and illegal acts such as perjury, all of the individuals above received promotions in the Bush administration, retired with honors, or otherwise experienced positive career benefits. There was never a serious inquiry into how our leadership failed us so completely on that day, with over an hour of flight time on some of the hijackings, and some even being actively tracked, as we will see in official 9/11 Commission testimony. Let's take a step up the military-industrial food chain of command, beginning with the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, the day after announcing the Pentagon is missing around $2.3 trillion. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld incommunicado on Pentagon lawn doing a photo shoot. According to the National Post, in their article, where was Donald Rumsfeld the moment a plane crashed into the Pentagon on 9/11? But Rumsfeld, a highly quotable Washington hand whose famous quips include a soliloquy on known unknowns, did not know he was a known unknown at the White House. At first we thought Secretary Rumsfeld had been hit, White House aide Mary Matalin said in Garrett M. Graff's The Only Plane in the Sky, his new oral history of the attacks. We couldn't get a location on the Secretary of Defense. A Defense Department officer remembered Rumsfeld at the point of impact, picking up part of the plane. "This is American Airlines," he said. As a side note, this seems like a strange thing to say. He is supposedly surrounded by the carnage of a crashed passenger jet crash, with bodies strewn about him, and he chooses to say an oddly specific forensic fact about the plane, almost as if to corroborate that there really was a plane there. Unfortunately, Rumsfeld picking up this debris constitutes tampering with evidence. He had no comfort for the allegedly dying people surrounding him on the lawn, and apparently no better words of wisdom for his country than, "This is American Airlines." Continuing on to an eyewitness testimony of Rumsfeld's actions and behaviors that day from the Washington Post, in their article, on 9/11, as the Pentagon burned, the White House couldn't find Donald Rumsfeld, we read, officials in the Pentagon's command center thought he'd been whisked to a secure site. Nope. Rumsfeld was still out among the wreckage, where the dead would number 184. The next thing we know, Victoria Clark, Rumsfeld's then spokeswoman, said in Graff's book, he had come into the command center, dirty, sweaty, with his jacket over his shoulder. He was ready for war. He was ready for war. It appears that he was not surprised at all by the event, or in shock, which could indicate that he had foreknowledge of the event. In addition, it appears that, during the most important event of his career, he was not in control, or assisting in any way from within the Pentagon, as we would expect. Instead, he was on the lawn before anyone else knew what was going on, picking up and commenting on pieces of wreckage, which constitutes tampering with the forensic evidence of this crime, as well as taking part in photo shoots for the media. What we see here is an incredible, almost unbelievable, number of coincidental circumstances. What are the odds that so many members of the essential chain of command would be absent from duty or otherwise impossible to reach, while simultaneously hijacking drills are ongoing at NORAD and Phantom planes are on radar? However, our government is designed with an executive, so where was the president on 9/11s? Let's conduct a close examination of the famous Bush classroom scene. George Bush. According to ABC News, President Bush was reading with students in Florida. The day's lesson focused around the story, the pet goat. But while the teacher took her students through reading drills, few in the room knew what the president knew: that a plane had apparently crashed in New York. Let's examine these drills closely. This piece of evidence can only be seen through video. The children can clearly be heard chanting what appears to be plane, steel, must, hit, and kite. This is another odd coincidence, yet this video is real, and the validity of the classroom scene has never been questioned. Theoretically, this could be seen as a sort of ritual invocation for the 9/11 act, lending an almost supernatural aspect to this event. In the best-case scenario, it is an unsettling and unusual coincidence given the events that were ongoing. Given that the president was out of the communications loop in Florida reading a book ominously titled The Pet Goat to children, this leads to the question, who was giving the orders? Dick Cheney and the 9/11 Commission Minetta testimony. Here we see Vice President Cheney, kicking back, computer turned off, watching the events unfold. Surprisingly, the only person here who we find in the official record giving orders is the Vice President, Dick Cheney. Unfortunately, his orders have some troubling aspects when examined closely. According to the 9/11 Commission testimony of Secretary of Education Norman Minetta, Mr. Minetta: "No, I was not. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming into the Pentagon. There was a young man who had come in and said to the Vice President, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to, the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the Vice President, do the orders still stand? And the Vice President turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Well, at the time I didn't know what all that meant." And, the relevant portion of his testimony can be found online. This is, upon close examination, a problematic testimony. For one thing, since the plane coming into the Pentagon was not shot down, we can only assume that Cheney is giving an order not to shoot down the plane. Furthermore, if we closely examine the timing involved in these statements, It appears as if this event took place before Bush issued any shoot-down orders. According to Digital Journal, Norman Mineta testified before the 9/11 Commission that, in the command bunker known as the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, hijacked American Airlines Flight 77 was being tracked on radar as it approached the Pentagon between 9:26 a.m. and 9:37. Because the order to shoot down all unresponsive aircraft was not issued by Bush until after the Pentagon was hit, which was at 9:37 a.m., the implication is that the "standing order" referred to by the junior officer was an order to hold fire until a countermanding order was given. If Cheney was ordering the military to hold its fire, then arguably, say researchers who discovered the discrepancy, Cheney could have prevented the Pentagon from getting hit. In another startling discovery, researchers have discovered that the direct testimony of the junior officer speaking to Cheney, who has been identified and confirmed as Vice Presidential Military Aide Douglas Cochran, has been redacted from commission files and classified as a national security secret. According to History.com, the shoot-down order didn't come from Bush until around 10:18 a.m., almost a full hour after Mineta testified that Cheney was giving orders while the plane was headed towards the Pentagon. Here we have an unusual situation. The morning of 9/11, while every other person in the chain of command is nowhere to be found, we find the vice president in the command bunker, before anyone else has even ascertained the situation, along with Mineta, who has been escorted there from the White House. A young officer, whose testimony has been redacted from public view, keeps coming in and asking if the orders still stand, while, apparently, they are tracking, in real time, the plane that allegedly went on to hit the Pentagon. There is a troubling and unusual correlation here with the Lusitania incident, in which the supposedly attacking vessel was actually being tracked before and during the event by intelligence agencies within the attacked country, indicating a false flag event and official foreknowledge. While this is ongoing, no official order has even come in from the president yet, whom Cheney should be deferring to. A number of questions are raised here, such as, what is Cochran's testimony on record, and who is he reporting to? Why is the vice president apparently the only one giving orders that morning, rather than the president? What were the orders, and how could they be anything other than an order to hold fire, as the plane apparently did hit the Pentagon? Were the orders something else, and, if so, is this indicative of another plan going on simultaneously? If the orders were to hold fire, then why is the vice president failing in his duty to protect the country? It appears that if Cheney didn't want the 9/11 event to happen, he could have had the plane that allegedly hit the Pentagon shot down. Therefore, we can conclude that Cheney appears to be, at least on the surface, in charge of the 9/11 operation from within the government, and acts as if he had foreknowledge of the event by already being in control and giving orders apparently before anyone else was aware of the situation. Let's look at 3 additional major characters in this event, whose connections and conflicts of interest deserve a closer inspection. Let's begin with the president's brother, who was involved with a company that provided security at not only the World Trade Center complex, but also one of the airlines and one of the airports involved in this crime, thus giving him perfect access and knowledge of how to compromise the security systems from within. Marvin Bush. In a truly extraordinary coincidence, former President Bush's brother was a principal, member and part owner of a company that provided security for the World Trade Center complex, as well as an airline and one of the airports utilized in the attacks. He also served on the board of directors for this company, StraightSec, previously known as Securacom. In an article from Scoop, we read, a company that provided security at the World Trade Center, Washington, D.C.'s Dulles International Airport and United Airlines between 1995 and 2001 was backed by a private Kuwaiti-American investment firm whose records were not open to full public disclosure, with ties to the Bush family. Marvin P. Bush, a younger brother of George W. Bush, was a principal in the company from 1993 to 2000, when most of the work on the big projects was done. But White House responses to 9/11 have not publicly disclosed the company's part in providing security to any of the named facilities. Public records indicate that the firm, formerly named Securacom, had Bush on its board of directors. He was also listed as a significant shareholder. The firm, which is now named StraightSec, Inc., is located in Sterling, VA, a D.C. suburb, and emphasizes federal clients. Additionally, we can examine this article from the Washington Spectator. Marvin Bush was re-elected to the StraightSec board of directors annually from 1993 through 1999. His last re-election was on May 25, 1999, for July 1999 to June 2000. While on the board, Marvin Bush served on the company's Audit Committee and Compensation Committee. He acquired 53,000 shares of stock in the company at 52 cents a share, partly through his private company, Andrews Bush, located in Northern Virginia. Shares in the 1997 initial offering sold at $8.50. Company stock became worthless after the company's delisting. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, filings ceased showing Marvin Bush as a shareholder after 2000, but there are no filings indicating when his stock was sold. Bush, whose investment firm still backs other contractors at the Dulles and Reagan airports, has not responded to requests for comment. One of StraightSec's biggest security contracts was with the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority to provide electronic security for Dulles and Reagan airports. The company got its first preventive maintenance contract with Dulles Airport in 1995 and received about $6.3 million in revenue from the Dulles project between 1995 and 1998. At IPO in 1997, Securacom listed among its clients Washington Dulles International Airport, United Airlines, and the World Trade Center. Here we have former President Bush's brother, Marvin Bush, involved with the security firm that provided security for not only one of the airports involved, Dulles, but also one of the airlines, United Airlines, and the World Trade Center complex itself. This sort of obvious cronyism, nepotism, and racketeering should have been investigated and prosecuted, but instead, the criminal acts of these dishonest, destructive, and cowardly men were cheered on by an enthusiastic public, lulled into a docile slumber by the sweet lullabies of the evening news. It would seem that we now have to include in our list of coincidences that the president's brother just happened to be involved in a company that provided security for an airport, an airline, and the buildings involved in 9/11. Now that we have established how these individuals could have utilized these facilities' own security systems against them by exploiting flaws vulnerable to insider attacks, let's examine a possible mechanism of action explaining how the planes were flown, and take a look at the controller for the Pentagon, Dov Zakheim, the man tasked to trace the missing trillions announced on September 10, th. Dov Zakheim, according to the Foreign Policy Research Institute, from 1985 until March 1987, Dr. Zakheim was Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Planning and Resources in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense, Policy. Dr. Zakheim held several other DoD posts from 1981 to 1985. Reagan administration. Earlier, he was a principal analyst in the National Security and International Affairs Division of the Congressional Budget Office. From 1987 to 2001, he was both Corporate Vice President of System Planning Corporation, a technology and analysis firm based in Arlington, Virginia, and Chief Executive Officer of its subsidiary, SPC International Corp. From 2001 to April 2004, he was Undersecretary of Defense, Controller, and Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Defense. As we see, Zakheim left System Planning Corporation, which he held multiple administrative roles in, to join the Bush administration in 2001. Coincidentally, SPC manufactured hardware for the military specifically designed to forcibly take control of flights and pilot them using remote control, a product known as the Flight Termination System. According to C-SPAN, System Planning Corporation produced military electronics, such as flight control systems, radar, and systems engineering and technical assistance in air-based warfare, cybersecurity, program management, research of advanced weapon systems, advanced space systems, and advanced microsystems for the United States Department of Defense. Let's take a look at the Flight Termination System as it was featured on their website. Similar to what we will see with the Ace Elevator Company, this company seems to have been dissolved post 9/11, and their website is no longer active. Fortunately, an archive of it is available, and we can see the website as it used to appear. The website reads, "The Flight Termination System, FTS, is a fully redundant turnkey range safety and test system for remote control and flight termination of airborne test vehicles." According to the Department of Defense, during his term as controller, Zakheim was tasked to trace the Pentagon's $2.3 trillion worth of unaccounted transactions. What are the odds that the controller of the Pentagon, in charge of all the finances at the time the $2.3 trillion was announced missing on the 10th of September 2001, was also CEO and VP of a company that produced systems specifically designed to hijack planes? Zakheim's charge of tracking this still missing money can be confirmed in this article, in which he compares auditing the Pentagon to climbing Mount Everest, i.e., deadly, difficult, and dangerous. He also said the issue is not that the Defense Department lacks the will to pass the audit. The task has proven to be extremely difficult for the Pentagon to get its arms around. It's kind of like trying to climb Mount Everest. Zakim retired in 2010 as senior vice president of Booz Allen Hamilton, a government consulting company located in Washington, D.C. He enjoyed a highly successful and lucrative career, reaping many benefits of the revolving door between corporate and governmental interests found within the military-industrial complex. Let's see if he demonstrated the kind of somber tone one would expect to see regarding an amount of tax money so monumental missing under his watch. Testimony before the House Appropriations Committee. Fiscal year 2002 defense budget request as given by Secretary of Defense Donald H. Rumsfeld, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Hugh Shelton, and Controller Dov Zakim, Rayburn House Office Building, Washington, D.C., Monday, July 16, 2001. Mr. Secretary, the first time and the last time that Dov Zakim, sick, and I broke bread together, he told me he would have a handle on that 2.6 trillion by now. Laughter. But we'll discuss that a little, SEC. Rumsfeld. He's got a handle, it's just a little hot. Laughter. It appears that Zakim and Rumsfeld understood a joke that the rest of the country perhaps did not comprehend regarding the disappearance of trillions of missing tax dollars. Lending credence to the theory that some sort of specialized, possibly remotely controlled aircraft was used in the attacks, it appears that the airplanes were traveling too fast for such a low altitude, and would have exceeded the VMO, or maximum operating speed of the aircraft, which we can see a graph of below. Flying at sea level is analogous to trying to run underwater, in which the atmosphere is far thicker than at 30,000 feet, and acts with much more force and resistance. This raises the question of whether or not the precise flight maneuvers that we are told the planes did in the attacks were actually possible, while moving at hundreds of miles an hour near sea level without experiencing major structural damage. Even without this issue, our list of coincidences now includes the controller of the Pentagon having about a decade of experience as CEO of a company with a flagship product aptly called Flight Termination System. VMO, MMO. VMO is the maximum operating limit speed for turboprops or jets. VMO is indicated airspeed measured in knots, and is mainly a structural limitation that is the effective speed limit at lower altitudes. MMO is a percentage of Mach limited by the change to the aircraft's handling characteristics as localized airflow approaches the speed of sound, creating shock waves that can alter controllability. We find that, apparently, at the kinds of altitudes these planes were flying, they were several times over the point where structural damage would occur. However, this not 100% conclusive, because aircraft are built with mechanisms to allow them to exceed their recommended maximum speed in emergencies. However, it is questionable, as the type of precision hits and maneuvers that we saw in the attack on the Pentagon and the WTC have never been documented in this type of large jet aircraft at these speeds and altitudes. It would appear that these kinds of precise flight maneuvers should not have been possible, unless they were some sort of modified aircraft controlled by the FTS. China Airlines Flight 006 is an example of what happens when a plane like the ones used in the 9/11 attacks exceeds its VMO, showing that structural damage and loss of control occurs at these speeds at too low of an altitude. The Discovery Channel produced a documentary titled Panic Over the Pacific featuring the story of this plane. In this documentary, the actors reenacting the scene can be heard saying they have lost control by exceeding the plane's VMO. China Air 006 damage caused by exceeding VMO. Larry Silverstein. Before we discuss Larry Silverstein and the Twin Towers in greater detail, let's review a quick history lesson on the towers. According to History.com, David Rockefeller, grandson of the first billionaire in the U.S., had the idea to build a World Trade Center in the Port District in Lower Manhattan in the 1950s. By 1960, city, state and business leaders came on board. It's interesting that we see Rockefeller mentioned here in the origin of the Twin Towers, as we can recall his quote, "Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States. I stand guilty and I am proud of it." Memoirs, 2003. Let's focus on Silverstein and see if we can find any evidence that might lead us to suspect he had foreknowledge of the event, or was otherwise involved in facilitating the attacks. According to Reuters, developer Larry Silverstein signed a $3.2 billion 99-year lease on New York's World Trade Center 6 weeks before the September 11 attacks in 2001. Silverstein took the lease over from the Port Authority of New York, a government institution that was headquartered in the towers. 6 weeks is an incredibly short time to be owner before the attacks. While initially this seems like a rough deal for Lucky Larry, he actually ended up turning an almost 50% profit through insurance. Reported in the New York Times, developer sues to win $12.3 billion in 9/11 attack. Larry A. Silverstein, who has won nearly $4.6 billion in insurance. 4.6 to 3.2 equals $1.4 billion profit, just off of initial insurance claims, not to mention being able to modernize the site, as we will see. Further investigation into his whereabouts on the morning of 9/11 raises some troubling questions. Upon his purchase of the buildings, Silverstein had a routine of meeting his new tenants for a breakfast meeting in the restaurant on top of the towers, windows on the world. The famous story he tells is that his wife scheduled a doctor's appointment for him, thus saving his life and sparing him from the attack, as we see in this 2021 article from the Financial Times. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Silverstein, a billionaire property developer, was preparing for his regular breakfast appointment at Windows on the World on the 106th floor of the World Trade Center's North Tower. 6 weeks earlier, at the tender age of 70, Silverstein had paid $3.2 billion for a 99-year lease at the Trade Center. It was then the largest ever real estate transaction and the capstone of a rags-to-riches career. He had just taken the title deeds, and each morning the eager owner would meet one of his new tenants over breakfast. But that morning, as Silverstein tells it, his wife Clara intervened. She said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going down to work. I have a tenant meeting." She said, "Well, you can't go this morning." I said, "Why not?" She said, "I made an appointment for you with the dermatologist." I said, "Cancel this morning. I'll go next month." She said, "You canceled last month. You canceled the month before. You can't cancel, you've got to go." And she got upset. However, in a November 2001 article from Haaretz titled, "Up in Smoke," we read the following: on September 11th, his world lay in a 6-story heap of ruins. Above all, 4 members of his staff were killed, and he himself was saved only because a meeting he had scheduled that morning with officials of the Port Authority on the 88th floor of One World Trade Center, the South Tower, was cancelled at the last minute. Thus, Silverstein's 2 versions of the events can be stated as follows: 106th floor of North Tower for breakfast appointment, but wife scheduled dermatology appointment so he had to cancel. 88th floor of South Tower, meeting with Port Authority was cancelled at last minute. It is often said that there is no smoking gun for 9/11. However, this obvious and documented lie would constitute enough reasonable doubt about a suspect in any law enforcement interview or court of law that we are well within our rational rights to suspect that he is concealing foreknowledge, or was otherwise involved in facilitating the event. This glaring discrepancy in his statements has seemingly never been noticed or reported on before this writing, and represents a strong indicator of dishonesty. A question we could ask is, why is it that every person in the country can remember where they were on 9/11 except the man that owns the towers? Screenshots of the conflicting statements directly from the articles. Unfortunately, it gets even worse for Silverstein. From the Haaretz article, he looked up at the towers, he recalled, and felt an uncontrollable urge to own them. Silverstein elaborates on this uncontrollable urge in this article from Columbia Journalism Review, titled, "The Remarkable Larry Silverstein Story. How the FT and others were had by a huckster, but Mr. Silverstein proved relentless." When he was struck by a car and broke his hip shortly before one of the bidding deadlines for the WTC complex in January, he continued working from his hospital bed. The impact sent him flying, and he landed hard, fracturing his hip in 16 places. The accident left him in such pain he required morphine in the hospital. But he couldn't think, being so drugged. And he needed desperately to be sharp. So, I asked the doctors to lower the dose of morphine and get my guys into the hospital so they could sit there and frame this final bid, which we did. And that was no fun, but that ultimately led to the success of the WTC bid and the culmination of the process. Now this is some interesting and unusually emphatic diction from a usually fairly cut and dry businessman. What about this deal was so important to him that he needed, so badly, to get it done, even while severely injured and on painkillers in the hospital? This intensely emotive language is unusual and surprising for Silverstein, usually a fairly cut and dry businessman. It becomes more unusual when we understand that the World Trade Center was, in reality, a huge liability and a virtual black hole for money, and not a smart investment at all. Let's review the structural integrity of the towers and their compliancy with existing architecture and building codes, as any property developer would do before completing a major deal like this. The Twin Towers sat on top of some of the most valuable and developable land in the world. However, they were architectural dinosaurs, surpassed by more modern skyscrapers all around. They had been built decades before many of the nearby buildings, and were comprised of outdated and no longer up-to-code architecture. The towers were constructed with an open floor plan with an, at the time, groundbreaking architectural style consisting of a central core and strong outer supporting columns. This meant that the many large floors, each around an acre in size, were inefficient to heat and cool, and with rising energy costs in the 90s, it began to be extremely expensive to maintain. In addition, basic maintenance or replacement jobs were made more difficult and expensive every year, as the field had made great advances since the towers were built in the 60s and 70s. As stated in the 1999 book, Divided We Stand, when the World Trade Center was bombed in February 1993, it was already passing its prime as office space, overtaken by a generation of more recent, cybernetically "smart" buildings with higher ceilings and greater built-in electrical capacity. To maintain the Trade Center as Class A office space commanding top rents, the PA, Port Authority, would have had to spend $800 million rebuilding its electronic communications and cooling systems. In many ways, the WTC was one of the worst investments Silverstein could have made, unless, of course, he had foreknowledge of this event, and could plan accordingly by taking out huge insurance policies specifically covering terrorist attacks. Compounding the previously mentioned issues, the buildings were filled with thousands of tons of dangerous asbestos. As we read on levinlaw.com, according to some estimates, the Twin Towers contained 5,000 tons of asbestos materials. As long ago as the mid-1990s, the New York Port Authority was looking at an asbestos abatement bill of as much as $1 billion. When the building's insurers, Affiliated FM, refused to cover the asbestos removal abatement costs and won their subsequent lawsuit over the matter, the Port Authority was left with some untenable choices. The outdated buildings could not be demolished because of the asbestos. For the same reason, they could not be remodeled and updated in any cost-effective manner. The only other option was to slowly dismantle the towers a piece at a time, the cost of which would have run into several billions of dollars. On asbestos.com, we read the following: during construction of the World Trade Center in the late 1960s and early 1970s, developers commonly used asbestos in construction materials to make them stronger and heat-resistant. A variety of asbestos-containing products were incorporated into both towers. There is no reasonable way that Silverstein, being a developer in New York, would have been unaware of the asbestos situation in the towers. It had been a drama playing out behind the scenes for years, as we will see. Indeed, we will find what the previous article says is true. By 2001, the towers were costing more than they were worth, and would have to be modernized at an unimaginable cost, or demolished piece by piece, a task so monumentally expensive that the cost has never even been calculated. Let's start with an article from Business Insurance titled, Port Loses Claim for Asbestos Removal from May 13, 2001 regarding the lawsuit between the owners of the complex at that time, the Port Authority of New York, and their insurers. Unfortunately for the Port Authority, they lost the lawsuit and were going to have to shoulder a massive bill to abate the asbestos in the buildings. The article reads, the ruling ends the trial phase of a decade-long court battle that began when the Port Authority sued its property insurers in 1991 in a New Jersey state court. The suit sought recovery of the Port Authority's huge expenses of removing asbestos from hundreds of properties ranging from the enormous World Trade Center complex. Coincidentally, this was in May 2001. Fortunately for the U.S. government-owned Port Authority, lucky, Larry Silverstein came along with his uncontrollable urge to take this massive liability and financial sinkhole off of their hands. Originally, the asbestos-containing materials were simply encapsulated. However, in the 1990s, regulations grew tighter in New York, and every time a simple renovation or maintenance repair was needed, the complete removal of the asbestos and replacement with material that was up to code was also required. There were strict, extremely tedious, and expensive procedures that had to be followed in order to be legal under New York law, as we can see in this 91-page booklet of rules and regulations surrounding asbestos abatement and removal in New York City. Some of these procedures are as follows. Space vacated, hermetically sealed, kept under negative pressure, specialized workers, airtight suits and respirators, full decontamination process. As we can imagine, this type of specialized, dangerous, and legally required work costs a huge amount, and the liability and cost posed to the owners of the towers can be understood as a powerful congruent motivation for the events of 9/11. This type of tedious and dangerous work is made even harder when the workers are engaged in illegal racketeering and money laundering, as we see in an AP article published in the Stamford Advocate, as well as News Times, titled, "Bribe Case Over WTC Asbestos Cleanup Nears End." The firm illegally milked tens of thousands of dollars from the World Trade Center cleanup by padding its payroll with no-show workers and bribing public officials, among other scams, prosecutors said when they unveiled a racketeering indictment against 17 people. On trial are Anthony Fontanetta and Mark Yakubek, who worked for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the government agency that owns the Trade Center site. In December 2000, Merritt and Harris conducted a property condition assessment of the Twin Towers. These documents are available in the public domain through FOIA requests, and a transcript of the text can be found here. Within this document, we find a review of the asbestos-containing materials, beginning on page 149. Let's examine some of it to get a feel for the kind of expenses the owners of the WTC were incurring. Here we see documented, significant ongoing asbestos abatement projects, and the cost per square foot for removal of the ACM, or asbestos-containing material. More documentation of large amounts of asbestos present in the building. We find that between 1986 and 1999, the owners spent $58.2 million in asbestos abatement projects. We also see that approximately 3.5 million square feet of the asbestos tiles had been removed, leaving around half of the 7 million tiles that were installed initially. Additionally, there were thousands of tons of spray on asbestos fireproofing that would have to be removed. Asbestos was present in large amounts in the elevator shafts, other areas of the building, and even the roofs, rendering the towers a ticking time bomb, full of dangerous, harmful, and no longer up-to-code materials. The only remaining option would eventually have been an unimaginably expensive demolition job, in which the towers would have to be removed piece by piece from downtown New York City, or a complete modernization that would entail essentially the same process. Every year, this legally necessary work grew more difficult and more expensive. With costs for this type of hazardous work skyrocketing, the owners of the towers were in a truly impossible situation. Squeezed on all sides by government requirements, the asbestos saturating these towers had created an untenable situation for the Port Authority. Something had to be done, and quickly. This was a critical issue for the owners of the towers, and there was really no possible solution to modernize them without spending more than they were worth. In other words, they were totaled. In addition to the toxic nature of the towers, they had continually unleased floors, and slow leasing was a hallmark of the old WTC complex, as reported in the Wall Street Journal, in their article titled, "New York's World Trade Center Struggles to Fill Office Space." Slow leasing was also a hallmark of the old World Trade Center complex. The Twin Towers suffered high vacancy for years after they were completed in the early 1970s by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Given these circumstances, we can see that Larry Silverstein's sudden desire to own these towers in 2001 may have been due to more than just nostalgia, or some sort of personality quirk. Is it possible that there was a behind-the-scenes controlled demolition of these towers, conducted with the full knowledge of the owner and the government? After all, the Port Authority, which is owned and operated by the U.S. government, was stuck between a rock and a hard place with the WTC complex and the thousands of tons of asbestos in the buildings. One of the hardest parts about the 9/11 conspiracy, we can theorize, would have been finding someone who owns a building that would agree to the plan. You would need full access to be able to set up a controlled demolition, control of the security, the doors, who comes in and out, etc. Due to the impossible financial and logistical difficulties presented by the tower's outdated structure and composition, the Port Authority was more than happy to cede this control to Silverstein. 9/11 represents the perfect locus in which we find the perfect alignment of cynical corporate and government interests. Next, we will examine clear opportunities to access the critical components of the towers by multiple groups of people, providing the means and opportunity to covertly wire the building for a controlled demolition. We will find powerful and undeniable evidences for this claim, and simply untenable coincidences which render the coincidence theory progressively more untenable and, indeed, impossible. For individuals with the right cover story, such as resident artist or elevator repair mechanic, we will find a shocking lack of proper security protocols followed, and the ability to do highly dangerous and illegal actions, such as taking out a window 1,000 feet up in the towers as an art project. This form of social engineering is highly effective, and it has been said, a hard hat and a clipboard will get you everywhere. This was especially true in the days before the post-9/11 security theater, living in the idyllic days of the 90s, a time when people had more trust in their neighbors. Hiding in plain sight, other deceptive social engineering tactics, and cooperation of the owner, Silverstein, and the security company, controlled by Marvin Bush, provided ample opportunity for certain individuals to bypass traditional security, and have their primary function of covertly setting up a controlled demolition remain unnoticed. Chapter 4. Access. Now that we have an overview of the corruption and conflicts of interest demonstrated on 9/11, as well as the utter failure in leadership on that day, let's look more into some more groups of people who had access to the central core structure and other critical components of the building. Let's begin this part of the investigation by examining an unusual article from Salon in 2002. The article reads as follows: For almost 2 years, hundreds of young Israelis falsely claiming to be art students haunted federal offices, in particular, the DIA. No one knows why, and no one seems to want to find out. In January 2001, the security branch of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency began to receive a number of peculiar reports from DIA field offices across the country. According to the reports, young Israelis claiming to be art students and offering artwork for sale had been attempting to penetrate DIA offices for over a year. The Israelis had also attempted to penetrate the offices of other law enforcement and Department of Defense agencies. Strangest of all, the students had visited the homes of numerous DIA officers and other senior federal officials. As a pattern slowly emerged, the DIA appeared to have been targeted in what it called an organized intelligence gathering activity. But to what end, and for whom, no one knew. Reports of the mysterious Israelis with an inexplicable interest in peddling art to G-men came in from more than 40 U.S. cities and continued throughout the first 6 months of 2001. Agents of the DIA, ATF, Air Force, Secret Service, FBI, and U.S. Marshals Service documented some 130 separate incidents of art student encounters. Some of the Israelis were observed diagramming the inside of federal buildings. Some were found carrying photographs they had taken of federal agents. One was discovered with a computer printout in his luggage that referred to DIA groups. In some cases, the Israelis visited locations not known to the public, areas without street addresses, for example, or DIA offices not identified as such, leading authorities to suspect that information had been gathered from prior surveillance or perhaps electronically, from credit cards and other sources. One Israeli was discovered holding banking receipts for substantial sums of money, close to $180,000 in withdrawals and deposits over a 2-month period. A number of the Israelis resided for a period of time in Hollywood, Florida, the small city where Mohammed Atta and 3 terrorist comrades lived for a time before September 11th. One investigator told Cameron that evidence linking these Israelis to 9/11 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information. In a March 11th article, Insight quoted a senior Justice Department official as saying, "We think there is something quite sinister here but are unable at this time to put our finger on it," essentially echoing what the DIA report concluded. What we see here is a strange phenomenon of Israeli art students, who seem to know more than any civilian ever could without higher-up assistance from within the government. They apparently carried around hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, and coincidentally lived in the same small city where 4 of the 9/11 terrorists lived. They were collecting information on federal agents, potentially to use in blackmail, or to control the agents if they were to step out of line in an ongoing, government-sanctioned operation. Could art student or artist be a cover for some sort of intelligence operative, or could a starving artist troupe with the technical skills necessary for this job have been recruited and paid to participate? Let's take a look and see if we can find any artists in the WTC leading up to 9/11, as well as evidence that they may have been involved with the event. We will begin by examining Gelatin and their art project from 2000, The Bee Thing, as seen on their website, www.gelatin.net. Their description of this art project reads as follows: and then the surgical intervention in the World Trade Center in New York City. Everything top secret and illegal, of course. In days of conspiratorial work, somewhere on the 148th floor and using building site refuse they had tediously smuggled into the building under their pullovers, they constructed a functioning load-bearing balcony. In a long complicated process they scratched putty from the tall heavy window, which couldn't be opened. Then they extracted it using suction pads, shunted the balcony out, posed on it at 6 in the morning and had themselves photographed there from a helicopter for their nearest and dearest back home. They kept very mum about it all, because if word had crept out about their coup they could have been fined very heavily for sabotaging a national treasure. Even if it was built by the Japanese. Incidentally, as proof that they were there is now a piece of old chewing gum stuck to the outside of the building at a dizzy height. What these artists are referring to is an incident wherein they actually removed a window and installed a temporary balcony, reported in the New York Times on August 18, 2001. Called The Bee Thing, and produced by 4 Vienna-based artists known collectively as Gelatin, now Gelatin. The book is demure to the point of being oblique. What little explanation it contains appears to have been scribbled in ballpoint. Among the photos and schematic drawings, there are doodles of tarantulas with human heads. In short, the book belies the extravagance of the feat it seems to document. The covert installation and brief use of a balcony on the 91st floor of the World Trade Center, 1,100 feet above the earth. The Bee Thing, as stated in the article, also featured some interesting drawings. Let's take a look at these. They seem to demonstrate a fascination with, or motif of, aircraft in this artwork. In addition to the helicopter featured here, there was a different but related art piece by an art group called E-Team, also granted space by the LMCC in the towers, in which they had a helicopter fly up to a window and hover, in order to take pictures of tourists. Now, these don't really appear to be art projects, but rather a series of technical and construction-related experiments designed to feel out, or test, the security, design, and specifications of the buildings. They could even be seen as a means to case the building for a future crime, or could be calibrating some sort of equipment relating to the FTS system possibly used to target and pilot the aircraft through Zakim. In fact, we can see them calibrating equipment that does not appear to be a traditional camera while the helicopter hovers in their video of the event. Many concerning issues are raised about these artists in residency at the WTC in 2000 and 2001, such as who was sponsoring them and the unusually technical style of their experiments. Unfortunately, even more troubling questions are raised when we examine the artwork from The Bee Thing more closely. Below, we observe an anthropomorphic figure plunging to its death from the balcony Gelatin installed, approximately 2 floors below where the plane would strike 6 months later on 9/11. An example of Gelatin's sick and deranged World Trade Center, art, a fact. The act was a crime against corporate law. Everyone was very nervous. Last chance to open a parachute. Most popular suicide hide hidden military action chambers for SM. Sadomasochism. Lust. Very amazing building outside. Very depressing building outside. These deranged and poorly drawn scribblings seem to imply a god complex of sorts. If we were to psychoanalyze these pathetic attempts at drawings, they seem to be saying that they pity the poor, depressed people inside the buildings, and want to disrupt their lives through thought-provoking, artistic experiences, such as standing on their balcony. It is quite coincidental, in light of the Israeli art students article, that the 300 meters of pure pleasure drawing features a character plummeting from the World Trade Center to the ground, while the artists literally say that the project was a conspiratorial coup, and then the surgical intervention in the World Trade Center in New York City. Everything top secret and illegal, of course. In days of conspiratorial work, if word had crept out about their coup, they could have been fined very heavily for sabotaging a national treasure. Unfortunately, it gets even worse for Gelatin. They also published pictures of themselves in their studio, one of which can be seen in the New York Times article, displaying climbing and rappelling equipment which could have been used to gain access to any area of the building, and posing by a numerous amount of empty fuse boxes. In the image below, we can see the window they removed to install the balcony leaning against the fuse boxes to the left, with the suction cups used to remove it still attached, and a person looking out through the illegally opened window. Why is this art group posing in the WTC next to stacks of boxes of fuses that could be used in a controlled demolition? BB-18 boxes correspond with little fuse BB-18 fuses, which could be used in controlled demolitions. Below are some other highlights of the Gelatin Art Group's career, taken from their website, demonstrating the astonishingly perverse and disgusting nature of what they consider to be art. Now this is truly disturbing and deranged artwork, surely a product of sick and twisted minds. Indeed, the feces smeared on the wall at a psychiatric institution could demonstrate the same claim to artistic expression as these pieces of aesthetic travesties and sensual abominations. It is a serious and insulting testament to our basic intelligence that anything like this could even exist and be taken seriously, much less be given rent-free space in the World Trade Center. The type of perverted and disgusting fascinations demonstrated here are a hallmark of Luciferian ideology, in which they seek to denigrate and destroy anything holy and pure, while degrading human existence through their disgusting and infantile obsessions. One of the means through which they intentionally seek to degrade society is this sort of absurdly bad and ridiculous art. Next, let's take a look at the previously mentioned E-Team and their project, 127 Lighted Windows. E-Team's 127 Lighted Windows. Compared to damage on 9/11, the artist's website describes this work as follows. 127 illuminated windows. E-Team Light Sculpture LMCC Worldview's short-term project, north face of One World Trade, floors 89 to 95, March 29, 2001. The name of our collaboration, E-Team, is generic. To illuminate it on the north face of Tower 1, World Trade Center, we would use the windows between the 89th and 95th floors like elements in an LCD. It would require 279 darkened and 127 lit windows, and the help of those respective offices. We contacted 14 businesses and provided them with floor plans detailing which blinds to open and close. The support we received from the offices and their employees was integral to illuminating our name. There exists a remarkable and coincidental congruence between where these artists were working and where the damage occurred on 9/11. To tie these threads together, we will briefly examine a non-mainstream article discussing the unusual characteristics and behavior of the artists in the WTC. I want to call your attention to the artist groups, E-Team and Gelatin, now Gelatin, who were selected to be part of the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council, LMCC, Worldview's, Studioscape programs that allowed them and other artists to work and live in the WTC in the 4 years leading up to 9/11 on different floors, including 91 and 92 of the North Tower. Additionally, they were given 7-day-a-week construction access to the WTC that allowed them to freely move all sorts of materials in and out of the complex. When you give young artists access to a building and work live space, they're going to figure out everything they can and can't get away with in there. They can get anywhere they want, especially with climbing gear and harnesses. LMCC and WTC management would know that before approving such a program. For artists to be able to take out windows on the 91st floor and install a makeshift balcony protruding out of the building should give you some real insight into just how lax WTC security was at that time and how dangerous the LMCC program was. Sounds to me like the WTC was conveniently out of control in the years leading up to 9/11 and that security there was a complete joke as far as these artists and all their friends were concerned. As you may know, audacity, arrogance and a love of esotericism, it's a great piece of artwork. You just don't get it, are common features of the art world, especially among privileged and highly connected, younger artists. Therefore, I think it is plausible that the E-Team might also stand for Explosives Team, amongst themselves, their handlers and sponsors, and that Gelatin's the B-Thing may also be, not so secretly, referring to explosives, see Blasting Gelatin. In the years that followed, the careers of these two artist groups flourished with shows all over the world. Gelatin construction pass for Alexander Yanka from May 1, 2001. Yanka can be seen in this image as a member of Gelatin. We notice on the construction pass a handwritten edition of Weekends extending the validity of the pass. Unsurprisingly, we again find David Rockefeller involved with the origin of this Arts Council, as we read on their website. 1973 to 2001. Birth of LMCC. founded in 1973 by Flory Barnett with support from David Rockefeller Sr. and Chase Manhattan Bank, New York State Council on the Arts, NYSCA, and other local business and civic leaders. Lower Manhattan Cultural Council, LMCC, was built on the premise that artists were pillars of resilience and inspiration and therefore vital to New York City. Additionally, there were several sculptures present in the World Trade Center on 9/11. Some of particular interest were a piece entitled, "Framed, Gutless Men Carried It Out," consisting of human silhouettes, framed in metal and missing the middle part of the body. Perfectly normal artwork present in the WTC on 9/11 entitled, "Framed, Gutless Men Carried It Out." The presence of the statues can be verified online, in several different videos. The framed gutless men can also be viewed in context in the famous Knotted Brothers footage at 123 and 125, who were filming a documentary on firefighters in New York that morning and captured the only known video of the first plane impact. The Knotted footage can be found online, and an image of the statues is seen below. Perhaps, the title of this art piece and its relation to a massive criminal cover-up is simply a disturbing coincidence. Either way, we can all agree that given the circumstances of this day, and the allegations of official foreknowledge, this is a troubling and highly questionable piece of art. In fact, these art programs continue today in Silverstein's buildings, where we find such classic Americana as fallen angels and three-headed Tibetan sky gods. It is an interesting coincidence that the artist's name contains 3333, as 33 is a number often associated with the Masons and their 33 road degree rite of passage. Now that we have examined the highly troubling and anomalous art in the WTC, let's continue to examine various other ways a team could have managed to covertly wire the buildings for a controlled demolition to happen during the cover of the terrorist attacks. The elevators. Leading up to 9/11, the World Trade Center complex underwent an extensive elevator upgrade, as seen in the March 2001 issue of Elevator World. This was a major renovation project that would have, in addition to the artists coming and going at will with their art supplies, lots of workmen and construction equipment coming in and out of the building day and night. Let's review a brief history of the elevators in the WTC. Originally, the elevators were designed, built, and installed by Otis Elevator. As seen on the Otis website, Otis Elevator Company won the contract in 1967 to supply and install the elevators and escalators for the World Trade Center in New York City. By all accounts, they did a fantastic job and went above and beyond in their service. At the time, these were the tallest buildings in the world, making this an unprecedentedly difficult and demanding job. In addition, Otis employees bravely risked their own lives to rescue and evacuate approximately 500 people during the 1993 bombing. As we will see, the elevator industry typically takes rescue work very seriously. Let's begin by observing the actions of the Otis employees during the 1993 bombing, as reported by the Hartford Courant, in their 1991 article titled, "Otis Mechanics Come to Rescue." Those people were freed within hours, thanks in part to the efforts of about 65 employees of Farmington-based Otis Elevator Company who service and maintain the elevators from an office at the downtown Manhattan Trade Center. Peter Lago, Otis location manager at the World Trade Center, said some elevator mechanics put on air packs and others rode helicopters to the tower roofs to begin the rescue efforts. Once inside, the workers manually lowered or raised elevators until they reached the nearest floor, then helped open them to release the occupants, he said. Among them was a group of 40 New York City schoolchildren who were in the observation elevator when the power went out. The operation took nearly 10 hours. However, in return for their groundbreaking technological achievements and the heroism displayed during the 1993 bombing, Otis lost the contract to the WTC in 1994 when Ace took over, a truly cold and heartless betrayal by the Port Authority of legitimate heroes. As seen in an article from the official World Trade Center website, Menville was working for Ace Elevator then, which took over for Otis in 1994. All the Ace employees got out alive, he said. Without Otis Elevator, the World Trade Center would have been an impossibility, Ramirez said. Ace Elevator, a relatively small and unknown elevator company, went bankrupt in 2009, as seen in government bankruptcy court filings. There is a different Ace Elevator LLC started in 2011 in Pennsylvania, but this is not the same company as the Ace Elevator that worked in the WTC, as confirmed through a phone interview. Additionally, there is an Ace Elevator in Florida, But this is also not the same as the company that worked on the WTC, as confirmed through another phone interview. What we would expect to see on 9/11, if there was no conspiracy, is the elevator mechanics, possibly in conjunction with the fire department, helping rescue those who are stuck, as they would in any situation where an aircraft had crashed into the building. Given that steel skyscrapers had never before collapsed due to fire, and these towers were, as we will see, specifically designed to withstand jet airplane impacts at high speeds, most people did not assume the towers would collapse. This is why it is especially strange that as soon as the events began, the ACE elevator workers coincidentally unanimously abandoned their jobs and duties, almost as if they had foreknowledge of some sort of explosive demolition sequence that was going to start. If this company was good enough at its work to land the prestigious and world-class World Trade Center job, they should have had no problem finding other jobs afterwards. Perhaps their bankruptcy was due to the utter cowardice and betrayal of the ethics of their profession they displayed on 9/11 when they quietly abandoned their posts and let people trapped in the elevators die a painful and horrific death. We find this reported in USA Today in their December 2001 article, "Mechanics Left Towers Before Buildings Collapsed." At the time the elevator mechanics left, dozens of people were trapped in stuck elevators. Other people lost their lives trying to rescue those trapped in elevators, including a mechanic from another company who rushed to the Trade Center from down the street. The departure of elevator mechanics from a disaster site is unusual. The industry takes pride in rescues. In the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, elevator mechanics worked closely with the firefighters making rescues. We find this disturbing and unusual fact confirmed in 2021, in a recent USA Today article, "Disaster Within Disaster. World Trade Center Elevators Created More Tragedy." 80 elevator mechanics were on duty in the towers that morning, many just a few steps from people who needed rescue. However, the mechanics, fearing for their safety, evacuated on their own initiative when the South Tower was struck at 9:03 a.m. A supervisor from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which owned the World Trade Center, radioed the mechanics about 45 minutes later to say firefighters needed their help. The South Tower collapsed as two supervisors were on their way back. Or, perhaps, ACE Elevator was nothing but a shell company, and the renovation, nothing more than a cover story for a team to discreetly rig the buildings with demolitions. Taken separately, all of these data points can be dismissed. However, taken together they present a compelling and troubling picture. Why did these mechanics run away like this? The only reasonable answer for why the entire team of elevator mechanics would unanimously abandon their job as soon as the attack began is if they knew there was more going on than a simple airliner crash, and that there would be secondary explosions happening. Any normal team of elevator mechanics would have had at least some out of the 80 people on duty show the most basic sense of duty or integrity, which would have led to them beginning rescue operations, similar to what happened in the 1993 attack. Instead, they fled immediately, leaving the people trapped in the elevators on 9/11 doomed to die a horrific death. According to the Port Authority, the mechanics were not authorized to leave the site during the attack, but the Port Authority says the emergency plan called for mechanics to stay and help with rescues. The manuals consider many emergency scenarios and describe the role of the mechanics in detail in responding to them, Port Authority spokesman Alan Morrison says. There was no situation in which the mechanics were advised or instructed to leave on their own. They were, depending on the situation, to be dispatched to various emergency posts or to respond to various passenger entrapments and to assist police, fire and other rescue personnel. Running away from the scene of a crime is an indicator of guilt used regularly by law enforcement, and the ACE elevator employees demonstrated this same circumstantial admission of guilt in abandoning their posts. In fact, we even read in the first USA Today article that, while all ACE employees survived the attacks, one of the fatalities that day was an elevator mechanic who came to the site to help from a different company, purely out of a sense of professional ethics and duty. To help understand the implications that arise if the elevator shafts were compromised, we can examine an interview given by Richard Heumann, Chief Electrical Design Engineer of the WTC, who stated, "I'm very familiar with the interior structure that surrounded the elevator shafts, and of course their access to the elevator shafts gave them total access to the surrounding core columns, the interior of the core columns." This interview can be found on YouTube, or in a documentary titled, 9/11's Explosive Evidence, Experts Speak Out, that was shown on PBS. In addition to the troubling behavior of the ACE elevator employees, We can add one more coincidence to the list, namely that bomb-sniffing dogs were removed abruptly from the WTC in the days before 9/11. As reported in the LA Times on September 12, 2001 in their article, security alert was lifted only days ago. The World Trade Center was destroyed days after a heightened security alert was lifted at the 110-story towers, security personnel said. Daria Cord, 37, a guard at Tower 1, said the security detail had been working 12-hour shifts for the last 2 weeks because of numerous phone threats. But bomb-sniffing dogs were abruptly removed. Today, Tuesday, was the first day there was not the extra security, Cord said. This story is confirmed from Newsday. The World Trade Center was destroyed just days after a heightened security alert was lifted at the landmark 110-story towers, security personnel said yesterday. Just like Pearl Harbor, there were many warnings before 9/11, such as the infamous bin Laden determined to strike in U.S. memo from August 2001. As reported in Newsweek, August 6, 2001, President George W. Bush receives his daily intelligence briefing with an article entitled "Bin Laden determined to strike in U.S." As the towers were already the target of a similar terrorist attack in 1993, and were mentioned by name in the memo, we would expect to see officials in a position of readiness, and security in the towers at an all-time high. Instead, what we find is a colossal security failure that was never remedied or investigated, and, in fact, all officials involved with this attack saw their careers skyrocket with unprecedented public support for their initiatives. However, these warnings were available within the government itself, as we read in an article from SF Gate, titled, "Heads Up to Ashcroft Proves Threat Was Known Before 9/11. Bush knew something was going to happen involving airplanes. He just didn't know what or exactly when. His Attorney General, John Ashcroft, knew. His National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, knew. They all knew. And, in spite of its apparent ineptness, the FBI knew, too." We read that multiple government officials abruptly stopped flying commercial flights in the summer of 2001, and began using private chartered flights to conduct their government business. In addition, there are further unexplained circumstances surrounding construction work and power downs in the towers in the weeks and days leading up to 9/11. Scott Forbes was a senior database administrator for Fiduciary Trust, and worked in the South Tower of the WTC at the time of the attacks. He claims that there were loud noises on floors that were supposed to be empty, lots of unidentified workers coming and going, and most questionably, a power down in, at least, parts of the building on the weekend before 9/11, which completely disabled security for parts of the towers. He is a legitimate and credible eyewitness, with no reason to lie, and his testimony should be considered. In any other case, or in a court of law, these testimonies would be valid. However, Forbes contacted the 9/11 Commission and the Port Authority repeatedly with these claims and was ubiquitously ignored. A Scott Forbes interview with Deadline Live can be listened to online. Some of the things he reports are: a power down in the building the weekend before 9/11, loud noises on floors that were supposed to be empty, and more construction workers in the complex than usual. An additional Scott Forbes interview can be found here. Forbes says, "I know for a fact there was a power down in the South Tower of the weekend of the 8 and 9 of September. I worked on it, I was in the towers at the time, so I know for a fact it occurred along with many colleagues." When interpreting and analyzing data, dismissing eyewitness claims of people who can be verified to have been where they say they were is intellectually dishonest and fallacious. It is unfair and morally wrong to call people liars on such a serious matter. They do not have any motivation to lie, and Forbes even suggests that many are reluctant to come forward because of the implications of a cover-up this large. The media and 9/11 Commission ignored any witnesses that were inconvenient to the official story, such as Forbes and 100-plus reports of secondary explosions in the towers, which we will examine later in this writing. This is a cruel and intellectually fallacious way to invalidate people who are victims of this act, and who appear to be speaking honestly. What they say must be evaluated, debunked if possible, and if we can't find any reason to disbelieve it, then we must take eyewitness accounts into our overall comprehension of this event. We can read an interview with Forbes here. GW, in 2001, you were working as an information technology specialist for Fiduciary Trust. Were you the main IT person for Fiduciary Trust, or were you an assistant IT person? SF. I worked within an IT department of around 100 as a senior DBA, database administrator, and team leader. All systems were shut down on Saturday morning and the power down condition was in effect from approximately 12 noon on Saturday, September 8, 2001. GW. When did it end? SF. Approximately 2 p.m. on Sunday 9/9. GW. How many other fiduciary trust folks were you working with? Can any of them verify your story? SF. Many people worked on the power down, both from the IT department and from the business, revalidating systems when they were available again. Other people can validate my information. Some people do not remember the circumstances, some people will not revisit that time. But others acknowledge the power down freely and can validate my information. SF. Within my company, security cameras were monitored and videos retained for reference. They were powered from the usual power supplies, so they would have been out of action like all other electrical appliances. GW. You also stated there were many engineers coming in and out of the tower. Did you see any of these folks yourself? SF. Yes. By engineers, I mean there were workmen on site in overalls. William Rodriguez. Next, we will examine the testimony of William Rodriguez, a janitor at the WTC for almost 20 years, and the only person with a master key for the North Tower. Let's examine an article from the Guadalajara Reporter. Employed at the WTC for 19 years as a maintenance worker, Rodriguez was responsible for the upkeep and safety of the stairwells within the 110-story North Tower. On the morning of 9/11, he was the only person at the site with the master key to the North Tower stairwell doors. Things went sour after he testified to the 9/11 Commission about the explosions in the WTC. In fact, his entire testimony was omitted along with that of numerous others that did not fit into the official story. Rodriguez claimed he heard an explosion in the North Tower before it was hit by American Airlines Flight 11. He not only claims he felt explosions coming from below the first sub-level while working in the basement, he says the walls were cracking around him and he pulled a man to safety by the name of Felipe David, who was severely burned from the basement explosions. In addition, Rodriguez gave an interview on the show 9/11 Mysteries Part 1, Demolitions, in which he claims he heard loud equipment being moved on an empty and inaccessible floor. As I stood there, on the 33 road floor, I heard very strange noises on the 34th floor. I heard very heavy equipment being moved around, and it sounded like, dumpsters with metal wheels being moved around, and I got scared because I knew it was an empty floor. Nobody was supposed to be there. As a matter of fact, not even the elevators stopped there. You have to have a special access key to open the door on the 34th floor. Before we move on to examine the collapses of the 3 skyscrapers themselves, let's take a look at the dancing Israelis, one of the most infamous anomalies of the day. Israeli spies. The enigmatic Israeli intelligence officers arrested on 9/11 to 2 Kurzberg brothers, Omer Marmari, Oded Elner, and Yaron Shemuel. Let's begin our examination with a 2006 article from ABC News, titled, "Were Israelis Detained on September 11 Spies?" A New Jersey homemaker saw something that morning that prompted an investigation into 5 young Israelis and their possible connection to Israeli intelligence. She grabbed her binoculars and watched the destruction unfolding in Lower Manhattan. But as she watched the disaster, something else caught her eye. Maria says she saw 3 young men kneeling on the roof of a white van in the parking lot of her apartment building. They seemed to be taking a movie, Maria said. The men were taking video or photos of themselves with the World Trade Center burning in the background, she said. What struck Maria were the expressions on the men's faces. They were like happy, you know. They didn't look shocked to me. I thought it was very strange, she said. She found the behavior so suspicious that she wrote down the license plate number of the van and called the police. Before long, the FBI was also on the scene, and a statewide bulletin was issued on the van. The plate number was traced to a van owned by a company called Urban Moving. Around 4 p.m. on September 11th, the van was spotted on a service road off Route 3, near New Jersey's Giant Stadium. A police officer pulled the van over, finding 5 men, between 22 and 27 years old, in the vehicle. The men were taken out of the van at gunpoint and handcuffed by police. The arresting officers said they saw a lot that aroused their suspicion about the men. One of the passengers had $4,700 in cash hidden in his sock. Another was carrying 2 foreign passports. A box cutter was found in the van. But perhaps the biggest surprise for the officers came when the 5 men identified themselves as Israeli citizens. When the men were transferred to jail, the case was transferred out of the FBI's criminal division and into the Bureau's Foreign Counterintelligence section, which is responsible for espionage cases, ABCNEWS has learned. After the 5 men were arrested, the FBI got a warrant and searched Urban Moving's Weehawken, NJ, offices. The FBI searched Urban Moving's offices for several hours, removing boxes of documents and a dozen computer hard drives. The FBI also questioned Urban Moving's owner. His attorney insists that his client answered all of the FBI's questions. But when FBI agents tried to interview him again a few days later, he was gone. 3 months later, 2020's cameras photographed the inside of Urban Moving, and it looked as if the business had been shut down in a big hurry. Cell phones were lying around, office phones were still connected, and the property of dozens of clients remained in the warehouse. The owner had also cleared out of his New Jersey home, put it up for sale and returned with his family to Israel. Both the lawyers for the young men and the Israeli embassy chalk it up to immature conduct. One of them, Paul Kurzberg, refused to take a lie detector test for 10 weeks. Then failed it, according to his lawyer. Another of his lawyers told us Kurzberg had been reluctant to take the test because he had once worked for Israeli intelligence in another country. Said one of the men, denying that they were laughing or happy on the morning of September 11th, "The fact of the matter is we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event. Document the event for whom? The picture becomes clearer and clearer as we dig deeper. There are obvious signs of a cover-up, and these dancing Israelis are in far too close proximity to the Israeli art students to reasonably say it is a coincidence. How is this possible? If this isn't some kind of government-sanctioned operation to stage a terror attack, then why are these intelligence agents driving around with box cutters and thousands of dollars in cash? Furthermore, why are they leaving in such a hurry, and so reluctant to talk to law enforcement or take polygraph tests to settle these mysteries and help bring closure to the families of the victims? Is the fact that there happened to be some Israeli intelligence officers filming and documenting the event just another coincidence? This sort of violent espionage and deception is nothing new for Israeli intelligence agencies, as documented through the Lavon affair, a failed false flag attempt from the 1950s, in which Israeli spies conducted violent bombings and other terror attacks on international targets within Egypt, hoping to destabilize the country. Further documentation of this unusual and coincidental event can be found reported on in Haaretz, in their article, 5 Israelis detained for puzzling behavior after WTC tragedy, as well as in the Herald, which reports, "Who do you think they were? Palestinians? Saudis? Iraqis even? Al-Qaeda, surely? Wrong on all counts. They were Israelis, and at least 2 of them were Israeli intelligence agents, working for Mossad, the equivalent of MI6 or the CIA." As the evidence stacks up, the coincidence view becomes more and more untenable. In addition to the already named coincidences, such as the drills and phantom planes, the towers changing hands 6 weeks before the attacks, renovations in both the WTC elevators and the Pentagon, and multiple members of the chain of command on their first day on the job, we now have bomb-sniffing dogs abruptly removed days before the attack, 2 credible witnesses of unexplained construction activity, and Israeli spies caught with box cutters, documenting the event. It truly begins to stagger the imagination when we consider the odds against all of this circumstantial evidence lining up. We will perform a complete review of the coincidence theory after we have completed our forensic examination of the collapses. In the next section we will use publicly verifiable data, eyewitness accounts, and the historical and forensic record to demonstrate the absolute physical impossibility of the official 9/11 story, as well as numerous other still unexplained items that, with no alternative explanation offered, can only be due to official dishonesty or foreknowledge. Chapter 5. Extraordinary Events Building 7. The collapse of World Trade Center 7 as an anomaly's anomaly. It is such a strange and unprecedented event that it has the power to immediately shift the tone of any conversation about 9/11, as almost anyone who denies that these were controlled demolitions has never seen the video of WTC 7 collapsing. Before 9/11, no steel high-rise skyscraper had ever collapsed primarily due to fire. It was unthinkable, and as we will see, even WTC 1 and 2 were designed to withstand a direct jet impact and a horrific fire. However, Building 7 was not hit by a plane, and still collapsed evenly into its own footprint at free fall speeds, which is completely impossible without added energy in the system due to a controlled demolition. Therefore, the coincidence theory postulates that on 9/11, a sort of architectural spontaneous combustion occurred, a phenomenon that has never been observed before or since that day, and for which there exists no proof, evidence, or explanation. Let's examine the surprising and extraordinary event of the collapse of WTC-7 on 9/11, beginning with a 1989 article from the New York Times titled, "Commercial Property: The Solomon Solution. A building within a building at a cost of $200 million. We built in enough redundancy to allow entire portions of floors to be removed without affecting the building's structural integrity, on the assumption that someone might need double-height floors," said Larry Silverstein, president of the company. Sure enough, Solomon had that need. According to Silverstein, who owned WTC-7 before he bought the towers as well, entire portions of floors could be removed, and the building would not collapse. As we will see, the idea that some simple office fires brought down this critical, massive, and heavily reinforced building, as stated by the official government investigation through NIST, is simply ridiculous. Let's review a 2008 article from the BBC on this phenomenon, titled, 9/11 Third Tower Mystery, Solved. Unlike the Twin Towers, Tower 7 was not hit by a plane. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, based near Washington, D.C., is expected to conclude in its long-awaited report this month that ordinary fires caused the building to collapse. That would make it the first and only steel skyscraper in the world to collapse because of fire. So, did NIST solve the mystery? They were funded with tens of millions of dollars of public tax money, so hopefully they were able to deliver satisfactorily explanatory and publicly verifiable results. Let's look closer at the official government report on the 9/11 collapses from NIST.gov referenced in this article. 7. Why did NIST withhold from public release limited and specific input and results files for certain collapse models used in the WTC-7 study? Added November 20, 19. This information was exempt from public disclosure under Section 7D of the National Construction Safety Team Act because it was determined by the director of NIST that release of the files might jeopardize public safety. The withheld information contains detailed connection models that have been validated against actual events, and therefore, provide tools that could be used to predict the collapse of a building. The information contained in the withheld files is sufficiently detailed that it might be used to develop plans to destroy other, similarly constructed, buildings. As we can see, for our own safety, their computer models predicting this collapse were never released, and were never verified by anyone not from within NIST itself. 6. How does the final report on WTC-7 issued on November 23, 2008, differ from the draft report that was released for public comment on August 21, 2008? The extensive 3-year scientific and technical building and fire safety investigation found that the fires on multiple floors in WTC-7, which were uncontrolled but otherwise similar to fires experienced in other tall buildings, caused an extraordinary event. NIST, the official government source on the collapse, goes on to state that the office fires within the building caused it to collapse, not structural damage from the towers collapsing. 9. How did the fires cause WTC-7 to collapse? The heat from the uncontrolled fires caused steel floor beams and girders to thermally expand, leading to a chain of events that caused a key structural column to fail. The failure of this structural column then initiated a fire-induced progressive collapse of the entire building. It is impossible to overstate how completely NIST failed in their duty to explain these collapses. None of their data, models, or input and results files are published, verifiable, or released in any way. The NIST report was supposed to be the authoritative debunking of the controlled demolition theory, and they failed to tell us even a single explanation for how 2 planes brought down 3 buildings. This is, by definition, not science, it is blind faith. It is essentially the same as a cult leader like Joseph Smith saying that they read the golden plates, but we are not able to, for our own good, of course, or public safety. Essentially, they are telling us that although these fires were the same as experienced by countless other steel frame high-rise buildings, the WTC-7 collapse was, simply, an extraordinary event, and no further questions may be asked. This is truly unscientific, almost mystical language, that really doesn't tell us anything at all. Why won't NIST simply release the models used in their analysis of the WTC-7 collapse? The answer is because it is physically impossible for a building to collapse into its own footprint at free fall speeds without a controlled demolition of some kind. This kind of hidden and unverifiable science is a stunning insult to the nation and world. In fact, as we all know, a result can't even be called scientific if the data used is not reproduced, and the experiment is not reproducible or verifiable. The government shelters and promotes the scientists who are behind this, while the stupefied and gullible public, for no reason, acts as censors of anyone who questions them, as though these political lackeys are prophets speaking some infallible truth. We read the caption, WTC-7 fell symmetrically and at free fall acceleration. This study from Europhysics News confirms the free fall acceleration of Building 7. Somehow, it gets even worse for NIST, as they do not report on any kinetic physical activity at all in the collapse of WTC-1 and 2 beyond the initiation of the collapse sequence. In their final report on the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, the focus of the investigation was on the sequence of events from the instant of aircraft impact to the initiation of collapse for each tower. For brevity in this report, this sequence is referred to as the probable collapse sequence, although it does not actually include the structural behavior of the tower after the conditions for collapse initiation were reached and collapse became inevitable. With the simple word, inevitable, they dismiss the laws of physics as we know them. Who wants brevity in a report that cost tens of millions of tax dollars, conducted on possibly the most monumental crime in history? For the top 1/10 of a building to turn the rest of it, consisting of human bones, computers, file cabinets, and tens of thousands of tons of steel and concrete into dust, is an unprecedented, physically impossible, and extraordinary event. We will examine the collapses of Towers 1 and 2 in more detail later. Beyond these simply physical realities, there exists disturbing evidence of official foreknowledge of the collapse of WTC-7. Given that no steel frame skyscraper like this had ever collapsed due to fire, how could anyone have known it would collapse? Surprisingly, at 4:54 p.m. on 9/11, BBC broadcaster Jane Stanley reported that the building had already collapsed, while it was actually standing right behind her. According to the Financial Times, on that day, the BBC reported the building's fall almost half an hour before it happened. Journalist Jane Stanley was broadcast at 4:54 p.m. Eastern Time reporting that the tower had collapsed, but in the background, it was still standing. It fell 26 minutes later, 7 hours after the Twin Towers came down. Richard Porter, head of BBC World News, was forced to deny that the broadcaster was reading from the Bush conspirators' script. The main occupant was Solomon Brothers, the bank, but on floors 9 and 10 was the Secret Service. On the 3 floors above that was the Securities and Exchange Commission. The New York Times reported that the building also housed a secret office operated by the CIA dedicated to spying on and recruiting foreign diplomats based at the United Nations. The station's loss had seriously disrupted intelligence operations, it said. The CIA shared a floor with an office of the Defense Department and the Internal Revenue Service. The collapse of the building also wiped out the operations center of New York City's Office of Emergency Management on floor 23, throwing the response that day into further mayhem. WTC-7 can be seen directly over Stanley's shoulder on the right, while on the bottom we read that it has collapsed. The video of this extraordinarily prescient statement can be seen online. As there are, again, only 2 possible options for this apparent clairvoyance, we will add the BBC's apparently miraculously accurate prediction to our coincidences list. Here we have a coincidence of absolutely staggering proportions, given that the collapse of Building 7 was an extraordinary event, one that was unprecedented and had never happened before. How is this BBC reporter able to perform this miraculous demonstration of predictive ability? Is she perhaps a prophet or fortune teller? Or, is it more rational to think that, given everything else we have seen, official foreknowledge of the event existed within the government and media due to collusion between these levels of society? Another unusual statement indicating foreknowledge of the event is when the owner of the WTC complex, Larry Silverstein, stated in an interview that on 9/11, he gave an order to pull Building 7. When making this statement, he says he gave an order to pull it, using the pronoun it to refer to the building, rather than the firefighters, in which case he would have said, pull them. Furthermore, pull it in construction terminology could mean to initiate the controlled demolition. From the Financial Times article, Truthers have focused on a comment on the afternoon of September 11th by Larry Silverstein, the building's owner, to a fire department commander. He said they should pull the building after a faulty sprinkler system left fires to rage all day. Silverstein stating on video in his own words that he gave an order to pull the building can be found online. These two statements are not what we would expect to hear if there was no conspiracy, and 9/11 was a series of unforeseen bad luck and coincidences. These are highly unusual and questionable statements that strongly suggest foreknowledge of the collapse, an event which was essentially thought of to be impossible. In the BBC's case, their statement is literally impossible to make without either foreknowledge or a supernatural gift of prophecy. The buildings in the WTC complex were designed to withstand airplane impacts, and WTC-7 was not even hit by a plane. Realistically, without a controlled demolition, no one could have possibly foreseen this extraordinary collapse without the existence of a conspiracy. Let's take a more realistic look at the WTC-7 situation in this written submission from NIST's website. Mark Loiseau, president of Controlled Demolition, Inc., who was hired for the Building 7 cleanup, said that molten steel was found at 7 WTC. 5. Leslie Robertson, World Trade Center structural engineer, stated that on October 5, 21 days after the attacks, the fires were still burning and molten steel was still running. 6 fire department personnel, recorded on video, reported seeing molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry, like lava from a volcano. 7. Joe O'Toole, a Bronx firefighter, saw a crane lifting a steel beam vertically from deep within a pile. He said it was dripping from the molten steel. 8. Bart Vorsanger, an architect hired to save relics from the rubble, stated about the multi-ton meteorite that it was a fused element of molten steel and concrete. 9. The destruction began suddenly at the base of the building. Several first responders reported explosions occurring about a second before the collapse. There was the symmetrical, near free fall speed of collapse, through the path of greatest resistance, with 40,000 tons of steel designed to resist this load, straight down into its own footprint. This requires that all the columns have to fail within a fraction of a second of each other, perimeter columns as well as core columns. And we have expert testimony from a European demolitions expert, Danny Jowinko, who said, "This is controlled demolition. A team of experts did this. This is professional work, without any doubt. Fire cannot produce these effects. Fire produces large, gradual deformations and asymmetrical collapses." The key takeaway from this submission is, fire produces asymmetrical collapses. We also learned that there was a meteorite of fused and molten steel and concrete found at the site, which takes extraordinarily high levels of energy to produce, far more than a simple fire-induced gravitational collapse. As stated, this type of free-fall acceleration through the path of greatest resistance is impossible, as we can see when any other steel high-rise catches fire and doesn't collapse. Furthermore, extremely high temperatures at the site, too high to attribute to energy purely within the system, were documented by NASA, and fires even continued to burn for up to 3 months after the events, as we read in an article from New Scientist from December 2001, titled "Ground Zero's Fire Still Burning." This image shows a 9/11 artifact which was stored at the NYPD Museum in New York, consisting of a gun encased in molten and reshaped concrete. We can read the caption, "Fire temperatures were so intense that concrete melted like lava around anything in its path." This molten concrete could not have been present with a simple office fire and gravitational collapse, as it takes extraordinarily high amounts of energy to produce this effect. Uncontrolled fires in steel-framed high-rise buildings are common enough that we have several data points to compare to WTC-7. Here we see analogous buildings with worse fires, yet they did not even come close to collapsing or producing molten steel and concrete. Clearly, if these buildings did collapse, we would expect to see gradual deformation, shearing, and a sideways collapse through the path of least resistance, the air. One major logical problem with the coincidence narrative is that if fires and gravity alone really did bring down WTC-7, as stated by NIST, all fire and architectural codes for these structures, which are ubiquitous in cities everywhere, would have to be completely redone. Steel skyscrapers are common because they are extraordinarily resilient and hold up well under stress and fire. If the official 9/11 theory were true, it would mean that almost every person in a modern building is at risk of death due to an average fire causing collapse. Luckily for us, this appears to have been an extraordinary and coincidental event, and it would seem that on any other day besides 9/11 we don't actually have to worry about steel frame high-rise buildings experiencing architectural spontaneous combustion due to office fires and gravity-driven collapses. Collapse of WTC 1 and 2. Given the tower's width of about 200 feet, we can estimate here the massive debris field around 500 feet in every direction, demonstrating surprisingly large amounts of kinetic energy for a gravitational collapse. The engineers who built and designed the World Trade Center accounted for the possibility of a large jetliner hitting them, and the effect of the catastrophic fire it would cause. Let's begin with John Skilling, chief structural engineer of the World Trade Center, in a 1993 article from the Seattle Times, titled, "Towers Engineered to Withstand Jet Collision." Engineers had to consider every peril they could imagine when they designed the World Trade Center 3 decades ago because, at the time, the Twin Towers were of unprecedented size for structures made of steel and glass. We looked at every possible thing we could think of that could happen to the buildings, even to the extent of an airplane hitting the side, said John Skilling, head structural engineer. Our analysis indicated the biggest problem would be the fact that all the fuel from the airplane would dump into the building. There would be a horrendous fire. A lot of people would be killed, he said. The building structure would still be there. John Skilling, chief structural engineer of the WTC, who stated he designed the towers to withstand a jet impact and the resulting fire in the Chicago Tribune, we read in an article titled, "Engineers Shocked by Towers Collapse." The structural engineer who designed the tower said as recently as last week that their steel columns could remain standing if they were hit by a 707. Les Robertson, the Trade Center's structural engineer, spoke last week at a conference on tall buildings in Frankfurt, Germany. He was asked during a question and answer session what he had done to protect the Twin Towers from terrorist attacks. According to Joseph Burns, a principal at the Chicago firm of Thornton Tomasetti Engineers. Burns, who was present, said that Robertson said of the center, "I designed it for a 707 to smash into it." Les Robertson, WTC structural engineer, "I designed it for a 707 to smash into it." In this article from the Washington Post, we read about Frank DiMartini, an architect for the Port Authority and a project manager during WTC construction. In an interview, he stated, "The building was designed to have a fully loaded 707 crash into it. That was the largest plane at the time. I believe that the building probably could sustain multiple impacts of jetliners because this structure is like the mosquito netting on your screen door, this intense grid, and the jet plane is just a pencil puncturing that screen netting." Manager of WTC Construction. "I believe the building probably could sustain multiple impacts of jetliners." Recall what NIST said in their report. For brevity in this report, this sequence is referred to as the probable collapse sequence, although it does not actually include the structural behavior of the tower after the conditions for collapse initiation were reached and collapse became inevitable. They did this because these events happening as described is physically impossible. Let's briefly review a basic physics outline of the event. Which of the two top sections, if dropped from the imaginary crane, would hit the ground first? If you said the one on the right, you would, on any day besides 9/11, be correct. According to the official government report from NIST, as well as several independent studies, on 9/11 the laws of physics were miraculously suspended, allowing the top part on the left to fall through the path of greatest resistance, again at free fall speed into its own footprint, equal in speed with the one on the right. This kind of free fall acceleration into a building's own footprint is a signature of, and only possible with, a controlled demolition. Otherwise, the remaining support columns and structure, composed of tens of thousands of tons of concrete and steel, would demonstrate an equal and opposite reaction pushing upwards. This means roughly an equivalent section of the remaining tower would be damaged, and the top part would normally shear off to the side. However, on 9/11, what we find is an explosive acceleration downwards at free fall speeds, only possible if all supports were cut at the same time. According to Khan Academy, there are many conserved quantities in physics. They are often remarkably useful for making predictions in what would otherwise be very complicated situations. In mechanics, there are 3 fundamental quantities which are conserved. These are momentum, energy, and angular momentum. Conservation of momentum is mostly used for describing collisions between objects. Coincidentally, all of these predictions failed at the same time on 9/11, and allowed a piece of a building approximately 1/10 the size of the rest of it to completely destroy the remaining 9/10 of the structure at free fall speeds. This is unprecedented, and has never been observed before, or since, constituting further examples of the spontaneous architectural combustion theory. Furthermore, we recall that this extraordinary phenomenon was never explained, or even investigated, by NIST. In addition, we find that the explosive power of this demolition event was able to launch massive chunks of material much further than they would have traveled in a purely gravitational collapse, which also violates physical laws related to conservation of energy within closed systems. What we can conclude is that the collapses of 9/11 are impossible without either introducing large amounts of secondary energy into the system through a controlled demolition, or divine intervention in order to perform a miraculous suspension of the laws of physics on that day. As we can see, given that the towers are approximately 200 feet across, some absolutely massive chunks of debris, cladding, and columns, consisting of thousands of tons of steel and concrete, were thrown at least 500 feet, if not more. This is impossible if all the energy for the collapse came from gravity and within the system itself, as the official story claims, demonstrated by the laws of conservation within closed systems. Therefore, given the statements of the engineers that designed the buildings and what we know about the constant state of the laws of physics, it is more probable that 9/11 was a controlled demolition, as opposed to the theory that the laws of physics were temporarily suspended, allowing for these unprecedented, anomalous, and extraordinarily powerful episodes of architectural spontaneous combustion. The odds of all of these events, down to incredible physical anomalies that have only ever occurred on one day in history, lining up to enable this catastrophe are now practically incalculable. Let's investigate eyewitness testimony of secondary explosions in the building, indicating that a controlled demolition may have taken place after the impacts. In 2005, the New York Times released approximately 500 oral histories from first responders to 9/11. Over 100 of these accounts include reports of explosions. These reports of spaced-out secondary explosions are consistent with small explosions taking out the core columns over the hour or so in which the buildings were burning. The article reads as follows: a rich vein of city records from September 11th, including more than 12,000 pages of oral histories rendered in the voices of 503 firefighters, paramedics, and emergency medical technicians, will be made public today. There is also an eyewitness to an explosion coming from the basement, named Ron DeFrancesco. This explosion would have been impossible under the official story. According to Toronto City News, he somehow made his way to the basement of the building when he says a large fireball rushed towards him. The tower had collapsed. He described seeing a light before waking up in hospital days later. Relative to this diagram, the airplane struck in the top right section. Thus, we can see there is no explanation other than controlled demolition for testimonies of explosions in the basement or lobby. Now, the usual debunking of this victim testimony is that jet fuel poured down the elevator shafts, ignited, and caused a large fireball. In addition to the fact that the amount of fuel in a jetliner is minuscule compared to the volume of the World Trade Center's elevator shafts, this theory is actually impossible for another reason. As we can see in the diagram below, the elevator shafts at the top that would have carried the fuel were not connected to the basement. There was a maintenance elevator, but it was not in the impact zone, and could not have carried fuel to the basement or lobby. In addition, in the video The New Pearl Harbor, we can observe over 25 on video eyewitness testimonies of secondary explosions, starting at about 3 hours and 34 minutes, the vast majority of which are from mainstream news interviews of first responders, or victims still covered in debris from the destruction. We also find further eyewitness reports and video evidence of continuing explosions, even after the collapses, and explosions clearly recorded during and before the spontaneous combustion of WTC-7. These are credible witnesses, and there is no logical reason to dismiss them. Unfortunately, these secondary explosions are impossible without a covert controlled demolition happening simultaneously. John Schroeder, a fireman present on 9/11, has stated that there was a distinct explosion causing massive destruction based in the lobby and basement, which is impossible given the coincidence theory, and only possible within the context of a controlled demolition. In an article from the Daily Kos titled, 9/11 Firefighter Witnessed Multiple Explosions, Ignored, we read, he is not a conspiracy theorist. He is one of the brave heroes from that day that rushed into a building that was minutes from collapse to save others' lives. Firefighter John Schroeder, assigned to Engine Company 10 directly across the street from the World Trade Center complex, holds back tears and describes his first-hand experience on September 11th, th. In the article, Schroeder states, "We're standing there in the lobby. All of a sudden we hear explosion noise and the elevators exploded. There was definitely a distinct time delay between the planes hitting and the elevators exploding," he added. "It looked like a bomb went off in the lobby." Another first responder to 9/11, Kevin McPadden, stated that he witnessed steel beams that appeared to have been precisely cut in a controlled demolition, before the actual cleanup began. The type of 45-0 angle cut he describes being present as a strong indicator of a controlled demolition. He states, "It was the first day on the pile, actually it was on the 11th. It was 8 o'clock at night and we had to hunt for ironworkers. But meanwhile, there was tons and tons of beams that were cut, with no acetylene to be had, nor ironworkers to do the work. It's just physically not possible to cut that much steel in that amount of time, especially with no one to operate the equipment. It just didn't add up." McPadden also claims in the same documentary to have heard a countdown over a radio precisely synchronized with the destruction of WTC Building 7. Furthermore, a woman named Ginny Carr was recording a business meeting that morning from One Liberty Plaza, close enough to capture both the impact of the plane and what appears to be a secondary explosion, 9 seconds after the first, although it is unclear if this may be debris hitting the street. The audio can be heard online. At 7:30 a.m. on September 11th, Ginny Carr started her morning by attending a business meeting on the 36th floor of One Liberty Plaza, a block away from the WTC. A tape recorder captured the meeting, the sound of the first plane hitting, and as the tape kept rolling unattended, the confusion that followed. There are simply too many credible testimonies and evidences of secondary explosions to dismiss all of them a priori, and to do so would be fallacious and intellectually dishonest. These reports include many made by first responders, firefighters and police officers alike, professionals who, in their fields, know how to recognize an explosion within a burning building. Therefore, when we take credible eyewitness and first-hand testimonies into account, along with other evidences, it is clearly more likely than not that there was a series of explosive events occurring inside these buildings before the collapses began. Further compounding the extraordinary nature of these collapses, there is an analogous event we can compare to 9/11 in which collapse did not occur. As we read in the Chicago Tribune's September 11th, 2001 article, "Engineers shocked by towers collapse." Today's attack marked the second time that a plane has crashed into a New York City skyscraper, although the first incident was an accident. In 1945, a B-25 flying at 200 miles per hour slammed into the 78th and 79th floors of the Empire State Building, gouging an 18 by 20-foot hole 913 feet above the streets of Manhattan. The pilot, Lieutenant Colonel William F. Smith, Jr., had been heading from New York's LaGuardia Airport to Newark, New Jersey, when he became disoriented. Despite the clearly raging fire and massive structural damage, this steel skyscraper came nowhere near collapsing. Of course, no one suspected that it would, as these sorts of incidents are expected and designed for when building something like a skyscraper in New York City. Until 9/11, the concept of massive steel skyscrapers simply destroying themselves and collapsing entirely into their own footprint was rightly considered to be completely impossible. Another unexplained anomaly from the collapse of the WTC is the ultimate fate of the hat trusses. These hat trusses would have been one of the largest singular metal objects any of us had ever seen, around an acre across of pure steel, the construction of which was an unprecedented feat. Indeed, an entire factory was built in Japan to provide the steel components of the WTC, and the hat trusses are considered one of 4 major structural subsystems of the WTC. Surely, during gravitational collapses these would have ridden to the bottom and appeared in the wreckage. How did the hat trusses end up destroyed beyond recognition, essentially vaporized, unless there was more energy in the system than a simple gravitational collapse? According to NIST, there were 4 major structural subsystems in the towers: the exterior walls, the core, the floor system, and the hat truss. The Pentagon. Unfortunately, it only gets worse for the government when we examine the Pentagon and the crash at Shanksville, PA. Upon close examination, it becomes clear that the Pentagon could not have been hit by the 757 aircraft that we are told caused the destruction. We will begin our examination with one of the first people on the scene, photographer Bob Pugh. Freelance photographer Bob Pugh was one of the first reporters to arrive at the Pentagon after the crash of American Airlines Flight 77 on September 11, 2001. The footage and photographs taken by Pugh on the scene are a highly valuable record of the events of that day. Bob Pugh. I was opposite the impact site and naturally shot it as best I could, thinking that would show the most damaged area. I captured the impact hole in a few frames of my video just before the collapse of the building. It looked to be the size of a garage door. Still no evidence of the aircraft. When I arrived, I truly expected to see aircraft wreckage since planes were used in New York, and that is what I was hearing on the fire radios. I saw no tail, no wings, no seats, no engines, no luggage, no bodies. Nothing that I could describe as part of an aircraft. The largest piece I saw was about the size of an open laptop, 1/2 meter by 1/2 meter. Let's examine the evidence, such as the size of the plane relative to the damage, and the fate of the engines, wings, and stabilizers. To begin, we must understand the basic structure of a passenger airplane. Essentially, they can be understood as a hollow tube, known as the fuselage, surrounded by relatively much more heavy and dense metal, such as the engines, wings, and stabilizers. The seats, passengers, cargo, and the lightweight frame of the fuselage are, in comparison, much less durable. According to the University of Florida, aircraft fuselages are, much like an aluminum beverage can. Therefore, where the plane impacted, we would expect to see damage corresponding with the wings and stabilizers, and especially, two large holes where the engines would have impacted the buildings, acting essentially as 7,000-pound solid metal bullets. As we can read on the Boeing website, the wingspan of a Boeing 757 is 124 feet. According to the official story, the plane did an impressive, technically very difficult, almost 360° loop maneuver before hitting the Pentagon at a 42° angle. With the 124-foot wingspan and an angle of 42°, this should give us damage that is approximately 160 feet in length. The following image from NIST shows the angle at which, according to the official story, the plane approached the Pentagon. This composite image is the most widely used and official image of the damage at the pre-collapse Pentagon. Let's examine it closer. The dimensions in this photo can be calculated using known measurements of the Pentagon, as these facts are verifiable public information. Therefore, according to the official 9/11 narrative, and a study commissioned by the Department of Defense, titled Pentagon 9/11, the damage is approximately 90 to 95 feet across. According to the debunkers of the conspiracy theory, this is large enough to fit the wingspan of a 757 at 124 feet. However, they failed to take into account the angle at which the building was allegedly hit. In fact, the official NIST report on the Pentagon damage contains a very similar graphic that practically begs the questions posed here. Shown here is a size comparison of the damage we would expect to see, and the size of the actual damage. As we can see, the size of the hole is incongruent with what we should have seen, given the size of the plane that we are told hit the Pentagon. Figuring out these sizes is based off of the publicly known, accessible, and verifiable dimensions of the Pentagon and aircraft. This constitutes a glaring hole in the official story, in that the type and size of the damage does not match with what we would expect from a passenger jet like the one that allegedly struck the Pentagon. We can confirm this by comparing this image with the plane at real size superimposed, with this close-up picture of the damage pre-collapse, in which we see several intact windows that would have been hit by a jet aircraft wing going hundreds of miles an hour. According to the official 9/11 narrative, at least the two windows to the left of the damaged area were impacted by a jet aircraft wing going several hundred miles an hour. As we can see, the damage is not consistent with an aircraft of this size, as the wings should have damaged at least several more windows than they did. If the aircraft the size of the one in the official story had hit the building, these windows would have suffered a direct hit. We can even see some of the glass and the frames remaining in the window closest to the damage, clearly showing damage incompatible with being hit by the wing of a passenger plane at hundreds of miles an hour, rendering the events completely impossible as described. Here we see a weight distribution diagram of the more solid parts of the plane, recalling that the fuselage of a plane is incredibly light, and similar in construction to a tin can. The weight of the plane is mainly in the engines, with the rest distributed between the wings, tail and stabilizers. We can see in the images above that the damage where the vertical stabilizer would have impacted the building, in addition to the wingspan, is not congruent with the shape of the 757. There should have been significantly more damage above the main impact zone, up to at least the 4th floor, due to the large vertical stabilizer consisting of several tons of metal. Next, let's examine the fate of the engines. The 757 that allegedly hit the Pentagon had two RB-211 engines manufactured by Rolls-Royce. Capable of reaching extreme temperatures around 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, these engine blocks were massive and dense, around 9 feet tall, and made of some of the toughest material on Earth. Weighing 7,000 pounds each, these engines are built to be virtually indestructible, as the lives of all on board the airplane depend on them. The core, at the very least, would have certainly survived the impact. In the Purdue University animation of the attack, used by many debunkers of the conspiracy theories, we can see that the engines simply dissolved against all known laws of physics. This miraculous event is necessary because otherwise, there is no way to reasonably explain what happened to these engines. Here we see the laws of reality and physics suspended. Two 7,000-pound engine blocks simply vanish into thin air. Where are the engines, or the holes for the engines? Where are the wings? Remember, this hole is approximately 90 feet across. Where are the wings, or any sign of wreckage? We can see again in this image that the damage and debris, or lack of it, is not congruent with what we would expect to find. Remember that this is now post-collapse, and thus the damage zone appears even larger than it was. So, how does the government explain this? According to the official story, the airplane hit the Pentagon, and literally changed its physical state of matter by turning into a ball of fire, and came out of the exit hole seen below. Jim Meigs, editor of Popular Mechanics and considered the authoritative debunker of the conspiracy theory, states in Yahoo News, what was left of the plane flowed into the structure in a state closer to liquid than a solid mass. This is a truly ludicrous story, one that again defies all laws of physics as we know them. An entire airplane, its engines, and all the passengers on board absolutely cannot just spontaneously transform into some kind of non-Newtonian plasma state, and yet, again, on this day, the laws of physics seem to have miraculously suspended themselves. According to the US government, an entire 757 disappeared into the entry hole shown on the previous page by changing itself from solid matter into a ball of fire, creating this perfectly round exit hole. If we were to see this image without any biases, it appears to be similar to the exit hole a missile strike would make. Compounding the confusion and speculation surrounding this event, the FBI immediately confiscated any videotapes relating to the Pentagon crash, due to national security, and has only released 2 low-quality security camera videos in total. According to Classroom, in their article, Why Were the 9/11 Pentagon Tapes Seized by the FBI? The FBI to date has released only 2 videos recording the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon, a fact that has led to numerous conspiracy theories about the source of destruction as an inside job. One query is why the FBI seized eyewitness tapes of the Pentagon's partial destruction in the first place. The speed and completeness of the seizures and the scarcity of actual footage are among the more puzzling aspects of the investigation. However, the FBI says it has released all relevant videos of the incident. The lack of footage available from the Pentagon's own security cameras has also raised questions. In 2002, the FBI released clips from 2 security cameras, both located north of the crash site. These show only a bloom of flame, the impact and explosion, and are set too far away from the impact site to provide any details for significant evidence. The Bureau says that there were no other security cameras recording footage. In a Freedom of Information lawsuit filed by Scott Bingham, FBI Special Agent Jacqueline McGuire testified that she inspected 85 videotapes to find evidence for 9/11 investigators. 84 of these tapes remain withheld. However, McGuire's testimony notes that only 13 of these tapes gave views of the crash site, and 12 of those showed the crash site only after the impact of the plane. Therefore, only one of the tapes she reviewed shows the impact of Flight 77, she said. According to eyewitnesses, these are demonstrable lies, demonstrating official dishonesty and purposeful misleading of the public by the FBI, as this December 11, 2001 article from National Geographic News. Velasquez says the gas station security cameras are close enough to the Pentagon to have recorded the moment of impact. I've never seen what the pictures looked like, he said. The FBI was here within minutes and took the film. How is it possible that the FBI was on the scene of this gas station within minutes, ready to confiscate the tapes, if they did not have foreknowledge of the event? Why is the FBI lying about not having tapes that show the impact? Somehow, it gets even worse for the Pentagon. Out of the approximately 85 tapes in the FBI's possession, they chose only 2 for public release, both low resolution and barely claiming to show a tiny bit of the plane. The second video released was from a camera located in the parking barrier on the right in this picture. Thus, it should have provided a clear video of the plane impact. Unfortunately, the frame that should have a clear view of the aircraft, from the second video that was released, is demonstrably altered or doctored. These 2 frames contain the clearest images the public ever saw of the plane that allegedly hit the Pentagon. It could certainly be said that whether or not there is a passenger jet in these images is debatable. Regardless, these videos contain demonstrably altered, or doctored images, presenting irrefutable evidence of photo or video manipulation being present, a clear and undeniable indicator of a conspiracy. The 2 Pentagon security videos released were situated in concrete barriers near a security guard booth. They were connected by a TLR system, which means the cameras were running in sync. Thus, the frames of the 2 videos can be synced up perfectly, as seen below. This allows the viewer to look at the frames, and see that they are exactly the same, as we would expect from 2 cameras running on the same local network. Anyone with video editing software can run this experiment by using the only 2 videos that were released to this event. Unfortunately, there is one incongruent frame that is demonstrably altered. It is frame 23 in the relative count, and it should show the plane from the parking barrier that we can see in the first video. However, it only shows the tip of the plane in the top right, while the tail is allegedly visible in the other image, necessitating either video editing, or that the airplane was in 2 physical locations at the same time. The TLR system has a 1/30th th of a second margin of error between the cameras, which at the speed the plane was allegedly traveling would translate to approximately 25 feet, or not enough to make a difference. The full length of the plane should be fully visible in the second camera frame, not just the very tip. According to the official story, this image shows the tail of the plane and a trail of smoke. So, we would expect to have a clear view of the plane from the obstructing parking barrier with the other camera located in it. Unfortunately, this video contains the doctored image, showing only the tip, or the very front, of the plane. When we examine the images closely, it is clear that this is, again, either a miraculous suspension of the laws of physics, or the video has been manipulated. We can reason that it is more probable that the video is doctored in some way, rather than a plane being in 2 locations at the same time. Obviously, these are grainy images, difficult to discern with. However, this issue could be resolved any day if the FBI released the gas station footage, or footage from any of the other numerous cameras surrounding the Pentagon, but the FBI will not do that, because they know it will not show a plane, but rather an air-to-surface missile strike, possibly combined with a timed detonation in the building. This non-mainstream article provides supportive evidence for the claims of video manipulation being present, and a concise summary. It turned out there was another camera in the very concrete parking barrier that blocked us from seeing the whole plane in the 2002 footage. Without a barrier to block the view of the plane, the second video should have given us a clear and definitive view of it. But it didn't. The 2 sets of videos, which recorded images at roughly 1-second intervals, were synchronized using a centralized system called multiplexer or TLR so that the frames could be matched to each other with precision. This was easy to determine by comparing the shape of the large, billowing smoke clouds in each. Although the 2006 video begins a few frames before the one released in 2002, and ends a few frames sooner, it is possible to perfectly synchronize all the equivalent frames, about 100 in all. Except one, the one that shows the plane, or at least the one the government claims shows a plane. Frame 23 in the film's comparative analysis is clearly and irreconcilably different. In the second video sequence, with the concrete barrier no longer blocking the view of the alleged plane, we now see that the shape that appeared to be the plane's tail is simply gone, and now the white smoke trail is what appears to be the plane just coming into frame. Using a process known as Boolean subtraction, Italian researcher Pier Paolo Maru demonstrates that the smoke trail is shared between both frames, indicating photo manipulation is present. Before we move on, let's examine an eyewitness testimony of a victim, April Gallup, from the Washington Post in their 2011 article, After 9/11, woman who was at Pentagon remained skeptical. They said it couldn't happen. And then it did happen, and since then she has wondered, where was the plane? The scene is still vivid in her nightmares. Rubble, yes, but no aircraft wreckage. smoke and flames, but no jet fuel inferno. I was 50 feet from the impact zone, Gallup says. The engine should have been in my lap. But it wasn't. One by one, she became enmeshed in paperwork tangles, bureaucratic standoffs, exhausting delays, with the Army, the Veterans Affairs Department, the Pentagon Survivors Fund. This next article further discusses Gallup's 9/11 experience as a victim within the damaged part of the Pentagon and escaping through the wreckage, with no signs of an airplane, exactly the same as how the first photographer on the scene, Bob Pugh, described it. Escaping through the hole reportedly made by Flight 77, she saw no signs of an aircraft, no seats, luggage, metal, or human remains. Her watch, and other clocks nearby, had stopped at 9:30 to 9:31 a.m., 7 minutes before the Pentagon was allegedly struck at 9:38 a.m. The 9/11 Commission reported that, by no later than 9:18 a.m., FAA centers in Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Washington were aware that Flight 77 was missing and that 2 aircraft had struck the World Trade Center. Why then were there no anti-aircraft defenses, Gallup asks, or alarm warnings inside the Pentagon? Gallup was briefed by officials not to tell her story in public. She also received an email from a Fox News reporter who had been told by the Pentagon not to interview her. This article, Sanctions Imposed on 9/11 Conspiracy Theorists, from Courthouse News, describes what appear to be strong-arm coercive tactics used by the government to shut down her conspiracy theory lawsuits. Attorneys for a woman who filed a September 11 conspiracy lawsuit against members of the Bush administration have been sanctioned and fined for filing a frivolous appeal and for accusing the court of being too emotional about the terrorist attacks to render a decision. Gallup was not sanctioned in part because she is not an attorney and because the record reveals she did not spearhead her litigation strategy. The court warned that it would not look favorably on any future frivolous filings, either as a pro se litigant or one represented by counsel. What we can conclusively say about the Pentagon is that the damage that we observe is not congruent with the damage we would expect to see if a 757 was used in the attack, and therefore, must have been caused by something else. Crash of Flight 93, Shanksville, PA. Similarly, the damage at the Shanksville site is not consistent with that of a crashed airliner. Typically, when an airliner crashes, the wreckage is painstakingly pieced together in order to conclusively determine what went wrong. Here are some examples of this. One would assume that, for the most monumental crime in American history, we would have similar evidence at least proving the existence of the plane. However, we do not. Let's examine the coroner's testimony of that day from a 2021 WXPI Pittsburgh News article. I said, "Where is this crash?" And they said, "This is it." And I said, "No, I see debris, but where is it?" I thought I'd see a big fuselage, or a piece of a wing, and they said, "No, this is it," Miller said. All he saw was a piece of earth in an empty field near the edge of a strip mine scorched. The vast majority of remains were not recoverable. We covered it up with topsoil. It was essentially a mass grave, Miller said. This literally constitutes a criminal cover-up. It is just not intellectually tenable to just say that the whole aircraft, and all of the bodies, simply disappeared into the ground and became a mass grave. This is a major inconsistency with all known physical laws that govern the way in which objects that have mass interact. The official story, again, is that the entire airplane miraculously transformed itself from a solid state of matter, consisting of thousands of tons of metal hardware and bone, into some sort of previously unknown, non-Newtonian plasma. This unknown substance was so incredibly powerful that it forced itself up to 100 feet into the earth, where it simply dissolved. Then, rather than study this extraordinary and bizarre phenomenon, it was simply buried, or covered up with topsoil. These theories of planes simply changing states of matter and dissolving are equally as absurd and impossible as the postulated theory of spontaneous architectural combustion we are offered to explain the self-destruction of WTC Building 7. Instead of the typical debris field with engines, aircraft wreckage, and bodies of the victims, we have these, the official photos from the National Park Service, now in custody of the site. To say that an entire jet airplane, engines, passengers and all simply swallowed itself up into this hole, and then was buried, is simply not tenable. Moreover, the story could be confirmed by simply excavating the site, but that will never happen. Again, because there is no plane there, and the authorities know it. In the top left of this picture, we can see 2 investigators standing, and observe how ridiculously small this hole is compared to the size of a jetliner. Absurd as they appear, these are the official images, as can be confirmed on Britannica. This is what the plane would have looked like at the angle that it allegedly crashed, showing where the flight data recorders were kept, in the tail of the planes. According to the official story, the flight recorders were recovered 25 feet deep, meaning the rest of the plane in front of them simply vanished into the ground for at least 100 feet, or perhaps just dissolved into thin air and evaporated. Moreover, we can compare this at-scale image to the real-life image of the debris field we see above, and observe that it is again incongruent with the size we would expect to see. According to the Friends of Flight 91 National Memorial, on Friday, September 14 at 8:30 p.m., the CVR cockpit voice recorder black box was recovered from the crater at a depth of 25 feet. Again, the FBI assumed custody of the box and flew it to NTSB headquarters in Washington, D.C. We will more closely examine the black boxes of 9/11 later in this writing. For now, let's look at an additional eyewitness testimony, the mayor of Shanksville at the time, Ernie Stull. There was no plane, Ernie Stull, mayor of Shanksville, told the German documentary filmmakers of Aktenzeichen 11.9. Ungalost in March 2003. My brother-in-law and a friend of mine were the first ones to arrive, Stull said. They were standing on a street corner in Shanksville talking. Their car was nearby, so they were the first here and the fire department came. Everyone was rather dumbfounded, because the call had been that a plane had crashed and there's no airplane. No airplane. His interview can be seen in the video linked in the footnote at approximately 2:20. Additionally, we can examine another interview with Stull, in which he appears to reference this previous interview. Dane. In other words, what she's asking you is that you weren't saying there was no airplane, you were just saying it, the airplane was so disintegrated. And I damn near wound up in Germany in a lawsuit over it. This all came from, we're ambassadors up there, my wife and I, we go up a couple of times a week and spend 2 hours up there. And none of the pictures is the original impact hole. And what I ask people, do you see an airplane? Or, any part of an airplane in that hole? And, no, you don't. Stull also mentions that citizens of the town heard a missile in a November 2001 article in the Philadelphia Daily News, titled We Know It Crashed, but not why. I know of 2 people, I will not mention names, that heard a missile, Stull, said. Furthermore, we can examine the testimony of an ex-FBI agent on the scene who states that there was no visible plane debris from Flight 93. According to CBS News, a former police officer who retired from the FBI due to post-traumatic stress disorder linked to her role in the aftermath of the September 11 terror attacks. Lily Leonardi served as a liaison between law enforcement and the families of the passengers and crew members killed in the United Airlines Flight 93 crash. She arrived on the scene about 3 hours after the crash. The biggest thing for me is that there were no bodies, she said. Leonardi, 56, remembers the burning pine and jet fuel stinging her nostrils. She said she also remembers a smoldering crater littered with debris too small to associate with the jetliner or 40 passengers and crew on board. I'm used to crime scenes, but this one blew me out of the water. It just looked like the ground had swallowed up the plane, Leonardi said. Obviously, there is no airplane in those crash site pictures. So, this leads to the question of, given the conspiracy narrative, why the government would go to the trouble of faking an airplane crash like this. Vernon Gross, former NTSB investigator, puts it this way: can the public stand the truth? Or do we need a legend at this point? We need a really neat story of a reaction against such a dastardly act as what was happening, so it's really nice and convenient to think of the Beamer story. Let's roll. And that becomes just like the Alamo. And it's just one of those legends, and I think there will be a lot of pressure to let the legend stay where it is. His interview can be found online in this link at approximately 2:39. Let's look at a historical data point that could support this theory. We'll take a trip back to December 2001. Where passions and government approval were running at all-time highs. Reported in The Guardian, in their article, Let's Roll, we read, Todd Beamer was a religious family man. Mark Bingham was gay, a PR executive and a keen sportsman. Cockpit recordings from the 11th of September now show how these 2 very different men became heroes of America, the words everywhere. They have become America's favorite, bittersweet and articulate bumper sticker. They were used by President Bush to dispatch his bombers to the mountains and deserts of Afghanistan, but they resonate further than that, for they are also the words that closed a remarkable conversation on the 11th of September between a man called Todd Beamer and Lisa Jefferson, a telephone switchboard operator. The words are, "Let's roll." They were used by President Bush to dispatch his bombers to the thunderous and rousing applause of the American public, we can be sure. Unfortunately, when we examine the Todd Beamer mythology in retrospect, we can see it fits the pattern demonstrated by the Nayera testimony and the Niger uranium forgeries, namely a pattern of deceit, betrayal, and contradictory timelines, brought to the public by a Bush administration. As we see in the official 9/11 Commission documents on page 11, the alleged hijacking of Flight 93 took place at 9:28, reading, "The hijackers attacked at 9:28. The Homeland Security Digital Library confirms 9:28 as the time of the hijacking. 0928. 19 A radio transmission of unintelligible sounds of possible screaming or a struggle from an unknown origin was heard over the ZOB radio. 0928. 54 A second radio transmission, mostly unintelligible, again with sounds of possible screaming or a struggle and a statement, get out of here, from an unknown origin was heard over the ZOB radio. At about this same time, the ZOB controller observed that UAL 93 had descended, altitude indicated 34,300 feet. However, Beamer's call connected at between 9:43 to 9:45, according to the National Park Service in their list of calls from Flight 93, 943, row 32 def, Todd Beamer. This means that approximately 15 minutes took place between the hijacking and Beamer's famous call, confirmed in the Post-Gazette, also placing the call at 9:45. We read, Beamer's call connected at 9:45 a.m. He told Jefferson there were 3 hijackers armed with knives. He did not know their nationalities or their intentions. Next, we will examine an FBI interview with the phone operator, Lisa Jefferson, from FBI.gov. Beamer called to state that the airplane was about to be hijacked. He stated that 3 individuals were preparing to take control of the cockpit. Jefferson estimated that she spoke to Beamer for 7 minutes before the 2 hijackers armed with knives entered the cockpit. This now places the alleged hijacking at around 9:52, a 24-minute discrepancy between the 2 versions of the event. How is Beamer describing events as they happened to Jefferson at around 9:50 that have already taken place at 9:28? We also notice that the FBI states that Jefferson noted that the call had an unusually low amount of background noise, something we find with the other alleged 9/11 calls as well. Compounding the confusion around this event, according to Snopes.com, there was a fake transcript going around social media. This transcript would have synchronized the timing more, but unfortunately, was a hoax, as the full audio of the call was never recorded, according to Snopes. Elements of the alleged transcript of the call between Beamer and Jefferson are pulled from Jefferson's own account of what they spoke about and are accurate in that respect, but other portions of the transcript are incorrect. There was no full tape of their call, as Jefferson did not record it. What we see here is a case of dueling narratives, creating confusion among the public about this event. This is not what we would expect given the coincidence theory or the official version. We would expect a clear-cut, simple narrative that makes sense, is verifiable, and doesn't contradict itself. Instead, we find a fake social media, patriotic transcript that was widely shared by the stupefied American public, and used as a rallying cry for the military. This is indicative of purposely placed misinformation, which is known as disinformation. This phenomenon can be understood as a continuation of the intelligence agencies' control and intimidation of the media, in which they seek to make sure everything the American public knows is false. The Todd Beamer calls are one of many inconsistencies with the official coincidence theory that strongly indicate that the government's narrative about 9/11 can't possibly be the truth. Why is it so hard to find consistent, mainstream, and sufficiently explanatory evidence surrounding this day, and who is creating the disinformation present in this case? Further compounding the strangeness around this call, instead of hanging up when the plane crashed, as we would expect, Beamer's phone line remained open for approximately 10 to 15 minutes, until Jefferson hung up the phone, according to a book written by Lisa Beamer, as well as statements made by Lisa Jefferson. What we find when closely examining the Todd Beamer phone call mythology is that the timeline is hopelessly self-contradictory, refuting the story as told. This indicates that there is a level of deception present, compounded by the anomaly of Beamer's call remaining open for 15 minutes, contrary to what we would expect in a massively destructive plane crash. Additionally, we find an unusual case of what appears to be intentionally placed disinformation, created in order to conceal the issue from the public, and to sway opinion in favor of the U.S. government's wars in the Middle East. These compounding issues, along with the central contradiction within the narrative, can only be the result of official deception or dishonest statements from the media and government. Furthermore, according to CNN, in December 2001, the FBI refused to release the audio data from the flight, stating, "While we empathize with the grieving families, we do not believe that the horror captured on the cockpit voice recording will console them in any way." The repeated refusals of the government to release critical information about this case is a significant indicator of official dishonesty or improprieties. Next, we will examine the fate of the black boxes on the 4 planes allegedly used on 9/11. As it turns out, the 2 in the WTC were never found, and the Pentagon's was too damaged to be read. In addition, of the 2 we do have, one from the Pentagon, and one from Flight 93, there are no serial numbers, and thus no way to prove they were really in the planes, an unprecedented failure of intelligence in aviation history. The black boxes screenshot from Wikipedia's list of unrecovered and unusable flight recorders. According to the 9/11 Commission report, Flight 93's CVR is the only recorder from the 4 hijacked airplanes to survive the impact and ensuing fire. The CVRs and FDRs from American 11 and United 75 that hit the WTC were not found, and the CVR from American Flight 77 was badly burned and not recoverable. We can verify this on the Friends of Flight 93 National Memorial website. In the weeks following September 11, 2001, the fact that both flight recorders from Flight 93 were recovered and yielded evidence took on increased importance. At the World Trade Center site, none of the 4 recorders on the 2 hijacked aircraft were recovered in the building rubble. At the Pentagon site, both boxes from Flight 77 were recovered, but the CVR was so badly damaged that it did not yield usable information. However, is it tenable to say that a black box was destroyed? According to ABC News Australia, these black boxes are virtually indestructible. We read, FDRs are usually double-wrapped in titanium or stainless steel, and must be able to withstand atrocious conditions. The crucial part that contains the memory boards, the CSMU, is shot out of an air cannon to create an impact of 3,400 gigaseconds and then smashed against a target. It is subjected to a 227 kilograms weight with a pin attached to it, which is dropped onto the unit from a height of 3 meters. Researchers try to crush it, destroy it in an hour of 1,100 degrees Celsius fire, submerge it in a pressurized salt water tank, and immerse it in jet fuel. Of all major airline crashes within the U.S. investigated and published by the National Transportation Safety Board during the past 20 years, the 4 9/11 black boxes comprise virtually the only ones without listed inventory control serial numbers. We can verify this by searching for a serial number in the official NTSB documents from 9/11. The report for Flight 77 can be found online, as well as the report on Flight 93. This means that even the 2 that were recovered cannot be conclusively proven to have been in the planes at the time of the attack. This is not what we would expect to find if there was no conspiracy. It should be trivially easy to match the serial numbers to the 2 found black boxes, however, we cannot. This is unprecedented, and presents a massive anomaly which raises red flags about the credibility of what we are told about the events of 9/11. Furthermore, there are non-mainstream reports that the government engaged in a cover-up, and did, at one point, have the black boxes from the 2 planes that hit the towers. According to Counterpunch, there has always been some skepticism about this assertion of the missing black boxes, particularly as 2 NY City firefighters, Mike Balone and Nicholas DeMasi, claimed in 2004 that they had found 3 of the 4 boxes, and that federal agents took them and told the 2 men not to mention having found them. The FBI denies the whole story. Moreover, these devices are almost always located after crashes, even if not in usable condition, and the cleanup of the World Trade Center was meticulous, with even tiny bone fragments and bits of human tissue being discovered so that almost all the victims were ultimately identified. As Ted Lopakovich, Director of Public Affairs at the National Transportation Safety Agency, which has the job of analyzing the box's data, says, "It's very unusual not to find a recorder after a crash, although it's also very unusual to have jets flying into buildings. A source at the National Transportation Safety Board, the agency that has the task of deciphering the date from the black boxes retrieved from crash sites, including those that are being handled as crimes and fall under the jurisdiction of the FBI, says the boxes were in fact recovered and were analyzed by the NTSB. Off the record, we had the boxes, the source says. You'd have to get the official word from the FBI as to where they are, but we worked on them here. Is this true? Most likely, we will never know. However, what is irrefutable and undeniable is the absolute strangeness of both black boxes from the WTC planes, missing, and the one recovered from the Pentagon being unreadable. This is an extraordinary and unprecedented coincidence if true, as these devices are almost always located, especially for crashes that happen over land. For a crime of this magnitude, not being able to produce or verify the black boxes is an enormous sign that the government is, once again, demonstrating a pattern of deceptive and misleading behavior towards the public. And yet, we are supposed to believe that one of the hijackers' passports miraculously survived the impact and explosion, and wafted down to the street unharmed, only to end up in a perfect chain of custody. In a 2002 article titled Uncle Sam's Lucky Finds, from The Guardian, we read, "Think back over the past 6 months and it becomes ineluctable. Never in the history of modern warfare has so much been found so opportunely." It started the day after the attacks on the Twin Towers, with the discovery of a flight manual in Arabic and a copy of the Quran in a car hired by Muhammad Atta and abandoned at Boston Airport. In the immediate shocked aftermath of the attacks, these findings were somehow reassuring. American intelligence was on the case, the perpetrators were no longer faceless. In less than a week came another find, 2 blocks away from the Twin Towers, in the shape of Atta's passport. We had all seen the blizzard of paper rain down from the towers, but the idea that Atta's passport had escaped from that inferno unsinged would have tested the credulity of the staunchest supporter of the FBI's crackdown on terrorism. Yet we were still in the infancy of coincidence. On September 24, the belongings of alleged terrorist Zacarias Moussaoui threw up a crop dusting manual, while 4 days later came Atta's suicide note. In this article, we again find the coincidence theory. On 9/11, not a single one of the black boxes from the airplanes can be verified with a serial number, while 2 apparently just disappeared. In light of this, when the intelligence agencies claimed to have recovered a passport with no chain of custody issues, which wafted out of these black box destroying infernos in nearly perfect shape, the credibility of this event is beyond redemption. The Guardian makes the case here that the evidence trail on 9/11 was too easy and clear, seemingly planted, in order to provide easy and simple leads and conclusions for the investigators. According to the U.S. government, entire planes can disappear into thin air while buildings turn themselves into dust, but this passport survived the impact, explosion, and black box destroying fire of the WTC undamaged and with no chain of custody issues. To conclude this section, we notice a distinct and compelling pattern at these crime scenes: cover-ups, conflicting timelines and testimonies, and physical impossibilities. To maintain the coincidence worldview, we not only have to disregard the odds against all of the previous evidence demonstrating that the perfect series of failures happened that day, but further postulate that there was a miraculous suspension of the ordinary laws of physics on 9/11. These supernatural events consist of states of matter spontaneously changing into previously unknown plasma states, or even being present in 2 different places at the same time, as we saw in the Pentagon. Further supernatural intervention is necessitated in the case of Flight 93, in which we find the unlikely theory that an entire airplane simply disappeared, or dissolved, into the ground, burying itself into a small hole that is far different than what we would expect to see. Along with these unlikely scenarios, we also saw the failure of all predictions based on the laws of physics regarding conservation of energy on that day, allowing several buildings to simply demolish themselves through the path of greatest resistance. Even though it was not impacted by an airplane, WTC-7, according to the official story, fell at free fall speeds into its own footprint simply due to fire and gravity, the only time this has ever been observed in a steel frame skyscraper. This postulates a previously unknown theory of architectural spontaneous combustion, which has never been observed before, or since, and is the only explanation for these events without added energy in the systems due to a series of controlled demolitions. Moreover, NIST has officially refused to release any data used by the government to reach this extraordinary hypothesis, due to concerns about public safety. The only rational conclusion we can draw from the evidence left by these events is that the official narrative of what happened on this day cannot possibly be the truth, and these events can much more easily be explained by a series of controlled demolitions or other explosive events, such as missile strikes. Corporate intrigue. Here we find the Rothschilds involved in 9/11, through an enigmatic shipping company called Zim Shipping. Similar to Urban Moving Systems and Ace Elevators, it shares characteristics with what could be called a front company. In a 2002 article from Haaretz, titled, Israeli and Foreign Shipping Companies in Joint Bid for Zim, we read, the Israeli subsidiary of La Compagnie Financière Edmond de Rothschild, Alaluf and Company. Shipping Limited and another foreign shipping company are forming a group to bid for the government's stake in Zim Israel Navigation Company. The former chairman of the Association of Users of Marine Transport, Hanoch Vinickman, named the Rothschild Bank and Alaluf yesterday, in an online shipping publication that he runs. Fortunately for the owners of Zim, they moved out of the WTC 2 weeks before the attack. This is another episode of apparently miraculous clairvoyance and an incredibly timely and coincidental move, leaving us only to wonder about what they may have been shipping in and out of the WTC complex. According to the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, Norfolk, Governor Jim Gilmore today announced that Zim American Israeli Shipping Company, Inc. has officially opened its United States headquarters in Norfolk's Lake Wright Executive Park. Zim American Israeli Shipping Company announced in April that it would invest $6.2 million to locate in the new building and would hire 235 people to work in this facility. The firm completed its move to Norfolk from New York City's World Trade Center 2 weeks before the September 11 terrorist attacks. Supporting the money laundering theory, we find high-level criminal financiers Enron and WorldCom with a positive motivation to facilitate the 9/11 attack, in that many of the records involving these financial crimes were stored in the SEC and other offices in the World Trade Center complex. Although the Enron scandal officially kicked off about a month after 9/11, given the type of long-term nature of these investigations, which would go on for far longer than a month, it is not unreasonable to think that incriminating documents relating to Enron were also destroyed. To support this theory, we have a clear confession that potentially incriminating documents related to the 2002 WorldCom scandal were destroyed on 9/11. According to The Street, the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, frustrated by Citigroup's C. Kramer's take, stock picker, unwillingness to turn over information about any WorldCom executives who may have gotten shares in initial public offerings, will try to pry the information out with a subpoena. Representative Michael Oxley, R. Ohio, said Friday that a subpoena is necessary because Citigroup provided insufficient information about what, if any, special treatment its Salmon Smith Barney investing banking division may have given WorldCom executives. But Citigroup says some information that the committee is seeking was destroyed in the September 11 terror attack on the World Trade Center. Solomon had offices in 7 World Trade Center, one of the buildings that collapsed in the aftermath of the attack. The bank says that backup tapes of corporate emails from September 1998 through December 2000 were stored at the building and destroyed in the attack. In addition, we can examine an article from New York Magazine discussing the phenomenon of the lost evidence on 9/11 in WTC Building 7. The building itself had to go to cover up the far larger crime of the nearly 3,000 murders in the Twin Towers. Anthropomorphically speaking, Building 7 simply knew too much. It is a provocative supposition, especially when one examines the extraordinary list of tenants paying rent to developer Larry Silverstein on that fateful day. These include the Department of Defense, the Secret Service, the IRS, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Many records, including probably much damning evidence in the Citibank, WorldCom financial scandal, disappeared forever. This article from G4 News discusses information and evidence lost by the Secret Service in the 9/11 attacks. All the evidence that we stored at 7 World Trade, in all our cases, went down with the building, according to U.S. Secret Service Special Agent David Curran, the number 3 guy in that office. We lost our network, we lost all our computers, we lost all the equipment that we use as Secret Service agents. Everything from machine guns to our shotguns to our electronic equipment that we use. Further evidence of destroyed files relating to ongoing government investigations. Commission Chair Dominguez had this to say, "On Monday, I was in New York City, in Building 7 of the World Trade Center, visiting the staff and announcing the filing of a major lawsuit against Morgan Stanley. Today, that building no longer exists. This government source states that evidence from a major lawsuit that was filed by the government against a financial institution, Morgan Stanley, was lost in the 9/11 attacks. There were an unknown number of documents relating to other major lawsuits stored in these critical buildings, specifically in the strike zones. In that sense, these attacks were a very fortunate coincidence for any high-level financiers who may have been engaging in financial improprieties. The EEOC goes on to say, all employees escaped without injury, but all files and equipment were destroyed. According to CBS News, said Stephen Aftergood, the director of the Project on Government Secrecy at the watchdog group the Federation of American Scientists, under extreme circumstances, like those of 9/11, ordinary record-keeping procedures will fail. Routine archival practices were never intended to deal with the destruction of entire offices or buildings. Fortunately for Morgan Stanley, WorldCom, the filers of any false securities in 1991, any rogue agents within these agencies such as the CIA, and numerous other white-collar criminals, many critical files relating to these investigations were lost forever, because ordinary record-keeping procedures failed. This was truly a tough break for citizens or prosecutors who may have wanted to see high-level criminals held accountable for once. In a 2011 article from New York Magazine, we read, "It was only a month after 9/11 that the Enron scandal erupted, kicking off a larger narrative that would persist for the rest of the decade. The Houston Energy Company was a corporate Ponzi scheme that anticipated the antics at financial institutions, mortgage mills, and credit rating agencies during the subprime scam. Enron had also been the biggest patron of Bush's political career, and so the president dutifully promised a crackdown, with a new financial crime SWAT team, and tough new criminal penalties for corporate fraud. But this propaganda campaign was no more reality-based than the one that would promote Saddam's weapons of mass destruction. Once the Enron collapse became old news, combined with the previous evidence of official lies and failures, this evidence presents a powerful cumulative case for money laundering, financial crimes, and destruction of evidence occurring on 9/11. Let's look at a different type of evidence, a phone call that appears to be a direct message to future listeners from a victim of the attacks. C.C. Lyle's phone call. Before we discuss the alleged phone calls from the planes in greater detail, we will examine a message from a victim, C.C. Lyles, a flight attendant on Flight 93. We must do as she says, and listen carefully. Listen closely to what appears to be a whisper in the last 10 seconds after she is done talking. It may be helpful to repeat it a few times, and headphones are preferable, starting at approximately 40 seconds. Lyles appears to whisper at the end, "It's a frame." This is a troubling and disturbing development on top of a truly questionable series of events as told by the government. We must never forget the massive amount of human suffering that happened on that day, as we strive to discern what really happened to the people on board the planes. According to Telephony Online, because wireless networks are designed for terrestrial use, the fact that so many people were able to call from the sky brings into question how the phones worked from such altitudes. Alexa Graf, AT&T, spokesperson, said systems are not designed for calls from high altitudes, suggesting it was almost a fluke that the calls reached their destinations. In another article from PR Newswire titled, "The 9/11 Phone Calls, Disturbing Irregularities Uncovered in the Calls That Flashed Around the World," we read, "The famous Let's Roll drama of the passenger revolt on UA 93 was relayed by passenger Todd Beamer's 13-minute unrecorded seat-back call to GTE telephone supervisor Lisa Jefferson, who reported Beamer as strangely tranquil, declining to speak to his wife. Eerily, Beamer's line remained open for 15 minutes after the crash. Oddly, the Verizon wireless record shows that 19 calls were made from Beamer's cell phone long after the crash of UA 93. During the 2006 Moussaoui trial, the FBI, under oath, reduced the number of cell phone calls to 2 calls made from 5,000 feet, and presented evidence of only 1, not 2, unconnected call from Barbara Olson, lasting 0 seconds. In another twist, 2 other women reported that caller ID showed their husband's cell numbers on their answering machines, which while lasting several minutes, had been made from elevations of 25,000 and 35,000 feet. Finally, although the FBI conducted a massive investigation into the calls, none of the telephone billing, nor any of the cell phone location data stored in standard phone company records has been publicly released. Initial media reports and FBI interviews detailed more than a dozen cell phone calls from the planes at high elevation. Yet in 2001, a telephone spokesperson stated that sustained mobile calls were not possible above 10,000 feet. Additionally, we read in the Washington Post about further anomalies involving cell phones that were in the accounting office of the Pentagon that was blown up. The Nokia sang again, then silence. Too late. When she finally got to the phone, Marilyn scrolled through the menu. One missed call. 1:57 p.m. no message. But the incoming number was clearly identified. It was Darren's. For 5 more days, they waited. On September 18, the Navy informed the Pontels that Darren's body had been positively identified. His cell phone was never returned to the family. They presume it was never found. Perhaps the flip phone had somehow dialed Marilyn's number when the rubble shifted. But didn't all cell phones have to be turned off upon entry to the CNOIP? The FBI offered a one-word explanation for that call: anomaly. Individually, these data points are compelling, but dismissible. However, with the whole picture in view here, and our long list of coincidences and physically impossible events, the whisper at the end of the C.C. Lyle's phone call bears a truly ominous tone. If that's not what she is saying, then what is that? How many flukes or anomalies can happen on one day until it's no longer a coincidence? The implications of this call are tragic and disturbing, recalling the astoundingly inhumane and evil aspects of this horrific crime against humanity. Although it is difficult to comprehend an act as evil as this, we can only conclude what the evidence demonstrates. The events on 9/11 did not unfold as we have been told. Next, we will examine the alleged hijackers and the criminal mastermind of the century, Osama bin Laden. Hijackers utilized services of prostitutes and visited Las Vegas frequently, according to CNN. In their 2013 article, Anwar al-Awlaki visited prostitutes. The FBI documents say he visited prostitutes at least 7 times and paid up to $400 for sex. The documents show the cleric paid a total of $2,320 for the visits and always paid in cash. In an October 2001 article from The Independent, titled, "Holy Hijackers Used Call Girls Before Attack," we read, "At least one of the fundamentalist Muslim hijackers readied himself to die in the Holy War by hiring a prostitute. In the days before the terrorists departed for what they believed would be an eternity in paradise, a Boston prostitute made a number of visits to motels where the men were staying." Additionally, we read in the Daily Mail, 10 years after 9/11, a key question at the heart of the plot remains unanswered. Why did the terrorists spend so much time in Las Vegas? We recall that, according to the government, these are supposedly radical Islamists, the worst of the worst, so to say. The type of Islamist that truly believes in the jihad, or holy war, and would gladly behead the average infidel. And yet, here they were, visiting Las Vegas and cheap prostitutes like your average low-time criminal. The more rational view of this, in light of the rest of the circumstances, is that these were merely patsies blamed for the attack and framed by the criminal syndicate in charge of the operation. Now let's examine the alleged criminal mastermind of the century, who, according to the government, almost single-handedly plotted the greatest blow ever struck against the United States, and murdered thousands of people in one day with his globe-spanning, international criminal genius. Article from The Independent in 1993 in which the media sycophantically lavishes bin Laden with praise. The 1993 Independent article reads like an embarrassing entry in a teenager's diary. Mr. bin Laden looks every inch the mountain warrior of Mujahideen legend. Adored children danced in front of him, preachers acknowledged his wisdom. "We have been waiting for this road through all the revolutions in Sudan," a sheikh said. "We waited until we had given up on everybody, and then Osama bin Laden came along. But what of the Arab Mujahideen whom he took to Afghanistan? Members of a guerrilla army who were also encouraged and armed by the United States." Documentation of the CIA funding and arming bin Laden can be found in The Guardian. Bin Laden was, though, a product of a monumental miscalculation by Western security agencies. Throughout the 80s he was armed by the CIA and funded by the Saudis to wage jihad against the Russian occupation of Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda, literally, the database, was originally the computer file of the thousands of mujahideen who were recruited and trained with help from the CIA to defeat the Russians. Inexplicably, and with disastrous consequences, it never appears to have occurred to Washington that once Russia was out of the way, bin Laden's organization would turn its attention to the West. Further documentation of this coincidental and unfortunate, monumental miscalculation can be found in a 2003 article from NBC News, titled Bin Laden Comes Home to Roost. Michael Moran looks at U.S. ties to Osama bin Laden, trained and funded by the CIA to wreak havoc on the Soviet army and now turning his talents on Americans. In fact, there were rumors bin Laden was even undergoing kidney dialysis in 2001, reported in Forbes. Specifically, it was reported that he had kidney disease that required mobile dialysis equipment. One story had him seeking kidney care in a Dubai hospital back in 2000. The source of the dialysis information was Pakistan's leader Pervez Musharraf, who said in 2002, "We read in Time, now the CIA has produced a report saying that bin Laden has long-term kidney disease and may have only months to live," two U.S. officials familiar with the report told Time. And then, on top of all these bizarre circumstances surrounding him, almost all of the soldiers that we are told killed him died in a helicopter crash 3 months after the raid on his compound. We read in the Dallas Morning News, in their 2017 article, SEAL Team 6 and What Really Happened on America's Deadliest Day in Afghanistan. Shortly after the mission to kill Osama bin Laden, 30 American troops and 8 Afghanis were killed in a single incident in the Tangi Valley. To this day, too little is known about their sacrifice. Among the 38 occupants inside the Chinook were some of the most highly trained and battle-seasoned fighters in the U.S. military, including 15 commandos from the Navy's SEAL Team 6, the unit that 3 months earlier had killed Osama bin Laden. We observe a noticeable absence of evidence in this writing involving the alleged criminal mastermind, who orchestrated the largest and most consequential terror attack in American history. This was the sinister face of evil, plastered on the TV screen endlessly, as the war drums began to beat in unison. Bin Laden was the world's most wanted man, and it was another coincidental tragedy that the heroic soldiers who allegedly killed him all died a few months later, with no ability to tell their stories. However, at the very least, the world got the closure of seeing the body of the man behind all of this horrific tragedy, right? Unfortunately, that never happened. The body was dumped in the ocean, with no pictures, no video, and no forensic proof that he was ever there. This is an intellectual travesty of monumental proportions, one that strains credulity and constitutes an obvious government cover-up operation. It is truly an insult to our intelligence that lies like this propagate so effortlessly and enthusiastically throughout our society. The fact there would be no body presented of the world's #1 most wanted terrorist after his death just defies comprehension. The 9/11 event, when examined closely, reveals its true nature as an empty charade, a stage production set in place by the military-industrial complex and the elite of the world, in order to utilize fear and subjugate populations more effectively. The death of the soldiers who allegedly killed bin Laden constitute more examples of collateral damage, in that their lives were forfeit in order to perpetrate this massive fraud and deception to the public without fear of leaks or whistleblowers. Let's briefly examine what happened to the gold and precious metals stored at the WTC on 9/11, to see if we can find supportive evidence that 9/11 may have also been a successful gold heist, as well as a money laundering operation. According to a November 2001 article from The Independent, there was approximately $1 billion in precious metals stored in the complex in numerous vaults. The COMEX Metals Trading Division of the New York Mercantile Exchange kept 3,800 gold bars, weighing 12 tons and worth more than $100 million, £70 million, in vaults in the building's basement. COMEX also held almost 800,000 ounces of gold there on behalf of others with a value of about $220 million. It also held more than 102 million ounces of silver, worth $430 million. The Bank of Nova Scotia, which kept gold in the COMEX vault, reported $200 million of gold lost in the wreckage. COMEX also held precious metals for Chase Manhattan Bank, the Bank of New York and Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking. The gold was being transported through the basement of the building on the morning of September 11th. In an October 2001 article from the Billings Gazette, we read, "It wasn't immediately clear how much gold was recovered, or exactly how much was buried under the complex after the September 11th attacks." The Toronto-based Bank of Nova Scotia has said its vault under 4 World Trade Center held more than $200 million in gold and silver. Bank spokeswoman Pam Agnew didn't immediately know if any of that gold was found. Other companies are believed to have lost untold gold and valuables in the disaster. As workers inched closer to the Gold Tuesday, authorities began restricting access to the north side of Ground Zero, and FBI and Secret Service agents joined police officers and firefighters at the site. "If I tried to go down there, they would have shot me," said a construction worker shooed away from the tunnel. "They sent most of us on our merry way," said one worker. Odd phrasing, but understandable given the amounts of money we are talking about. However, saying that they would have shot the workers to seem a little unusual or even conspiratorial. Still, the story gets stranger, as this nearly $1 billion turns into around $200 million here, according to Mayor Giuliani. In a November 2001 article from the LA Times, we read, "Most of the $200 million in gold and silver buried under a building destroyed in the World Trade Center attack has been recovered. I think we have most of it. I'm not sure we have all of it yet," Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani said. Let's see what the first responders thought of this. In a 2007 article from Bloomberg, the union said Giuliani was more concerned about the removal of gold, silver and other assets of the Bank of Nova Scotia that was buried beneath the rubble than he was of human remains. He valued the money and gold and wanted the site cleared before he left office at the end of 2001 more than he valued the lives and memories of those lost, the letter said. We can examine an additional source on these claims by the firefighters in the Washington Post. The 280,000-member union accused him of carelessly expediting the cleanup process with a scoop and dump operation after the recovery of millions of dollars in gold, silver and other assets from the Bank of Nova Scotia that had been buried. Scoop and dump sounds uncomfortably close to a type of robbery tactic known as smash and grab. Due to the chaos and destruction of the event, the trail of this wealth is essentially lost. Unfortunately, it gets worse, as we find evidence of strong arm robbery tactics. In a November 2001 article from the New York Times, we read, "About 2 weeks ago, a security team spotted scorch marks on a basement doorway below 4 World Trade Center, on the east side of the ruined complex, according to officials. Even in a place of mass devastation and death, those scorch marks got fast attention. They had not been noticed by a patrol team a few hours earlier, and behind the damaged, but intact, door were nearly 1,000 tons of gold and silver. To security officials, it looked as if someone had tried to break in." The bank also engaged Kroll Inc., a security business based in New York, to supervise the relocation of the gold and silver, a process that began this week, the Daily News reported yesterday. Let's look at Kroll Security, involved with the WTC previously, as reported in the New York Times. For years, Kroll Associates was Wall Street's private eye, specializing in digging up dirt in heated takeover battles. When merger mania cooled, Kroll kept its grip on the top rung by snaring such high-profile assignments as a request by the Kuwaiti government to search for Saddam Hussein's hidden riches and revamping security at the World Trade Center after the 1993 terrorist bombing. The name seems familiar from somewhere else, too. We can recall that Kroll recruited the head of security at the WTC, John O'Neill, 2 weeks before the attack. From the 9/11 Memorial website, we read, "But after being passed over for promotions, and amid internal tensions at the Bureau, O'Neill retired from the FBI on August 22, 2001. The next day he started a new job, Chief of Security at the World Trade Center. He was recruited to the role by New York-based security firm Kroll Associates, which had advised that security at the towers be revamped after the 1993 truck bombing. This is just one of many examples of parties with conflicts of interest, and what appears to be racketeering, cronyism, and possibly even setting up non-compliant FBI officers to die in the attack, as we recall that John O'Neill left the FBI due to personal friction regarding Middle East terrorism cases in the FBI. Did none of these people have a conscience? Do they feel remorse for the people that were either burned to death or had to jump out of the buildings? As it turns out, upon close examination, we can find one apparent possible confession and warning in the form of a film series, Back to the Future, directed by Robert Zemeckis. It sounds absurd at first. However, review these images and, once again, decide, coincidence or conspiracy. This YouTube video, Back to the Future Predicts 9/11, was discussed in a Washington Post article. We begin the film series with an Islamic terrorist attack at the Twin Pines Mall. The clock reads 9/11 upside down. Interestingly, the character meant to show us a 6 doesn't appear to be a traditional digital clock representation of 6, as it appears to be missing the overhang part of the number. It does appear similar to how someone would draw a 9, further indicating this as, in fact, an upside-down 9, rather than a 6. Two more encoded 9/11s appear upside down within this Islamic terrorist attack scene. The Twin Pines become the Lone Pine in this movie due to changed past events, symbolizing the tower's transition from the Twin Towers to the newly built singular tower. Another coincidental 33 appears, again recalling the Masons. The Pines towers next appear in this scene, in which they literally transition into the towers. Notably, the Twin Towers slide is the only movie present in this set of slides. While the others are static, the towers are shown moving upwards as if the slide is transitioning, further signifying that this represents the real-life towers. On-screen is a conspicuously placed Statue of Liberty torch, making this a perfect set of New York. One of the few times in cinema history featuring an upside-down character, similar to how the times on the clocks can be read upside down. This seems to suggest that we watch the Twin Towers movie from his upside-down perspective, in which we find the most literal depiction of the tower's collapse in cinema history. Furthermore, the plot develops into an elaborate warning about an event 30 years in the future, the same time as when the movie was released to when they are watching the Twin Towers movie slides, 1985 to 2015. There is a subplot involving saving a clock tower, while simultaneously they devise a plan to rig the tower with a wire in order to power their time machine. However, in this scene in which we see the words, "Save the tower," something sinister lurks behind the woman. Behind the woman we find the Eye of Providence, or what has been called the signature of the international criminal banking syndicate that conducted 9/11. According to the BBC, the "Eye of Providence," an eye set within a triangle, is one such symbol, associated with Freemasonry but also linked with the apocryphal Illuminati, a secret group of elite individuals allegedly seeking to control global affairs. Unfortunately, it gets even worse for Zemeckis. After they successfully complete this plan, another encoded 9/11 is shown directly on screen. Is this all just coincidence? Remember that everything we see from Hollywood is carefully and painstakingly curated, especially for highly produced directors like Zemeckis, who directed Forrest Gump, and films like this that involved elaborate and groundbreaking special effects. Let's more closely examine the warning. Recall that in October 2015, the characters are watching a hidden movie within a movie, containing the towers collapsing 30 years in the future from when the series began, 1985. Separately, they are also acting out a subplot about rigging a wire to a tower, and a written warning about an Islamic terrorist attack that would kill one of the characters, 30 years in the future. This short movie of the towers collapsing is analogous to the warning Marty is writing in the scene about the Islamic terrorist attack at the Twin Pines, that he states would be understood in 30 years, when he says the line, "You'll find out in 30 years." We know this because Zemeckis actually did release, of all things, a Twin Towers film exactly 30 years after this movie in October 2015. This movie involved rigging the World Trade Center towers with a wire, further demonstrating that this whole series is, indeed, a warning and an apparent confession of foreknowledge about 9/11, an Islamic terrorist attack on the Twin Pines. According to Variety, Sony's The Walk is receiving an early release at IMAX, more than a week before the wide release on October 9th. The film is based on Philippe Petit's 1974 Walk on a Wire between the towers of the World Trade Center. Joseph Gordon-Levitt stars in the film, directed by Robert Zemeckis. Even more coincidentally, this film features essentially a body double of the protagonist, finishing off the symbolism with a 30-year later tightrope walk across the towers. Now what are the odds of that? There seems to be a certain obsession or fascination with these towers demonstrated here. Is there a symbolic significance to them we might be missing? Indeed, as it turns out, the twin pillars are an important and prominent symbol in occultic and especially Masonic symbolism. Let's review the meaning of the twin pillars Joachim and Boaz. From the Masonic Grand Lodge of Rhode Island, the esoteric meaning of the twin pillars Boaz and Joachim, whether in art or architecture. Twin pillars are archetypal symbols representing an important gateway or passage toward the unknown. In Freemasonry, the pillars Boaz and Joachim represent one of the Brotherhood's most recognizable symbols and most times is prominently featured in Masonic art, documents, and buildings. This Masonic monument was erected by Solomon's Pillars Masonic Lodge No. 59 in Eliot, Israel. If we look closely, we can see the Eye of Providence as well as J and B, representing Joachim and Boaz in Masonic lore. An important gateway to the unknown, featured prominently in Masonic art, documents and buildings. A simple Google search for Masonic art will reveal the importance of the Twin Towers to this dangerous and subversive cult. Furthermore, SymbolDictionary.net goes on to say, in the Jewish mystical Kabbalah, Joachim, sometimes Jachin or Jachim, and Boaz are the left and rightmost pillars of the tree of life, mercy and severity, or strength. The pillars have traditionally been viewed as symbolic, and to Freemasons represents the spiritual development of man. The full picture of 9/11 as a complex money laundering operation by an international organized crime syndicate, based loosely around an occultic secret society, is now coming into view. 9/11 represents a masterfully executed and minutely detailed plot involving many different collaborators, planned over many years, even decades, designed to usher us all through the gateway and into the New World Order. Let's begin our conclusion with a word from one of the most authoritative and widely cited debunkers of the 9/11 conspiracy theory, John McCain. McCain was questioned about how Building 7 collapsed at free fall speeds without a controlled demolition on C-SPAN, on April 9, 2013, at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. This was his response. To tell you the truth, this is an area that I am not very familiar, and if you would drop me a note and mention that we talked on C-SPAN, I'd be glad to get you a, more complete answer. But honestly every once in a while, I have to plead ignorance about an issue, and this is one that I have not been involved in. But I'll be more than happy to look into it, and thanks for calling. Unfortunately, this answer is not satisfactory, given that McCain wrote the foreword for the allegedly authoritative debunking of the 9/11 conspiracies in Popular Mechanics. September 2020, Popular Mechanics special report debunking 9/11 myths first appeared in our March 2005 issue, and was subsequently made into a book. Senator John McCain, who passed away in 2018, penned the foreword to the book edition, calling on Americans to come together and reject the baseless conspiracy theories about the terror attacks of September 11, 2001. He alleges that the conspiracy theory is not based on facts. However, in this writing, we have seen hundreds of mainstream sources, government documents, eyewitness accounts, and facts that can be verified by any person on Earth. In contrast, the government itself, through NIST and the FBI, has refused to release any actual facts or data because of public safety, and the coincidence theory presents numerous inconsistencies and contradictions, staggeringly high probabilistic odds against it, and requires divine miracles or suspension of the laws of physics in order to have happened. So how can this be? He continues, blaming some conspiracy within our government for 9/11 mars the memories of all those lost on that day. There were errors and missteps in our government's response, to be sure. Is this allegation true, that this very writing mars the memories of those lost on that day? Or is the whole event, in fact, a lie so large that it became unquestionable, and the cornerstone for an entire class of political careers? Could a deception this brazen be what truly mars the memories of those who died at the hands of cold-blooded murderers that day? Politicians like John McCain must think we are stupid, as we can see in this article from the New Republic titled, "John McCain Thinks You Are Stupid." This chapter will close with a word from an actual American hero, a first responder to the 9/11 attack, in order to see if he agrees with McCain. First responder David Miller, New York, 2006. I want to tell you tonight about the people we call heroes, and are still, in growing numbers, living in terrible physical and economic circumstances as they struggle with the carcinogenic effects of the toxic chemical soup Ground Zero became. Can this side of the room, everybody, stand up? Everybody on this side, if you were all rescue workers, will be dead in 4 years. That's our statistics. That's what's happening. In 7 years, it doubles. And every time Popular Mechanics calls the people of this movement nuts, these propagandists, professional liars and tools who cannot, even by any stretch of the imagination, be considered journalists, strike another nail into the coffin of another rescue worker. I don't think we're crazy. Conspiracies are only evidence the courts won't hear. We who are still dying from 9/11, who went to the towers and into that pile, now live with those buildings in our lungs and digestive systems and our blood. For myself and far too many of us, research and the effective treatments are going to arrive far too late. I have double metastasizations in both lungs. That's just the reality. We were also killed on 9/11. Avenge us. Miller died in December 2010, 4 years after this speech. Further documentation of Miller's story can be found in the Daily Mail. David Miller, 41, is one example of a ground zero hero now seriously sick. Fit and robust before the 11th of September, he served on the day with the New York Army Guard. 9 years on, he is suffering from head, neck and skin cancer, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and mesothelioma, an incurable asbestos-related lung cancer that normally takes decades to develop. In David's case, it was full-blown just 3.5 years after spending 2 weeks on the ground zero site, known as the Pile. The debunkers of the 9/11 conspiracy theory are intellectually dishonest and compromised. They refuse to release data and facts, while accusing us of doing the same. This is intellectually fallacious, as the burden of proof for the government's proposed coincidence theory lies on them. We can only work with the facts we are given, and what we can conclusively say is that what we are told happened that day is not congruent with what the evidence demonstrates. In summary, let's briefly review the coincidence theory as told to us by the U.S. government. Chapter 5. The coincidence theory. Let's begin to wrap up all of these threads with a review of the coincidence theory. The factual statements below do not constitute the conspiracy theory. Rather, they represent the coincidence theory, demonstrated through irrefutable evidence such as mainstream sources, publicly verifiable facts, government documents, eyewitness accounts and the historical record. That the following is the coincidence theory is not in question. The only question is it a credible theory? This is the official narrative we are to believe, and if even a small number of these are not coincidences, that means the government is lying and necessitates the truth of the conspiracy theory. We can all sustain an intellectual belief in a small number of coincidences, but we also have a point where we personally feel that we cannot be intellectually honest while sustaining a belief with staggeringly high odds against it. If we say that all of these coincidences really just happened, then we are operating simply on blind faith in the government. Unfortunately, this is not a tenable way to view the world, and we must follow the evidence, even if it leads too close to home for comfort. To believe the official 9/11 narrative is to listen to a soothsayer, remaining comfortable with the shadows of the cave. To believe the official story is to believe a lie so enormous that everybody knows something is wrong with it, which directly correlates with the mass rise of mental illness and the degradation of the fabric of society. 9/11 was a horrific act of abuse and trauma, magnified to its maximum extent by those who orchestrated it, by making sure that cameras worldwide were focused on the towers before the second plane hit. Indeed, given its place in the continuum of technology, we can see 9/11 as the first global consciousness trauma event, designed by a psychologically abusive government in order to instill the maximum amount of fear and anguish in its citizens. We still, to this day, reap the fruits of the cognitive dissonance that was sown on 9/11, in which we saw impossible and unprecedented events occur with no satisfactory explanation offered by the government. To believe the government's story is to give tacit consent to the abuser, and to defend it is a form of Stockholm Syndrome, in which the abused person lashes out at anyone trying to rescue them from the abuser, who has trapped them in a web of fear, keeping them certain that they can't survive without their protector. Let's review the official story that we have been told. Recall that if even a few of these could be proven to not be a coincidence, then by logical necessity, the conspiracy theory would be proven true. Given the extraordinary nature of the events on 9/11, there exists only two narratives which provide a sufficiently explanatory theory of the attack, presenting dueling, logically necessary, and mutually exclusive series of events. Using mainstream sources, eyewitness accounts, publicly verifiable facts, and government documents, we have established the official 9/11 99 coincidences theory, which is, according to the U.S. government, coincidentally, the chairman of the JCOS was incommunicado on 9/11, on a plane over Atlantic. Coincidentally, the manager of the FAA Command Center was on his first day on the job. Coincidentally, the general at FAA headquarters in D.C. was in Puerto Rico with no designated replacement. Coincidentally, the acting director of the National Military Command Center was standing in for the first time. Coincidentally, the general in charge of NORAD was incommunicado on a 30-minute car commute. Coincidentally, the general in charge of Eastern Air Defense Sector NORAD was incommunicado in a teleconference. Coincidentally, an unnamed Army Lieutenant General, Director of Operations was out of the country on vacation. Coincidentally, the head of security at WTC was 2 weeks on the job. Coincidentally, there were drills running at NORAD stimulating hijackings. Coincidentally, there were also unexplained phantom planes on radar at NORAD. Coincidentally, fighter jets were not available due to drills, or were intentionally sent out to sea. Coincidentally, the leaders at NORAD that day later committed perjury regarding their actions on 9/11. Coincidentally, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld was missing during the event, busy on the Pentagon lawn tampering with evidence. Coincidentally, the children, reading, with Bush say, plane, steal, must, hit, and, kite. Coincidentally, Secretary of Transportation Minetta's bizarre testimony contradicts the official story or timeline. Coincidentally, in this testimony Cheney appears to be giving orders to not shoot down the plane. Coincidentally, Securacom, a company the president's brother was heavily involved with, provided security for an airport, an airline, and the buildings involved in the attacks. Coincidentally, the controller of the Pentagon, Dov Zakim, implicated in the missing $2.3 trillion tax dollars, was CEO and VP of System Planning Corporation, a company that produced flight termination software designed to remotely hijack planes. Coincidentally, Donald Rumsfeld announced the missing $2.3 trillion tax dollars on September 10, 2001. Coincidentally, the area targeted in the Pentagon had just undergone renovation, similar to the WTC, which underwent extensive elevator upgrades leading up to 9/11. Coincidentally, the targeted area was exactly where the Naval Office of Intelligence was located, full of accountants investigating the missing trillions of tax dollars Rumsfeld announced from the Pentagon on the 10th of September 2001. This target was chosen over the Pentagon Command Center, roofs, or several other far more logical and accessible targets. Coincidentally, the planes appear to have been going too fast to perform the precise and tight aerial maneuvers that they allegedly did at low altitudes without suffering visible structural damage or loss of control. Coincidentally, David Rockefeller, who admitted to being part of a conspiracy against the best interests of the United States, was involved with the initial creation and planning of the towers. Coincidentally, Silverstein bought the towers 6 weeks before the attack and made a 50% profit from insurance off of the deal. Coincidentally, he demonstrably lied about his whereabouts that morning. Coincidentally, the towers were a huge cost and liability due to asbestos, which the Port Authority had been dealing with in the courts, costing them tens of millions of dollars in abatement processes over many years. Coincidentally, Israeli art student spies were harassing and stalking federal agents in the months before 9/11, collecting information on them, and carrying large amounts of cash around. Coincidentally, we find artists such as Gelatin creating disturbing and suspicious art in the WTC, drawing pictures of people plummeting to their death from the tower, taking out windows illegally, and creating unusual sculptures entitled, Framed, Gutless Men Carried It Out, as well as illuminating the windows of WTC Tower 1 to spell out their name, E-Team, directly in the strike zone. Coincidentally, these artists stated that they are conducting a conspiratorial coup. Coincidentally, these artists were photographed in early 2001 in their WTC studio next to stacks of fuse boxes that could be used in demolitions, while wearing repelling gear. Coincidentally, the owners of the towers betrayed Otis Elevator after their heroic rescue efforts in the 1993 bombing by ending their contract in 1994 for a company that is now bankrupt, Ace Elevators. Coincidentally, the Ace Elevator workers unanimously abandoned their job, acting against all ethics and guidelines, acting exactly as they would if they knew a demolition sequence had begun and had to evacuate. In doing so, they let hundreds die while trapped in their elevators. Coincidentally, bomb-sniffing dogs were removed, abruptly, in the days before 9/11. Coincidentally, Bush was warned in August about bin Laden planning terrorist attacks and completely disregarded it, even though the towers were already targeted in 1993. Coincidentally, Scott Forbes's credible eyewitness testimony regarding unexplained power downs and construction was ignored by the 9/11 Commission and the Port Authority. Coincidentally, another janitor in the towers, William Rodriguez, also heard unexplained construction noises on floors that were supposed to be empty and restricted access. Coincidentally, 5 Israelis, some of which at least were intelligence agents, were in New York to document the event and seemingly celebrating. Coincidentally, they were driving around with large amounts of cash and a box cutter, the weapon allegedly used in the hijackings. Coincidentally, one of these men failed a polygraph test, and the company associated with them, Urban Moving, quickly shut down and abandoned its offices after their arrest. Coincidentally, Building 7 collapsed without being hit by a plane evenly at free fall acceleration into its own footprint through the path of greatest resistance, due to an unknown phenomenon that can only be described as spontaneous architectural combustion. Coincidentally, NIST will not release files demonstrating how they achieved this extraordinary collapse sequence because of national security and public safety. Coincidentally, the BBC reported this unprecedented, first-of-its-kind collapse almost 30 minutes early. Coincidentally, Silverstein stated that he said to pull it about Building 7, which in construction terminology would mean to initiate a controlled demolition, rather than stating to pull them, referring to the firefighters he claims to be talking about. Coincidentally, Secret Service, the SEC, the CIA, the IRS and the DoD had offices in Building 7 containing critical evidence to ongoing investigation into high-level financial crimes. Coincidentally, large amounts of molten steel and even a fused concrete steel, meteorite, were found in the wreckage of WTC-7, which is impossible with only office fires and a simple gravitational collapse. Coincidentally, 3 of the lead engineers and designers of the World Trade Center specifically stated that the towers were built to withstand direct jet impacts at full speed, and the resulting fire. Coincidentally, there are over 100 documented eyewitnesses' accounts of secondary explosions. Coincidentally, the laws of conservation of momentum and conservation of energy were suspended on 9/11, allowing a closed system such as the WTC to demonstrate extraordinary amounts of kinetic energy, in which approximately 10% of the building completely destroyed the remaining 90%, in a type of previously unknown spontaneous architectural combustion. Coincidentally, one of the 4 major structural subsystems of the towers, the hat trusses, simply vanished from the tops of the buildings, rather than ride the debris to the bottom as we would expect. Coincidentally, NIST did not study this because it was after the collapse became inevitable, which is meaningless, unscientific, and almost mystical language like extraordinary. Coincidentally, the laws of physics were suspended, allowing several windows at the Pentagon to be hit by a jet aircraft wing traveling at hundreds of miles an hour and still have glass in the frame. Coincidentally, the laws of physics were suspended again when the virtually indestructible jet engine simply vanished into the Pentagon, never to be seen again. Coincidentally, the rest of the plane somehow changed its state of matter, turning itself into a ball of fire, type of plasma projectile, creating a perfectly round exit hole. Coincidentally, the FBI lied about not having tapes of the impact at the Pentagon. Coincidentally, the only 2 videos released are demonstrably altered. Coincidentally, an eyewitnesses and victim of the attacks, April Gallup, stated that there was no plane at the Pentagon, along with Bob Pugh, one of the first to arrive at the scene. Coincidentally, Flight 93, according to the coroner, was literally covered up with topsoil and was never properly excavated or examined. Coincidentally, the crash site pictures show no plane, which allegedly buried itself up to 100 feet deep or more through the same unknown phenomenon that allows entire airplanes to change their state of matter into a plasma-type projectile. Coincidentally, the wreckage of Flight 93 is comically small in size relative to the people standing near it. Coincidentally, the mayor of Shanksville and an FBI agent stated that there was no plane at the Flight 93 crash site. Coincidentally, the famous Todd Beamer, "Let's roll" phone call is incongruent with the official timeline. Coincidentally, there were no black boxes recovered from the 2 planes that hit the WTC. Coincidentally, the 2 that were allegedly recovered from the Pentagon and Shanksville have no serial numbers, and therefore no black box can be conclusively proved to be linked to 9/11. Coincidentally, a passport belonging to one of the hijackers miraculously survived this black box destroying inferno, and wafted down from the explosion into a perfect chain of custody. Coincidentally, a Rothschild-involved shipping company moved out of the WTC 2 weeks before the attacks. Coincidentally, evidence critical to the WorldCom investigation and other major cases was lost forever. Coincidentally, we hear in the C.C. Lyle's phone call whispering that appears to say, "It's a frame." Coincidentally, calls appear to have been impossible from planes in 2001, and at best were a fluke or coincidence. Coincidentally, the fundamentalist Muslim hijackers visited prostitutes before the attacks. Coincidentally, Osama bin Laden worked with, and was funded by, the CIA, in order to fight the Soviet Union. Coincidentally, his body was dumped at sea before a single piece of forensic evidence proving he was ever there, such as a photograph, could be collected. Coincidentally, most of the soldiers who allegedly killed him died soon after in a helicopter crash. Coincidentally, massive amounts of wealth seemingly disappeared from under the towers during and immediately after 9/11, in what appears to be strong-arm robbery tactics. Coincidentally, we find 4 separate 9/11s displayed on screen in Back to the Future. There is an Islamic terrorist attack at the Twin Pines, which turns to the Lone Pine. Then we find a slideshow of the towers collapsing next to the Statue of Liberty. This occurs in October 2015, while the movie was released in 1985. Coincidentally, the director of this movie released an actual World Trade Center movie called The Walk in October 2015. Back to the Future is about a 30-year warning, and features a prominent all-seeing eye. Coincidentally, John McCain, the ultimate debunker from Popular Mechanics, had to plead ignorance when directly questioned on C-SPAN about the free-fall acceleration of Building 7 that was not hit by a plane. Coincidentally, we find deep and ancient occult symbolism in the twin pillars, Joachim and Boaz. Coincidentally, the term false flag originated in naval warfare involving privateers. Coincidentally, the Rothschild family originated as smugglers, also known as privateers, pirates or mercenaries. Coincidentally, the Lusitania and Pearl Harbor incidents were, at best, provoked and allowed to happen by the government, and appear to have been actively facilitated, demonstrating unusual similarities to 9/11, such as the attacking vessels being tracked, and miscommunication or dereliction of duty from official channels. Coincidentally, the intelligence agencies used secret armies to subject civilians to mass murder and terror attacks in order to utilize a political strategy of tension. Coincidentally, there is at least one documented, serious coup attempt in the 20th century by businessmen. Coincidentally, CIA agents state that they lie, kill and cheat, steal, deceive, rape, and pillage, with the blessing of the Almighty. Coincidentally, the CIA drugged and murdered civilians and successfully covered it up for decades. Coincidentally, the military described a serious plan to hijack U.S. planes and blow up U.S. ships in order to provoke war with Cuba. Coincidentally, the government lied about Nayera, which constitutes a false flag. Coincidentally, the government also lied about the Gulf of Tonkin, another false flag. Coincidentally, the government also lied about the Niger uranium forgeries, another false flag. Coincidentally, Reagan and Bush were involved with underage male prostitutes, demonstrating disgusting and illegal actions that could be used in powerful blackmail. Coincidentally, Pentagon employees also engaged in highly compromising sex crimes involving underage children when they engaged in the download of illegal child pornography. Coincidentally, Bush, Reagan, Oliver North, and the CIA engaged in the illegal global narcotics trade using organized crime and racketeering tactics, while attempting to conceal this from the public. Coincidentally, Israel intentionally attacked the USS Liberty with fighter jets, killing 34 and wounding 171, in an apparent attempt to draw us into war with Egypt. Coincidentally, the SEC eased regulations due to the destruction of 9/11, providing the perfect cover for massive amounts of suspicious financial transactions to take place discreetly, just in time for fraudulent securities allegedly used to collapse the Soviet Union in 1991 to clear without raising alarms. Coincidentally, we can trace the origin of the black budget after World War II through looting the real wealth of the world, such as the confiscation of gold from their citizens by the Roosevelt and Churchill administrations, and the confession of Imelda Marcos. Coincidentally, there are multiple documented investigations into massive financial improprieties and unexplained financial events surrounding 9/11, the data stream of the towers, and the stock market. Coincidentally, Bush administration officials comprised a pseudo-secret society called the Vulcans, who called for a new Pearl Harbor through the think tank Project for a New American Century. Coincidentally, all of the predictions and stated goals of the Vulcans came alarmingly true. Coincidentally, the FBI and CIA intimidated and controlled journalists using strong-arm criminal tactics under COINTELPRO, and as seen in the CIA's Family Jewels document. Coincidentally, CIA Director William Casey stated that the government was running a disinformation campaign in order to make sure everything the American public knows is false. Only we can make up our mind for ourselves whether we believe this story and accept this list of coincidences, or whether it is more likely that a group of incredibly wealthy, malevolent, and likely sociopathic people colluded for decades in order to conceal real wealth, such as gold, that they looted from the world. In doing so, they effectively bankrupted the rest of us, replacing real wealth with more easily manipulated fiat paper money, such that less than a handful of people now control literally half of the world's wealth. The myriad of illegal and immoral actions this international criminal syndicate engaged in necessitated that they commit horrific acts and crimes against humanity in order to conceal them, while simultaneously gaining the thing they crave the most, power over other people, and the means to cause human suffering. Why does any of this matter? To be ambivalent to a great act of evil is evil itself. To protect those guilty of a great act of evil is again evil itself. This is a sophisticated cover-up, yet, as we can see, all of the facts necessary to piece the picture together are available in the verifiable public record. It is literally physically impossible for 9/11 to have been anything but a series of controlled demolitions and precisely coordinated attacks. Instead of questioning this, the American public cheered enthusiastically in unison, while outrageously psychopathic and dishonest politicians robbed them, lied to them, and abused them. They cheered when bombs were dropped on Baghdad, and for some reason when Saddam Hussein was captured, even though he, or Iraq, had nothing to do with this, and were not found once in this writing. To Bush, this was obviously a continuation of his father's wars, bought and paid for by the bankers of the world, sacrificing millions of human lives while they greedily milked corrupted and compromised government contracts. Due to the lies of 9/11, the United States suffered the disastrous defeat in Afghanistan, after $6 trillion of our dollars or so had vanished into thin air with absolutely nothing to show for it, as well as trillions more lost in pursuit of political end goals that mean nothing or are actively harmful to the average person. 9/11 was the catalyst that set the precedent for extraordinary events to take away our freedom. Indeed, we sacrificed our freedom, and we have not received safety, just as predicted hundreds of years ago by Benjamin Franklin. The kind of pathetic subservience and tacit consent to abuse demonstrated regarding 9/11 in this country is an extreme and deranged form of Stockholm Syndrome, and the fact that the perpetrators of this event are admired and beloved by people even today truly staggers the imagination. Allowing the events of 9/11 to transpire with no accountability for anyone involved is a crime that indicts all of humanity with its reach. We will pay dearly for our cowardice and lack of comprehension, as the fruits of 9/11 can already be seen in the burgeoning COVID biosecurity complex. We are fast approaching the biosecurity state, and eventually we will not even be allowed to have cash, for our own good, we can be sure, as terrorists could use it. We must, of course, think of the children and public safety. A future of digital money, biometric passports, and forced injections is coming, where the government can control anything and everything we do. And in the end, we won't even be able to complain. Rather, they will be able to say that we voted for them, and we supported them with thunderous and rousing applause. We defended them, and we censored anyone who spoke out against them. We have, therefore, demonstrated our own guilt and signed our own death warrants. The Christian is ordered by God in Ephesians chapter 5 verse 11 to take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them, and has utterly failed in that regard. We were warned in 1984, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face, forever. Instead of listening and acting, we carelessly played like children with our trinkets and television sets, hypnotized into a race of sniveling and pathetic cowards, too comfortable and busy to think about unpleasant things like 9/11. In conclusion, what we have seen in this writing represents the complete and utter impossibility of the official 9/11 narrative, demonstrated using verifiable mainstream sources, government documents, eyewitness accounts, forensic evidence, and publicly available facts. Furthermore, we have established that to believe the official coincidence theory, we must operate on blind faith in the government alone, and against all facts and reasoning. Indeed, the odds against it are so high as to be incalculable, necessitating multiple cases of supernatural or divine intervention causing a miraculous suspension of the laws of physics for 9/11 to have happened according to the official narrative. Therefore, the official 9/11 coincidence theory can be conclusively and unequivocally stated to be absolutely impossible, necessarily leaving only one rational worldview, the conspiracy theory. Finally, we will end with another word from a victim, This one trapped in the towers, named Melissa Doy. Melissa Doy, 32, gave a 911 operator her mother's name and phone number in hopes of passing on a last message. Trapped on the 83rd floor as the South Tower burned, she asked the nameless woman on the other end of the phone, "Can I stay on the line with you, please? I feel like I'm dying. The floor is completely engulfed. We're on the floor, and we can't breathe, and it's very, very, very hot," Doy says in a frantic voice. "I'm going to die, I know it. Please, God, no. It's so hot, I'm burning up," she says, sobbing. Her call can be heard online. Section 2 Supernatural Authorship and Historicity of the Bible. In this section, we will erect a positive case for the existence of the biblical God and supernatural authorship of the Bible, using deductive arguments, historical evidence, fulfilled prophecy, and otherwise unexplainable evidences contained within the Bible itself. The Bible is a limitless source of inspiration and fascination, where we can connect dots that were written over approximately 1,600 years and by 44 different authors, yet which still fit a congruent pattern. Many of these authors lived drastically different lives, and in different times and locations, and still the Bible presents a cohesive narrative and picture, itself a near miraculous achievement. Furthermore, the Bible holds many deep references and interconnections within the text. We can see an excellent example of the Bible self-referencing when Jesus promised his generation of Jews the sign of Jonah in Matthew chapter 12 verses 38 to 39. Then some of the scribes and Pharisees told Jesus, "Teacher, we want to see a sign from you." But he replied to them, "An evil and adulterous generation craves a sign. Yet no sign will be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah." In typical biblical prophecy, a day is equal to a prophetic year. The sign of Jonah was that the town of Nineveh would be destroyed in 40 days if they did not repent. Astoundingly, Jesus' prophecy was accurate. The Jews did not repent, enacted a brutal judicial murder of Jesus, and exactly 40 years after he began his ministry, Jerusalem, and their temple, were completely destroyed by the Romans in 70 AD, with this rebellion coming to a close 40 years exactly after his crucifixion in 73 AD, thus fulfilling Jesus' prediction. This is an excellent example of what we find often in the Bible: historically fulfilled prophecies, internal consistency, and a staggering number of interconnections within the text. We will begin by examining 3 simple deductive arguments that demonstrate that it is more rational to believe that God exists, rather than doesn't exist. Once we have established that, we will review the comprehensive case for the Christian, biblical God, examining whether the text of the Bible is historically trustworthy, and presenting verifiable evidence that indicates a supernatural deity has made itself known to us through the Bible, and the revelation of Jesus Christ. Chapter 1. Ontological arguments for the existence of God. The cosmological argument: everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. Let's begin by examining the atheist, naturalist, or materialist side of this argument. Supporting the worldview of an uncreated universe, we find vitriolic antitheist Lawrence Krauss and his relativistic quantum fields that created a universe from nothing, as well as Peter Atkins, another prominent atheist scientist, who presents the following explanation for the origin of the universe. How much electric charge is there in the universe? The answer is none. We know, experimentally, that there is an equal amount of positive and negative charge, which if summed together gives zero charge overall. At the creation, no charge separated into opposite charges. Nothing separated into opposites. Secondly, and more potently, how much material is there in the universe? The answer is close to zero. There is no energy in the universe. Nothing did indeed come from nothing. There is truly nothing here. This is an astonishingly radical and extraordinary idea that is simply an exercise in creative thinking, lacking any sort of physical, tangible, or observational evidence. The idea that the universe contains truly nothing, because of some equations balancing out, is absurd, and self-refuting. Imbuing nothingness with properties of being able to separate itself is logically incoherent, contradictory, and scientifically impossible under our current understanding of thermodynamics and conservation of energy. Let's look at Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing, more closely. Everyday beautiful and miraculous objects suddenly appear, from snowflakes on a cold winter morning to vibrant rainbows after a late afternoon summer shower. Yet no one but the most ardent fundamentalists would suggest that each and every such object is lovingly and painstakingly and, most important, purposefully created by a divine intelligence. We do not yet fully understand how life originated on Earth. Because of the observational and related theoretical difficulties associated with working out the details, I expect we may never achieve more than plausibility in this regard. I say almost uniform because I also described in Chapter 6 how quantum mechanics will always leave some residual, small density fluctuations that get frozen during inflation. This results in the second amazing implication of inflation, that small density fluctuations in empty space due to the rules of quantum mechanics will later be responsible for all the structure we observe in the universe today. So we, and everything we see, result out of quantum fluctuations in what is essentially nothingness near the beginning of time, namely during the inflationary expansion. Exactly how we can get something from this kind of nothing, the ultimate free lunch. Closing the book, Richard Dawkins writes, "There is much that science still doesn't know. We may not understand quantum theory, heaven knows. I don't. If on the origin of species was biology's deadliest blow to supernaturalism, we may come to see a universe from nothing as the equivalent from cosmology." The title means exactly what it says. And what it says is devastating. Let's examine this atheistic worldview of something from nothing, comprising the foundational creation mythos of the self-styled horsemen of the new atheism movement. Saving themselves some dignity, the majority of the other new atheists, such as Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris, don't embarrass themselves with this kind of pedantic jargon about small density quantum fluctuations near the beginning of time. Rather, they plainly admit that they have absolutely no explanation for the origin of the universe, the same utter philosophical failure as the entire theory of evolution, the so-called death blow to God. These pop scientists preach the false gospel of the theory of everything, claiming that one day, science will be able to answer all of life's questions. In doing so, they rely entirely on some mythical future scientific prophet who will reveal what they are so desperately lacking in their intellectual bankroll. Essentially, anything more than a vague description of how they think the universe might function in certain states. These scientific atheists' grand talk about string theory and quantum fluctuations resonates hollowly, while two-thirds of their research papers can't be reproduced. As reported by the BBC, science is facing a "reproducibility crisis" where more than two-thirds of researchers have tried and failed to reproduce another scientist's experiments, research suggests. Even Krauss' own community seems to have widely rejected his book, describing it as follows in Scientific American. Thus what he is presenting is not tested science. It's a philosophical speculation, which he apparently believes is so compelling he does not have to give any specification of evidence that would confirm it is true, and describing him in the title of the article as a bad philosopher. If these are the death blows, then the naturalists and materialists are truly David to the Bible's Goliath. However, unfortunately for them, David represents a sure loss without divine intervention. In between their bad jokes, these college professors condescendingly sneer down their noses at the ardent fundamentalist, who appreciates the miraculous nature of the creation of the physical world. Indeed, it takes a certain kind of intellectual bankruptcy to stand on a stage criticizing God, while also admitting that you don't really know anything, can't prove anything, have no objective grounding for your beliefs, and can't actually explain the why, but only the how, mediocrity at best. Furthermore, they appeal by faith to some hypothesized future scientific prophet, who will finally reveal the answers to all the fundamental questions that science is deaf, dumb, and mute on, the so-called theory of everything. In fact, scientists were astoundingly wrong considering the origin of the universe, the vast majority agreeing up until the 20th century that the universe was steady state, or eternal. This theory was disproven when Edwin Hubble detected the red light shift of other galaxies, and the cosmic microwave background radiation was discovered. The Christian theory of the origin of creation was evidenced in the discovery and confirmation of the Big Bang theory, or exactly what we would expect to see if God spoke the universe into creation. If these scientists had merely read the Bible, they could have had a nearly 2,000-year head start on their theories of cosmology. Perhaps, one day these scientists will learn that there really is no such thing as a free lunch. Pseudo-celebrities like Krauss and Dawkins act as false prophets spreading the tenuous gospel of science to the masses, sycophantically applauded by a compromised and demonstrably dishonest media. When pressed on their contradictory, absent, or self-refuting beliefs, they will occasionally have a rare moment of honesty, in which they admit that they just don't like God. As Nobel Prize-winning theoretical physicist Steven Weinberg puts it, maybe at the very bottom of it, I really don't like God. He's a terrible character. They are within their rational rights to feel this way. However, they place a huge bet by doing so that God not only doesn't exist, but doesn't exist and simply not like them either. The argument from design in a related argument. The processes of life are far too complex to have evolved by chance, and the formation of a life-sustaining universe is an incredibly unlikely event. As stated by Stephen Hawking, if the rate of the universe's expansion 1 second after the Big Bang had been smaller by even 1 part in 100,000 million, the universe would have re-collapsed into a hot fireball due to gravitational attraction. Let's examine this apparent fine-tuning of the conditions of the universe for life more closely, in an article from Scientific American about the fine structure constant. This famous quantity, equals E2, 20 Hc, called the fine structure constant, was first introduced in 1916 by Arnold Sommerfeld, a pioneer in applying the theory of quantum mechanics to electromagnetism. It quantifies the relativistic, c, and quantum, h, qualities of electromagnetic, e, interactions involving charged particles in empty space, 0. Measured to be equal to 137.035999976. If had a different value, all sorts of vital features of the world around us would change. If the value were lower, the density of solid atomic matter would fall, in proportion to 3, molecular bonds would break at lower temperatures, 2, and the number of stable elements in the periodic table could increase, 1. If were too big, small atomic nuclei could not exist, because the electrical repulsion of their protons would overwhelm the strong nuclear force binding them together. A value as big as 0.1 would blow apart carbon. According to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, life could not have existed for the vast majority of other forms of the laws of nature, other values of the constants of nature, and other conditions in the very early universe. As an example, it states, if gravity had been absent or substantially weaker, galaxies, stars and planets would not have formed in the first place. Had it been only slightly weaker, and/or electromagnetism slightly stronger, main sequence stars such as the Sun would have been significantly colder and would not explode in supernovae, which are the main source of many heavier elements. What we observe here is an incomprehensibly fine-tuning. Scientists worldwide agree that the physical constants that underlie our universe and the ratios between them are incredibly precise, and the conditions for a life-permitting universe are unlikely to form spontaneously. Moreover, even if we ignore these incredible odds, the probability of life randomly evolving by chance overwhelmingly dictates that evolution of organic life is so unlikely as to be impossible. Grant Jeffrey states in The Signature of God, mathematicians have calculated that the odds against a single DNA gene forming by chance is equal to 1 chance in 10 followed by 155 zeros. If one counts the number of trial assemblies of amino acids that are needed to give rise to the enzymes, the probability of their discovery by random shufflings turn out to be less than 1 in 10,400,000. There are only 3 explanations for this miraculous fine-tuning: chance, necessity, or design. Science has ruled out necessity, as the laws of physics depend on these constants, and not the other way around, and statistical interpretations distinctly rule out probability as a cause. Therefore, we are left only with design as the cause for this fantastically improbable universe. Take, as another example, the eye of an average insect, such as a large moth or grasshopper. It is a strange prism, a perfect globe filled with some kind of extraordinary viscous clear fluid. Their perfectly symmetrical hexagon lenses are fractals, cascading down into the edge of the eye. Marvelous instruments of precision, they are more finely machined than our best cameras, and more adept and quicker than the smartest supercomputer. While they are forming, millions of optic nerves must grow simultaneously from the brain, through the optic nerve, connecting with nerves going from the eye. Millions upon millions of delicate nerves must find and meet their exact mate in order for these insects, or any of us, to see. Engineers struggle to connect 2 tunnels going through a mountain, yet God does this billions of times every day on a scale too fine to even comprehend. These scientists, despite all of their intellectual disdain for the religious, can't create a machine with even 1,000th of the beauty and precision of these insects. And yet, God creates them by the billions and throws them away to the wind, while all of the technological snow globes and child's trinkets created by humanity pale in comparison to simply one of these eyes. Seeing as how science has failed to explain the origin of life, the meaningfulness of life, or to even come close to replicating the skill needed to create life, it is clear why some people think that each and every such object is lovingly and painstakingly and, most important, purposefully created by a divine intelligence. In another astounding example of complexity in nature that can only be considered the product of intelligent design, consider the walking molecules, motor proteins examined in the study Walking Molecules. Biologists have established that most forms of directed nanoscopic, microscopic and, ultimately, macroscopic movements are powered by molecular motors from the dynein, myosin and kinesin superfamilies. These motor proteins literally walk, step by step, along polymeric filaments, carrying out essential tasks such as organelle transport. In this article from the American Physical Society, physicists attempt to recreate this miraculous nano device and fail, stating, to take one step, the rear foot needs to disconnect from the track, flop over the top of the structure, and then reconnect in front. Although the researchers have made progress toward a fully autonomous synthetic walker, this motor system is literally just a first step. According to The Atheist, this motor protein appeared out of nothing, for no reason, and then started walking around our cells performing critical functions that keep us alive. These intricate nano-machines perform this marvelous mechanical action by the trillions, throughout our entire lives, powered by a complex series of proteins and amino acids. It is impossible to rationalize how something so delicate and multifaceted could have evolved by chance, from some sort of primordial ooze in an ancient ocean somewhere. Given the magnificence, emotive power, and strange beauty of the universe, it is obvious that God exists and created the universe. Proponents of the theory of evolution have absolutely no answer to where life or the universe came from, and lack explanatory scope for the intricate and incomprehensibly finely tuned design that we see. In addition to these two simple, observable and logical arguments, there is an additional deductive philosophical argument demonstrating the existence of God, the argument from objective moral values and duties. The argument from objective moral values and duties: if morality is objective and absolute, God must exist. To state it another way, without God, objective morals do not exist. Morality is objective and absolute. Therefore, God exists. Let's take a closer look at axiom number 2. This is a position taken by the majority of scientists, naturalists, and atheists. Let's look at what the Frontiers for Young Minds is educating the youth of today on, stating, psychological and neuroscience research both tell us that morality, our mental ability to tell right from wrong in our behaviors and the behaviors of others, is a product of evolution. It seems presumptuous to declare the argument as decided already, as there are some major inconsistencies with this philosophy. Before we examine this more closely, let's look at a few more data points in order to determine that this is, truly, the general atheistic worldview on morality. As stated in The Atlantic, nearly 150 years ago, Charles Darwin proposed that morality was a byproduct of evolution, a human trait that arose as natural selection shaped man into a highly social species. Michael Ruse, philosopher of science, puts it this way: the position of the modern evolutionist is that morality is a biological adaptation no less than our hands and feet and teeth. Considered as a rationally justifiable set of claims about an objective something, ethics is illusory. I appreciate that when somebody says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," they think they are referring above and beyond themselves. Nevertheless, such reference is truly without foundation. Morality is just an aid to survival and reproduction, and any deeper meaning is illusory. Eminent atheist icon, Richard Dawkins, states, "The universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is, at bottom, no design, no purpose, no evil and no good, nothing but blind pitiless indifference." Dawkins and his fellow materialists espouse a philosophically tenuous position. The idea that objective moral values and statements, such as, killing the innocent is wrong, don't exist, is a truly radical and extraordinary idea. It is self-evident that certain actions, such as rape, child abuse, infidelity, and stealing are actually wrong, not merely some sort of sociological function due to biological evolution. Likewise, it is also self-evident that such things as altruism, love, and taking care of your family are truly right. To be skeptical about the reality of objective moral values and duties, as are the materialists and atheists, is as astonishingly naive as the idea that nothing exists at all, because of some equations balancing. It is a meaningless statement, devoid of consequence in the real world, in which we witness the reality of good and evil every day. This hypothesis is profoundly untrue, goes against all observations, and it fails to present a convincing philosophical case. We can see this atheistic worldview of shifting, subjective morality personified through Dawkins, as he attempts to philosophically justify rape, as seen in this article from the Daily Beast, which states, British scientist Richard Dawkins is defending his classification of some types of rape as worse than others. Now this is just embarrassing for Dawkins, calling into question who has the so-called delusions referenced in his award-winning book The God Delusion. The argument here is not, can an atheist be good? Or, can we recognize good and evil without God? Although Dawkins is not helping their case any, but rather, is there a firm foundation to say that objective moral values and duties, ones that are true outside of whether or not they are believed in, exist? For Dawkins, apparently, the question is it wrong or right to rape in certain situations? At what philosophical point does this worldview reach its conclusion? In this article from The Guardian, we can observe Dawkins apologizing for another one of his egregious errors in judgment, when he told woman on Twitter it would be immoral not to abort pregnancy if she knew baby had Down syndrome. When we examine the fruits of this worldview, we do not find what is promised, an enlightened and humanistic utopia. Additionally, when we examine the ones preaching this message of moral relativism, they do not appear to exhibit the behaviors we would expect of morally enlightened beings. Rather, we see Dawkins stripped of awards and titles, as seen in the Forbes article, Richard Dawkins stripped of top humanist award for using science to "demean marginalized groups." Indeed, the enlightened society he helped create ended up coming back to haunt Dawkins, as according to the BBC, he has been cancelled for his Islamophobia by the high inquisitors of moral arbitration in society today, a shiftless mass of neoliberal Puritans, frothing with rage at the beck and call of their moral bankrollers in the media. Furthermore, Lawrence Krauss, author of A Universe from Nothing, demonstrates his own series of disgusting moral failures, as the New York Times reported that in 2016, an investigation by the university that employed him, Arizona State, found that he grabbed a woman's chest without consent. Furthermore, he appears to demonstrate a pattern of this reprehensible behavior, as the article reports that several women have accused him of sexual misconduct, rendering one of the prophets of popular science and secular morality a literal serial molester. Due to these allegations and the subsequent investigations, Krauss retired, and his career was effectively ended. According to The Atlantic, another woman, Melody Hensley, stated that Krauss forcibly kissed her and tried to remove her pants after a work event in 2006. The article goes on to describe Krauss' unapologetic, dismissive, and arrogant stance as follows. In his attempt to explain the slew of allegations against him, Krauss flouted his field's own guidelines and categorically dismissed any potential explanations other than the one he had, that he was famous. According to this article, Krauss is now widely persona non grata within his own field. These actions bear witness to the materialists' complete disdain and disregard for the sanctity of human life, their utter hypocrisies, and the failure of their subjective moral values and duties. Take another of the self-styled horsemen of the new atheism movement, Christopher Hitchens, a pseudo-celebrity in the same vein as Dawkins, once stating of Mother Teresa, "I wish there was a hell for that old bitch to go to." One of Hitchens' favorite rhetorical devices used during his explosive rants on the evils of religion is to compare heaven to a celestial North Korea, and to complain about perceived persecution of atheists, while providing no evidence for this claim. When pressed on his lack of beliefs other than attacking God, he will occasionally admit that he has none, and is merely angry with a God who would dare to tell him, as he says, who he can have sex with, and in what position, displaying his ignorance of God's law, which provides no guidance on positions utilized during sexual intercourse. Reuters reports, but then Christopher liked to have everything both ways. A bisexual, he enjoyed putting his liberal men friends to the test by kissing them smack on the lips in front of their wives, demonstrating here the same disgusting, degrading, and indifferent serial molester tendencies as his atheist colleague Krauss. It is surely an astounding coincidence that these two widely known secularists share the same criminally abhorrent patterns of behavior. The article continues on to discuss Hitchens' betrayal of his generous mentor, who helped start his career, Anthony Howard, for apparently no reason except to bolster Hitchens's pride while causing others to experience suffering. But his route to stardom was often at the expense of those who befriended him or had done him enormous favors. It was with great sadness, but little surprise, that friends of Anthony Howard, the distinguished editor of The New Statesman who gave Hitch his first and most important breaks as a writer, read Christopher's sour demolition of his old and generous mentor, whom he ridiculed for, of all things, his mundane prose style. The intention, it seems, was no more than to take a prominent leftist scalp while showing he owed his success to no one. Further demonstrating Hitchens' utter lack of credibility, Salon reports in their article Christopher Hitchens Lies Do Atheism No Favors, that Hitchens is dishonest, intellectually shameful, lacks decency, and reduces religion to a series of criminal anecdotes. These are the fruits of atheism and materialism, proud, worldly individuals, who feel entitled to take whatever they want, because they're famous, who worship darkness while pretending it's light, desperately standing on stages in an attempt to prove to themselves that they have found meaning in their rejection of all that is holy, true, and pure. This rejection leads inevitably to despair, written unavoidably on the faces of Krauss, Hitchens, and their fellow naturalists. The lack of conviction and the desperation to claim value in the material world read as plainly in the crevasses of Hitchens' rotund visage as do the nervous rivulets of sweat that drip incessantly from his forehead. Indeed, Hitchens has no regrets, telling journalist Charlie Rose that despite the esophageal cancer that killed him at 62, "It's impossible for me to imagine having my life without going to those parties, without having those late nights, without that second bottle. I wouldn't cut any of that out, no," and grotesquely stating that for him, the most transcendent thing in his life was the erotic. Another tremendous example of Hitchens' lack of moral credibility was his support for the Iraq War, with Slate describing him as one of the leading voices on the left supporting the war. The Iraq War debacle turned out to be a universally acknowledged failure that was based upon faulty evidence, such as the Niger uranium forgeries we saw in Section I. Saddam Hussein had no involvement with even the official 9/11 coincidence theory, which calls into question the judgment of anyone who vehemently supported this crime against humanity. For claiming to be anti-authoritarian and the ultimate dissenter, as well as someone so sure of his own intelligence, Hitchens was as easily led astray by the siren song of the Bush administration as any of the religious right that he loves so much to castigate and demean. These are the high priests of atheism, hypocritical gargoyles who represent a grotesque idolatry of all that is inherently worldly, materialistic, and self-serving. It is clear upon observation of the naturalist's canon that, to the atheist, objective morals cannot exist without God. And yet, it is self-evident that objective morals do exist. For example, we can state with certainty that torturing a child to death is wrong. Likewise, everyone except for Richard Dawkins can agree that to rape someone is definitively morally wrong, in any circumstance. Therefore, it is more likely than not that God exists, based on the absolute existence of objective moral values and duties. The question here is not, can both an atheist and a theist commit evil acts? As obviously both can and do. But rather the question of an absolute foundation or grounding for these morals, and whether or not the concepts we understand as right and wrong exist even without anybody to believe in them. Furthermore, it is clear upon observation of the individuals that style themselves as the horsemen of the new atheism movement, that, as we would expect, rejecting a foundation for moral values does not make one a more moral person, but rather the opposite. Indeed, what we find is here at least two confirmed serial molesters, Hitchens and Krauss, and Dawkins acting as a veritable never-ending fount of errors and bad judgment calls. In contrast to these contradictory, pitiless and indifferent, morally and intellectually bankrupt philosophies, no other religion or worldview on the planet can boast the same epistemological and ontological robustness as the Bible. Furthermore, it is the ultimate contrast to the pitiless indifference of science, providing countless numbers of suffering people comfort in their afflictions. These arguments create a firm foundation for a further study of the veracity of the Bible, and indicate that theism, as opposed to atheism, is the more rational and coherent worldview. Therefore, let's build a positive case for the veracity of the Bible by examining historical and forensic evidences which can demonstrate with certainty the accuracy, reliability, and, most importantly, the supernatural authorship of the Bible. Chapter 2. Historicity and accuracy of the New Testament. Jesus Christ came to the crossroads of history, and conducted his ministry in the perfect location for Christianity to be spread throughout the world by the apostles and the early church. As we can see in this graph from Statista, the population has exponentially increased from about 300 million at the time of Christ, meaning that the vast majority of humans have lived after Christ. The primary fact about Jesus's life that historians worldwide agree on is his crucifixion at the hands of Pontius Pilate. In fact, there exists at least the same level of evidence for a historical Jesus as for a historical Caesar, not to mention someone like Plato or Aristotle. This is confirmed in this article, which compares the historical sources for Jesus to those for Caesar. So where does this leave us? It forces us to accept the presentation of Jesus in the Gospels as part of the ancient story. It shows us Christ's story is just as well attested as Caesar's. You can accept or deny claims made about Jesus in the Gospels, but you can't pretend they were never made. If the sources for Caesar are good enough for classicists to study and accept, then we should also seriously assess the core descriptions of Jesus's life from the sources closest to him. If we believe what the best sources say about Julius Caesar, then we should believe what the best sources say about Jesus Christ. Let's confirm this with an academic study, The Historical Jesus in Recent Research, by James Dunn, which states, today nearly all historians, whether Christians or not, accept that Jesus existed. We can further confirm this, even from Bible critics and non-Christians, such as well-known secular agnostic New Testament scholar Bart Ehrman, who stated, he certainly existed, as virtually every competent scholar of antiquity, Christian or non-Christian, agrees. Even the Wikipedia article on the historical Jesus admits that, virtually all scholars believe that a historical Jesus existed, and attempts to deny his historicity have been consistently rejected by the scholarly consensus as a fringe theory. Given that it is historically certain that Jesus existed, this leads us to C.S. Lewis' famous trilemma. The historical Christ cannot have just been a great moral teacher, as many claim. Anyone who said the things he did, claiming to be God and to exclusively hold the keys to death and hell, is either telling the truth, a liar, or insane. However, nowhere in the life or teachings of Jesus do we discern any dishonesty or motivations for deception. Rather, he and those involved in the history of the early church suffered greatly beyond anything a reasonable person would do for a lie. Furthermore, his actions are not consistent with those suffering from mental illness, and he presents as intelligible, clear-minded, and astute in his speeches. He had a seemingly photographic memory of the scriptures, being able to cite them at will when needed. He is shown to be loved by children, beloved by the common people, and his sayings have inspired millennia of teachings. Let's therefore examine the evidence to see if he was telling the truth about being the Son of God. The New Testament Gospels were written well within the lifetime of witnesses to the events. As we can see, attempts by secularists to push back the date of origin for the Gospels and the New Testament tradition have unanimously failed, and are rejected by mainstream scholars. The average dates that historians estimate for the authorship of these documents are between 40 to 70 AD, meaning that when these early manuscripts were written, there were thousands of people alive who witnessed the events. The rise of this newly formed religion would have been impossible if the events did not happen as described, as it would have been analogous to someone trying to create a messianic mythology about Kennedy in, at the latest, the 1990s. Many of the followers of Jesus were involved with the early church. They would have noticed any discrepancies in the manuscripts, and any lies about the life of Jesus would have caused a large schism within the church, which is not in the historical record. The New Testament was widely copied and translated into many languages during the first few decades following the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, and scholars have found around 23,000 manuscripts of the New Testament, far more than any other text from antiquity, in many languages. These manuscripts confirm that even when comparing biblical texts translated into a variety of languages, there are no differences in the text regarding theological doctrine or the basic facts of Jesus' life. This widespread diffusion of the scriptures means that anyone introducing any changes would have been detected and denounced throughout the churches, and there exists a reliable canon, traceable and verifiable through textual criticism. Once the original Greek manuscript was translated into other languages between AD 60 to 70, it would have been impossible for anyone, even a corrupt church official, to impose a counterfeit text on the Christians of that era. We can see the care with which early church historians such as Jerome and Tertullian curated the manuscripts, carefully watching for forgeries and debating and cross-checking each other's manuscripts to maintain authenticity. These undeniable historical facts underlie the accuracy and verifiability of the New Testament manuscripts. A.T. Robertson, an authority on Greek, said the variation in the New Testament is about a thousandth part of the entire text, or about 99.9% accurate. Eminent British manuscript expert Sir Frederick Kenyon states that, "The interval between the dates of original composition and the earliest extant evidence becomes so small as to be in fact negligible, and the last foundation for any doubt that the scriptures have come down substantially as they were written has now been removed." Even agnostic Bible critic Bart Ehrman admits that, in fact, most of the changes found in early Christian manuscripts have nothing to do with theology or ideology. Far and away the most changes are the result of mistakes, pure and simple slips of the pen, accidental omissions, inadvertent additions, misspelled words, blunders of one sort or another. Along with these manuscripts, historians have access to tens of thousands of letters that were composed by Christian writers in the first few centuries of this era. This was the main way that the Bible was transmitted throughout the Roman Empire, despite Roman persecution and destruction of the scriptures. According to Professor J. Harold Greenlee, the quotations from what would become the New Testament are so extensive that the New Testament could virtually be reconstructed from them without the use of New Testament manuscripts. Let's examine some further sources that can provide information regarding the accuracy and historicity of the New Testament. A. N. Sherwin White was a classical history scholar at Oxford University who studied evidence for and against the historical accuracy of the Book of Acts. He stated the following: "For Acts the confirmation of historicity is overwhelming. Any attempt to reject its basic historicity even in matters of detail must now appear absurd." Eminent biblical archaeologist Dr. William F. Albright wrote in 1955, "We can already say emphatically that there is no longer any solid basis for dating any book of the New Testament after circa AD 80. William M. Ramsey was an archaeologist and New Testament scholar, considered one of the leading authorities in the world on the history of Asia Minor and the study of the New Testament in the early 20th century. He famously started his academic journey hoping to disprove the New Testament narrative, but surprisingly, found so much evidence for it that he actually became a Christian. Regarding the accuracy of the Gospels and the New Testament, he stated the following: "Luke is a historian of the first rank. This author should be placed along with the very greatest of historians." Colin Hemmer was a classical scholar who specialized in New Testament studies. In his book, The Book of Acts in the Setting of Hellenistic History, he carefully evaluates and demonstrates the historicity of Acts in various ways, describing Acts as a coherent and consistent product of its day. Dr. William Lane Craig describes the book as follows: "Hemmer goes through the Book of Acts with a fine-toothed comb, pulling out a wealth of historical knowledge, ranging from what would have been common knowledge down to details which only a local person would know. Again and again Luke's accuracy is demonstrated. From the sailings of the Alexandrian corn fleet to the coastal terrain of the Mediterranean islands to the peculiar titles of local officials, Luke gets it right." Recently, archaeologists believe they have discovered anchors from Paul's detailed shipwreck account near Malta described in Acts. Another interesting recent discovery that corroborates the accuracy of the biblical narrative is the approximately 1500-year-old loaves of fishes mosaic, found in an ancient church in Israel. According to CNN, this discovery matches the New Testament story of Jesus feeding the 5,000 inches. Furthermore, Jesus' disciples and family were real people. College professor and author Dr. John Oakes states, "We have the evidence from Josephus who tells us about the martyrdom of James, the brother of Jesus, who was the leader of the Jerusalem church. Josephus also relates the execution of the apostle James. We also have the evidence of the early church writers. The first important church historian, Eusebius, wrote in the early 4th century. He tells about all 12 of the apostles, plus Paul, relating where each ministered and how they died. Eusebius quotes his sources, such as 2nd century historian Papias and Irenaeus and other Christian writers. Irenaeus, writing in the 2nd century, tells us that he learned under Polycarp, who knew the apostle John personally. If we go back to such books as the Didache and the letter of Clement to the Romans, both written around the turn of the 1st century, that there were 12 apostles was assumed. This had been the tradition of the Christian Church from the beginning of its existence. It is clear we have manuscripts we can trust. To further verify this, we can examine how exactly these manuscripts were copied and transcribed. Many educated people devoted their entire lives to copying these manuscripts accurately, often in grueling and harsh conditions, with strict penalties for errors in their copies. Dr. J. Lyle, professor of biblical languages, describes the highly disciplined job of a Greek New Testament scribe as follows. Conditions. Workspace equals board balanced over knees, sitting on stool environment. Very cold in winter and hot and humid in summer. Poor lighting. Pay equals room and board. No conversation during working hours. Excellent eyesight and hearing. A must. Discipline for errors, often missing meals for a day. Possible whipping. Commitment for 15 years. Despite these harsh conditions, these scribes took their work very seriously. Indeed, it was considered a calling, and a divine purpose for them, one which they devoted their lives to. All completed manuscripts were carefully examined, letters even counted to maintain precision, and any copies that had even a single mistake were either destroyed, or recycled and rewritten. Errors could happen, but there are more than enough New Testament manuscripts to compare copies using the methodology of textual criticism in order to be sure that we have an accurate text. Grant Jeffrey describes the accuracy of the Bible as follows in The Signature of God. As proof of the accuracy of this transmission of the biblical text through the centuries, consider the Masoretic and Yemenite translations of the Torah. More than 1,000 years ago, Yemenite Jews were separated from their brother Jews in the Middle East and Europe. Despite separate transmissions and copying of their Torah manuscripts, 1,000 years later only 9 Hebrew letters, out of some 304,805 letters in the Yemenite Torah manuscript, differ from the accepted Hebrew Masoretic text. A variation of only 9 letters out of more than 300,000 Hebrew letters amounts to only 0.00295 or 1/339th of 1%. None of these 9 variant letters changes the meaning of a significant word in the Torah. Further confirming the accuracy of the biblical texts are the Dead Sea Scrolls, considered one of the most important archaeological finds ever. These artifacts were discovered preserved in a cave by Bedouin shepherds Muhammad ed-Dib, his cousin Juma Muhammad, and Khalil Musa between November 1946 and February 1947. The pots and other repositories within these caves contain some of the earliest known fragments of biblical writing, which confirmed that there have never been major changes to the biblical writings or narratives. Thus, the Dead Sea Scrolls conclusively disprove the common atheist and materialist claims that the Bible contains errors or changes due to translation or canonization. According to the Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library, among the scrolls are partial or complete copies of every book in the Hebrew Bible, except the Book of Esther. About a dozen copies of some of these holy books were written in ancient Paleo-Hebrew, the script of the First Temple era, not the standard script of the time. Many biblical manuscripts closely resemble the Masoretic text, the accepted text of the Hebrew Bible from the second half of the first millennium CE until today. This similarity is quite remarkable, considering that the Qumran scrolls are over 1,000 years older than previously identified biblical manuscripts. Let's examine some of the significant discoveries from these caves, such as the Crucified Messiah scroll, a scroll fragment that includes compelling references to a Messiah who suffered crucifixion for the sins of humanity. The scroll was translated by Dr. Robert Eisenman, professor of Middle East religions at California State University Long Beach, who stated, "The text is of the most far-reaching significance because it shows that whatever group was responsible for these writings was operating in the same general scriptural and messianic framework of early Christianity." An article from the Chicago Tribune reported, "The scroll describes a messianic leader who is a descendant of King David, a belief common to both Christianity and Judaism." But the newly released text is the first Dead Sea Scroll in which the Messiah is described in New Testament terms. This author of this scroll says the messianic leader "was pierced for our sins," Wise said. That's remarkably close to the gospel account of the crucifixion. For unknown reasons, many of these scrolls were unpublished for between 35 to 50 years, as seen in the title of Eisenman's book, The Dead Sea Scrolls Uncovered, the first complete translation and interpretation of 50 key documents withheld for over 35 years. Which adds to the list of unexplained events necessarily attributed to either coincidence or conspiracy. Another compelling scroll fragment available to researchers is the Son of God fragment, discovered in Cave 4 and known as 4Q246, which refers to the hope of a future Messiah. The text in this scroll refers to the Messiah as the Son of God, and the Son of the Most High, an exact congruency to the wording recorded in the Gospel of Luke. According to the Netzarim community which studies these scrolls, the Son of God may be identified with confidence as a messianic figure. The Dead Sea Scrolls Son of God text from Qumran Cave 4 has attracted attention both in scholarly publications and in the press because it contains remarkable parallels to the Annunciation scene in the Gospel of Luke. Although there is debate about the specific wordings, there is a scholarly consensus that almost all the scrolls found in Cave 7 were written in the period between 50 BC and AD 50, which is consistent with the time of the writing of the Gospel of Mark, and the rest dated to between 300 BC and 100 AD, providing an extraordinary insight into what life was like at the time, and one of the strongest confirmations of the Bible's accuracy possible. Now that we have begun to establish veracity for the basic text and narrative of the Bible, let's look at 3 further historical arguments for the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It is usually assumed that the resurrection of Jesus is simply believed in by faith, but there are, in reality, 3 irrefutable historical arguments that demonstrate that it is more likely that the resurrection did happen, than didn't happen. Chapter 3. Historical arguments for the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The empty tomb. It is a generally accepted historical fact that Jesus' body was taken after crucifixion by Joseph of Arimathea to be buried. However, even without this fact, his crucifixion is seen as the universally scholarly accepted fact about his life, and his burial in a tomb holds the same credence. This tomb was publicly accessible, had a known location, and was guarded by Roman soldiers to prevent any of Jesus' followers from entering the tomb, the public from desecrating it, or his followers from stealing the body. It would have been easily possible to any person alive at the time in Jerusalem to verify that the tomb was, in fact, empty, and by the same standard, easy to disprove Christianity by providing the body of Christ, unresurrected, or the tomb is still sealed. Naturalistic hypotheses such as, the disciples stole the body, or the apparent death hypothesis have been resoundingly rejected by mainstream academia as untenable, as there is no evidence or even plausibility for them. J. N. D. Anderson, Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of London states, "This, the stolen body theory, would run totally contrary to all we know of them, the apostles, their ethical teaching, the quality of their lives. Nor would it begin to explain their dramatic transformation from dejected and dispirited escapists into witnesses whom no opposition could muzzle." A study from the American Medical Association confirms that Jesus was conclusively dead after his crucifixion. Accordingly, death resulted primarily from hypovolemic shock and exhaustion asphyxia. Jesus' death was ensured by the thrust of a soldier's spear into his side. Modern medical interpretation of the historical evidence indicate that Jesus was dead when taken down from the cross. Therefore, there is no other plausible way to explain the empty tomb without the resurrection of Jesus. New Testament scholar N. T. Wright states, "As a historian, I cannot explain the rise of early Christianity unless Jesus rose again, leaving an empty tomb behind him." Jacob Kramer, an Austrian scholar, states, "By far most scholars hold firmly to the reliability of the empty tomb." Further compounding this issue is the Nazareth Decree, an edict from Caesar in the 1st century AD, which stated that anyone caught disturbing a tomb would be given the death penalty as a tomb breaker, demonstrating that there was a political climate that would disincentivize anyone, such as Jesus' followers, to raid such a publicly known, and well-guarded tomb. How were the proponents of early Christianity able to spread the religion without the empty tomb? It would have been dead on arrival. The appearances of Jesus. Furthermore, historians worldwide agree that there is a number of people who truly believed that they had seen the risen Christ. Gerd Ludemann, New Testament critic states, "It may be taken as historically certain that Peter and the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ." Bart Ehrman, secular Bible critic, states that Jesus' followers, and later Paul, had resurrection experiences is, in my judgment, a fact. What the reality was that gave rise to the experiences I do not know. Paul's tradition that 500 people saw Jesus at the same time has led some people to suggest that Jesus' followers suffered mass hysteria. But mass hysteria does not explain the other traditions. There is no plausible naturalistic hypothesis for these sightings of Jesus. Attempts to explain them away as mass hysteria or hallucinations are simply absurd, as hallucinations cannot be shared, and they cannot be experienced as the same by different people. They are subjective, and do not possess the tangible qualities that the appearances of Jesus had, where witnesses touched him, and multiple people saw him at once, including skeptics and even enemies, such as Saul, Paul. Hallucinations can seem very real, but nothing in the literature of psychology indicates that they can be experienced by multiple people in exactly the same way. How can we explain the multiple attested eyewitness accounts by historically verified people that Jesus appeared to them? The only way is to a priori dismiss credible and apparently honest eyewitness testimonies, which is a fallacious, unusual, and intellectually bankrupt way to interpret the past. It is historically certain that multiple people believed, at least, that they had seen the risen Christ, and nothing in the field of materialist psychology provides a credible explanation for this phenomenon. Origin of Christian faith in disciples and others. The disciples' newfound belief in Jesus was a remarkably un-Jewish idea, as no one in Jewish history had ever heard of a dying Messiah, much less a resurrected one. They were expecting a great military leader, who would overthrow the Romans and set up the messianic kingdom of David on earth. When it became clear that Jesus wasn't going to do this, it was one way the authorities were able to turn the crowd in Jerusalem against Jesus. When we review Jewish religious cultural expectations at the time, we see no indication of a Messiah that would be humiliatingly crucified as a common criminal. Furthermore, Jewish beliefs at the time prohibited anyone from rising from the dead until Judgment Day. In fact, Jesus' death had apparently verified the claims of blasphemy made against him, and revealed him as a fraud to the masses. Yet somehow, out of nowhere, this large group of people, including the disciples, their families, and other followers of Jesus, began to believe that Jesus had risen from the dead so strongly that many of them, and many more people after them, died for their belief. How do we explain the rise of the early church and the formation of the disciples' belief without a resurrected Christ? In the book, The Resurrection of Jesus, historian Michael R. Licona states, "After Jesus' death, the disciples endured persecution, and a number of them experienced martyrdom. The strength of their conviction indicates that they were not just claiming Jesus had appeared to them after rising from the dead. They really believed it. They willingly endangered themselves by publicly proclaiming the risen Christ." Luke Johnson, a New Testament scholar at Emory University states, "Some sort of powerful, transformative experience is required to generate the sort of movement earliest Christianity was." Taken cumulatively, these historically sound inductive arguments provide a firm logical foundation for a belief in God. Furthermore, confirmation of early authorship within the lifetime of witnesses to the events, consistent traditions over thousands of years, and textual criticism indicating highly reliable manuscripts provide positive motivations to further examine the Bible for historicity and evidences demonstrating supernatural authorship. Chapter 4. Independent attestation. There is a common misconception that the biblical narrative is unsupported by modern historical analytical approaches. However, in reality there has never been a historical discovery that contradicts the Bible, and there have been many that confirm its narrative. This claim is supported by many notable academics that are prominent in their fields, such as award-winning archaeologist Nelson Gluck, who described biblical archaeology as follows. It may be stated categorically that no archaeological discovery has ever controverted a biblical reference. Scores of archaeological findings have been made which confirm in clear outline or in exact detail historical statements in the Bible. Well-known language scholar Dr. Robert Dick Wilson, formerly professor of Semitic philology at Princeton Theological Seminary, made the following statement: "After 45 years of scholarly research in biblical textual studies and in language study, I have come now to the conviction that no man knows enough to assail the truthfulness of the Old Testament. When there is sufficient documentary evidence to make an investigation, the statement of the Bible, in the original text, has stood the test. When we read the Bible, it is plainly evident that it is a history book, not a typical mythological fiction. Some of the signs of this include overly detailed descriptions and genealogies, embarrassing events or personal failures recorded contrary to tradition at the time, slight inconsistencies in the Gospels that we would expect from eyewitness accounts of the same event, and banal reminders in the text. For example, Paul reminds Timothy to bring the coat and scrolls he left at Troas in 2 Timothy chapter 4 verse 13. "When you come, bring the cloak that I left with Carpus at Troas, and my scrolls, especially the parchments." Indeed, there are such detailed descriptions, such as the temple described for entire pages in Ezekiel, and the absurdly detailed genealogies within the text, that it is obvious the Bible is not meant to be read as anything else but a historical record. In the next section, we will examine historical and archaeological proofs that support this claim of veracity. There is a common, but unfounded, belief that the Bible exists in a type of historical vacuum, in which we find no contemporary supporting historical documentation or independent attestations for it. However, this belief is demonstrably false, as we will first show through corroborating extra-biblical sources in which Christianity and the Bible were known and referenced by contemporary or very early historians and writers. Tacitus Annals 15.44, AD 112 Cornelius Tacitus was a Roman historian and governor of Asia, present-day Turkey, in AD 112. He wrote about the persecution of Christians following Emperor Nero's false accusation that the Christians had burned Rome, and about their unshakable belief in Jesus. Christus, Christ, the founder of the name, was put to death by Pontius Pilate, procurator of Judea in the reign of Tiberius. But the pernicious superstition, repressed for a time, broke out again, not only through Judea, where the mischief originated, but through the city of Rome also. Tacitus was a careful historian with access to the government archives of Rome who recorded details that confirmed many accounts in the Bible. He goes on to describe the horrific punishments inflicted upon Christians by Nero, and it seems that an immense multitude was actually put to death for their belief, indicating a true belief with solid foundations, as these people would not likely have died for a provable lie. Suetonius, Life of Claudius 25.4, AD 125 in his writing, Life of Claudius, official historian of Rome Suetonius referred to the Christians as causing disturbances in Rome, which led to their being banished from the city. He identified the sect of Christians as reacting to the instigation of Christus, which was his spelling of the name Christ. Since the Jews constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Christus, he expelled them from Rome. Pliny the Younger, Epistle X 96, AD 112 Plinius Secundus, known as Pliny the Younger, wrote that the Christians were in the habit of meeting on a certain fixed day before it was light, when they sang in alternate verse a hymn to Christ as to a God, and bound themselves to a solemn oath, not to any wicked deeds, but never to commit any fraud, theft, adultery, never to falsify their word, not to deny a trust when they should be called upon to deliver it up. Pliny was governor of the Roman province of Bithynia, also present-day Turkey, in AD 112. He wrote to the emperor, requesting instructions about the interrogation of the Christians whom he was persecuting. He states that the Christians would not deny their worship of Jesus, even unto death, again indicating that this was a true belief, and that they had access to evidence or trusted testimonies that would prove this. Those who denied that they were or had been Christians, when they invoked the gods in words dictated by me, offered prayer with incense and wine to your image, which I had ordered to be brought for this purpose together with statues of the gods, and moreover cursed Christ. None of which those who are really Christians, it is said, can be forced to do. Lucian of Samosata, The Passing Peregrinus, 2, ND, century AD. Lucian of Samosata was a Greek author who lived in a city on the Euphrates on the outskirts of the Roman Empire a century after Christ, and frequently wrote about religion. In his book The Passing Peregrinus, he declared that Jesus was worshipped by his followers and was the man who was crucified in Palestine because he introduced this new cult into the world. Lucian's text is historically significant because it contains one of the earliest evaluations of early Christianity by a non-Christian author. Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 94 AD. Josephus was a Pharisee and a Jewish priest living in Jerusalem, a contemporary of the Apostle Paul. Born in AD 37, he witnessed personally the events leading up to the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70, and fought as a general of the Jewish rebel forces in Galilee in the war against Rome. He was captured by the Romans and befriended the Roman general Vespasian. As an educated man and historian, he had access to both Roman and Jewish governmental records, and described the events in Israel at the time. In AD 94, Josephus published in Rome his definitive study of the history of the Jewish people, titled Antiquities of the Jews, in which we read, "Now there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as receive the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ. And when Pilate, at the suggestion of the principal men amongst us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at the first did not forsake him, for he appeared to them alive again the third day. as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. And the tribe of Christians, so named from him, are not extinct at this day. This writing by Josephus has been subjected to claims of forgery, although there is little substance for these allegations. Grant Jeffrey refutes these claims in The Signature of God as follows. As expected, numerous liberal scholars have declared that Josephus's reference to Jesus Christ and another reference to James and John the Baptist must be interpolations or forgeries added later by unnamed Christian editors. An assertion of forgery requires significant proof, but none of the scholars can produce an ancient copy of Antiquities of the Jews that does not contain the quoted passage on Jesus. Philip Schaff has declared that all ancient copies of Josephus's book, including the early Slavonic, Russian, and Arabic language versions, do in fact contain the disputed passage about the life of Jesus Christ. Every copy of Antiquities of the Jews from the 4th and 5th centuries AD, in several different languages, contains these passages. Biblical scholar Craig Blomberg wrote that, many recent studies of Josephus, however, agree that much of the passage closely resembles Josephus' style of writing elsewhere. Most of the passage seems to be authentic and is certainly the most important ancient non-Christian testimony to the life of Jesus which has been preserved. Blomberg concluded with this statement, "The Gospels may therefore be trusted as historically reliable." In addition, R.C. Stone, in his article titled, Josephus, wrote the following. The passage concerning Jesus has been regarded by some as a Christian interpolation, but the bulk of the evidence, both external and internal, marks it as genuine. James, the brother of Jesus in Antiquities of the Jews. In another passage in Flavius Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, he described the death of James, the brother of Jesus, and some of his companions, at the order of the high priest, Ananus. Ananus was of this disposition. He thought he had now a proper opportunity to exercise his authority. Festus was now dead, and Albinus was but upon the road. So he assembled the Sanhedrim of judges, and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, whose name was James, and some others, or some of his companions. And when he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. Mara bar Serapion, in a letter usually dated to around 73 AD, during the 1st Street century, a Syrian philosopher named Mara bar Serapion wrote a letter to his son in which he compares Jesus, the wise king of the Jews, to Socrates and Pythagoras, comparing their unjust executions. This letter is unbiased, in that it holds no Christian themes, and has been seen by many to be one of the first non-Christian sources on Jesus, along with Lucian. This letter can be read online. In addition, the Babylonian Talmud contains an early reference to Jesus, stating, "On the eve of Passover Yeshu was hanged. For 40 days before the execution took place, a herald went forth and cried, he is going forth to be stoned because he has practiced sorcery and enticed Israel to apostasy. Anyone who can say anything in his favor, let him come forward and plead on his behalf." But since nothing was brought forward in his favor, he was hanged on the eve of Passover. Although the Talmud was codified around the 5th century AD, this reference is dated by some analysts to the 2nd century AD. Furthermore, the sentences of Sextus are an early Christian writing. We read in the Dictionary of Early Christian Literature, the Sententiae Sexti, a Greek collection of ethical and ascetical maxims, are among the few examples of early Christian proverbial wisdom and occupy an important place in the history of asceticism and spiritual direction. The earliest mention of the sentences is in the 3rd century by Origen. Saint Pantaenus the philosopher was a 2nd century theologian living in Alexandria around 180 AD. According to Tertullian, the world owes more to Pantaenus than to all the other Stoics put together. His mind discovered that true philosophy is found, not in the porch, but in Nazareth, in Gethsemane, in Gabbatha, in Golgotha, and he set himself to make it known to the world. Furthermore, we can examine the inscription of Abertius. In a handbook of patrology, we read, "The inscription of Abertius." Professor Ramsey in 1883 discovered a large part of the text of this inscription, together with the funerary sippus which bore it. It is the self-written epitaph, in 22 verses, of a certain Abertius, a citizen of Hierapolis in Phrygia. Abertius, in language of simple allegory, declares himself a disciple of the Good Shepherd, speaks of his journeys to Rome and Syria, and mentions baptism and the Eucharist. The inscription is certainly Christian and dates from the end of the 2nd century. The transcription reads as follows, the citizen of a chosen city, this monument I made, while living, that there I might have in time a resting place of my body. I, being by name Abercius, the disciple of a holy shepherd who feeds flocks of sheep, both on mountains and on plains, who has great eyes that see everywhere. For this shepherd taught me that the book of life is worthy of belief. And to Rome he sent me to contemplate majesty, and to see a queen golden robed and golden sandaled. There also I saw a people bearing a shining mark. And I saw the land of Syria and all its cities. Nisibis I saw, when I passed over Euphrates. But everywhere I had brethren. I had Paul. Faith everywhere led me forward, and everywhere provided as my food a fish of exceeding great size and perfect, which a holy virgin drew with her hands from a fountain, and this it, faith, ever gives to its friends to eat, it having wine of great virtue, and giving it mingled with bread. These things I, Abercius, having been a witness of them, told to be written here. Verily I was passing through my 72nd year. He that discerneth these things, every fellow believer, namely, let him pray for Abercius. And no one shall put another grave over my grave. But if he do, then shall he pay to the treasury of the Romans 2,000 pieces of gold, and to my good native city of Hierapolis 1,000 pieces of gold. Galen was a Greek philosopher and doctor in the 2nd century AD. In his writings he made several references to Christianity. The writings can be found in Galen on Jews and Christians. Additionally, Celsus was another 2nd century Greek philosopher and opponent of Christianity. Celsus wrote True Discourse, or True Reason, as anti-Christian rhetoric in approximately 178 AD. These types of extra-biblical references to Christianity are numerous, with still many more extant documents fulfilling the criteria of independent attestation when examining manuscripts, such as the Bible, for textual accuracy and historicity. These attestations don't prove that the supernatural claims made in the Bible are true. Rather, they provide solid evidence that something extraordinary, at the very least, did happen in the time period and area where the Bible claims it did. Clearly, there was actually some sort of earth-shaking event surrounding the life of Jesus Christ that was so notable it made a clear impression in history, even becoming the very basis for our current calendar. This adds another layer of solid epistemological reasoning to our cumulative positive case for the existence of the biblical God, and supernatural authorship of the Bible. Next, we will examine the archaeological and historical record for supportive forensic evidence of the Old Testament narrative. Chapter 5. Archaeological confirmation of the Old Testament narrative. Borsippa philologists, or scientists who study the origin of languages, have concluded that it is most likely that the thousands of languages and dialects spoken throughout the world can be traced back to an original shared language, or mother tongue. This can be seen in an article from Live Science titled, Before Babel? Ancient Mother Tongue Reconstructed, which reads, the ancestors of people from across Europe and Asia may have spoken a common language about 15,000 years ago, new research suggests. This leads to the question of the origin of language as described in the Bible. The story of the archaeological confirmation of the Tower of Babel narrative begins in the 1850s, with a French government expedition led mainly by Julius Oppert, who would report on cuneiform inscriptions found in the ruins of Babylon. Oppert translated a long inscription by King Nebuchadnezzar, in which the king referred to the tower in the Chaldean language as Barzippa, which means tongue tower. Later, William Kennett Loftus translated the inscription and included it in his book, Travels and Researches in Chaldea and Sinai. Nebuchadnezzar's inscription clearly identifies the original Tower of Borsippa with the Tower of Babel described by Moses in Genesis. And the Greeks also referred to the site as Borsippa or Tongue Tower. This encyclopedia article describes the Borsippa site as follows. By far the greater part of this ruin still remains unexplored. The southwesterly mound, the Burz proper, is probably the most conspicuous and striking ruin in all Iraq. On the top of a hill over Zu featuring high rises a pointed mass of vitrified brick split down the center, over 40 feet high, about which lie huge masses of vitrified brick, some as much as 15 feet in diameter, and also single enameled bricks, generally bearing an inscription of Nebuchadrezzar, twisted, curled and broken, apparently by great heat. Jewish and Arabic tradition makes this the Tower of Babel, which was supposed to have been destroyed by lightning. Another prominent early explorer who conducted authoritative surveys on the site was Henry Rawlinson. His study of the site from 1861 describes the site as follows. Thus Kerr-Porter supposes these vitrified masses on the fire-blasted summit of the pile to be fragments of the upper stage of the original Tower of Babel, erected by Nimrod and destroyed by lightning from heaven. Furthermore, Rollins goes on to describe two clay cylinders found in the tower that indicate that Nebuchadnezzar was restoring an incomplete ziggurat of a former king, which was long since fallen into decay. We can examine this further in this study by John Peters from 1921. Nebuchadnezzar described the condition in which the ziggurat was when he found it. It was built long before his day, and built with very ambitious ideas. Its summit had never been completed. The paper goes on to discuss the striking similarities between this tower and the biblical Tower of Babel. The inscription is transcribed in this paper, among other sources. King Nebuchadnezzar's inscription reads as follows: "The tower, the eternal house, which I founded and built. I have completed its magnificence with silver, gold, other metals, stone, enameled bricks, fir and pine. The first, which is the house of the earth's base, the most ancient monument of Babylon, I built and finished it. I have highly exalted its head with bricks covered with copper. We say for the other, that is, this edifice, the house of the seven lights of the earth, the most ancient monument of Borsippa. A former king built it, they reckon 42 ages, but he did not complete its head. Since a remote time, people had abandoned it, without order expressing their words. Since that time the earthquake and the thunder had dispersed the sun-dried clay. The bricks of the casing had been split, and the earth of the interior had been scattered in heaps. Merodach, the great god, excited my mind to repair this building. I did not change the site nor did I take away the foundation. In a fortunate month, in an auspicious day, I undertook to build porticos around the crude brick masses, and the casing of burnt bricks. I adapted the circuits, I put the inscription of my name in the kittier of the portico. I set my hand to finish it, and to exalt its head. As it had been in ancient days, so I exalted its summit. The Borsippa site meets all the requirements for the Tower of Babel, and has an indelible association with the issue of language, just as described in the Bible. It was built with great ambition, but never completed, and archaeological evidence indicates that some sort of extraordinarily powerful lightning strike type event destroyed the tower. Indeed, the archaeological evidence of the heat and energy necessary to vitrify and even melt rock lacks a sufficiently explanatory naturalistic hypothesis, as lightning alone wouldn't provide this type of destructive power. This is either a series of remarkable coincidences, or the Tower of Babel was supernaturally destroyed exactly as described in the Bible, and became the origin of the diverse modern languages as we know them. Exodus. The Jewish historian Flavius Josephus in his writing, Against Apion, reported that two Egyptian historians, Manetho and Cheraman, named Joseph and Moses as leaders of the Jews in their history of Egypt. Josephus, himself considered an eminent historian of the period, describes Manetho as such. But Manetho was a man who was by birth an Egyptian. Yet had he made himself master of the Greek learning, as is very evident. For he wrote the history of his own country in the Greek tongue, by translating it, as he saith himself, out of their sacred records. Manetho gives an extremely detailed narrative and chronology of the pharaohs of Egypt, and Josephus concludes as follows. This is Manetho's account. And evident it is from the number of years by him set down belonging to this interval, if they be summed up together, that these shepherds, as they are here called, who were no other than our forefathers, were delivered out of Egypt. Josephus describes how the Egyptians remembered a tradition of a mass exodus from their nation by the Jews, whom they hated because they believed the Israelites were unclean. Manetho writes that the Jews went out of that country afterward, and settled in that country which is now called Judea, and there built Jerusalem and its temple. These Egyptian historians referenced by Josephus further confirm that when the Israelites left Egypt, they went into the area of southern Syria, which was the Egyptian name for ancient Palestine. Furthermore, the pagan historians acknowledge that the Jews killed the animals that the Egyptians held as sacred, such as the Israelites' practice of sacrificing lambs on the first Passover. Given the chronology of the pharaohs they mention, they place the Exodus between 1500 and 1400 BC, which is congruent with the Old Testament narrative that suggests the Exodus occurred in approximately 1490 BC. Additionally, in his book From the 1st century BC, Greek historian Diodorus reported, "In ancient times there happened a great plague in Egypt, and many ascribed the cause of it to God, who was offended with them because there were many strangers in the land, by whom foreign rites and ceremonies were employed in their worship of the deity. The Egyptians concluded, therefore, that unless all strangers were driven out of the country, they should never be freed from their miseries. Upon this, as some writers tell us, the most eminent and enterprising of those foreigners who were in Egypt, and obliged to leave the country, who retired into the province now called Judea, which was not far from Egypt, and in those times uninhabited. These emigrants were led by Moses, who was superior to all in wisdom and prowess. He gave them laws, and ordained that they should have no images of the gods, because there was only one deity, the heaven, which surrounds all things, and is Lord of the whole. Additionally, archaeologists have discovered the Merneptah stele, a stone inscription found in Egypt, which confirms that the children of Israelites were known to the Egyptians long before the reign of King David, as the Bible claims. On this stone, we read, Israel is laid waste and his seed is not, a clear reference to the biblical Israelites. Mesha stele. The Mesha stele is the most extensive inscription ever found that refers to the ancient kingdom of Israel. The stone contains a 34-line inscription celebrating the Moabite vassal king Mesha's rebellion against the Israelites. In addition, although there is some dispute on this, epigrapher André Lemaire identified in line 31 of the 9th century BCE stele the phrase BT, D, WD, or House of David. Furthermore, the name of Omri, a king of Israel, is recorded on this inscription, and it is the earliest extra-biblical reference to Yahweh. Shalmaneser III obelisk. There are numerous other confirmations of the biblically named kings throughout the historical record, such as Assyrian king Tiglath-Pileser III. He recorded multiple interactions through stone inscriptions that indicate that he was involved politically with several kings of Israel, such as Menahem, Ahaz, and Hoshea. Additionally, in the book, Ancient Israel and Its Neighbors, we find evidence that Sargon II was described as the subduer of Judah, which lies far away. Another discovery confirming the accuracy of the biblically listed kings is the black obelisk of King Shalmaneser III, who wrote, I conquered all of the land of Omri, Israel, and depicts the Israelite king Jehu bringing tribute to Shalmaneser. Excavation of Jericho. Excavations of Jericho began between 1930 and 1936, conducted by Professor John Garstang. What he found was so unusual that he prepared a written declaration of the archaeological discovery, signed by himself and 2 members of his team. As to the main fact, then, there remains no doubt. The walls fell outward so completely that the attackers would be able to clamber up and over their ruins into the city. This is unusual, because usually when cities are besieged, the walls will collapse inwards with the surge of the invading army, and the city will be overrun. In an article by The Express, we read, according to the archaeologists, the mud brick wall fell outward. Every archaeologist's report shows the walls collapsed first, then the city was set on fire and subsequently the city was abandoned, just like the Bible states. Ancient Jericho is the only place where archaeologists have found a wall that has completely collapsed. Investigating Garstang's statements, archaeological sources describe him as concluding that the city and its normal life ceased utterly around 1400 BC. 1. The city perished while in active occupation. 2. Buildings and their contents were consumed by fire of exceptionally intensity. 3. The ramparts fell at the same time as the adjacent houses and the state of their ruins points to earthquakes. 4. The date of the fall of Jericho was about 1400 BC. Garstang reports that these ramparts collapsed outwards as a result of an earthquake shock just before the onset of the Israelite attack. Here we find yet another coincidence, that apparently an earthquake apparently happened to strike at just the right moment for the Israelites to capture the city, exactly as stated in the Bible. Cyrus' decree. In the 19th century, archaeologists in Iraq found an inscribed clay cylinder bearing the decree of King Cyrus of Persia, allowing the various captured natives of many different nations to return freely to their homelands. It was the policy of the preceding Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar to resettle entire ethnic groups, such as the Jews, in the far reaches of the Babylonian Empire. However, immediately after conquering the Babylonian Empire, King Cyrus issued a decree allowing the Jews to return to Israel, ending their 70-year captivity. The decree began with the words, I am Cyrus, king of the world, great king. After describing his conquests and deeds, the cylinder inscription reads, I gathered all their former inhabitants and returned to them their habitations. The biblical narrative this archaeological discovery validates is found in the Book of Ezra. Telephone Dan inscription. One of the most notable modern biblical archaeological finds is the Telephone Dan inscription, discovered in 1993 and dating to the 9th century BC. According to the LA Times in 1993, the tablet is not only the first corroboration of that epic battle, described in 1 Kings, but it is also the first mention outside the Bible of the House of David, and thus of King David himself. The writing mentioning King David is marked white in the picture. Ketef Hinnom Scrolls. Another find widely considered to be one of the most monumental discoveries of biblical archaeology is the Ketef Hinnom Scrolls. According to the New York Times, an archaeological discovery in 1979 revealed that the priestly benediction, as the verse from Numbers chapter 6 verses 24 to 26 is called, appeared to be the earliest biblical passage ever found in ancient artifacts. Two tiny strips of silver, each wound tightly like a miniature scroll and bearing the inscribed words, were uncovered in a tomb outside Jerusalem and initially dated from the late 7th or early 6th century BC, some 400 years before the famous Dead Sea Scrolls. The researchers further reaffirmed that the scrolls preserve the earliest known citations of texts also found in the Hebrew Bible and that they provide us with the earliest examples of confessional statements concerning Yahweh. These scrolls are ritual amulets containing scripture, meant to be worn on the body. Upon discovery of these scrolls, we have an even earlier confirmation than the Dead Sea Scrolls that the text of the Bible is accurate, and unchanged over thousands of years. Joseph. Philologist Charles Forster published a book in 1862 called Sinai Photographed, or Contemporary Records of Israel in the Wilderness. In this book he describes several stone tablets found in Yemen that correspond with the biblical Joseph. The first, found in the ruins of an ancient fort, describes the 7-year famine associated with Joseph, while the second references Joseph by name and is said to have originated from the tomb of a wealthy Yemenite woman, found when a flood exposed the crypt. Let's examine these two discoveries, along with coins discovered that corroborate that Joseph was in Egypt in a role and time congruent with the biblical description. Forster describes the tablets as follows, but when taken in connection with the other indications in the same province, at the same point of coast, engraved similarly upon tablets of rock or marble, and standing similarly amidst a fortress in ruins, their relationship may be pronounced no longer matter of conjecture merely. This ancient poem, dated to a time roughly contemporary with the biblical narrative of a 7-year both plenty and famine in the area, states, "We dwelt in this castle 7 years. Then came years barren and burnt up." The second discovery is related in this book, referencing the famous German explorer Carsten Niebuhr, who worked for the Dutch government cataloging and conducting archaeological work in the Middle East. Forster describes this engraving, which mentions Joseph by name, originally photographed and appearing in Professor Carsten Niebuhr's 1780 book, Voyage en Arabie. There are the usual materialist or atheist complaints about these discoveries, in that they are too incredible or coincidental, or to put it another way, they just don't want to believe in anything that would suggest that the Bible is true. However, these are credibly documented historical finds by verifiable people, who were professionals and some of the most well-educated men of their day. These individuals had no reason for dishonesty, and wrote published works describing historical events and discoveries which are considered reference manuals in their fields. It must be a truly sad and intellectually bankrupt position to be a materialist, in which nothing extraordinary or supernatural ever happens unless the government or media tells them it did, in which case they will swallow the most outrageous lies, such as an entire airplane simply vanishing, engines and all, twice on the same day, or the unprecedented and unsupported theory of spontaneous architectural combustion occurring several times in one day. In addition to the above finds, coins have been discovered that appear to bear the name and image of the biblical Joseph, living in Egypt at the time. According to the Jerusalem Post, archaeologists have discovered ancient Egyptian coins bearing the name and image of the biblical Joseph, Cairo's Al-Ahram newspaper recently reported. Excerpts provided by memory show that the coins were discovered among a multitude of unsorted artifacts stored at the Museum of Egypt. Joseph's name appears twice on this coin, written in hieroglyphs. Once the original name, Joseph, and once his Egyptian name, Saba Sabani, which was given to him by Pharaoh when he became treasurer. There is also an image of Joseph, who was part of the Egyptian administration at the time. Lassish letters. The Lassish letters, known as ostraka as they are written on shards of pottery, were discovered in the archaeological site of Lachish. This writing corresponds with the account of military actions in Israel at the time found in Jeremiah, when the king of Babylon's army fought against Jerusalem, and against all the cities of Judah that were left, against Lachish, and against Azekah. For these defense cities remained of the cities of Judah. The Lachish Ostraka were written by an Israelite officer named Hoshea, seemingly the commander of an Israelite military outpost in the path of the advancing Babylonian army, to an Israelite named Yash, who was in charge of defending Lachish. The letters reflect a general sense of unease and despair about the advancing Babylonian army, which turned out to be warranted. Sodom and Gomorrah. According to a scientific report published on Nature.com, researchers have uncovered evidence indicating that in 1650 BC, a huge Middle Eastern city named Tal el-Harman was destroyed by a massive meteor airburst with the power of several nuclear bombs, congruent with the biblical description of the destruction Sodom and Gomorrah. The article states, "We present evidence that in 1650 BCE, approximately 3,600 years ago, a cosmic airburst destroyed Tal el-Hammam, a Middle Bronze Age city in the southern Jordan Valley northeast of the Dead Sea. The proposed airburst was larger than the 1908 explosion over Tunguska, Russia, where a approximately 50 m wide bolide detonated with 1,000x more energy than the Hiroshima atomic bomb. A city-wide approximately 1.5 meters thick carbon and ash-rich destruction layer contains peak concentrations of shocked quartz, approximately 5 to 10 gigapascals, melted pottery and mud bricks, diamond-like carbon, soot, Fe and C-rich spherules, calcium carbonate spherules from melted plaster, and melted platinum, iridium, nickel, gold, silver, zircon, chromite, and quartz. Heating experiments indicate temperatures exceeded 2,000 degrees Celsius. Amid city-side devastation, the airburst demolished 12+ m of the 4 to 5-story palace complex and the massive 4 m thick mud-brick rampart, while causing extreme disarticulation and skeletal fragmentation in nearby humans. This site is linked with an oral tradition that was written down, Genesis. Archaeologists state, in addition to the usual debris patterns typical of ancient cities destroyed by warfare and earthquakes, the excavations of the final phase of the MB2 stratum revealed highly unusual materials. Pottery sherds with outer surfaces melted into glass, some bubbled as if "boiled," melted and "bubbled," mudbrick fragments, partially melted roofing clay, with wattle impressions, and melted building plaster. These suggest that the city's destruction was associated with some unknown high-temperature event. The researchers also state that they found tiny metallic spheroids, created from immense heat, melted metal, shocked, quartz, and an anomalous layer of dispersed salt in the destruction layer, caused by a massive impact lifting the salt-rich soil in the air and flinging it far and wide. Skeptical scientists refuse to conclusively link the site to the biblical Sodom and Gomorrah, although they do admit that all the observations stated in Genesis are consistent with a cosmic airburst. The disaster could have generated an oral tradition that may have served as the inspiration for the written account in the book of Genesis. Siloam Tunnel inscription. The Siloam Tunnel is mentioned in the Bible as being built by King Hezekiah in order to protect Jerusalem from siege, a common tactic of warfare in those days. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, it commemorates the digging of the waterway, which was an event in the history of Jerusalem and is mentioned more than once in the Bible. The Times of Israel states, the Siloam inscription, a 2,700-year-old ancient Hebrew text that provides concrete historical support for a biblical event, is one of 3 ancient Jewish inscriptions unearthed in the Holy Land currently owned by the Istanbul Archaeology Museum. Jehoiachin's rations. In the beginning of the 20th century, German archaeologists excavating in Babylon discovered nearly 300 cuneiform texts dating between the 10th and 35th years of Nebuchadnezzar that record the dispersal of rations from the royal storehouses. There are 4 texts that show monthly rations for Yahu-Kinu, king of the land of Yehudu, Babylonian for Jehoiachin, king of Judah, along with other notable individuals, including his 5 sons. The tablets are described in the book, Documents from Old Testament Times, published in 1958. Miriam ossuary. An ossuary, used for the storage of bones, was discovered in 2008, and declared authentic by the Israel authorities, as reported by CNN. The engraving states, Miriam daughter of Yeshua son of Caiaphas, priests, of Maaziah from Beth, Imri. Miriam's ancestor, the high priest Yehoseph bar Caiaphas, is infamous for his involvement in the trial and crucifixion of Jesus. This study further examines this ossuary, and describes it as follows. On paleographic grounds, it should be dated to the late 1st century BCE or to the 1st century CE. The prime importance of the inscription lies in the reference to the ancestry of the deceased, the well-known family of Caiaphas priests active in the 1st century CE. The patination of the stone, in and around the inscription, indicates a complex process that occurred over a prolonged sequence of time, which is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replicate in laboratory conditions. It may be concluded, therefore, that the patina and the inscription should be considered authentic beyond any reasonable doubt. Pontius Pilate stone. The Pilate stone, or inscription, is an archaeological find that corroborates the biblical description of Pilate's existence, occupation, and title. The stone reads, "To the honorable gods, this, Tiberium, Pontius Pilate, prefect of Judea, had dedicated." This inscription provides additional evidence supporting the veracity of the gospel narrative. Goliath wall. In the biblical narrative of King David, Goliath is presented as a giant who was from the city of Gath. In archaeological digs at this site in 2019, researchers uncovered what they described as supersized remains of "enormous architecture and fortifications from a new, unexpected, biblical era layer of the Philistine city" at the ongoing Tel Es-Safi, Gath archaeological project. According to the Times of Israel. Arch of Titus. According to the World History Encyclopedia, the Arch of Titus presents an image of Roman soldiers carrying out the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem around 70 AD. The arch was constructed in 81 AD. Seal of Jehucal between 2005 and 2008. Dr. Eilat Mazar of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem uncovered two bully, or official seals, during excavations in the city of David, Jerusalem. These seals displayed the names, Jehucal son of Shelemiah, and Gedaliah son of Pashur. These names are also recorded in Jeremiah chapter 37 verse 3 and 38-1. Gedaliah and Jehucal were Israelite officials, and were two of the four men who petitioned King Zedekiah of Judah to imprison the prophet Jeremiah when he was encouraging the inhabitants of Jerusalem to surrender to the forces of the Babylonians in Jeremiah chapter 38 verse 1-6. Other bully. According to the Times of Israel, archaeologists discovered another official seal that bears the fragmented ancient Hebrew inscription, belonging to Eliyahu, son of Amur, which could be read as belonging to Goliahu son of Amur. The inscribed name references a priestly family mentioned in the book of Jeremiah, thought to have lived in the 7th–6th centuries BCE. Additionally, the seal of King Ahaz was discovered in these sites. In The Signature of God, Grant Jeffrey states that through finding these bully and additional archaeological finds, such as official records and correspondence, archaeological confirmation has verified the existence of kings, Ahab, Jehu, Joash, Menahem, Pekah, and Hoshea, Judah, Ahaziah, Uzziah, Ahaz, Hezekiah, Manasseh, and Jehoiakim. In addition, the names of many of the kings of the southern kingdom of Judah are recorded on inscriptions of nations that fought against the Jews. Deir Allah inscription in western Jordan, near the Jordan River, archaeologists uncovered a painted text that appears to contain a prophecy by Balaam, a non-Jewish prophet mentioned in the Bible in Numbers 22–24, and mentioned as working for the Moabites. According to the Torah, this inscription allows us to know where he lived, the language he spoke, and his religion. Babylonian Chronicles. The Babylonian Chronicles are a series of tablets that were discovered describing the history of Babylonia. The inscription describes the capture of Jerusalem on the 16th of March, 598 BC, as described in the Bible. Herod's Temple inscription. Eminent Jewish historian Josephus described the entrance to the Jewish temple as follows. Upon it stood pillars, at equal distances from one another, declaring the law of purity, some in Greek and some in Roman letters, that no foreigner should go within that sanctuary. For that second court of the temple was called the sanctuary, and was ascended to by 14 steps from the first court. In 1871, the Palestine Exploration Fund discovered this exact stone, congruent with how it was described by Josephus, described as a tablet from Herod's temple. This inscription was further examined in the study, The Warning Inscriptions of Herod's Temple, and in an article from the Times of Israel, which reads, "It is remarkable that this stone that comes from the ancient Jewish temple hasn't been carried away far from its original location. Charles Simon Claremont Gano wrote about his 1871 discovery. Together the two known temple inscriptions, provide archaeologists with precise archaeological context and physical evidence of what Josephus said, according to Price. Chapter 6. Fulfilled Prophecy. According to Grant Jeffery in The Signature of God, the Bible contains 1,817 individual predictions concerning 737 separate subjects found in 8,352 verses. These predictions comprise 27% of the 31,124 verses in the whole of the Scriptures. Similar to the field of biblical archaeology, it can't be conclusively shown that any of these prophecies are inaccurate, and there exists many positive confirmations of biblical prophecy. In the ways through which we can observe the historical record, there exists a fairly precise dating system to accurately and conclusively date the origin of the biblical text to within several years, or at most, decades, of when they were written. This means we can easily compare the known dates of authorship to events that occurred later, and see if the prophecies are congruently fulfilled. First, we will examine the 3 exiles of the Israelites and the prophecies made about them. Israel's exiles are as follows: the first exile in Egypt, which lasted 430 years, the second exile of 70 years of captivity in Babylon, and the final worldwide dispersion of the Jews that ended in 1948. The date of the rebirth of Israel on May 15, 1948, was foretold exactly by the prophet Ezekiel more than 25 centuries before it occurred, in a dual prophecy involving both the modern creation of Israel and their 70-year captivity in Babylon. The second captivity was prophesied by Jeremiah to be 70 years, while Ezekiel adds another layer of complexity to it, creating an expanded, dual prophecy. In writings dated to the 7th century BC, Jeremiah predicted approximately 100 years before its fulfillment that the duration of the captivity of the Jewish exiles in Babylon would be exactly 70 years. We read in Jeremiah 25-11, "These nations will serve the king of Babylon 70 years." According to Josephus, after Nebuchadnezzar defeated Egypt at Carchemish in Syria, in the spring of 605 BC, he immediately "settled the affairs of Egypt and the other countries and sent captives from the Jews, Phoenicians, Syrians, and Egyptians to Babylon before he returned there himself, in August, to be crowned king after his father's death." In 605 BC, Nebuchadnezzar defeated Pharaoh Necho at the Battle of Carchemish, and subsequently invaded Judah. Establishing 605 BC as the date of the beginning of the Jewish exile is further confirmed in Daniel 1-1, which states, "In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim king of Judah came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon unto Jerusalem, and besieged it." Jehoiakim began his rule in what would have been 608 BC for the Jews. Daniel states that he was taken before that year had ended on the Jewish calendar in September of 605 BC. We find that the captivity ended 69 years later in the spring of 536 BC, as we read in a study titled, "The Return of the Jews from Exile." It will be remembered that the proclamation for the return was made in 536 BC. Ezra chapter 1 verses 1-3 describes this proclamation as in the first year of King Cyrus, which from the Jews' perspective, would be 536 BC. We read in the Ultimate Bible Dictionary, at this time only, 536 BC, Cyrus became actual king over Palestine, which became a part of his Babylonian Empire. The answer to the one-year discrepancy between 69 and 70 years lies in something that must always be taken into consideration when calculating biblical prophecy: the varying calendars used in antiquity. The Israelites used 2 calendar systems, one beginning in the fall and one beginning in the spring. Their calendar originally began in the fall. However, a change was made in their reckoning of years so that the first month was in the spring, seen in Exodus chapter 12 verse 2 and Exodus chapter 13 verses 3-4. In Daniel's history, he uses the calendar system whose years start in the fall, not the spring. As Daniel implies, the Battle of Carchemish was in the end of the 3rd year of Jehoiakim according to the fall reckoning, recorded in Daniel chapter 1 verse 1. This gives us exactly 70 years from when the Babylonian captivity started, to when it officially ended in 536 BC, predicted approximately 100 years before its fulfillment. The prophet Ezekiel in 590 BC knew of Jeremiah's prophecy that the Jews would be able to return to their land from Babylon after 70 years, in 536 BC, which was fulfilled by King Cyrus. However, Ezekiel received another prophecy that looked much further into the future, revealing exactly how long it would be until the Jews would finally re-establish their nation in the last days. This prophetic expansion of Jeremiah's 70-year prophecy is found in Ezekiel chapter 4 verses 3-6. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. Lie thou also upon thy left side, and lay the iniquity of the house of Israel upon it. According to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon it thou shalt bear their iniquity. For I have laid upon thee the years of their iniquity, according to the number of the days, 390 days. So shalt thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. And when thou hast accomplished them, lie again on thy right side, and thou shalt bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. I have appointed thee each day for a year. In this passage Ezekiel declares that each day represents one prophetic, biblical, 360-day year. This means Israel would be punished for their lack of obedience for a combined period of 430 years, arrived at by adding 390 years and 40 years. As we saw, their captivity did officially end after 70 years in the month of Nisan in 536 BC, which leaves us with 360 remaining prophetic years that would be spent in exile. When we examine the history of that period, we see that the Jews did not return to establish an independent country at the end of the 360 years, which leads us to question the accuracy of this prophecy. To begin to resolve this, we must understand that the Bible, as well as the historical record, indicates that Israel did not repent of its sins at the end of the 70-year captivity in Babylon. The Bible records in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah that the small fraction of the 50,000 Jews who chose to return with Ezra to the Promised Land did so reluctantly, with the majority of the Jews willingly remaining in pagan Babylon, and failing to repent of their disobedience, the reason God sent them into captivity in the first place. Few of the Jewish exiles remembered their former homes in Israel, and their children, who had been born in Babylon, were happy to remain as colonists rather than travel 600 miles to rebuild their former home. Those who did return to Israel were ruled by various empires, such as the Persians, Greeks, and Romans, and thus weren't truly an independent state of Israel. The answer to this prophecy is found in a divine rule that God revealed to Moses in Leviticus chapter 26, in which God established a system of rewards and punishments for the Israelites based on their obedience or disobedience. God declared to Israel 4 times in this passage that if Israel did not repent after being punished, the punishments previously specified would be multiplied by 7, and if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. This rule is found in Leviticus chapter 26 verse 18, as well as verses 21, 23-24, and 27-28. Since the majority of the Jews refused to repent after the Babylonian captivity ended, the period of 360 years of further punishment declared by Ezekiel chapter 4 verses 3-6 was to be multiplied by 7. This meant that the Jews would remain without an independent nation for another 2,520 biblical prophetic years of 360 days each, 907, 200 days, starting from 536 BC. To convert this into our calendar year of 365.25 days, we simply divide 907,200 days by 365.25 days, and we get 2,483.8 of our modern calendar years. What we end up with is a prophecy that Israel's worldwide captivity would end precisely 2,483.8 calendar years after the end of the Babylonian captivity in the spring of 536 BC. In these calculations we must keep in mind that the year 1 BC was immediately followed by the year AD 1. There was no year 0. The Babylonian captivity ended in the spring of 536 BC, or 536.4 BC. When we subtract 536.4 from 2,483.8 calendar years, the result is AD 1947.4. When adjusted for the fact there was no year 0 between 1 BC and AD 1, the prophesied end of Israel's final captivity would occur, according to Ezekiel, in the year 1948.4 on our modern calendar. On May 14, 1948, the Jews proclaimed the independence of the reborn state of Israel, fulfilling this prophecy exactly. This creation of Israel is relevant to other biblical prophecies, such as when Jesus prophesied about the budding of the fig tree. The Bible used the symbol of the fig tree or figs in 5 different passages as an exclusive symbol of the nation Israel, in Judges chapter 9 verses 8 to 15, Jeremiah chapter 24 verse 110, Hosea chapter 9 verse 10, Matthew chapter 21 verses 18 to 20, 24:32-34. Jesus' prophecy of the fig tree is that the generation that would witness the rebirth of Israel as a nation shall not pass away till all these things be fulfilled, referring to biblical eschatology and the second coming of Christ. The prophecy of the first exile of the Jews comes from Genesis chapter 15 verse 13, when God tells Abraham, "Know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted for 400 years." This 400-year period prophesied in Genesis chapter 15 verse 13 ended precisely to the day when the Jewish captivity in Egypt ended, and it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. Exodus chapter 12 verse 41. Additionally, the Apostle Paul confirmed that God fulfilled his promise to end the captivity precisely 430 years after the promise was given to Abraham in Galatians chapter 3 verse 17. The noticeable difference between 400 and 430 years here is generally attributed to this affliction, beginning when Abraham's other son Ishmael, born by his slave Hagar, mocked his son Isaac, causing a rift in what would become the tribe of Israel, as stated by a British theologian from the early 1600s, Veer, 13. Knowing no, that is, know assuredly, meaning Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Canaan itself, wherein they were but strangers and therein afflicted. But chiefly in Egypt. 400 years, which began when Ishmael, son of Hagar the Egyptian, mocked and persecuted Isaac, which fell out 30 years after the promise, which promise was 430 years before the law, and 430 years after that promise, came Israel out of bondage. In the book, The Chronology of the Old Testament, we read that Abraham was a member of the nation of Israel, which affects the starting date of the prophecy. The author agrees that the 400 years of affliction started with Isaac's weaning at 5 years old when Ishmael mocked him. Additionally, in the Annals of the World, states, based on these verses, Ga 4:29, J 15:13, AC 7-6, we conclude that this persecution started at this time when Isaac was 5 years old and Abraham made this feast. This was 30 years after Abraham left Haran. Thus, there is a clear prophetic picture laid out describing every time the Jews would be exiled from the Promised Land, as well as a prophetic connection to the time we live in today, seen in Jesus' words about the fig tree. Next, we will review the phenomenon of the messianic prophecies. These prophecies occurred at an earlier point in the historical record than their fulfillment, and were written in the Old Testament centuries before the life of Jesus. Thus, they cannot be referred to as self-contained, as the texts are verifiably historically older than the fulfillment of the prophecy. As we have seen, historians have an accurate timeline of the authorship of the Bible, corroborated consistently with the historical record when compared to extra-biblical histories, meaning that the Old Testament texts containing these prophecies has been conclusively dated. According to Empower International, what's the likelihood of a person predicting today the exact city in which the birth of a future leader would take place, well into the 22nd century? This is indeed what the prophet Micah did 700 years before the Messiah. Further, what is the likelihood of predicting the precise manner of death that a new unknown religious leader would experience, 1,000 years from now, a manner of death presently unknown, and to remain unknown for hundreds of years? Yet, this is what David did in 1000 BC again. What is the likelihood of predicting the specific date of the appearance of some great future leader, hundreds of years in advance? This is what Daniel did, 530 years before Christ. After examining only 8 different prophecies, they conservatively estimated that the chance of one man fulfilling all 8 prophecies was 1 in 10 to the power of 17, 1 in 100 quadrillion. As the professor concludes, any man who rejects Christ as the Son of God is rejecting a fact, proved perhaps more absolutely than any other fact in the world. The Old Testament contains many passages that refer to the coming of the promised Messiah, painting a detailed and clear portrait of the promised Savior for mankind. The accuracy of these predictions, made centuries before Christ in the historical record, presents compelling evidence for divine authorship of the Bible. The following is a selection of significant messianic prophecies that predicted the life of Jesus of Nazareth to an uncanny degree, hundreds of years before he lived. The Messiah would be born in the town of Bethlehem, and his ancestry would be from the tribe of Judah. But thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from of old, from everlasting. Micah chapter 5 verse 2. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Genesis chapter 49 verse 10. He would be preceded by a messenger in the wilderness. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Isaiah chapter 40 verse 3. The New Testament fulfillment reads, In those days came John the Baptist, preaching in the wilderness of Judea, and saying, Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew chapter 3 verses 1–2. He would enter Jerusalem on a colt. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee. He is just, and having salvation, lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt the foal of an ass. Zechariah chapter 9 verse 9. He would be betrayed by a friend. Yea, mine own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, which did eat of my bread, hath lifted up his heel against me. Psalm chapter 41 verse 9. His hands and feet would be pierced. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. Psalm chapter 22 verse 16. He would be wounded by his enemies. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 5. He would be betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. And I said unto them, If ye think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. Zechariah chapter 11 verse 12. He would be spit upon and beaten. I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. Isaiah chapter 50 verse 6. His betrayal money would be thrown in the temple and then given to buy a potter's field. And the Lord said unto me, Cast it unto the potter, a goodly price that I was prized at of them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver, and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. Zechariah chapter 11 verse 13. He would be silent before his accusers. He was oppressed, and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 7. He would be crucified with thieves. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he hath poured out his soul unto death. And he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 12. People would gamble for his garments. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. Psalm chapter 22 verse 18. His side would be pierced. And I will pour upon the house of David, and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and of supplications. And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him, as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. Zechariah chapter 12 verse 10. None of his bones would be broken. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. Psalm chapter 34 verse 20. His body would not decay. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Psalm chapter 16 verse 10. He would be buried in a rich man's tomb, and he made his grave with the wicked, and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 9. He would come from the line of Abraham. And through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Genesis chapter 22 verse 18. He would be a descendant of Isaac. God said, "No, but Sarah your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him." Genesis chapter 17 verse 19. He would be a descendant of Jacob. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise out of Israel. Numbers chapter 24 verse 17. He would be heir to King David's throne. When your, David's, days are over and you rest with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring to succeed you, your own flesh and blood, and I will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verses 12 to 13. He will reign on David's throne and over his kingdom. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 7. He would be rejected by his own people. He was despised and rejected by mankind. Isaiah chapter 53 verse 3. I am a foreigner to my own family, a stranger to my own mother's children. Psalm chapter 69 verse 8. He would speak in parables. I will open my mouth with a parable. Psalm chapter 78 verse 2. He would be praised by little children. Through the praise of children and infants you have established a stronghold against your enemies. Psalm chapter 8 verse 2. He would be given vinegar to drink. They put gall in my food and gave me vinegar for my thirst. Psalm chapter 69 verse 21. He would pray for his enemies. In return for my love they accuse me, but I give myself to prayer. Psalm chapter 109 verse 4. Darkness would cover the earth at his death. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord God, that I will cause the sun to go down at noon, and I will darken the earth in the clear day. Amos chapter 8 verse 9. This is obviously the most extraordinary of these prophecies, and the primary one which may be argued by secularists wasn't fulfilled through the life of Jesus. However, if we examine the historical record, there are extra biblical references to this supernatural darkness which provide enough evidence to suggest that this prophecy was, in fact, fulfilled. There is an existing book by 9th century chronicler George Syncellus called the Chronicle of Theophanes Anni Mundi, in which he quotes Julius Africanus' no longer extant history of the world. These writings by Africanus stated that the Roman historian Thallus explained in the third book of his also no longer extant writings, called History, that a mysterious darkness at the time of Christ's death was due to a solar eclipse, but Africanus points out that this was technically impossible. Thallus wrote on the history of the ancient Near East in Syria in 52 AD, only 20 years after the death of Christ, and appears to have referred to a supernatural darkness event at the time of Jesus' crucifixion. This type of chain of citations is normal within antiquity research, as we often only know of what ancient authors wrote through such citations, and there's no reason to think that Syncellus or Africanus do not accurately cite works known to them, and which they had access to. Here is the passage from Africanus reproduced by Syncellus. On the whole world there pressed a most fearful darkness, and the rocks were rent by an earthquake, and many places in Judea and other districts were thrown down. This darkness Thallus in the third book of his history, calls, as appears to me without reason, an eclipse of the sun. How then should an eclipse be supposed to happen when the moon is almost diametrically opposite the sun? A second historical reference to this supernatural darkness is found in the manuscript of Phlegon of Tralles, a pagan writer originally from Lydia. In approximately AD 138, Phlegon noted the astonishing fact that this great and extraordinary eclipse of the sun distinguished among all that had happened in the fourth year of the 202nd Olympiad. This was the 19th year of Emperor Tiberius' reign, which corresponds with the year 32 AD on our calendar. Additionally, the Christian writer Tertullian, AD 160–220, in his Apologeticus, published in 197 AD, wrote that the event of supernatural darkness was recorded in the official Roman government archives, and that the record could still be consulted in his day. And yet, nailed upon the cross, he exhibited many notable signs, by which his death was distinguished from all others. At his own free will, he with a word dismissed from him his spirit, anticipating the executioner's work. In the same hour, too, the light of day was withdrawn, when the sun at the very time was in his meridian blaze. Those who were not aware that this had been predicted about Christ, no doubt thought it an eclipse. You yourselves have the account of the world portent still in your archives. Next, we will examine the Old Testament prophecies of Daniel. Daniel was a major prophet in the Bible, producing accurately dated and incredibly precise predictions, such as the 70 weeks prophecy. In 538 BC Daniel made the following bold prediction, found in Daniel chapter 9 verse 25. So you are to know and discern that from the issuing of a decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince there will be 7 weeks of years and 62 weeks of years. In this prophecy, Daniel states that there will be 69 weeks of prophetic years, each day equal to a year, between the issuing of a decree to rebuild Jerusalem and the appearance of the Messiah, with the prophecy recorded over 500 years before Christ was born. As the beginning of this prophecy relies on the date of the decree issued to restore Jerusalem, We must first verify this date, found in the book of Nehemiah. In the book What Did Nehemiah Do for Judaism? The author states, from as early as C.C. Torrey the account of Nehemiah in the so-called Nehemiah memoir has been judged by many scholars as historically reliable. In the book Samaritans, Past and Present Studies, the author states, this part is known as Nehemiah's memoir. Most scholars see this part as an authentic memoir and its author as a historical figure. Thus, his memoir provides us with the exact date of the decree to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem. According to Nehemiah, the decree is issued in the month Nisan, March, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, found in Nehemiah chapter 2 verse 1. In 465 BC, Artaxerxes, a Persian king, ascended to the throne. Using the Jewish calendar, his 20th year as recorded by Nehemiah would be 444 BC. In the book Eerdmans' Commentary on the Bible, we read, Nehemiah comes to rebuild Jerusalem in the 20th year of Artaxerxes, which gives the date of his coming as 445 to 444 BC. Remembering the month of March, 444 BC as when the decree came to rebuild Jerusalem, we will now examine the appearance of the Messiah. We recall that the Gospels tell us that many times Jesus warned his followers not to make him known as the Messiah. While conducting his ministry, he would tell the disciples not to tell anyone who had undertaken his miracles because his hour has not yet come. John chapter 2 verses 4, 7, 6. However, in March of 33 AD, when he entered Jerusalem on a donkey, he rebuked the Pharisees' protest and encouraged the whole multitude of his disciples as they shouted, Blessed is the King who comes in the name of the Lord. At this time, Jesus said in Luke chapter 19 verses 38 to 40, If these become silent, the stones will cry out. This was the day on which Jesus was publicly declared and revealed as the Messiah. Now let's compare the date of the decree in March, 444 BC, with the date of Jesus' declaration of being the Messiah in March, 33 AD, recalling that the Jewish prophetic year had 360 days, not 365 days, when Daniel states 69 weeks of 7 days, or prophetic years, each. The equation is as follows. 69 by 7 by 360 equals 173,880 days. To convert this into our years, we simply divide 173,880 by 365, giving us 476 years. Remembering that 1 BC to 1 AD is only 1 year, the time span from 444 BC to 33 AD is 476 years exactly. Let's look at another of Daniel's prophecies, the Little Horn Prophecy. Daniel outlines a complex series of visions involving various beasts, which can be seen to accurately represent the kingdoms of the earth that came after his time, itself a remarkable prophetic feat. These beasts, the same as mentioned in the imagery of Daniel's interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the statue, are as follows: the Babylonian Chaldean Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. This is already a highly complex, historically accurate, and verifiable prophecy. However, we can find many more layers within this series of visions. One example of this is a sub-prophecy of a little horn, generally recognized as representing the Holy Roman Empire. Some evidence supporting this is that the sequence of events of the little horn's victory is described as congruent with the victory of the Holy Roman Empire over the other three horns, which can be seen as the three Goth tribes that dominated Rome in the 5th century. The Heruli, the Vandals, and the Ostrogoths. Historical records reveal the papacy officially began its reign in 538 AD upon Emperor Justinian's decree. In History of the Christian Church Volume 3, we read, Vigilius ascended the papal chair, 538 AD, under the military protection of Belisarius. We read in Ministry magazine, in 538 AD, the Pope and the Church were liberated, and reunited to the imperial state as one "little horn." Furthermore, this study from the International Journal of Humanities and Social Science, titled, 538 AD and the Transition from Pagan Roman Empire to Holy Roman Empire, confirms 538 AD as the date of the creation of the Holy Roman Empire and the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church is, and was, a corrupt and compromised institution, responsible for many heresies and abominations in its time. Some examples of this are when at the Council of Toulouse in 1229 AD, papal church leaders ruled, "We prohibit laymen possessing copies of the Old and New Testament. We forbid them most severely to have the above books in the popular vernacular. The lords of the districts shall carefully seek out the heretics in dwellings, hovels, and forests, and even their underground retreats shall be entirely wiped out. In addition, in 1763, Lucius Ferraris stated, "The Pope is of so great dignity and so exalted that he is not a mere man. He is as it were God on earth, sole sovereign of the faithful of Christ, chief of kings, having plenitude of power." Thus, the prophecy is that this little horn, the Holy Roman Empire, would rule over God's people and commit many blasphemies, such as the above, for a time, times and half a time, when it would then suffer a grievous wound. In biblical prophecy, a time is equal to a year, a times is equal to 2 years, and half a time is equal to half of a year. As usual, each day represents a prophetic year, and each year is 360 days. Thus, we must multiply 3.5 by 360, which gives us 1260 years. If we look forward in the historical record by 1260 years from the year 538 BC, we end up in 1798 AD, when a French general under Napoleon imprisoned the Pope, the head of the Catholic Church and integral part of the Little Horn. According to the World History Project, General Berthier marched to Rome, entered it unopposed on 10 February 1798, and, proclaiming a Roman Republic, demanded of the Pope the renunciation of his temporal authority. Upon his refusal he was taken prisoner. This constitutes the prophetic fulfillment of Daniel's little horn prophecy. These prophecies do work as stated, and are historically verifiable. Daniel's accurate predictions of future world events in his visions and prophecies provide compelling supportive evidence to the cumulative case for supernatural authorship of the Bible. Additionally, in Nahum chapter 1 verse 10, written around 614 BC, the prophet Nahum predicts the condition of the Ninevites at the time of their demise, when he states, "They will be entangled among thorns and drunk from their wine. They will be consumed like dry stubble." In this passage, and once again in Nahum chapter 3 verse 11, the prophet said that during the final hours of the attack on Nineveh, the Ninevites would be drunk. The account of Diodorus Siculus in his work, Library of History, concerning the fall of Nineveh is as follows. "It happened at this very time that the king of the Assyrians, who was unaware of the defection of the Bactrians and had become elated over his past successes, turned to indulgence and divided among his soldiers for a feast animals and great quantities of both wine and all other provisions. Consequently, since the whole army was carousing, Arbaces, learning from some deserters of the relaxation and drunkenness in the camp of the enemy, made his attack upon it unexpectedly in the night. And as it was an assault of organized men upon disorganized and of ready men upon unprepared, they won possession of the camp, and after slaying many of the soldiers pursued the rest of them as far as the city." Furthermore, in Nahum chapter 3 verse 15, written around 614 BC, the prophet makes a prediction that, "There the fire will devour you. The sword will cut you down and, like grasshoppers, consume you," stating that Nineveh would be devoured by fire. According to Britannica, Nineveh suffered a defeat from which it never recovered. Extensive traces of ash, representing the sack of the city by Babylonians, Scythians, and Medes in 612 BC, have been found in many parts of the Acropolis. After 612 BC the city ceased to be important. This indicates another example of remarkably accurate biblical prophecy, in that the Ninevites were both notably drunk when they were defeated, and the city was destroyed by fire, evidenced by the ash layers found by archaeologists. Furthermore, in Jeremiah chapter 49 verse 16, written sometime from 626 to about 586 BC, the prophet Jeremiah states that Edom will be toppled, which was fulfilled hundreds of years later. The verse reads, "The terror you inspire and the pride of your heart have deceived you. You who live in the clefts of the rocks, who occupy the heights of the hill. Though you build your nest as high as the eagles, from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord." Edom's capital city, Petra, was carved out of a mountainside, as the verse states, and had great natural defenses. However, it was destroyed and the kingdom of Edom no longer exists, as today Petra is part of Jordan. In the study, Sela or Petra, the strong city, the ruined capital of Edom, we read, in the 4th century AD the prosperity of Petra failed and soon came to an end. The whole region was overrun and devastated by the Arabs, and from that period the name disappears from history. From this point on, the enigmatic ruins at Petra were relatively unknown, until their rediscovery in the 19th century. Next, we will examine the prophecies of Ezekiel concerning the ancient city of Tyre. The famous Phoenician trading city, known as the Queen of the Sea, was located 20 miles south of the present-day city of Sidon on the Lebanese coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Tyre was enormously rich and powerful, receiving the trade and tribute of many lesser cities, roughly equivalent to present-day New York City. The merchants of Tyre conducted a lucrative trade, specializing in and growing rich through producing a vibrant purple dye commonly associated with royalty. Despite the city's dominant defensive position and powerful naval military, the prophet Ezekiel, between 592 to 570 BC, described a vision that outlined in detail an unprecedented series of military invasions that ultimately proved to be accurate. Ezekiel's prophecy of Tyre's destruction is as follows: "Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea. For I have spoken it, saith the Lord God, and it shall become a spoil to the nations. For thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will bring upon Tyrus Nebuchadrezzar king of Babylon, a king of kings, from the north, with horses, and with chariots, and with horsemen, and companies, and much people. He shall slay with the sword thy daughters in the field, and he shall make a fort against thee, and cast a mount against thee, and lift up the buckler against thee. And they shall make a spoil of thy riches, and make a prey of thy merchandise. And they shall break down thy walls, and destroy thy pleasant houses. And they shall lay thy stones and thy timber and thy dust in the midst of the water. And I will make thee like the top of a rock. Thou shalt be a place to spread nets upon. Thou shalt be built no more. For I the Lord have spoken it, saith the Lord God. I will make thee a terror, and thou shalt be no more. Though thou be sought for, yet shalt thou never be found again, saith the Lord God." Ezekiel chapter 26 verses 3 to 5, 7 to 8, 12, 14, 21. The prophecy paraphrased in list form reads as follows: God will bring upon Tyre Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, verse 7. God will cause many nations to come up against Tyre as waves come up, verse 3. Enemies will destroy the walls of Tyre and make her like the top of a rock, verse 4. The destroyed city will be a place for the spreading of nets, verse 5. Tyre's enemies will lay the destroyed city's debris in the midst of the water, verse 12. The original city of Tyre will be built no more, verse 14. The ancient city will never be found again, verse 21. Upon a close review of the historical record, we will see that all of these prophecies came true exactly as predicted. 1. Street prophecy. King Nebuchadnezzar's defeat of mainland Tyre, and siege of the island fortress roughly congruent with Ezekiel receiving and published his prophecy. The king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, launched a prolonged siege against the city of Tyre. According to the World History Encyclopedia, when the Canaanite city of Tyre finally fell to a lengthy siege in 585 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar too had consolidated his empire. According to the 1st century Jewish historian Josephus, Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Tyre for 13 years. I will now add the records of the Phoenicians, for it will not be superfluous to give the reader demonstrations more than enough on this occasion. In them we have this enumeration of the times of their several kings. Nebuchadnezzar besieged Tyre for 13 years in the days of Ithobal, their king. After him reigned Baal, 10 years. Josephus also quotes an account by a historian named Philostratus, who lived circa 170 to 250 BC, who in his account said of Nebuchadnezzar, "This king besieged Tyre 13 years, while at the same time Ethbal reigned at Tyre." Ezekiel chapter 29 verse 18 describes this siege, and predicts that it would be many years long. "Son of man, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon made his army labor greatly against Tyre. Every head became bald, and every shoulder was rubbed bare. But he and his army received no wages for the labor he expended on Tyre." Although Nebuchadnezzar did destroy the mainland city of Tyre in 573 BC, most of the population had evacuated the mainland city by ship and relocated to a small island a half-mile off the coast. As we read on the World History Encyclopedia, during this siege, most of the inhabitants of the mainland city abandoned it for the relative safety of the island city. The mainland city was destroyed in 573 BC by the armies of Babylon. However, the newly built island city of Tyre remained a powerful and well-defended city for several centuries. 2. ND, prophecy. A series of attacks like waves of the sea. The next prophecy was fulfilled during the Greek invasion of the Middle East by the victorious armies of Alexander the Great in 332 BC. According to Britannica, Alexander built up his fleet of ships from the contributions of his allies and eventually completed a causeway that made possible the destruction of the island city of Tyre. Just as ocean waves come in a series or succession, the armies of Tyre's enemies came one after another over the centuries to destroy the greatest and richest city on the ancient Mediterranean coast. Even after Alexander razed the city, there was a remnant of people living among the ruins long enough to be ruled by the Seleucid dynasty, the Romans, and the Muslims. 3. Road, prophecy. Tyre's walls would be destroyed. Historian Philip Myers wrote about the Greek army's total destruction of the island city of Tyre. Alexander the Great reduced it to ruins, 332 BC. She recovered in a measure from this blow, but never regained the place she had previously held in the world. According to the Encyclopedia of World History, after a siege of 7 months, Alexander used his man-made causeway to batter down the walls of Tyre and take the city. 4. Prophecy. Tyre would be a place for the spreading of nets. Despite the city's prominent and successful location with an excellent fresh water supply, nearby harbor, and its location on a major trading route, the mainland city was left bare as a rock, an exact fulfillment of Bible prophecy. In a book describing the present-day site, we read, "The larger part of the site of the once great city is now bare as the top of a rock, where the fishermen that still frequent the spot spread their nets to dry." Archaeologist Hans Wolfrackel described the present situation of the site of ancient Tyre. Today hardly a single stone of the old Tyre remains intact. Tyre has become a place to dry fish nets, as the prophet predicted. The Public Bible Commentary reports, "The present condition of Tyre strikingly corresponds with Ezekiel's prophecy." The travelers of the 17th and 18th centuries report that its inhabitants are only a few poor wretches that harbor in vaults and subsist upon fishing. Mandrell, in 1697, that the number of those inhabitants was only 10, Turks and Christians. Hazelquist, in 1751, that there were, a little later on, 50 or 60 poor Pharaoh. Volney, in 1766. 5. Prophecy. Tyre's debris in the midst of the water. Here we have possibly the most specific and compelling of the prophecies. Unusually, Ezekiel predicted hundreds of years before Alexander the Great exactly how he would conquer and destroy the island fortress. According to Live Science, Alexander the Great's army took the rubble of stone and timber from the destroyed mainland city of Tyre and cast it into the sea to create a causeway to enable his army to approach the satellite island city. The causeway, measuring 200 feet in width, stretched across a half-mile of sea so Alexander's army could invade the island city, and is still extant today. Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BC, recounts that when the city eventually fell to the Macedonian armies, Alexander strengthened the mole, or seawall, using rubble from destroyed quarters of the city. In its most advanced stage, it is speculated the causeway reached an average width of 200 Greek feet, or about 60 meters, about 65 yards. The diagram below shows the extent of the land bridge constructed by Alexander out of the rubble of the old city of Tyre, fulfilling Bible prophecy exactly. 6. Prophecy. Ancient Tyre was to be built no more. Upon first investigation, it may be assumed that this prophecy was incorrect, as any current map of Lebanon reveals a city named Tyre on the Mediterranean coast. However, the modern city of Tyre is not the same rebuilt city of ancient Tyre, and the ancient ruins remain as they were in biblical times, still abandoned. The main source of income is fishing, there is practically no trade, and Tyre never regained its status as a metropolitan queen of cities. In fact, the current settlement called Tyre is referred to by Britannica as a town, confirming that the city is truly no more. Professor and scientist Peter Stoner writes, "The great freshwater springs of Rusellen are at the site of the mainland city of Tyre, and no doubt supplied the city with an abundance of fresh water. These springs are still there and still flow, but their water runs into the sea. The flow of these springs was measured by an engineer, and found to be about 10 million gallons daily. It is still an excellent site for a city and would have free water enough for a large modern city, yet it has never been rebuilt." 7. Prophecy. The ancient city will never be found again. Ezekiel's expression refers to the fact that, although people would desire to see the magnificent city rebuilt, Tyre would never be found in her previous glory. The city, post-destruction by Alexander, never regained its status as a ruler of trade in the region, and never regained its wealth. As we saw, its form for the last approximately 2,000 years has been a meager fishing town, with none of the wealth previously found in Tyre and little economic prospects. The detailed prophecy of the repeated invasions and final defeat of Tyre is one of the more improbable predictions made in the Word of God. Yet every detail of this prophecy, made 26 centuries ago, came true exactly as described. The ruins of Tyre, one of the most powerful and proud cities of antiquity, stand as a silent testament to the supernatural authorship of the Bible. We can also examine one more historically accurate prophecy made by Ezekiel involving a contemporary empire, the Egyptians. Paraphrasing the prophecy about Egypt from Ezekiel chapter 29, we read, "Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. I will bring a sword against you and kill both man and beast. Egypt will become a desolate wasteland. I am going to give Egypt to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon. It will be the lowliest of kingdoms and will never again exalt itself above the other nations. I will make it so weak that it will never again rule over the nations." This was a bold prediction, as at the time of Ezekiel, Egypt had been a world power for centuries, dominating many nations, including Israel. However, he accurately predicted their downfall, and for most of the past 2,500 years, Egypt has been controlled by foreign powers, including the Romans, Ottomans and Europeans. The British Museum holds a clay tablet that they describe as historical report of Nebuchadnezzar II's campaign to Egypt in his 37th year. The historical record indicates that Nebuchadnezzar did successfully invade Egypt, as stated by Ezekiel. The permanent decline of the Egyptian empire began with this event, congruently with Ezekiel's prophecy, and after thousands of years of dominating the world stage, Egypt suffered successful invasions from the Assyrians under Nebuchadnezzar II in 671 BCE, the Persians in 525 BCE, and finally, the Greeks in 332 BCE. Egypt never again regained the powerful position it held in biblical times, and since the time of Ezekiel's prophecy, Egypt has no longer ruled over other nations. These prophecies that predict the permanent desolation of the great empires that were once enemies of Israel are often taken for granted, but were bold and unlikely predictions given the strength of these civilizations compared to the small tribe of Israel, which at many points consisted of simple nomadic desert tribes at a great disadvantage to the surrounding dominant world powers. Let's take a look at the book of Joshua, the fall of Jericho, and another seemingly accurate prophecy. We recall that, according to John Garstang and other archaeologists involved with surveying the site, the fall of Jericho to the historical Joshua happened in approximately 1400 BC. The walls did fall down outwards, in contrast to the usual way walls are found when cities are besieged, apparently caused by an event similar to an earthquake. Another interesting phenomenon is described in Joshua chapter 3 verse 16. When the Israelites crossed the Jordan River, the water from upstream stopped flowing. It piled up in a heap a great distance away, at a town called Adam in the vicinity of Zarethan, while the water flowing down to the Sea of the Arabah, that is, the Dead Sea, was completely cut off. This extraordinary account can actually be explained by the same earthquake, which is on a known fault line, happens periodically, and temporarily dams the Jordan River when it does. In the book Joshua, Judges, and Ruth, we read the following. Historically, the banks of the Jordan at Adam, Demiyah have been liable to being undercut by the current more than at many other places. Earth dams created by landslides, some triggered by earthquakes, have occurred in AD 1160, 1267, 1546, 1834, 1906, and 1927. They have stopped the Jordan's flow from 16 hours up to 2 days. This leads us to the book of Joshua. Unlike many other books of the Bible, Joshua does not claim to be written by Joshua himself. It is an anonymously authored book, describing his story, and including a description of his death. According to Britannica, the author of Joshua lived at a time when the people of Israel were exiles in Babylonia and had lost the land they once possessed. His retelling of history is colored by a hope for the repossession of his homeland. Although there were revisions done after Joshua's death before the book was finalized, the core of the text, especially chapters 2 to 11 containing the prophecy made at Jericho, comes from an author contemporary with Joshua, written in the first person at the time of the destruction of Jericho. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, The book is posterior to the time of Joshua, but, for the greater part, pre-exilic and always based on documents coeval with the events reported. Thus, even though there may have been a later compilation or finalization of the book, it is firmly held in tradition to be based on contemporary accounts of the time period of around 1400 BC. In this book, the author prophesies that Jericho would be rebuilt by one man, and that the man's oldest son would die when the reconstruction began, and that his youngest son would die when the work reached completion. Joshua chapter 6 verse 26 reads, "Cursed before the Lord is the one who undertakes to rebuild this city, Jericho. At the cost of his firstborn son he will lay its foundations, at the cost of his youngest he will set up its gates." We find the scriptural fulfillment of this in 1 Kings chapter 16 verse 34, "In Ahab's time, Hiel of Bethel rebuilt Jericho. He laid its foundations at the cost of his firstborn son Abiram, and he set up its gates at the cost of his youngest son Segub." King Ahab's reign historically is in the 9th century BC. Thus, there is a scriptural fulfillment approximately 500 years after the time of Joshua. However, is there extra biblical evidence that this happened? When we examine the socio-cultural lens through which this prophetic curse was given, we can discern its dual meaning as both a literal prophecy and as a hidden messianic prophecy, and forensically discover its fulfillment. There existed an abominable practice of child sacrifice in the biblical region during this time. Describing King Ahaz, 2 Kings chapter 16 verse 3 reads, "He followed the ways of the kings of Israel and even sacrificed his son in the fire, engaging in the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites." Describing the king of Moab, 2 Kings chapter 3 verse 27 reads, "Then he took his oldest son who was to reign in his place and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall. And there came great wrath against Israel. And they withdrew from him and returned to their own land." As seen in the book, Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel, this was an existing practice at the time, and it is a known fact that surrounding cultures, such as the Carthaginians, regularly practiced the same ritual. In this sacrifice, we find an example of deep interconnections and thematic unity within the Bible, in which we see kings sacrificing their own sons as a sort of dark juxtaposition to God's sacrifice on the cross for us. Thus, we can see God casting a dark prediction of child sacrifice involved in the construction of Jericho, in which mankind would use its free will in order to commit one of the most heinous moral abominations possible, child sacrifice. Is there evidence of this at Jericho? In the study How Was the Curse on Jericho Fulfilled? By the U.S. Secretary of the Palestine Exploration Fund, we read the following: "With accumulating evidence of the prevalence of the rite, we shall probably be led to see an instance of it in the case of Jericho, the foundation stones being laid with burial jars beneath them, as we see was done at Gezer, the jar under the beginning of the wall containing the body of Hiel's eldest son, and that under the last gate the body of his youngest son." Mr. McAllister speaks of infants' bones built under or into ordinary house walls, saying that he has found 6 or 8 instances, all in the Jewish strata, which would give a period after Solomon, 1 Kings chapter 9 verse 6, and of course before the exile. The researchers provide an example of the type of small urn used to bury these child sacrifices within the foundations of buildings or cities at the time, in an attempt to provide sacrifices to their gods. In the study, Jar Burial Customs and the Question of Infant Sacrifice in Palestine, from the University of Chicago, we read, "At Jericho bodies of children in jars were found beneath the clay floors of the Canaanite houses." Thus, we can conclusively say that the prophetic biblical curse of the rebuilding of Jericho being at the cost of the children of the builders was fulfilled. Another notable biblical prophet is Isaiah. The prophecies in Isaiah present a unique problem for Bible skeptics, in that they appear to predict, by name, Cyrus the Great, over 100 years before he ruled. According to Britannica, Isaiah received his call in the year that King Uzziah died, 742 BC. And his latest recorded activity is dated in 701 BC. In this book of Isaiah chapter 45 verse 1, we read, "Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped." According to National Geographic, Cyrus the Great lived over 100 years after this was written, around 590 to 529 BC. Thus, we have specific evidence of a divinely inspired prophecy. In order to circumvent this issue, Bible skeptics and atheists came up with a theory which they call the Deutero-Isaiah theory, in which they divide the book into 2, or sometimes more authors. Unfortunately, the divisions postulated by the so-called divisionist scholars indicate that there is no agreement between any of them as to where the division occurred in the book of Isaiah, and there is no scholarly consensus as to how many of these alleged future authors there are. There are also no proposed names of the future authors, no historical evidence that such an author existed, and no textual evidence suggesting later extrapolation or forgery. Because there is actually no evidence for these theories, the only way to arrive at them is to a priori assume that supernatural prophecies are impossible, demonstrating the scientists' prejudice that it must be impossible for Isaiah to have mentioned Cyrus by name. In 1928, a study lamented that the book of Isaiah had been dismembered during the last 40 years past all recognition by successive critics, who have scattered its parts to numerous authors, editors, and interpolators, until its disjecta membra were distributed as widely as those of Osiris. The study goes on to present the case for a unified Isaiah. To be clear, this is not the normal way in which texts from antiquity are analyzed, and with no actual evidence for their claims, they present a tenuous and intellectually hollow case. This becomes especially clear when we analyze the texts using modern technology to search for certain forensic markers demonstrating single authorship. This is the so-called Isaiah authorship problem, even though the only problem with the authorship of the book is the existence of accurate and verifiable prophecy. Although there is no true consensus, the traditional dividing line postulated in Isaiah is the twofold division of chapters 1 to 39, and the prophetic section concerning King Cyrus in chapters 40 to 66. Let's examine both sides of this issue to try to discern if this is a legitimate theory, or if Isaiah presents yet another example of supernatural authorship within the Bible. The most important thing to remember here is that the burden of evidence for forgery or later authorship rides on the ones who are making those claims, and there is no evidence to attribute Isaiah to more than one author beyond the astounding accuracy of these predictions. Scholars unanimously recognize the existence, importance, and 8th century BC existence of Isaiah as a historical figure to the Judaic canon in the first 39 chapters. Isaiah was an actively recording prophet for a long time, several decades at least, and to assert that there is more than one author goes beyond the reasonable evidence. The divisionist theory consists of the postulation that some sort of devious group of scribes succeeded in inserting a forgery and extrapolation seamlessly into the historical record, leaving no trace, and all while maintaining a coherent book with many threads woven throughout. There are some objections to this theory. First, there is no textual evidence for a Deutero-Isaiah. The manuscript evidence is unified that there is only one author for the book, and the Dead Sea Scrolls copy of Isaiah show no break between the divisions. Furthermore, the supposed first section ends and the alleged second section begins in the same column when we examine the Dead Sea Scroll manuscript of Isaiah. According to Miller Burroughs, a leading scholar on the Dead Sea Scrolls, the St. Mark's manuscript of Isaiah is the only one of the scrolls that contains a whole book of the Bible, and, with the exception of some of the small fragments of other manuscripts that were discovered, it is the oldest of the manuscripts found in the caves. Burroughs dates this manuscript to 100 BC, indicating that, at time, it was a unified document. The first postulation of a second Isaiah came over 1,000 years after this in the 12th century AD, from Jewish scholar Ibn Ezra, who was known for his independent ideas which aroused much controversy. Ezra goes wildly against tradition in this view. Historically, both Judaism and Christianity accepted a unified Isaiah with virtually no evidence to the contrary. Biblically, both Jesus and the Apostles quoted from both of the proposed sections, with no distinction between the author, and the Book of Kings appears to cite Isaiah as an official record in Israelite history. Moreover, divisionist scholars assume that because the prophecies are written in different tenses, this is proof they were written after the fact by a different author. However, to the writer of Isaiah, clearly God transcended their perspective of time. Isaiah, and all of the prophets, used both past and present tense in prophecies about the messianic or other future ages, which clearly did not exist in their time as well. As such, when Isaiah uses past or present tense to describe Cyrus or the fall of Babylon, it is not compelling evidence of future authorship. Demonstrating evidence for single authorship, the book of Isaiah shows a specific parallel structure that is not explained by the Deutero-Isaiah hypothesis. There seems to be a parallel structure between 1 to 33 and 34 to 66, a structure based on the author's own day and then the future, which was common in the Hebrew prophets of Ezekiel, Daniel, and Zechariah. This parallel structure consists of themes of restoration at the beginning and end of the book, with judgment in the middle, presenting a cohesive thematic uniformity throughout the book. This complex parallel structure can be understood as follows. 1-33 Uzziah, Ahaz, 34-66 Hezekiah 2. 1-5 Judgment and Restoration, 34-35 Desolation and Restoration 3. 6-8 Biographical, Historical, 36-39 Historical, Biographical and Prophecies 4. 9-12 Words of Blessing and Judgment, 40-45 Words of Blessing and Judgment 5. 13-23 on Foreign Nations and Jerusalem, 46-48 on Foreign Nations and Babylon 6. 24-27 Destruction, Restoration, Deliverance, 49-55 Restoration, Destruction, Deliverance 8. 28-31 Social and Ethical Justice, 56-59 Social and Ethical Justice 9. 32-33 Restoration of the Nation, 60-66 Restoration of the Nation. It is difficult to see how such a complex thematic tapestry could be woven inadvertently, and despite later editing or forgery. Additionally, in the book Writing and Reading the Scroll of Isaiah, Volume 2, in the section Josephus' Portrait of Isaiah, we read, "There are a number of reasons for concluding that Josephus realized the importance of the biblical prophets for his history and that he was well acquainted with them. Josephus is considered one of the most accurate and prominent historians of his day, clearly distinguishing between what he recorded as history, and what he recorded as theology. If it were suspected that the book was a forgery, Josephus likely have mentioned such a concern, as the scribes and scholars of ancient Judaism took their work very seriously, and would have noticed and uncovered such an extrapolation. Simply put, skeptic scholars who argue for dual authorship have not met the standard of objective scholarship, and are operating within a biased and unusual framework. Given that this division rests mainly in people's a priori beliefs, namely whether or not they believe in the supernatural inspiration of the Bible, there is only one way to conclusively resolve this debate. Just like any judge would do when trying to determine whether or not the same author wrote two texts, we can examine statistical analyses, aided by computers, to detect subtle characteristics that are difficult or impossible to reproduce. This is a well-studied and accurate forensic method that is used every day by law enforcement, and those investigating authorship of any written texts. In contrast to the complete lack of evidence for forgery or later authorship, textual evidential analysis of Isaiah strongly suggests that there is only one author. Let's examine the study, a computer analysis of the Isaiah authorship problem, which states the following. In the investigation of authorship style of literary works, variables should be sought that are consistent from work to work for a given author. This type of variable is referred to as a marker variable, and may be used to identify the literary style that is unique to a given author compared to other authors. Many characteristics of the Hebrew language provide excellent sources of pertinent stylistic elements in authorship identification. These include function prefixes, certain parts of speech that remain constant from text to text for a given author, and special vocabulary. Even word families. The literary style in the complete book of Isaiah is compared with the style in random samples from the following Old Testament books: Amos, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Micah, Habakkuk, Zechariah, Daniel, Ezra, Malachi, and Nehemiah. These 11 samplings serve as Hebrew control texts for comparisons with the book of Isaiah. Their results of this study, which they say is the most extensive to date, indicated stylistic elements that support single author unity, such as function prefixes, Hebrew marker roots, special vocabulary, certain parts of speech, repetition of phrases, and the first letter and last consonantal letter of the Hebrew word. They stated that the function prefixes are the most salient, and, for a number of prefixes, the rates of usage exhibit a similarity between the two Isaiah texts at a rate peculiar to the book of Isaiah contrasted to the control texts. The researchers devised a correlation measure, ranging from 0 to 1, in which the rates of usage of these specific Hebrew prefixes between the two texts was compared. Among the 11 control groups and the two divisions of Isaiah, they had 78 possible pairings of these prefixes. According to their study, the correlation between the two Isaiah sections is 0.98, indicating a very high degree of overall similarity in rates of prefix usage. Essentially, they find a higher level of unity within the two Isaiah texts even when compared with known single-author texts. They repeated this textual analysis with prefixes eliminated which were not characteristic of the style in Isaiah, which left 6 remaining prefixes. The study reads, the average correlation for the control texts was 0.46 with a range from 0 to 0.89. The correlation between the two sections of Isaiah is 0.997. These results are indeed strong evidence for authorship unity in the book of Isaiah. Their table of prefixes is shown below. Next, the researchers examined the marker roots, which they state have rates of usage characteristic of the two Isaiah texts in contrast to the control texts. Correlations for various groups from the 350 marker groups is 0.95. This is an extremely high index of similarity compared to the control text indices which range from 0 to 0.74 for the same variables. The study goes on to say, intertext variation was compared with intratext variation for prefixes, marker roots, and other stylistic elements to determine the degree of similarity between the various texts. The correlations between pairs of sections in Isaiah range from 0.97 to 1.00. Intratext correlations for the other Old Testament books sampled range from 0.83 to 0.93. Thus Isaiah shows greater internal consistency than any of the other books examined. Another example they cite is the Hebrew prefix. They state that the rate usage for this prefix is unique to the book of Isaiah, occurring approximately 68 times for every 1,000 function prefixes in Isaiah 1 to 39, and 67 1,000ths function prefixes in Isaiah 40 to 66, compared to a zero rate, i.e. almost never, for the other books. This strongly indicates a unique and identifiable author for Isaiah. The authors of this study examined numerous other word groupings and stylistic elements, called marker conjunctions, repetition of phrases, and other indicators. When they compare the correlation between the two Isaiah divisions and the average for the control groups, the difference is from 0.99, what we would expect from one author, to about 0.65, what we would expect from averaging different texts from similar authors. This data is presented below. They conclude their study by stating that the findings of their statistical analysis strongly support the authorship unity of the book. Some of the stylistic phrases common to both divisions of Isaiah, some of which constitute marker variables primarily unique to that book, are as follows. The name of Jehovah God stated as the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 4 through 60 to 9:14, Holy One of Israel, is a phrase almost entirely unique to Isaiah. It occurs only 2 more times in the entire Old Testament while all other usage is solely in the book of Isaiah. Yet it is also used in every single supposed section of Isaiah. Way, or highway. 11:16 through 62 to 10, the idea of a remnant, or remaining ones. 1 to 9 through 65 to 8, 9, Zion, 2 to 3 through 66 to 8, pangs of a woman in labor. 13 to 8 through 66 to 7, the mouth of Jehovah hath spoken it. 1:20 through 58 to 14, the mighty one of Israel. 1:24 through 60 to 16. These textual markers don't prove single authorship. However, they demonstrate that there is no real reason to suspect or postulate a second author other than the miraculous accuracy of these prophecies. Unfortunately, the case for the divisionists gets even worse, in that even this alleged anonymous redactor would have still presented what appears to be prophetic abilities, rendering the whole argument moot. According to the book, Defending Old Testament Authorship, once we get past the idea that such devious thinking would be within the mind of some mysterious writer, who then had the tremendous skills to carry it out, we then must believe that this composer would have possessed knowledge that was beyond his circumstances. Little does the critic realize that he is giving just as much power to the mysterious composer as was given to Isaiah the prophet by Jehovah God. This redactor or second Isaiah would have had an extensive knowledge of Israel's governmental affairs from the 8th century to the 6th century, the ability to deduce from current affairs that Cyrus would level Babylon, and release a remnant to return to Jerusalem, Zion, to rebuild. Further, he would have possessed a knowledge of Canaanite idolatry that is reflective of the first 39 chapters, a subject that had long been a dead issue to the Israelites of the 6th century. Moreover, he would have had to see centuries later that the Messiah, Jesus, would have had to die for the transgressions of others. In fact, Salvation through the Messiah is a major theme of all proposed divisions of Isaiah, and the servant songs, specifically Isaiah chapter 53 verses 5 to 6, seem to refer to Jesus prophetically, when it states, "He was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed." No matter how the divisionist scholars wish to explain this coincidence, it cannot be explained by a post-Jesus Isaiah, and the same prophetic questions raised would be just as applicable to the apparently post-Cyrus setting of the alleged future authors. Given the weight of this cumulative evidence, and the lack of any demonstrable evidence from the divisionists besides the existence of accurate prophecies, we can firmly conclude that Isaiah was written by the historical figure Isaiah in the 8th century, as tradition and knowledge has held since antiquity, and thus contains uniquely compelling evidence of supernatural authorship. Those who dispute the single authorship of Isaiah must admit that they do so purely out of blind faith against the supernatural, against all evidence and reasoning, and are not operating within a normal intellectual framework used to evaluate texts from antiquity. Let's examine some more of Isaiah's prophecies for specific attributes that were later proven to be accurate. In Isaiah chapter 45 verse 1, we read, "This is what the Lord says to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I take hold of to subdue nations before him and to strip kings of their armor, to open doors before him so that gates will not be shut." In retrospect, this is a remarkably accurate prediction, as on top of predicting Cyrus' name, and his victory over his enemies, Isaiah appears to predict the exact form in which this victory would come. Rather than the usual military victories, in which the city would be besieged, and eventually attacked with destruction of the fortifications, as seen in Jericho, Isaiah predicts that Cyrus will, essentially, walk in through the gates of Babylon without resistance. Despite Babylon's strong defenses, which included moats and walls that were more than 70 feet thick and 300 feet high, with 250 watchtowers, Cyrus was, in fact, able to enter the city through the gates and conquer it. Cyrus and his troops accomplished this by diverting the flow of the Euphrates River into a large lake basin, which enabled him to march his army across the riverbed and into the city. According to the Nabonidus Chronicle, Nabonidus fled. On the 16th day, Ugbaru, governor of Gutium, and the army of Cyrus, without battle they entered Babylon. Herodotus explains that to accomplish this feat, the Persians, using a basin dug earlier by the Babylonian queen Nitocris to protect Babylon against Median attacks, diverted the Euphrates River into a canal so that the water level dropped to the height of the middle of a man's thigh, which allowed the invading forces to march directly through the riverbed to enter at night. Additionally, early in the book of Isaiah, the prophet states the following about Babylon in Isaiah chapter 14 verse 23, "I will turn her into a place for owls and into swampland. I will sweep her with the broom of destruction, declares the Lord Almighty." At the time, this was a bold claim. Babylon had been a world power at two different times in history, and along with the Egyptians, would have seemed a sure bet over the small, fragmented Hebrew tribe of desert wanderers. However, after Cyrus conquered Babylon in 539 BC, the kingdom never again rose to power, and the buildings of Babylon fell into a gradual state of ruin during the next several centuries. According to the World History Encyclopedia, whatever early role the city played in the ancient world is lost to modern-day scholars because the water level in the region has risen steadily over the centuries and the ruins of Old Babylon have become inaccessible. This demonstrates that Isaiah's bold prophecy of turning Babylon into swampland in the middle of a desert has been accurately fulfilled. To conclude this examination of the prophet Isaiah, subjected to more scholarly attacks than any other biblical figure, we can conclusively say that these attacks are unfounded, and are based in the prejudices and a priori assumptions of academics and scientists. The accusations leveled against Isaiah are unprecedented and unusual, as claims of later authorship, extrapolation, or forgery require significant evidence, and are usually postulated because of real reasoning or evidence, not simply because academics don't want to believe what the text says is true. We find no evidence for the Deutero-Isaiah theory, strong forensic evidence of a single author, and the historical record unanimously indicates a unified book, written by a historical figure who these same academics readily admit existed and wrote the first 39 chapters of his book. This is an intellectually bankrupt and brazen attempt to discredit the supernatural authorship of the Bible, attempts that are not conducted reasonably, or by normal good faith academic standards and procedures. In closing this section on Old Testament biblical prophecy, we will examine an intra-biblical prophecy within the books of Kings 1 and Kings 2, in order to glean some context for how the people living at the time interacted with biblical prophecy. In 1 Kings chapter 13 verse 2 we read, "By the word of the Lord a man of God came from Judah to Bethel, as Jeroboam was standing by the altar to make an offering. 2 By the word of the Lord he cried out against the altar, altar, altar. This is what the Lord says. A son named Josiah will be born to the house of David. On you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places who make offerings here, and human bones will be burned on you." We find the fulfillment in 2 Kings chapter 23 verse 16. Then Josiah looked around, and when he saw the tombs that were there on the hillside, he had the bones removed from them and burned on the altar to defile it, in accordance with the word of the Lord proclaimed by the man of God who foretold these things. We can compare the times when the historical figures of Josiah and Jeroboam lived, and find that, within the text, there is an approximately 150-year difference between the two figures. These verses provide some insight into the mindset of the contemporary people who read, and believed, in these prophecies. It shows us that people in the socio-cultural context of the time took the prophecies very seriously, would have investigated the origins and veracity of any prophecies, and could have believed that a prophecy was written about them in the past. What we read here appears to be an example of this, in which case Josiah apparently acted in accordance with the belief that he was fulfilling prophecy. Prophecies fulfilled in the modern day in biblical prophecy, the rebirth of Israel has been called the prophetic timepiece of God. As we saw, any time the Jews were out of the promised land, the date they would return was prophesied, and fulfilled exactly. In the parable of the fig tree, Jesus set in motion a prophecy that remains to be fulfilled, that the generation that sees the creation of the modern state of Israel would also witness the end of the world. Included in this prophecy are several sub-prophecies involving what is called in the Bible the last days, and predicting what the world would be like before the second coming of Jesus. Some of these are as follows. The miraculous restoration of the Hebrew language. Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 9 reads, "For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord, to serve him with one consent." Until 1881, the Hebrew language had not been commonly used since the 2nd century AD. It is almost impossible for a language that has fallen out of usage for hundreds of years to be revived. However, that is exactly what happened here, miraculously fulfilling biblical prophecy yet again. In the case of dying languages, such as some Native American tongues, and many other languages that have lost all native speakers, even momentous efforts to keep them alive turn out to be futile. This rebirth of the Hebrew language is an almost unprecedented event, with approximately 9 million speakers worldwide, described as the most successful example of a revived language. The return of Ethiopian Jews to Israel. The prophet Zephaniah foretold the return of a specific group of Jews to the promised land in the last days. "From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed, shall bring mine offering." Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 10. In the latter part of the 1980s and especially in the spring of 1991, more than 25,000 Jews returned to Israel from Ethiopia. In total, more than 100,000 Ethiopian Jews have returned to Israel. The fertility of Israel. Isaiah chapter 27 verse 6 reads, "He shall cause them that come of Jacob to take root. Israel shall blossom and bud, and fill the face of the world with fruit." According to Scientific American, the state of Israel has undertaken to create a new agriculture in an old and damaged land. The article continues, "The land of Israel had shared the fate of land throughout the Middle East, that is, barren and dry, with not many crops. In modern times this has changed, fulfilling this unlikely prophecy. According to the Jerusalem Post, Israel is now a world leader in agriculture and water management, and produces a surprisingly high yield of crops per acre." The revival of the Roman Empire. Daniel, and several parts of Revelation, appear to predict that the Roman Empire would re-emerge on earth as an empire in the last days. In the book, The Revived Roman Empire, we read a strong case that the European Union can be recognized as this revival. In the article, "Is the EU an Attempt to Revive the Holy Roman Empire?" by Melvin Rhodes, we read the following: exactly 2 centuries after the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, the First Reich of the German nation, the European Union seems set to revive this ancient institution. Worldwide mass communications biblical eschatology predicts several events, such as the resurrection of the two witnesses in Revelation, that will be witnessed by the whole world at the same time. The technology to achieve this wasn't available until thousands of years after these prophecies were written, but now stands ready to fulfill these prophecies. Dramatic increases in knowledge and travel. Daniel 12:4 reads, "But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words, and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased." In the last century and a half there has been an unprecedented explosion of knowledge, and more scientists are alive and working today than have lived in all of the rest of history. Human knowledge doubles approximately every 24 months, and the speed of transportation has exploded in the last century. Throughout history, most people never traveled faster than the speed of a galloping horse, while today we fly at incredible speeds regularly, running to and fro. Additionally, the prophet Nahum made a series of prophecies about God's destruction of Nineveh, which, as we saw in Jesus' sign of Jonah, can be used as a prophetic symbol for other times. In this vision, he gives what seems to be a remarkably accurate description of the modern automobile. Nahum chapter 2 verse 4 reads, "The chariots race madly through the streets. They rush to and fro through the squares. They gleam like torches. They dart like lightning." Predictions about the Arab-Israeli conflict. The fulfillment of prophecies surrounding the rebirth of Israel did not end with the declaration of Israel's independence in 1948. 3,000 years ago, Psalms 83:4-11 predicted that the reborn nation of Israel would be immediately surrounded by enemies, including the modern-day Arab nations of Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. The psalm reads as follows, "They have said, 'Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom, and the Ishmaelites, of Moab, and the Hagarenes, Gebal, and Ammon, and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Asser also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Lot. Salah. Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kison, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make their nobles like Oreb, and like Zeb. Yea, all their princes as Zebah, and as Zalmunna. Rise of the Gog-Magog alliance." More than 2,600 years ago, the prophet Ezekiel warned of a future time when a vast coalition of nations will attack Israel. The Bible reveals the details of this future battle in the book of Ezekiel, chapters 38 and 39. The Bible says this alliance will form and come against Israel in the latter days, Ezekiel chapter 38 verse 8, confirmed in the Bible when God says the invasion will occur, after Israel's people have been gathered from among many nations, Ezekiel chapter 38 verse 8. He says it will happen, when I bring my people home from among the enemy nations, Ezekiel chapter 39 verse 27. Below is the list of nations in this prophecy. Rosh equals Russia, Magog equals Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan. Persia equals Iran. Kush equals Sudan. Put equals Libya. Meshech, Tubal, Gomer, and Beth Togarmah equals Turkey. Euphrates River. Revelation chapter 16 verse 12 reads, "The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east." From France 24 News, in their August 2021 article, "Desert, Drying Euphrates Threatens Disaster in Syria," we read, Syria's longest river used to flow by his olive grove, but today Khalid al-Khamis says it has receded into the distance, parching his trees and leaving his family with hardly a drop to drink. "It's as if we were in the desert," said the 50-year-old farmer, standing on what last year was the Euphrates riverbed. "We're thinking of leaving because there's no water left to drink or irrigate the trees." The Washington Post confirms this in their story, From Cradle to Grave. Where civilization emerged between the Tigris and Euphrates, climate change is poisoning the land and emptying the villages. Chapter 7. Bible codes contain proof of supernatural authorship. A paper called Equidistant Letter Sequences in the Book of Genesis was published in August 1994 in the scholarly journal Statistical Science, one of the most prominent mathematical and scientific journals in the world. The study was completed by three eminent Israeli mathematicians, Doron Witztum, Yoav Rosenberg, and Eliyahu Rips, at the world-renowned Hebrew University and the Jerusalem College of Technology. In this experiment, the researchers used the ancient Hebrew Textus Receptus, the received text, and the ancient Masoretic Hebrew text used by the King James translators of the Torah. We will examine this study, some implications, and the alleged debunking of these claims, including some scientists who claim that the Bible code studies have been debunked. However, the official debunkers, including Brendan McKay and Dror Bar Natan, have conceded defeat, claiming that they are harming their careers, that they miss the good old times, and they have better things to do than codes. They conclude their attempt to debunk divine authorship of the Bible by stating, "It is a good time to quit." In this statement, we find a quote from Professor David Kojdan, chairman of the Department of Mathematics at Harvard University, who confirms that this is serious research carried out by serious investigators. This intellectual concession tacitly admits what we will see demonstrated: the existence of extraordinarily statistically significant codes contained within the Bible itself, made possible only through supernatural authorship of the text. Once an equidistant letter sequence, or else pattern, has been detected, anyone alive can personally verify the existence of that particular Bible code by using widely available Bible code software, or by manually counting out the Hebrew and skipping the appropriate number of letters. Therefore, the phenomenon is conclusively real. However, the scientific objections consist of accusations that the methodology in the study was tuned, an accusation the researchers deny. Much of the controversy around this focuses on a famous statistical experiment, the 66 Jewish Sages experiment, in which the names and birthdays of many famous Jewish rabbis were found encoded within the Torah, in text contained within the Old Testament, under strict and unusual scientific guidelines. In any sufficiently large texts, words will be found at far enough equidistant letter spaces, but these researchers, and several others, claim to have found extraordinarily significant meaning in these words. This means that the words found demonstrate compelling statistical unlikeliness involving the closeness of their spacing, how they fit within the context and meaning of the text, and sometimes contain prophetic material only discernible after events have occurred. Let's examine parts of the initial study. Abstract. It has been noted that when the book of Genesis is written as two-dimensional arrays, equidistant letter sequences spelling words often appear in close proximity with portions of the text which have related meaning. Quantitative tools for measuring this phenomenon are developed. Randomization analysis is done for 3 samples. For one of them the effect is significant at the level of 0.00000004. There is an old Jewish tradition about a hidden text in the Hebrew Pentateuch, the 5 books of Moses, consisting of words or phrases expressed in the form of equidistant letter sequences, ELSs, that is by selecting sequences of equally spaced letters in the text. Since this tradition was passed orally, only few expressions that belong to the hidden text were preserved in writing. Rabbeinu Baya, 1492 and Cordovero, 1592. Actually almost all the words and the syntax are unknown. Rabbi H. M. D. Weissmandel, 1958, was the first to try to show the existence of such a hidden text, by finding interesting patterns consisting of elses. The appearance of noteworthy ELSs spelling words with related meanings in close proximity, on two-dimensional arrays. The noteworthy ELSs are those for which the skip, d, is minimal on the whole text, or on large parts of it. For short we call them minimal ELSs. Our paper, Whitstam et al. 1994, deals with phenomenon A. There we developed a method for testing the significance of the phenomenon according to accepted statistical principles. After making certain choices of words to compare and ways to measure proximity, we performed a randomization test and obtained a very small p-value, i.e. we found the results highly statistically significant. When publishing this paper, despite the fact that all of the reviewers held previous beliefs against the supernatural inspiration of the Bible, the overwhelming evidence and the integrity of the study forced the editors to reluctantly approve the study's scientific accuracy and publish the article. Robert Cass, the editor of Statistical Science, stated the following about the August 1994 study. When the authors used a randomization process to see how rarely the patterns they found might arise by chance alone, they obtained a very highly significant result, with p equals 0.000016, a probability of 1/62,500. Our referees were baffled. Their prior beliefs made them think the book of Genesis could not possibly contain meaningful references to modern-day individuals, yet when the authors carried out additional analyses and checks the effect persisted. The paper is thus offered to statistical science readers as a challenging puzzle. Dorham Whitsom is the lead researcher, and considered one of the main discoverers of these codes in the modern era. The supposed debunking of these codes, offered as the answer to the puzzle described above, solely criticizes the methodology of his work, and questions the integrity of his research. They claim to have proven that the initial experiment was tuned by themselves, tuning a new list, which they then located within War and Peace after sufficient manipulation. This answer is by the same researchers quoted above as concluding that they have better things to do than Bible codes. It is a good time to quit. Portions of Whitsom's defense against these claims, describing the scientific rigor used in this experiment, and the intense scrutiny they went through in order to publish their study, is as follows. Using the list created by Professor Havlin and Yaakov Auerbach's rules, we ran our experiment and obtained statistical results that were highly significant. These results were then sent to Professor David Koshdin at Harvard University, who in turn forwarded them to Professor Percy Diaconis, one of the world's leading statisticians. Professor Diaconis challenged us to run a new experiment on a second list of rabbis. This time we chose those whose biographies take up between 11 halves and 3 columns in the aforementioned encyclopedia, and again asked Professor Havlin to prepare a list of appellations. That experiment, too, yielded highly significant results. When our article was first submitted for publication in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PNAS, it had already undergone careful scrutiny by Professor Diaconis, as described above, and we had run a completely new experiment at his suggestion. We neither refined nor changed our analysis in any way from the first experiment to the second. We ran the new experiment without any changes in the method of measurement. This is fully confirmed by our correspondence with Professor Diaconis. Even the fiercest opponents of the Torah codes, psychologist Maya Bar Hillel and mathematicians Dr. Dror Bar Natan and Dr. Brendan McKay, hereafter, McKay et al., admit this. To the surprise of Diaconis, the results of the second experiment were also highly significant. At the PNAS stage, our article was referred for peer review to 6 famous statisticians. Because of the amazing claim made by our research, they checked the results very carefully. Professor Diaconis had a further request for us. He asked us to employ a new statistical test devised by him on the second list of rabbis to assess the likelihood of our findings appearing at random. He and the other referees were so confident that the new test would completely destroy our results that they required us to sign an agreement that even if the new experiment resulted in failure, we would publish the results from the new experiment along with our previous results. Professor Diaconis and his colleagues were shocked when, employing his measures of statistical significance, we once again obtained highly significant results for the list. Despite having passed all hurdles set up by Professor Diaconis and the other peer reviewers, they ultimately recommended against publication of the results of our experiment in PNAS on the grounds that there was a lack of public interest in the phenomena described. After the rejection by PNAS, we submitted our article, with the results of the Diaconis experiment, for publication in Statistical Science, where it was subjected to further peer review. Only after nearly 8 years from the time the paper was first sent to Professor Diaconis, during which time none of the eminent reviewers were able to find any error in the methodology or conclusions, was the article finally published. What I have described is hardly the normal process of peer review described by Professor Simon. In his concluding section, Professor Simon spells out his strongest reason for skepticism concerning the Torah codes: the sensitivity of the experimental results in the famous rabbi's experiment to the specific appellations chosen for rabbinic figures whose dates of death and birth are being searched. Here he relies entirely on what he terms the devastating analysis of Drs. Dror Bar Natan and Brendan McKay. The alleged success in War and Peace was produced entirely by breaking the rules. Thus the results are completely lacking in significance, and, 2. McKay and company did not demonstrate a single instance in which we deviated from our rules in carrying out the original research. McKay and Bar Natan admittedly manipulated the appellations used for the rabbis on the list. They prepared a list of appellations over many months, and went through a number of versions until they found one that worked. The exact opposite of an a priori experiment. I have suggested, through an intermediary, to the leading opponents of the Torah codes that instead of engaging in the parody of producing blatantly counterfeit new codes, that we should instead agree upon a mutually chosen bibliographic expert, provide him with Professor Havlin's rules of choice and have him independently prepare a new list of appellations for the second list of rabbis on the basis of Professor Havlin's rules. They have not picked up the gauntlet. Further confirming the existence of the codes is Harold Gans, a retired senior cryptologic mathematician for the U.S. Department of Defense, and a researcher who mathematically examined sophisticated foreign government intelligence codes for the U.S. Army. Upon reading the original Torah codes paper in statistical science, he thought it was ridiculous, and attempted to disprove the findings at the urging of his wife. As an intelligence specialist dealing with complex codes and computers, Gans had the technical ability to test the claims and data for himself, so in 1989 he created an original computer program to check Whittem's data. He has now publicly confirmed, through his own study, the existence of these codes as reported in Statistical Journal, through the use of advanced analytic techniques, and his own sophisticated computer program. His study states that he intended to refine the methods used to choose the words to search for, and refute the debunkers' claim that there was devious and dishonest statistical tuning, in order to find statistically significant results. The study reads as follows. Whittem's result has been challenged on the basis that it is difficult to verify that all components of the experiment were completely a priori. We present a new experiment that is algorithmically structured so as to be demonstrably a priori, and which extends the original results. A significance level of 4x10 to 6 is obtained for this experiment. A portion of the study can be seen below, demonstrating the mathematical complexity of these patterns. His conclusion in this study: the compactness of patterns formed on the surface of a cylinder by ELSs of a priori selected famous Jewish personalities and ELSs of their communities of birth or death is smaller than can be attributed to chance. Specifically, application of the Bonferroni inequality yields a p-level of 4x10 to 6 against the null hypothesis of random distribution of the compactness measures. The same conclusion is obtained with the prefix component U added to the LP. In this case, Bonferroni yields a p-level of 8.4x10 to 5. 2. When the ELSs or the text is randomized, the WRR procedure produces random p-values uniformly distributed on 0, 1, 3. It is highly likely that the list of appellations and spellings of the personalities was a priori for WRR. For had the data been crafted specifically to produce compact configurations between ELSs of the appellations and ELSs of the dates, then one would not expect those same personality ELSs to form compact configurations with a new dataset, the communities, as well. As a result of his discoveries, Professor Gans calculated that the odds against this occurring by chance was 1 to 200,000, and he spoke publicly throughout the world about this extraordinary evidence demonstrating divine authorship of these texts. In an interview, Gans stated the following regarding his studies of these codes. One pattern, in the seminar book, was mathematically interesting. It is referred to as the Aharon code, and it appears in the first Torah reading of Vayikra. The Torah text concerns the sacrifices made in the temple by the Kohanim, the sons of Aharon. The code consists simply of the word, Aharon, which appears as an else in this section 25 times. So the first thing I did was check the calculations myself. I got the same number. I then calculated the probability of observing 25 such ELSs when around 8 were expected by chance. The probability was significantly small, less than 1 in 500,000. It was at that moment, sitting there with my calculator in hand, that I thought, For the first time, I thought that maybe Torah codes couldn't be dismissed so quickly. There was, however, one presentation which caught our attention. This was a complicated scientific experiment, designed and executed by Dr. Rips and Doron Whittem, which later became known as the Great Rabbis Experiment. They had found that the names of great rabbis in Jewish history were encoded in close proximity to the encoding of their dates of birth and death. The Great Rabbis Experiment is relatively complex. It appeals to the scientist, not the layman. Any text will produce a certain number of meaningful-looking patterns and word associations, even the back of a cereal box. Your subjective judgment may lead you to imagine relationships between words and to perceive meanings, where none may exist. The computer enables us to look through millions of configurations in search of interesting or unexpected patterns. A mathematician can then calculate the likelihood that these patterns happened by chance, while a non-mathematician would be at a loss to evaluate them correctly. Professor McKay and his colleagues never claimed to have discovered real codes in those non-Torah texts. Their only successful results were obtained by deliberately rigging the experiment in such a way that the layman wouldn't recognize the mathematical flaws. The public does not understand that these critics openly admitted that their research did not result in the discovery of even a single valid code in any text other than the Torah. As I stated, however, looks are deceiving. Else word patterns can be found in any text. Any passage in a newspaper can produce real words with equal letter spacing. But these are random occurrences, they are not codes. To find a coherent phrase or even one meaningful sentence in this manner would be rare, indeed. There are hundreds of Torah codes, however, consisting of coherent phrases and sentences, many of which convey explicitly meaningful information about the Torah and shed light on the Torah itself. The critics who discovered codes in works of English literature did not claim to have used proper scientific protocol. They concluded that since they were able to produce patterns that looked like our codes, this must have been how we got our results. There are strict mathematical criteria that determine the definition of a code. What is, and is not, a code? Appearing as an else is only one of several criteria. The most important criterion is that the configuration of ELSs found must have some well-defined mathematical or structural property that is highly unexpected. In other words, it must be highly unlikely that this so-called code occurred by chance. This criterion is crucial. The standard scientific criterion for highly unexpected is that the odds against its occurring by chance are greater than, or equal to, 1,000 to 1. This must be determined by use of sophisticated software that executes what is known as randomization tests. Once one applies the criterion to the critics' codes, a mathematician can see immediately that they do not qualify as codes. Let's examine a text from the so-called debunking in which, surprisingly, they describe a successful prophetic application of the codes. A much trumpeted later example is Figure 2, taken from the jacket of a 1997 best-selling book by Michael Drosnin. 3. The text in the rows is from the Pentateuch, the books of Numbers and Deuteronomy. The 8 letters in the column spell, Yitzhak Rabin. They are separated from each other by almost 5,000 letters in the original text. Rabin's name intersects a string of words which Drosnin, who doesn't speak Hebrew, translated as, an assassin who will assassinate. The Jerusalem Bible translates these words as, a man who had killed. This letter array was found by Drosnin in 1994, a full year before Israel's Prime Minister Rabin was assassinated. He was sufficiently impressed by his own discovery to try to bring it to the attention of Israeli security forces and Rabin himself. When Rabin was assassinated a year later, an impressive centerpiece for Drosnin's book had been established. Continuing on, their debunking, which reads more like an endorsement, states, checking a new list according to the same rules or protocol which governed the first list can be viewed as tantamount to removing the first arrow, and requiring the authors to shoot a fresh arrow into the same target, with no opportunity for adapting its position. That is why Diaconus insisted on a fresh sample. Whitstone and Rips were well aware of the suspicions regarding their experimental procedure. Their paper states, in order to avoid any conceivable appearance of having fit the tests to the data, it was later decided to use a fresh sample, without changing anything else, e.g., the distance measurement, the spelling rules, etc. Page 43, our emphasis. When the second list proved as successful as the first, the referees were stumped. Short of saying, we simply don't believe it, the referees had taken their mandate as far they could. We already know that letter for letter. The rabbis' list failed in War and Peace. The article goes on to attack the authors of the original studies for their alleged tuning, and complains that they are going against Orthodox Judaism by proselyting, saying, Judaism does not encourage missionary attempts to recruit non-Jews. The Talmud states that the proselytes are as burdensome to Israel as leprosy. These are intellectually bankrupt, unscientific and fallacious ad hominem attacks, demonstrating that their only recourse is to attack the methodology or character of the authors, and essentially, to say that any supernatural phenomenon is simply impossible. Similar to most arguments against supernatural authorship, when we look closely at what they are saying, we can see that they admit that the phenomenon and arguments are real, but they simply will not allow themselves to believe it, due to their a priori prejudices and biases against the supernatural. According to Grant Jeffrey in The Signature of God, there is a strong tradition that a number of codes were discovered in past centuries by various Jewish sages, including Rabbeinu Bachya, Moses Maimonides, and the Vilna Gaon. Since World War I, Rabbi Michael Weissmandl and others have taught about these codes. There is an interesting statement suggesting knowledge of the codes in the Jewish mystical writing known as the Zohar. The entire Torah is replete with divine names. Divine names run through every single word in the Torah. In approximately AD 1200, the brilliant Jewish sage Moses Maimonides, known as Rambam, made a curious comment about this statement in the Zohar that indicated he understood that there were complex codes hidden in the Torah. He said that the hidden codes provided another reason why a Torah scroll should be considered as unfit for use if even one single letter was missing from the text. The removal or addition of a single letter from the Hebrew text would eliminate the codes found hidden within that section of text. Also, there is a suggestive statement in the Talmud that refers to the codes. Everything is alluded to in the Torah. Jeffrey then paraphrases work done by Yaakov Ramsel, a Hebrew researcher who completed his detailed analysis by patiently examining the Hebrew text of the Old Testament manually letter by letter and then individually counting the equally spaced intervals between the letters. Yaakov Ramsel discovered the original Hebrew name of Jesus, Yeshua, encoded in Genesis beginning with the very first verse, Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth." Starting with the very first word in the Bible, beginning with the Hebrew letter Yod, the fifth letter in the word, Bereshit, in the beginning, the name Yeshua was found encoded by counting forward every 521st letter. He found the letters that spell Yeshua Yaakov, which translates as Jesus is able. One of the most interesting features is that virtually every one of the major messianic passages of the Old Testament contains the name Yeshua, encoded within the Hebrew text of the ancient prophecies about the coming of the Messiah. As an example, Yaakov found the name Yeshua embedded in the key messianic prophecy in Isaiah chapter 53 verse 10 that described the trial, death, and burial of Christ. Yeshua is encoded in Daniel chapter 9 verse 26 starting with the letter Yod, in the phrase, the city, Vihiri, by counting left to right every 26th letter. In addition, he found the name, Nazarene, encoded every 112 letters together with the encoded words, King, 46, Branch, 50, Jesse, 10, and Messiah, 52, all found within Daniel's prophecy of the 70 weeks. Jeffrey goes on to describe in great detail many codes discovered in the Bible that were written long before any of the words could have been known by the authors, demonstrating prophetic abilities only possible through divine authorship. Jeffrey provides the following graphic anyone can use to find these codes, bearing in mind that all of these else codes are found within one verse, demonstrating extraordinarily significant statistical meaning that can't be found in any other existing text. Jeffrey's response to the debunkers is as follows. In my 1997 book, The Handwriting of God, I issued a challenge to the critics who reject the Yeshua codes to find any other passage of similar length, only 15 sentences as in Isaiah chapter 52 verse 13 to 53 to 12, in Hebrew literature outside the Bible that contains 40 meaningful else codes, including the names of Jesus, the Nazarene, Messiah, Passover, Herod, Mary, and the names of Christ's disciples, etc. If they cannot discover these names encoded in any passage outside the Bible, and we believe it will be impossible, we will have additional evidence that these codes about Yeshua the Nazarene, and his disciples, are truly unprecedented. To make the task easier for our critics, we challenge them to find any 15-sentence passage in any language or literature outside the Bible that contains 40 or more else words related to people, places, and events concerning a historical event. If our critics can accomplish this feat, I will be willing to admit that our discoveries in Isaiah chapter 53 are not as significant as we claim. Over 6 years ago I made this challenge. I am still waiting for their answer. As we have seen, the critics of this work cannot answer these questions. They can only attack the methodology and character of the researchers. Both challenges, Jeffrey's and Whitsam's, remain unanswered, and as we recall, the debunkers appear to have publicly conceded this debate, tacitly admitting the existence and significance of these codes. It is not the mere existence of encoded words that is significant, it is the amount and meaningfulness of words found encoded within context that demonstrates unusual statistical significance. The phenomenon is real, however, only what it means is up to the individual. The existence of a miraculous amount of extremely statistically unlikely else codes within the Bible stands successfully unrefuted, and therefore, this phenomenon presents conclusive evidence for supernatural authorship of the Bible. Chapter 8. Divine Inspiration. One unique aspect of the Bible is that it contains information that seems as though it would have been impossible for the authors to possess knowledge of. Two examples of this seemingly divinely inspired knowledge are as follows. Noah's Ark. In Genesis chapter 6, God gave Noah the dimensions of the 1.5 million cubic foot ark he was commanded to build. The dimensions of Noah's Ark given more than 4,500 years ago are 350 to 30, as seen in Genesis chapter 6 verse 15. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. Modern engineers have found that the length of a perfectly stable large ship should be 6 times the width, demonstrating that God specified to Noah that the perfect proportions for a stable vessel were 30 to 5:3, at a time and place when no one had ever seen a ship anywhere near that size. According to the BBC, the largest container ship in the world is the MSC Gulsun, with dimensions of 400 meters by 60 meters, and a depth of 33 meters. This is an almost exact replication of the dimensions given for Noah's Ark. Additionally, in 1609, a Mennonite named Peter Jansen at Hoorn, Holland, proved that it was almost impossible to capsize a ship with the dimensions of the ark. These design specifications are recognized globally as the ideal dimensions to optimize a ship's stability in the ocean, and by 1900 virtually every large ocean-going vessel, especially those carrying cargo, was built according to these proportions. Assuming that species, while unable to change fundamentally, can demonstrate differences similar to what is seen in dogs, only a few young base animals of each family would be necessary. For example, rather than 2 adults of each breed of dog we see, Noah and his family would have only needed to bring 2 young, wolf, prototype animals, which over thousands of years would have diversified through microevolution into the different dogs and wolves we see today. This places the story well within the realm of possibility. Furthermore, there are compelling, if unconfirmed, reports that a Russian team found remains of the Ark immediately before the atheist Bolshevik Revolution and World War I, which obscured or destroyed evidence of this. We have already seen in Section I that World War I was a planned war, intended to further the geopolitical goals of a cabal of bankers loosely based around the Rothschilds or Masons, some of which were in the Middle East. We can theorize that, potentially, destruction of what would have been the most conclusive evidence possible proving the Bible to be accurate was a congruent goal for this criminal syndicate. Searches for the Ark remain unsettled, as the area is extremely difficult to access both geographically and politically, with one NASA astronaut who searched for the Ark describing it as easier to walk on the Moon than to explore Mount Ararat. However, many of the Russian testimonies related by different individuals share a strikingly similar core narrative, in that Russian aviators spotted an anomalous object on Mount Ararat during a routine reconnaissance flight. The Tsar sent 2 teams to climb the mountain. They successfully found the Ark, and immediately the Bolsheviks took over and destroyed any evidence of this. This is an interesting and compelling story. However, it remains unconfirmed, and anyone who took part in it is now dead. Furthermore, there is, according to some scientists, geographical evidence for a global flood, as reported by ABC, in their article, Evidence Knows Biblical Flood Happened, says Robert Ballard. There are also strikingly similar corroborating historical finds, such as the Gilgamesh tablets, that mention a global flood and a survivor who used a great boat to escape the flood. According to Britannica, the story reads as follows: Utnapishtim, in the Babylonian Gilgamesh epic, survivor of a mythological flood whom Gilgamesh consults about the secret of immortality. Utnapishtim was the only man to escape death, since, having preserved human and animal life in the great boat he built, he and his wife were deified by the god Enlil. There have been numerous other flood stories identified from ancient sources scattered around the world in addition to this, such as the Sumerians and Assyrians. Containing some of the oldest writing in the world, written on cuneiform tablets, these stories share obvious and remarkable similarities. There are differences between the original Sumerian, and later Babylonian and Assyrian flood accounts. However, many of the similarities are strikingly close to the Genesis flood account. Additionally, the Native American Ojibwe tribe's flood myth is reported as follows, from the University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh. Long ago the world was filled with evil. Men and women lost respect for each other. The Creator was unhappy about this and decided to cause a great flood to purify the earth. A man named Wainabuzhu survived. He turned some floating sticks and a log into a raft for the animals and himself. They floated around for a full moon waiting for the water to go down. It didn't, so Wainabuzhu decided to do something about it. According to African mythology, A to Z, flood myths are found all around the world, and Africa is no exception. Throughout all but the desert areas of Africa, there are myths about a primordial flood. Various as the tribes that tell the stories. The tribes listed in this book as having flood mythologies are the Kwaya, Bhuti, Maasai, Mandan, and Yoruba tribes. In India, the legend first appears in Shatapatha Brahmana, from 700 to 300 BC, and is further detailed in Matsya Purana, dated from 250 to 500 AD. Matsya, the incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish, forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions accompanied by the 7 great sages, survives by boarding the ark, which Matsya pulls to safety. According to Britannica, flood myths are widespread over Eurasia and America, including the Greeks and Aztecs. Indeed, we can simply visit Wikipedia's list of flood myths to see that there are far too many worldwide flood mythologies to ascribe to coincidence. Clearly, the probability is almost certain that there actually was some sort of drastic and catastrophic flood event in the ancient world, which is exactly what we find stated in the Bible. Supernaturally prescient medical theory. The level of medical knowledge and sanitation practices in the Western world up to the late 19th century was surprisingly backwards, and medicine and sanitation through most of the 19th century were nearly as primitive as the situation found in the Middle Ages. Even the existence of germs was unknown to scientists until around 1890. Yet the first 5 books of the Bible, recorded by Moses between approximately 1491 to 1451 BC, contain highly advanced knowledge about medicine, hygiene, and sanitation, that taken together, provide complete medical instructions for Israel that go far beyond the level of knowledge possessed by the Egyptians and other ancient societies of that day. Indeed, much of the Torah constitutes an advanced and practical medical treatise that protected the Israelites from disease for thousands of years. It is impossible that Moses could have gained this advanced knowledge in Egypt, as we understand their level of medical practices quite well through the Ebers Papyrus, an Egyptian medical tract dating from around 1500 BC. This tract reveals a primitive understanding of medicine, described as follows in the translated version of this papyrus. But it may be protested that many of the therapeutic measures adopted in the Ebers Papyrus are not simply drugs which had acquired a reputation for which there was no adequate justification, but were in the nature of spells and incantations. Hence, to understand the vast accumulation of nonsensical methods of diagnosis and treatment such as those of the Ebers Papyrus, we must try to put ourselves in the position of those men 30 centuries ago who lacked the knowledge and experience our ancestors have gained in the intervening centuries. In this translation, we find that the Ebers Papyrus prescribes a potentially toxic mixture of opium and fly dirt which is on the wall to soothe a crying baby. For failing of the womb, the papyrus prescribes film of dampness which is found on the wood of ships and froth of beer, or to protect against anything, a mixture of scrapings of a statue and mint of the mountains, cooked in oil and wax, to be taken for 4 days. Additionally, the barbaric medical practices go on to describe a cure for hair loss involved the application to the patient's scalp of a solution composed of various fats from a horse, a crocodile, a cat, and a snake, along with a donkey tooth crushed in honey, and a cure for snake bites involving drinking poisoned water poured over a pagan idol. Contrary to this, the Old Testament contains medical advice that could, by comparison, only be called divinely inspired knowledge. In A History of Medicine, the author states that Moses's sanitary and medical commands were, certainly a primitive measure, but an effective one, which indicates advanced ideas of sanitation. The verses regarding sanitation include detailed commandments, even teaching the Israelites how to wash their pottery and discard it when broken, as bacteria can grow in the cracks. This is found in Leviticus chapter 6 verse 28, "But the earthen vessel wherein it is sodden shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brasen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water." Additionally, in Leviticus chapter 11 verses 35 to 39, we find advanced knowledge of germs from animal carcasses, "And everything on which any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean." Whether oven or stove, it shall be broken in pieces. They are unclean and shall remain unclean for you. And if any animal which you may eat dies, whoever touches its carcass shall be unclean until the evening. Numbers 19:15 reads, "Every open vessel that has no cover on it is unclean," demonstrating an advanced knowledge of food handling procedures, one that was absent from any other civilization for thousands of years. Leviticus chapter 7 verse 24 forbids the Israelites from eating the flesh of any animal that dies of disease or by other animals, which would likely contain dangerous germs. The fat of an animal that dies of itself and the fat of one that is torn by beasts may be put to any other use, but on no account shall you eat it. In Leviticus chapter 15 verse 13 we find specific commandments for the Israelites to wash their clothes and hands. And when he that hath an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. This most basic medical practice of washing hands was not rediscovered until the 1840s, and even then, was met with resistance by the scientific community. These commandments go on for entire chapters, laying out a comprehensive theory of medicine that would have largely protected the Israelites from succumbing to disease that runs rampant in large groups, especially during their nomadic periods and before modern sanitation practices. Demonstrating the dangers of disease and infection in large groups without adequate sanitation, in the Civil War, twice as many troops were killed by disease than by combat. This is a pattern that has widely held true in wars, especially before modern medicine and sanitary practices. Disease and infection are a scourge that has killed more of humanity than any other cause, and yet the Israelites somehow had a complete and highly advanced medical treatise that was thousands of years ahead of its time, and appears to have effectively protected them against infections and diseases. The most likely explanation for this, given the evidence that we already have for supernatural authorship of the Bible, is that this knowledge was divinely imparted by God in order to protect and facilitate His redemptive plan on earth. In addition, we can examine the sacrifice of the red heifer, and the water of purification described in Numbers 19, the waters of cleansing. While he watches, the heifer is to be burned, its hide, flesh, blood and intestines. The priest is to take some cedar wood, hyssop and scarlet wool and throw them onto the burning heifer. After that, the priest must wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. He may then come into the camp, but he will be ceremonially unclean till evening. The man who burns it must also wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he too will be unclean till evening. A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and put them in a ceremonially clean place outside the camp. They are to be kept by the Israelite community for use in the water of cleansing. It is for purification. The resulting water of purification solution contained ashes from the red heifer sacrifice combined with cedar, hyssop, and scarlet thread. The cedar oil produced in this water of purification came from a species of juniper tree that grew in Israel and the Sinai. According to WebMD, cedar is still used as a medicine. Most importantly, the hyssop tree, associated with mint and possibly marjoram, would produce hyssop oil, an effective antiseptic and antibacterial agent that may even fight cancer cells. It contains 50% carvacrol, which is an antifungal and antibacterial agent still used in medicine. Hyssop is used today in some modern antibacterial agents. While these facts don't prove the existence of God, they are compelling cumulative evidence on top of fulfilled prophecies and other indicators that the Bible was not written solely by men, and was, in fact, authored supernaturally. It would seem to be impossible for the Israelites to have known of germ theory thousands of years before it was rediscovered by science, or for Noah, a man living in the desert who had never seen a large boat, to know exactly how to construct one in a way that was so effective its design is still mimicked by cargo ships to this day. The question we must ask is this: is it reasonable to think that these people had this knowledge without divine intervention, while no one else around them appears to have known or understood any of it? Is it just a coincidence that these individuals had this knowledge, or is there another explanation? The More Rational Worldview, in light of the cumulative weight of the evidence presented in this writing, is that the coincidence theory is rendered impotent by the weight of the evidence. The facts are clear. No human could have produced a book like the Bible, containing accurate prophecies, intricate codes, supernatural knowledge, and an extraordinarily cohesive and unified text. Chapter 9. Jati Apologia, Why Apologize? Christian apologetics is a misused term, in that Christianity and the Bible have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Rather, the world should apologize to Christians. Starting from the very formation of the religion in the Roman Empire, Christians have suffered more persecution and death for their beliefs than any other group of individuals in history. Roman historian Tacitus describes the capital punishments for Christians as follows. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city, as of hatred against mankind. Mockery of every sort was added to their deaths. Covered with the skins of beasts, they were torn by dogs and perished, or were nailed to crosses, or were doomed to the flames and burnt, to serve as a nightly illumination, when daylight had expired. Now, this hardly seems a normal reaction to a simple belief in the resurrection of Jesus, a man who was brutally and wrongfully murdered, and who said, primarily, to love our neighbors. To this very day, Christians are persecuted and killed for their beliefs worldwide, in Iran, Turkey, China, North Korea, much of Africa, and many other countries across the globe. Additionally, we have seen what amounts to a silent genocide of Christians in the Middle East, with hardly a single protest, or even a mention of this from the compromised, dishonest, and sycophantically government-loyal media. Indeed, such will be the fate of all who deny the power of the living, Creator God, and His Son and Revelator Jesus Christ. Demonstrating the perfect righteousness of God, that He is the one fit to judge humanity, Jesus came, not as a king, not in riches, but humbly, delivered to us in a barn with animals. God came to the lowest backwater village, Nazareth, and was beloved by all who knew Him. All, that is, except for those entrenched within power at the time. We will, within our lives, see the second coming of Christ, and the generation who saw the rebirth of Israel will be alive still, just as He said 2,000 years ago. Today we have scoffers, mockers, and people walking after their own lusts, with tickling ears, saying that will never happen, just as predicted, but one day, the coincidence theory will crumble around them, and in its collapse, they will find nothing left but death. At this point, they may find themselves in a tenuous and undesirable eschatological position, and may come to severely regret their opinions, worldviews, and choices. These facts provide a logically consistent worldview, one that is based on demonstrable sources that provide a firm ontological foundation to build upon for further knowledge. This worldview is coherent, and explanatory for the evil in this world, as well as the seemingly supernatural control that we observe the elite of this world seem to possess. It is a more reasonable worldview than the coincidence theory, as the odds against historical facts lining up with biblical prophecy face the same astounding mathematical and probabilistic hurdles as the 9/11 coincidence theory. The Bible is backed by sufficient historical and forensic evidence to fulfill any academic criteria for analyzing the accuracy of ancient texts. And yet, people in this society will choose to believe in practically anything except the gospel of Jesus Christ, a historical figure who we have many eyewitness testimonies of, who provided prophecy, and who demonstrated supernaturally that He is the Son of God. The only way we can reason that the Bible is not divinely inspired is to have blind faith that this enormous number of coincidences, codes, and prophecies lined up by chance, as well as to dismiss the multiple deductive and historical arguments for the existence of God and the resurrection of Jesus. For most who choose to disbelieve the Bible, it is due to, as we saw earlier, a simple dislike of God. They are within their rational rights to feel that way, as beings with free will, but they have to be honest. It's not a truly logical or evidential position, but rather an emotive opinion based simply on their personal and subjective likes, dislikes, or beliefs about what is fair. The scientists, academics, and global elite who conceived the post-biblical modernist worldview did so purely because they want to do what thou wilt in this life, without being held accountable. To conclude, we have seen irrefutable and undeniable evidence of the accuracy of the Bible, the existence of the biblical God, and the supernatural authorship of the Bible, demonstrated through deductive arguments, historical evidence, fulfilled prophecy, and otherwise unexplainable evidences contained within the Bible itself. Section 3. So, you gave up your rights, freedoms, and bodily autonomy over a virus with a 1% mortality rate. What is risk analysis? It is the knowledge that 1 in 107 people will die in a car accident, yet continuing to drive to work every day. Each day of our lives, we inherently make these risk-benefit analyses, in order to live our lives in the most fulfilling way possible while adhering to safety standards that we feel are best for us personally. According to our world and data, Until you reach about age 70, COVID, even by the official government statistics, has a mortality rate of approximately 1%. According to statistics websites, the average life expectancy hovers on average near 70. This indicates that there has been a disproportionate application of unconstitutional and unprecedented mandates, which bypass law, adversely affecting the livelihood and well-being of global citizens relative to the risk analysis of the average person. Far from being infallible, doctors and hospitals kill over 250,000 people a year through medical error, which is now the third leading cause of death in this country. This pandemic is a case of induced hysteria that is being used to strip humanity of its fundamental freedoms and rights, with one control vector being pushed particularly hard: the erroneously labeled COVID vaccine. This section will demonstrate that the COVID vaccine is not a traditional vaccine at all. Rather, it is a form of untested and unproven gene therapy pushed by bad actors who are demonstrably dishonest, and openly possess the intention to further their malevolent global control of humanity. Let's start by looking a little closer at the people who are offering the injection. Pfizer's vaccine contract with the federal government was for $1,950,000,000. Moderna received a federal contract worth $1,525,000,000. These figures are just the initial deals, and do not include payments for any booster shots. This federal money enabled the vaccine to be offered for free to every citizen older than 12 in the country. As has been stated, when something is for free, you are the product. And in this case, it's not even really free, as it was paid for with our tax money. But surely, they will handle this kind of power and money ethically, right? Let's review the history of these entities. In 2009, the Justice Department announced its largest ever healthcare fraud settlement with Pfizer to the tune of $2.3 billion, for fraudulent marketing. The Legal Issues section of the Wikipedia article on Pfizer boasts an impressive 10 serious lawsuits, 4 of which involved aggressive and misleading advertising. In 2019, 3 months after resigning from his job as an FDA commissioner, Scott Gottlieb was employed by Pfizer and a member of their board. Senator Elizabeth Warren stated, at the time, in regards to Gottlieb, this kind of revolving door influence peddling smacks of corruption. According to Nature, Pfizer is an unethical company that took advantage of sick children and parents during a meningitis epidemic. Looking closely at the history of Pfizer, with these few examples out of many, we can see that it is a company that does not consider the well-being of humans to be valuable or important, and relies on misleading and aggressive schemes to obtain power and money. According to Business Insider, the Pfizer injection was developed in a few hours over a single day. Usually, saying, "I made this product that has the potential to permanently alter your DNA in a few hours, and assume no liability for any harm it may cause," would be a less than successful advertising scheme for a series of injections. But apparently, these pharmaceutical executives think otherwise. Moderna, whose name is a portmanteau of modify and RNA, is a company with a caustic work environment and obsession with secrecy that has no track record. Let's paint a picture with these 2 news articles, from the Wall Street Journal and Stat News. In these articles, we read the following: at least a dozen highly placed executives have quit in the past 4 years, including heads of finance, technology, manufacturing, and science. In just the past 12 months, respected leaders of Moderna's cancer and rare disease programs both resigned. The company has published no data supporting its vaunted technology, but 2 years into the scientist's tenure at Moderna, he abruptly stepped down last October, making no public statement save for changing his LinkedIn status to resigned. No scientist in his right mind would leave that job unless there was something wrong with the science or the personnel, said a person close to the company at the time. And so he became the company's CEO, and soon developed an almost messianic reverence for the mRNA technology, despite having never worked with RNA before. Though it has yet to reveal data from a single clinical trial. Hubris. No company using the same experimental approach has managed to pull off a successful drug. Moderna has more than 20 experimental drugs and vaccines. But none are close to being commercially available to patients. He wanted to form a company that would turn a patient's own cellular machinery into a personal medicine factory. Are we sure we should be doing this? Well, so much for ethics there. These are clearly money and power hungry, likely sociopathic and neurotypical individuals with openly messianic intentions, as are many CEOs, reported in the Forbes article, The Psychopathic CEO. We read, people with psychopathy crave power and dominant positions, experts say. But they are also chameleons, able to disguise their ruthlessness and antisocial behavior under the veneer of charm and eloquence. They don't care that they are hurting you. They will do what they have to do. According to Business Insider, the Moderna injection was also created in just 2 days. In an article from Reuters, we read that Johnson & Johnson knew for decades that asbestos lurked in its baby powder. Accidentally poisoning babies is one thing, but intentionally allowing it for decades is a shocking and almost unprecedented moral abomination. The recalls and litigation section of their Wikipedia article includes such stellar displays of morality as multiple lawsuits, foreign bribery, consumer fraud, patent infringement, and opioid epidemic. At least the government would never do anything unethical without telling its citizens, right? According to the article subjected to science, from Penn State University, in the years following World War II, scientists at Vanderbilt University gave 829 pregnant mothers in Tennessee what they were told were vitamin drinks that would improve the overall health of their babies. The mixtures contained radioactive iron, and the researchers were determining how fast the radioisotope crossed into the placenta. At least 3 children are known to have died from the experiments, from cancers and leukemia. 4 of the women's babies died from cancers as a result of the experiments, and the women experienced rashes, bruises, anemia, hair, tooth loss, and cancer. Additionally, according to an article from MIT, from 1946 to 1953, at the Walter E. Fernald State School in Massachusetts, in an experiment sponsored by the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission and the Quaker Oats Corporation, 73 mentally disabled children were fed oatmeal containing radioactive calcium and other radioisotopes, to track how nutrients were digested. The children were not told that they were being fed radioactive chemicals. They were told by hospital staff and researchers that they were joining a science club. Furthermore, according to the book America's Nuclear Legacy, between 1960 and 1971, the Department of Defense funded non-consensual whole-body radiation experiments on mostly poor and black cancer patients, who were not told what was being done to them. Patients were told that they were receiving a treatment that might cure their cancer, but the Pentagon was trying to determine the effects of high levels of radiation on the human body. The Harold Blower case is another event which showcases the government's lack of humanistic ethics, the absence of any sort of accountability or punishment when they engage in murder and abuse, and their propensity for lethal injections. In 1952, professional tennis player Harold Blower died when he was injected with a fatal dose of a mescaline derivative at the New York State Psychiatric Institute of Columbia University. The United States Department of Defense, which sponsored the injection, worked in collusion with the Department of Justice and the New York State Attorney General to conceal evidence of its involvement in the experiment for 23 years. One of the government agents involved claimed that he did not know what the Army had ordered him to inject into Blower, saying, "We didn't know whether it was dog piss or what we were giving him." According to AP News regarding the government-sponsored lethal injection that killed Harold Blower, they made it appear that Blower's death, while triggered by the injection, was really caused by a weak heart. After the series of lawsuits and settlements, his daughter stated, "They continue to have the ability to behave in ways that would be considered illegal, unethical and immoral, and because they work for the government, they are not accountable." I think that's the scariest part of all. The weak heart hypothesis can be found in the media today regarding deaths related to the government-sponsored gene therapy injection. And the person most familiar with this case says that they continue to have the means to give out government-sanctioned lethal injections. What we see here, under the guise of medical care, is the government knowingly feeding mentally disabled children and pregnant mothers lethally radioactive materials in order to study and experiment on them, as well as blatantly murdering people, covering it up, and getting away with it. Anyone who would trust the U.S. government when they offer a free and experimental treatment is either ignorant of the above facts or willfully supporting absolute evil. It really doesn't get worse than intentionally torturing and murdering women and children. What we observe is that the government will occasionally utilize injections as a means of committing crimes against humanity, and demonstrates a propensity to describe these crimes to the victims as medical treatments, sometimes experimental. These so-called tests are a moral abomination, and constitute heinously illegal crimes. Let's continue to examine some of the other times the government has used its own citizens as unwitting human subjects, as they have previously described us. In a 2015 article from the Smithsonian titled, "In 1950, the U.S. released a bioweapon in San Francisco," we read, "This was one of hundreds of bioweapon simulations carried out in the 1950s and 1960s. Beginning on September 26, 1950, the crew of a U.S. Navy minesweeper ship spent 6 days spraying Serratia marcescens into the air about 2 miles off the northern California coast. But there was a catch. One patient, a man named Edward Nevin who was recovering from prostate surgery, died, and some have suggested that the release forever changed the area's microbial ecology, as Bernadette Tanzi pointed out for the San Francisco Chronicle in 2004. Further documentation can be found reported on in Discover magazine, in their article, Blood and Fog: The Military's Germ Warfare Tests in San Francisco. Just 4 short years later, the government of the United States would violate the code as it undertook one of the largest human experiments in history, spraying the city of San Francisco with a microbe, Serratia marcescens, in a simulated germ warfare attack. It was estimated that the city's 800,000 residents had each received a heavy dose of Serratia, inhaling millions of bacteria throughout the testing period. From 1950 to 1966, the military performed open-air testing of potential terrorist weapons at least 239 times in at least 8 American cities, including New York City, Key West, and Panama City, Florida, exposing still unknown numbers of Americans to Serratia and other microbial organisms reported in The Conversation. We find an article titled, "The U.S. has a history of testing biological weapons on the public. Were infected ticks used too?" The article reads as follows. One of the more controversial tests took place in 1966 on the New York subway. Scientists filled light bulbs with Bacillus globigii bacteria and then smashed them open on the tracks. The bacteria traveled for miles around the subway system, being breathed in by thousands of civilians and covering their clothes. These actions represent horrific betrayals by the government of its own citizens, as well as the use of unwitting civilians in experimental biological warfare. So far in this writing we have seen irrefutable and demonstrable evidence that the entities that are mainly pushing this injection, namely the U.S. government, Pfizer, and Moderna, are run by criminal sociopaths with a propensity for hurting the most innocent. We recall that pharmaceutical companies and hospitals were involved with providing victims to the CIA for their MK-Ultra experiments. In addition, these entities often disguise their evil acts as being for the greater good research or medical treatment. Shockingly, the old adage, absolute power corrupts absolutely, turns out to be true yet again. But what's really going on here, then? Let's examine some of the hard science behind the injection. According to Yale Medicine, mRNA medicines are really just instructions that cells in your body use to create a variety of proteins, the building blocks and tools for cell function and survival, that can be used to fight disease. The mRNA vaccines for COVID-19 send those instructions, along with a blueprint of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, to the cells, triggering your immune system to generate very protective, high-level neutralizing antibodies. And that's what gives your body the protection it needs against the virus. If you were to encounter the virus, your body would recognize that spike protein and send the immune system into attack mode. As we can see, even by the official story about the injection, it is not a traditional vaccine, using an attenuated virus, but rather a sort of gene therapy, experimental and never before used in humans on this scale. We can confirm this though a study titled, Development of COVID-19 Vaccines Utilizing Gene Therapy Technology, for Rapid Development, RNA vaccines and adenovirus vector vaccines have been urgently approved, and their injection has already started across the world. These types of vaccine technologies have been developed over more than 20 years using translational research for use against cancer or diseases caused by genetic disorders, but the COVID-19 vaccines are the first licensed drugs to prevent infectious diseases using RNA vaccine technology. Although these vaccines are highly effective in preventing COVID-19 for a short period, safety and efficiency evaluations should be continuously monitored over a long time period. Quote, additionally, this article from Nature, titled, Gene Therapy Avenues and COVID-19 Vaccines, further elaborates on the classification of the mRNA COVID vaccines as a form of gene therapy. This can be further confirmed through the FDA's manufacturing considerations for licensed and investigational cellular and gene therapy products during COVID-19 public health emergency. So really, we can see why Pfizer had to pay the largest ever healthcare fraud settlement for false marketing. The injection isn't even a vaccine, it's gene therapy. Additionally, according to the Pharma Letter, major pharmaceutical company Bayer is all in on cell and gene therapy. They go on to discuss how this gene therapy technology is an emerging bio-revolution that represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bayer's belief in gene therapies as the future of medicine can be confirmed from Bayer's website. Furthermore, the president of Bayer's Pharmaceuticals division, Stefan Ulrich, said at the World Health Summit that the COVID vaccines are an example of cell and gene therapy. We are really taking that leap to drive innovation, us as a company, Bayer, in cell and gene therapies. Ultimately, the mRNA vaccines are an example for that cell and gene therapy. I always like to say, if we had surveyed 2 years ago in the public would you be willing to take a gene or cell therapy and inject it into your body? We probably would have had a 95% refusal rate. Ulrich's statements can be found in video format online. These sources provide comprehensive and conclusive evidence that the COVID injections are not a traditional vaccine, but rather a form of mRNA gene therapy. When the media says that the COVID injections are not gene therapy, they are following a long pattern they have demonstrated over many decades, namely a pattern of deception, disinformation, and intentional misleading of the public. Ironically, according to CNBC News, the CEO of Pfizer is now calling any dissenting opinions about their gene therapy criminal. This is an astonishing statement from someone whose company paid the largest ever healthcare fraud settlement to the Justice Department for misleading advertising. Interestingly, comments are always disabled on these news articles, calling into question the true nature of public discourse on the injections. Why are individuals like the CEO of Pfizer scared of an honest debate or discussion about their products? Why is free speech about a reportedly unethical and demonstrably dishonest private company now a criminal act? These injections are also the first licensed drugs like this ever marketed. As we saw earlier in the articles about Moderna, no drug company has ever successfully used this technology in a drug. However, is this gene therapy really safe and effective? Let's discredit the thousands of anecdotal reports of sometimes horrific and bizarre side effects, such as this one that originally appeared on reddit.com, archived online, age 20. Took vaccine later that night, unable to sleep, he began to experience visual hallucinations, to include a demon to his immediate left, a candle in his far left periphery, shackles, the room going dark and feeling like he was stuck in a time loop. In addition, he experienced auditory hallucinations, to include a demon yelling and people whispering. According to an essay from September 2021 by Dr. Jessica Rose, titled, Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting in VAERS, or Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is ran by the federal government, is reporting an approximately 1,000% increase in reported events this year, due mainly to the COVID gene therapy injection. In the next image, we can see that reported deaths to VAERS due to vaccine reactions are up roughly 700%. Dr. Rose's essay can be found online. This data, unlike the opinions of the news pundits in the media and their corporate puppet masters, does not lie, and is verifiable by anyone. When they say it is safe and effective, they are brazenly and obviously lying, and they obfuscate and hide evidence such as this in order to make the truth difficult to find. This is why her original paper has been removed from the National Institute of Health website, where the withdrawn study can be found online. Let's examine some of the other health concerns relating to this unsafe, untested, and unproven gene therapy. According to Nature, the injection causes blood clots. According to Time, AstraZeneca had their COVID injection suspended by many countries due to health risks. According to the CDC, the injection causes myocarditis and pericarditis. The injection has caused many people to lose the ability to function and do things they love because they took this injection, such as the following athlete now ineligible to do the thing he loves the most because of his injection-related myocarditis. His story was deleted and he is being censored. As reported on Yahoo News, in a since-removed TikTok posted earlier this month, he explained that he was hospitalized with myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart and a previously known potential reaction to the vaccine, shortly after receiving his second shot of the Pfizer vaccine. Stokes, who filmed the video from his hospital bed, was ultimately told that he was ineligible to continue to play at least the fall portion of his senior golf season, as he was warned against elevating his heart rate. According to Newsweek, the manufacturers wouldn't release the vaccine without legal immunity for both them and the government. This legal immunity point should be enough, simply by itself, to convince any reasonable person not to take this injection. Is there any other time in history that a medical treatment, experimental or otherwise, has been pushed this widely to the entire world population, with no accountability or liability for anyone involved? What does the media have to say about the safety and efficacy of the gene therapy injection? This is what they were saying in February 2021. According to The Independent, doctors and scientists, including Dr. Fauci, have said all 3 vaccines are extraordinarily effective at preventing serious illness and death. The numbers Americans should be emphasizing are that all 3 vaccines have proven 100% effective at preventing deaths. The risk of hospitalization also plummets to virtually zero for people who receive the vaccine. Now, let's compare this with what they are saying as of September 2021, reported in Government Executive. Our future with SARS-CoV-2, then, will be more about domesticating the virus than eliminating it. With widespread vaccination, many of us will still be exposed, maybe even temporarily colonized, but it won't often be a big deal. Most of the time, we might not even notice. Positive tests, too, may be less alarming. In the absence of symptoms, detecting hunks of virus might simply indicate that immune cells have squashed the pathogen, leaving only debris behind. The virus will become less of a pathogen, and more of a passenger, one that keeps the defensive wheels turning, for the short time that it's there. Additionally, we can examine an article from CNBC. WHO warns coronavirus vaccine alone won't end pandemic. We cannot go back to the way things were. World leaders and the public must learn to manage the virus and make permanent adjustments to their daily lives to bring the virus down to low levels. In particular, the COVID-19 pandemic has given new impetus to the need to accelerate efforts to respond to climate change, he said. The COVID-19 pandemic has given us a glimpse of our world as it could be, cleaner skies and rivers. Sounds about right for the government's definition of effective. As we can see from this juxtaposition, they are liars. This, among many other demonstrable lies, indicates that the people running our societies, such as politicians and the media pundits on TV, cannot be trusted. Moving forward, as we can see foreshadowed in the CNBC article, the lockdowns and restrictive measures will never end, but will merely be transitioned so as to appear to be fighting climate change and ecological warfare. By the end of all this we will be enslaved, marked, subjugated in prison cities. Our medicine will be chosen for us, as it is for all slaves. We will eat, live and die as slaves while the elite triumphantly gloat over what was once the richest generation and country in history, squandered and defiled by an ultimately brainwashed and ineffective generation. Surely, if this was true and there was a larger agenda at work here, there would be some evidence of it, right? Event 201 took place in October 2019. Involving Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation from the official website. Event 201 simulates an outbreak of a novel zoonotic coronavirus transmitted from bats to pigs to people that eventually becomes efficiently transmissible from person to person, leading to a severe pandemic. The pathogen and the disease it causes are modeled largely on SARS, but it is more transmissible in the community setting by people with mild symptoms. This is an incredible coincidence, almost as if Bill Gates possesses the same miraculous skills of clairvoyance that the BBC demonstrated when they announced that WTC-7 had collapsed some 20 minutes before it actually did, which was notably the first time a steel skyscraper has ever collapsed in this manner. Perhaps these people are psychics, able to see the future remarkably clearly. Or perhaps, these incidents represent official foreknowledge and collusion between the elite of society, in order to subjugate the masses more effectively. Unfortunately, this is not the only exercise, or drill, that involved coronavirus, as there was another tabletop exercise, conducted by Johns Hopkins in 2017 that we will examine. These drills bear remarkable similarities to the hijacking drills ongoing during the 9/11 attacks, and present a truly incredible series of coincidences. The SPARS Pandemic Scenario Book was a tabletop exercise drill run by Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security in October 2017. In the year 2025, the world has become simultaneously more connected, yet more divided. In mid-October 2025, 3 deaths were reported among members of the First Baptist Church of St. Paul, Minnesota. 2 of the church members had recently returned from a missionary trip to the Philippines, One CDC scientist recalled reading a recent ProMed dispatch describing the emergence of a novel coronavirus in Southeast Asia, and ran a pancoronavirus RT-PCR test. A week later, the CDC team confirmed that the 3 patients were, in fact, infected with a novel coronavirus, which was dubbed the St. Paul Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus, SARS-CoV, or SPARS, after the city where the first cluster of cases had been identified. After Colosavir was in public use for 3 months, the FDA was able to release updated information about the drug's effectiveness and the incidence of side effects. This information came too late, however, for large portions of the general public. Reports of negative side effects associated with Colosavir. This tabletop exercise continues on through an entire PDF. What are the odds that not one but two? Pandemic scenario. Drills involving Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, both involving a novel coronavirus, would happen in the 2 years running up to 2019, when COVID appeared. What we can see in these 2 instances is that these drills seem to have, coincidentally, gone live. So, why are a group of likely sociopathic, demonstrably dishonest liars trying to modify the entire planet's genetics with an untested and unproven gene therapy? As Gates tells us, their purpose is depopulation. According to Forbes, the logic was crisp and Bill Gates friendly. Health equals resources, people. And since resources, as Gates noted, are relatively fixed, the answer lay in population control. Thus, vaccines made no sense to him. Why save kids only to consign them to life? Let's continue to explore some of the manifold reasons why taking the COVID injection is not a prudent or wise decision. Christian religious beliefs are that the healing power of Christ and prayer is manifestly singular, and that we must seek guidance from the Bible exclusively on what to do with our bodies. At no point in the Bible does Jesus heal in any way other than prayer, fasting, or exorcisms. To think that we are wiser than he is conceited and ultimately in vain. The Bible says that it is better to take refuge with the Lord than man, as well as to obey God over man, in Psalm chapter 118 verse 8 and Acts chapter 5 verse 29. The Bible teaches that our bodies are temples in 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 19 to 20, and are now, since Christ's sacrifice, the literal tabernacle, holy of holies, and dwelling place of God. Vaccinations contain neurotoxins, hazardous substances, attenuated viruses, animal parts, foreign DNA, albumin from human blood, carcinogens, and chemical wastes that are proven harmful to the body. In addition, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccinations utilized a confirmatory test employing the HEK293 cell line, derived from human embryonic kidney cells harvested from an aborted fetus. Thus, both vaccines are connected to the abhorrent evil of abortion. The HEK293 cell line was also utilized in the design, development, and production stages of the AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson vaccines, as well as confirmatory testing. The C6 cell line, developed using retinal tissue from an 18-week-old aborted fetus, was used in the design, development and production of the J&J vaccine. Abortion, according to Christians, is murder, and Exodus chapter 20 verse 13 states, "You shall not murder." The official Vatican position on vaccination states, "At the same time, practical reason makes evident that vaccination is, not as a rule, a moral obligation and that, therefore, it must be voluntary." Is it possible that given the apparent end of the war on drugs, with the widespread legalization of marijuana, and the apparent end of the war on terror, with the disastrous and humiliating defeat of the US in Afghanistan to the Taliban, the new war on will turn out to be the biological war on US citizens, leading to the biosecurity state? The military-industrial complex needs to keep wagging the dog, somehow, to keep the trillions of tax dollars flowing their way. It should be pointed out that the concept of both drugs and terror appear to have won these wars. In conclusion, the facts presented in this essay clearly demonstrate that any reasonable person should not implicitly trust any treatment, especially experimental ones, offered by the government or the pharmaceutical companies. Even if the treatment was for something far more dangerous than COVID, with an average fatality rate of less than 1%, these entities should be explicitly treated as untrustworthy. We have seen that these entities engage in willful cover-ups, deceptive marketing, and fraudulent schemes. These organizations have engaged in incredibly illegal and inhumane acts, such as torture and murder, often while claiming to be treating the victim. We have seen that the governments of the world have a history of controlling their populations through force, and possess the means, motive and opportunity to finally subjugate the population entirely. We have seen that the injection is not even really a vaccine, but rather a first-of-a-kind gene therapy. In the study, development of COVID-19 vaccines utilizing gene therapy technology, among other sources. In the previous sections, we saw a pattern of terrorist-style attacks by the government on its own citizens, used to further a malevolent goal of control, pushed on the world by liars, swindlers, cheats, and cowards. Finally, we saw another example of apparently miraculous clairvoyance through Event 201 and the SPARS pandemic scenario book, again necessarily begging the question, coincidence or conspiracy? Breaking it down simply, we are left with a dubiously effective injection that is so dangerous people have to be forced to take it, for a virus so harmless you have to be tested to know you have it. This is lunacy. The people pushing this injection the hardest are the same talking heads caught repeatedly lying and spreading blatant propaganda such as the dehumanizing condescension of white fragility, from The Atlantic. The End of Men, from The Atlantic. The nicest people I've ever met. Satanists explain beliefs. Plans to challenge Texas abortion law, from NBC's KXAN News. Why would anyone listen to these obvious false prophets and wolves in sheep's clothing? We are honestly supposed to believe these people have our best interests at heart? Given the above articles, this theory truly strains credulity. All of these reasons are why taking the COVID gene therapy injection is an incredibly poor decision, and one which demonstrates a profound disregard for the sordid history of the entities pushing it. These are organizations which torture and murder civilians with impunity, and have a track record of extraordinarily unethical experiments on unwilling or unwitting civilians. So, what is the real conspiracy behind this gene therapy injection? In the next section, we will examine and answer this question, presenting dire implications for the entire human race. Part 4. This calls for wisdom. Examining the gene therapy injection, the mark of the beast, and the eschatology surrounding them. The gene therapy injection cannot be conclusively shown to not be the mark of the beast, and until something else disproves it, the COVID gene therapy injection stands as the most likely candidate to fulfill this biblical prophecy. The only way this injection can't be the mark is if everything related to COVID simply disappears, everything goes back to normal, and something else rises in its place to present as the mark. Going back to normal is what we were told would happen after the majority of the world population took the injection, which was obviously a lie, presenting now a tenuous eschatological position for anyone who took this gene therapy. We are, biblically, living under Jesus' fig tree prophecy, in which he prophesied that the generation that witnesses the creation of the modern state of Israel would be the last generation on earth. Additionally, there are numerous other fulfilled prophecies that indicate that, biblically, we are in what are called the end times. Therefore, it is hard to see how the powers of the Antichrist, or synagogue of Satan, have enough time for anything else to fulfill the role of the mark, or what else could constitute the great deception mentioned in the Bible as occurring in the end times. We will examine numerous other circumstantial and scriptural clues regarding the exact nature of the mark, as well as the critical debate about whether or not the Christian church will be on earth for the tribulation, or will be taken up to heaven in a pre-tribulation rapture. This would mean, by default, that any Christian could not take the mark of the beast. However, what we will find is that this is an inconclusive and tenuously supported belief that presents numerous issues and incongruencies with biblical theology. Given the association with the government dictating who can buy, sell, or go to work without the gene therapy injection, there is a strong case to be made here. Under this theory, the beast is the synagogue of Satan, examined more closely in the next section, and the beast system that the world will worship is their scientifically atheistic worldview. The image of the beast given power to speak is television, phones, and technology. Babylon the Great is America, and the gene therapy injection and accompanying vaccine passports constitute the mark, and symbolically, the Antichrist. This theory replaces a literal third temple with the bodies of Christians, as we are told in 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 19 to 20. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? Thus, the abomination, who will stand in the temple, is actually this gene editing technology, which has the potentiality to transform humans out of the image of God. The events of the 20th century, such as the World Wars, Holocaust, Holodomor, and the other hundreds of uncounted millions killed through state-sponsored terror and genocide campaigns, under satanic dictators such as Stalin and Mao, constitute the events of the Four Horsemen described in Revelation. At this point, the irreversible genetic changes due to the mRNA gene therapy injections place anyone who took it in a precarious eschatological position, as taking the mark of the beast is one of only two actions that are described in the Bible as irredeemable by God. We read in Revelation chapter 14 verse 11, "And the smoke of their torment will rise forever and ever. There will be no rest day or night for those who worship the beast and its image, or for anyone who receives the mark of its name." Thus, avoiding the mark is one of the main tenets of Christianity. The Christian had literally one job in this regard: to make sure the government never dictates exclusively when or where we are able to buy or sell on a mass, or worldwide, scale. Due to a virus whose mere existence is dubious, and at best has a 1% mortality rate, the Church has enthusiastically supported the government illegally and coercively giving itself the power to do this, even unconstitutionally, as there has not been a single law passed, but rather unprecedented, mandates, and ordinances. Thus, the Church has silently cowered and stood by while the government ushered in one of the final steps needed to bring about the narrative in Revelation, which constitutes the single greatest failure in the Church's history. Given the sort of rabidly anti-theist, faux celebrity popular scientists we saw in Section 2, such as Lawrence Krauss, Richard Dawkins, and Peter Atkins, we have a viable case for the scientific or atheistic worldview being the beast system. Science has constituted the greatest attack on God and the Bible in its history. In effect, society worships them by believing we were not created by God, but by evolution, and that we are nothing but an insignificant speck of dust in a vast and uncaring universe. After all, we all know that one does not have to literally build an image of an idol in order to break the one street commandment, or to commit the sin of idolatry. An accurate definition of an object of worship could be stated as, who defines your worldview, and thus, most of the population is directly guilty of worshipping the media, who they consider to be the arbiters of truth or falsehood rather than God. The world's mindset and thoughts are framed by the media, and they won't consider anything truth without confirmation from their intellectual bankrollers in the media, constituting a classic form of worship. Furthermore, the concept of worship has evolved over time, and it is clear that most people now worship things such as money, sex, material goods, their jobs, or the opinions of others. The Bible says that taking the mark is worshipping, or pledging allegiance to the beast system, which does not necessarily involve literally prostrating yourself before an idol, and can even be done unknowingly, as people do every single day when they idolize celebrities or money. Moreover, injecting yourself with this experimental gene therapy could be said to constitute worship of scientists, the government, and the media, as taking the injection is putting your faith in them, instead of in God. Furthermore, it is saying that you value your life on earth, and value living in their system by taking the injection, and are scared to die, contrary to clear commandments within the Bible. Biblically, we should only put our faith in God to heal us, and if we are meant to die, nothing, not even a vaccine, can stop it. The Jews of the time were familiar with the symbolism of the right hand and forehead being where they wore the tefillin, symbolizing their actions and thoughts, which would lend credence to the theory of the beast being an agenda or worldview. This symbolism can be found in Deuteronomy chapter 11 verse 8, which reads, "Fix these words of mine in your hearts and minds. Tie them as reminders on your hands and bind them on your foreheads." Furthermore, the Greek phrase used for right hand can also be understood as right side. However, this does not rule out the possibility of a literal graphene oxide mark forming through ingredients within the injection itself, a possibility described in this writing. Next, we will examine the timing of the rapture, the eschatology surrounding whether or not we will know if we are taking the mark, and further problematic issues raised by the gene therapy injection. To begin with, the concept of a pre-tribulation rapture is not supported by biblical scripture, and is incongruent with the thematic elements of the Bible, as well as behavior demonstrated by God. Critically, after a review of the verses about the rapture, we can see that Revelation does not contain any statements on the timing of the rapture, and Jesus' words likewise are inconclusive on the timing. Therefore, let's examine two verses often used to indicate the timing of the rapture. "And to wait for his Son from heaven, whom he raised from the dead, Jesus who delivers us from the wrath to come," from 1 Thessalonians chapter 1 verse 10, and "For God hath not appointed us to wrath, but to obtain salvation by our Lord Jesus Christ, found in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 9. Without conjecture or extrapolation, we can't conclusively say that the wrath we are being delivered from here is the tribulation period, rather than the lake of fire, hell, or the Antichrist's victory on earth. We cannot read things into the Bible that aren't there, and being delivered from God's wrath generally in the Bible means that we were all destined for hell as natural sinners before Jesus, which indicates that to make this about the tribulation is unfounded in Scripture. In fact, Jesus states in Matthew chapter 24 verse 9, that before his second coming, they will deliver you up to tribulation and put you to death, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. Here we have a direct, unavoidable statement that Christians will suffer through tribulation, according to Jesus. Let's look at one more verse from 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verses 16 to 17. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. This verse clearly indicates that Jesus will descend to earth at the rapture, and meet believers in the air. In order to make this about something before the actual end of the world, or the biblical judgment day, we have to postulate a third appearance of Jesus on, or near, earth. This contradicts the long-held tradition of the second coming of Jesus into the physical universe being the conclusion of his appearances on earth. Let's look at some more of Jesus' words that seem to imply the church will be on earth for the tribulation. Matthew chapter 24 verses 29 to 30 reads, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. At that time the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn." This verse clearly indicates that Jesus' appearance will be after the tribulation, and that there will be events happening that all the tribes of the earth will see, meaning that the rapture could not have happened yet. In Matthew chapter 24 verses 15 to 21, we read, "When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be." Jesus seems to imply the church will be on earth and able to see the Antichrist here. How are we seeing this if we have been raptured? Recall that under this theory, the temple is the bodies of Christians. Therefore, the gene therapy injection fits perfectly with the Antichrist being in the temple description. The Bible never explicitly clarifies whether the third temple is physical or spiritual in nature. An interesting biblical congruence can be found in Matthew chapter 24 verse 15. "So when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand," and Revelation chapter 13 verse 16. "This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. These phrases, such as, "let the reader understand," and, "this calls for wisdom," imply that there is a deeper symbolic meaning beyond a simple literal interpretation. Is this an indication that there is a symbolic dimension missing in the traditional, literal, interpretation of the Antichrist in the temple verse that would be congruent with the theory that the gene therapy itself represents the Antichrist? The only thing we can conclusively say is that the author of these verses is implying the existence of a deeper, more hidden or arcane meaning. Another prominent verse used to support a pre-tribulation rapture is related to this, in that after describing the Antichrist in the third temple, understood here as the bodies of the believers, Paul states in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 7, "For the secret power of lawlessness, the Antichrist, is already at work. But the one who now holds it back will continue to do so till he is taken out of the way." This verse is too vague to confirm that Paul is conclusively saying the church will taken out of the way before the tribulation period. That could be what it's implying, but it can't be confirmed 100%, as it is not clear who the pronoun in the phrase, "he is taken out of the way," is referring to. For example, a competing theory could be that God, the restrainer of the Antichrist and end times, is taken away, by voluntarily injecting a substance that changes our DNA and fundamentally alters the code God wrote for us that makes us human. Generally, the Christian Church, or Bride of Christ, is not referred to using male pronouns. Next, there is one additional verse from Jesus that can give us an indication of the timing. "Men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up, and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. Luke chapter 21 verses 25-28. How are we lifting up our heads during those things which are coming, if we have been raptured? The verse states that redemption is drawing nigh at the time of the tribulation, so clearly it has not happened yet. Two additional biblical arguments indicating that Christians will be on earth during the tribulation are as follows. The seal of God. Then I saw another angel ascending from the rising of the sun, with the seal of the living God. And he called with a loud voice to the 4 angels who had been given power to harm earth and sea, saying, Do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads. Revelation chapter 7 verses 2-4. How are these servants of God here on earth well into the tribulation if the rapture has already happened? Next, the beheaded saints. Also I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and for the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or its image and had not received its mark on their foreheads or their hands. Revelation chapter 20 verse 4. How are these beheaded Christians on earth if the rapture had already happened? The usual argument is that these are people who became Christian after the rapture, but this is not specifically stated, and cannot be extrapolated without indication. Thus, there is not enough scriptural basis to conclusively say there will be a pre-tribulation rapture, and in fact, the evidence seems to indicate the church will be on earth for the tribulation. Let's look at another widespread mythology of the eschatology surrounding Revelation. It is a common misconception that the Bible says that we will know that we are taking the mark. This is not supported by Scripture, just like the pre-tribulation rapture. In fact, we must question the origin of these doctrines. If these were placed intentionally, it is an extremely clever way to manipulate the church into not worrying about accidentally taking the mark of the beast. After all, what better way to trick the church into taking the mark than convincing them that they won't even be here for it? After careful review of Revelation and the scriptures around the mark of the beast and the tribulation, at no point does it indicate that it will be advertised as the mark of the beast. Rather, the only thing the Bible says is that people will worship or pledge allegiance to the beast through taking it, which, as we know, can be as simple as focusing on money over God, or taking opinions and worldviews exclusively from the media, rather than the Bible. Furthermore, nowhere in the Bible does it state that Satan cannot disguise his mark any way he wants to. On the contrary, we find some compelling verses that suggest that the whole world will be deceived by him, such as 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verses 9-11. The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false, in order that all may be condemned who did not believe the truth but had pleasure in unrighteousness. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, 9-11. This verse must be read carefully. It is clear from reading the Bible that it is our responsibility to discern truth from lies, and genuine ignorance will not be a viable excuse, the same as our courts of law today. Supporting the theory that the whole world will be deceived by Satan, Revelation chapter 12 verse 9 reads, And the great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent, who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Furthermore, Revelation chapter 19 verse 20 reads, And the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet who in its presence had done the signs by which he deceived those who had received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped its image. This verse makes it unequivocally clear that the world will be deceived into taking the mark of the beast, ruling out the theory that the population at large will somehow know they are taking the mark, or possibly even have an understanding of what is happening. Given these verses, we obviously need to make sure that we are not being fooled by false prophets preaching to us about a pre-tribulation rapture, under which we do not need to be worried about being deceived into taking the mark, or stating that the gene therapy injection can't be the mark of the beast, which is factually untrue. So far, nothing has ruled out this injection being the mark, and it is a tenet of such fundamental importance to the Christian faith that we must be diligently watchful of those potentially peddling deceit or lies. The failure of the modern church to stand up to the medical tyranny of the government's illegal and coercive COVID measures constitutes the greatest moral failure and demonstration of cowardice in its entire history. Indeed, we find wolves in sheep's clothing incessantly spreading their false gospel of the world through the media, such as in this article in which pastors assure us that we will not be deceived by Satan, contradictory to numerous verses and thematic elements of the Bible. As reported in USA Today, Harvest Christian Fellowship pastor Greg Laurie said COVID-19 vaccines are not the mark of the beast, but many Christians may believe they are, thinking the world is in what the Bible calls the last days. Laurie, who has been vaccinated, said the mark will be a pledge of loyalty to the Antichrist, and no one would take the mark unknowingly. In Revelation chapter 14, we learn that those who take the mark are doomed, he said. God will not doom people for taking something unwittingly. However, is this true? Or is this merely a crowd-pleasing extrapolation that is explicitly contradictory to what the Bible really says, published because it is exactly what the establishment wants us to hear? It could certainly be said that if we are at the point where the media is saturating us with articles stating that the gene therapy injection is not the mark, then we are far too close to it for comfort. Any pastor, such as this, who says that it is unbiblical to say that we are in, or entering, the end times has clearly not studied even the most basic Bible prophecy, and is, therefore, a false prophet and a wolf in sheep's clothing. Furthermore, Laurie commits here the fallacy of divine psychology, in which he claims to know whether God would or wouldn't do something beyond what he has revealed to us. Nowhere in the Bible do we read that God is obligated to give pre-tests. Just the same as in our laws and courts, ignorance won't be a valid excuse in front of God, as he says his law is written on the hearts of man, and can be discerned by anyone who loves and seeks the truth. If we say that Satan cannot deceive the whole world with his mark, then we are contradicting the scripture, and placing our own analysis and interpretation over it, explicitly against how God told us to read the Bible. Remember, Jesus said that Satan is the father of lies. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. John chapter 8 verse 44. Would Satan lie and deceive the world about a dangerous and spiritually lethal genetic modification injection in order to seduce the world into taking his mark? According to the Bible, he would. COVID has been an obvious deception from the beginning, with a vastly disproportionate and unusual response worldwide from governments, and scant evidence it even exists at all. Anyone who took this injection has fallen prey to the deceptions of the world, pledged allegiance and faith to the government, proclaimed to all the world that they value their life more than God's handwritten genetic code for them, and demonstrated that they do not trust God to see them through any illness or disease. The Bible says in Matthew chapter 16 verse 25 that, "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it," and the COVID gene therapy injection might just be the truest and most literal example of that ever given. The Bible is the authoritative word of God, and those whose actions contradict it do so at their own peril, and against a literal written warning from God himself. Furthermore, the concept of a pre-tribulation rapture is inconsistent with the thematic elements of the Bible. The unifying theme of the Bible is a willingness to suffer, demonstrated through Jesus. In addition, there are many other passages, and even entire books, such as Job, that indicate that we will suffer here on earth. As we read in section 1, Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 1 reads, "I looked and saw how much people were suffering on this earth. I saw the tears of those who are suffering, they don't have anyone to comfort them. Power is on the side of those who treat them badly." Additionally, Ecclesiastes chapter 8 verse 14 reads, "There is something else meaningless that occurs on earth. The righteous who get what the wicked deserve, and the wicked who get what the righteous deserve. This too, I say, is meaningless." The importance of willingness to suffer in biblical psychology goes all the way back to the very beginning of biblically recorded history in Abraham. Abraham's faith in God was so great that he was willing to sacrifice his son on God's command, foreshadowing the sacrifice of Jesus. Abraham, through his faith, believed that God would either raise his son from the dead, or as the ultimately authoritative arbiter of good and evil, would have had morally sufficient reasons for the sacrifice. His faith in God was so strong that he was willing to suffer greatly, because he trusted in God's plan. The tribulation presents the ultimate test, and to think that God would pull his church out at the last minute during this final test, as a sort of deus ex machina, doesn't sit congruently with the rest of the Bible. in which God's people suffer while Satan's people prosper on earth. Furthermore, desiring a pre-tribulation rapture is inconsistent with the willingness to suffer, which Abraham demonstrated so ably to God. If the Church really believes the Word of God, should it not, instead, long for the kind of persecution and demonstration of faith that being beheaded by the Antichrist's armies would be? I saw the souls of them that had been beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for the Word of God, and who had not worshipped the beast, nor his image, nor had received his mark upon their foreheads or on their hands. And they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. Revelation chapter 20 verse 4. Let's look at some verses that imply that Christians will suffer on earth, which is incongruent scripturally with a pre-tribulation rapture. John chapter 15 verses 20 to 25. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you. The word that is written in their law must be fulfilled. They hated me without a cause. Romans chapter 8 verses 17 to 34. If indeed we suffer with him, that we may also be glorified together. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 3. Paul exhorts Timothy to share in suffering as a good soldier of Christ Jesus. 1 Peter chapter 4 verses 12 to 13. Think it not strange concerning the fiery trial which is to try you, as though some strange thing happened unto you. But rejoice, inasmuch as ye are partakers of Christ's sufferings, that, when his glory shall be revealed, ye may be glad also with exceeding joy. If we were to summarize these, we could say, don't be confused when tribulations happen to you. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you. Share in my suffering as a good soldier, because the glory that will be revealed is worth it. The commandment is clear. If the Church desires a pre-tribulation rapture, then it has failed the test of desiring to share in Christ's sufferings, and it has demonstrated that it loves its life on earth, against another of his commandments in John chapter 12 verse 25. In pre-tribulation theology, we find that the Christian has tacitly conceded that they do not trust God's plan, unless, of course, it is painless and convenient for them. Now that we have established what we do not know about the mark of the beast or the rapture, let's examine the evidence we do have. Apostasia. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 3. The Greek word for falling away used here is primarily translated as apostasia, or a great apostasy. Paul seems to be referring to a sort of extraordinary and unprecedented apostasy or heresy within the Church. From BibleHub.com. Apostasia 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 3 NNFSGRK. Elthehi apostasia proton kai nas. For it will not come, unless the apostasy comes. What we find here is that the root word for the translation of mark is, to sharpen to a point, a stake, a palisade. When it says, palisade, or stake, it is referring to these. Or this. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, palisade is defined as, a long strong stake pointed at the top. As we can see, it is essentially the shape someone living in the street century would describe a hypodermic needle. Therefore, mark of the beast could also be translated as, palisade, sharp stake, or even, jab, of the beast. Strong's Concordance states the root word of both charax and charagma as charasso, or to sharpen to a point. Further demonstrating that mark of the beast could be more accurately translated as jab of the beast as the Greek translation for the number of the beast, chx. The last character used here is stigma, a still extant word whose entry in Strong's Concordance can be found at number 4742. As we see, stigma can be translated as stick, sting, etc. A mark pricked in or branded upon the body. Prick and sting are synonymous with jab. This obviously presents another troubling congruence with the theory that the injection could be the mark, given that Revelation warns about medicine that will deceive the world, and the mark of the beast is exactly the word John would have used to describe the shape of a hypodermic needle in his time. In addition, when we examine the Greek word charagma, the root word for mark, we find references to a scratch or etching, and connotations of writing. This fits with the genetic modification theory of the vaccine being the mark, in that, through this gene therapy, Satan is marking, or etching, your DNA, and therefore marking you as no longer fully a natural human being in the image of God, but in a different image. Furthermore, we are warned in Revelation chapter 6 verse 2 that the rider on a white horse generally identified with the Antichrist, will be given a crown. The verse reads, "I looked, and there before me was a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest." According to Merriam-Webster, one of the etymologies of corona is something suggesting a crown. Business Insider reports that the coronavirus crown-like spikes give the virus family its name. Furthermore, the word used for bow in this context is the Greek word toxin. According to VOA News, toxin came from the Latin word toxicus, meaning poisoned. The article states that the Latin word itself actually came from the Greek term toxin, meaning "bow." In ancient Greece, fighters with bows would put poison on the points of their arrows. Therefore, the verse commonly thought of as describing the Antichrist in biblical eschatology can be said to be holding poisoned arrows. Once again, a striking congruency with how someone writing this ancient prophecy in the 1st century would describe a vision of someone presenting a modern hypodermic needle filled with toxins. Even more concerning, the creation of this gene therapy was facilitated using the sacrifice of aborted fetuses, paralleling a previous abomination committed by the Greek king Antiochus IV, who performed pagan sacrifices in the Jewish temple. To inject this gene therapy, worshipped as a savior by the world, due to pressure from a demonstrably dishonest, satanic and corrupt government constitutes spiritual adultery, and it can no longer be confirmed after taking it that a person is made in the image of God. According to WBUR News, this gene editing therapy will save the world. The Financial Times also reports that this injection will save the world. Bloomberg reports that this injection will save your life. This is a common theme, reported to us as a type of mantra we are supposed to believe, dictated to us by our moral puppet masters in the media. If this isn't heresy and apostasy, then what is? Only Jesus Christ, the Messiah, can save the world, or save your life. The nuclei of our cells are analogous to a heavily guarded castle, from which orders are issued to the components within our cells, using exclusively trusted mRNA messengers. DNA, the genetic instructional material nested safely in the nucleus of our cells, is the highly complex code of life which God wrote within us. When we take the gene therapy injection, we send billions of mRNA particles, created using sophisticated transhumanist nanoparticle technology, directly into this castle, where it then starts to instruct the ribosomes, or protein factories, within your cells to produce a harmful spike protein. This is the official story, only what it means is up to the individual. There are no long-term studies on what these genetic changes will do, and this is the first widespread usage of this gene therapy technology. The gene therapy injection does, unquestionably, permanently alter your genetic makeup, and leaves a mark that is indelible, and forever inscribed upon each person's book of life, written by God as DNA. We could easily see this as a mark, or an etching, on the code of your life, signifying, like a spiritual brand, that whoever took the injection is no longer made in the image of God. Engaging in genetic modification in order to fit in with the world, go to work or a restaurant, or save your life, constitutes worshipping the world, and by extension, Satan. Combined with the above translations, the biblical evidence for a post-tribulation rapture, and the obviously deceptive and false teaching that says we will know it is the mark, we determine a troubling eschatological position for anyone who took this gene therapy. Next, let's examine the famous days of Noah verse. Matthew chapter 24 verse 37 reads, "As the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be." What could this mean? Let's begin with a selection of verses from Genesis chapter 6, titled, Increasing Corruption on Earth. When man began to multiply on the face of the land and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive. And they took as their wives any they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of man and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God. And Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and the earth was filled with violence. And God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Let's analyze these verses. God is saying that the genetic lineage of the earth was corrupted, because of genetic admixture or manipulation by the fallen angels. Noah may have even been the last remnant of the purely human bloodline, being descended from Adam, which is why he was able to be saved from the catastrophic events of the flood. The preservation of this bloodline is laid out in the Bible in extraordinary detail, as we see in the tedious list of Jesus' lineage in Matthew chapter 1 verse 17, where we have 42 generations laid out from Adam to Jesus. Preserving this bloodline was also at the heart of God's commandment to Joshua to cleanse the promised land using a violent form of genocide, as the Nephilim bloodline was present there as well. This demonstrates that the only time God takes drastic measures like this is when the bloodline or genetics of humans, and especially his personal bloodline, is threatened. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. Genesis chapter 6 verse 4 And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, The land, through which we have gone to search it, is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Numbers 13:32-33 This indicates that, given prophecy indicating that we are in the end times, we should be looking for a worldwide genetic manipulation to occur, following the pattern of the days of Noah. These verses indicating genetic manipulation as the motive for the only times God can be said to have committed genocide indicate that any sort of mass-scale genetic manipulation is taken very seriously by God, and is indeed a component of a Christian end-times eschatology. Public safety. Let's take a released statement from the French government, and replace any kind of health pass with mark, and see how it sounds. Troublingly, any biblical mark would sound remarkably close to this health mark. You must present a health mark to access leisure and culture venues and events bringing together more than 50 people. From early August, you will also need to present a mark in bars, restaurants, malls, hospitals, except if you are admitted for urgent care, retirement homes, residential care homes, and for long-distance travel by plane, train or coach. For campsites, and other holiday accommodation you will need to present a mark once, on arrival. This list may be extended as necessary. There is a disturbing congruence found between this health pass and the mark as described biblically. Just like how the government won't release their files on the free fall acceleration in the allegedly fire-induced collapse of WTC Building 7 because of public safety, the institution of the mark of the beast will, similarly, be for our own good and public safety. This list was created in August 2021, and the French government has since, as of 2022, updated its policies to be even stricter. Recently, French President Macron said that his goal is to piss off the unvaccinated to the bitter end. Reuters reports in their article, Macron's blunt language on France's unvaccinated causes furor. Macron said he wanted to piss off unvaccinated people by making their lives so complicated they would end up getting jabbed. He also called unvaccinated people irresponsible and unworthy of being considered citizens. But others agreed with lawmaker Jacob that Macron's use of the slang term, emmerder, from merde, shit, was unacceptable. That shows an aggressive side, it's a bad word, it's not very clever of him, said 25-year-old sales representative Maya Belhassan. That's not a good comment from a president, added newspaper seller Pascal Delord. Additionally, in the study, are these us. A semiotic view of mixed iron-clay feet from Daniel 2 in the age of artificial intelligent technology. The author states, one of the most applicable interpretations of that iron-clay feet metaphor is the semiotic view of the mixed humanoid AI and human beings in the AI technology age, in which humanoid AI robots and humanity represent the iron and the clay portion of the feet respectively. This provides another compelling biblical reason to avoid any kind of transhumanist technology, such as an injection that alters your genetics using sophisticated mRNA gene editing and nanotechnology. Additionally, according to the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, the etymology of the word vaccine is as follows: late 18th cent. From Latin vaccinus, from vacca cow, because of the early use of the cowpox virus against smallpox. Therefore, the root word of vaccine, vacca, means cow. If this is the mark, what better way to show your worship of the world and science than by pledging allegiance to a calf, just as the Israelites worshipped a different cow thousands of years ago. Rudolf Steiner was an Austrian philosopher, esotericist, and author who was alive at the turn of the 20th century. He made several very specific and unusual predictions about vaccines in his writings. The following was published by him in 1917. It will be considered a sign of illness for anyone to arrive at the idea of any such thing as a spirit or a soul. People who think like that will be considered to be sick, and, you can be quite sure of it, a medicine will be found for this. People will invent a vaccine, so that this human body never even gets the idea that there is a soul and spirit. The vaccine will make the body healthy, that is, make its constitution such that this body no longer talks of such rubbish as soul and spirit. Today, bodies are vaccinated against one thing and another. In future, children will be vaccinated with a substance which it will certainly be possible to produce, and this will make them immune, so that they do not develop foolish inclinations connected with spiritual life. Foolish, here, or coarse, in the eyes of materialists. A way will finally be found to vaccinate bodies so that these bodies will not allow the inclination toward spiritual ideas to develop. These are some interesting statements, which would have seemed practically meaningless before the COVID gene therapy injection was introduced. This certainly provides compelling circumstantial evidence supporting the theories presented here, comprising yet another possible instance of apparent clairvoyance. Interestingly, Steiner talked a lot about karma in his highly Luciferian writings, such as the magazine he published from 1903 to 1908 titled Lucifer Gnosis. We also learn that Steiner was the founder of a Masonic lodge called Mystica Eterna within the Masonic Order of Memphis and Mizraim, which he was the leader of from 1906 until around 1914. Perhaps, Steiner had access to knowledge about credible future plans involving such a vaccine, and was attempting to alleviate his own karma by revealing the truth to the public. In fact, non-mainstream sources claim that, the Luciferians tell us what they are going to do ahead of time, as a fundamental tenet of their belief system. Apparently, the mainstream outlook on these disturbing and apparently serious warnings about a spiritually lethal vaccine is that they present yet another coincidence. Mainstream sources describe a potential mechanism of action for substances, such as graphene oxide, that could be contained within the injection to manipulate the religious and spiritual feelings and attitudes of individuals using electromagnetism. One example of this is an article from The Independent titled, "Disabling Parts of the Brain with Magnets Can Weaken Faith in God and Change Attitudes to Immigrants," study finds. Furthermore, in June of 2019, Microsoft filed a patent numbered WO2020-060606. Human body activity associated with a task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. A server may provide a task to a device of a user which is communicatively coupled to the server. A sensor communicatively coupled to or comprised in the device of the user may sense body activity of the user. The description of the device in this patent number 060606 is congruent with the attributes of the mark, and could easily be linked to a vaccine passport through luciferase, which we will discuss next. This patent discusses ways to store body activity, such as brainwaves and even thought patterns. For example, a brainwave or body heat emitted from the user when the user performs the task provided by an information or service provider, such as viewing advertisement or using certain internet services, can be used in the mining process. The sensors talked about here can be made out of graphene oxide nanoparticles, which are used in vaccines. Graphene oxide contains such simple ingredients, consisting only of carbon, oxygen and hydrogen, that it could plausibly be hidden within the ingredients of the injection, and is even water-soluble. This substance is capable of forming nanomachines and nanoparticles that are associated with vaccine delivery and other functions, and can form sensors within the body. From Health Desk, we read about these sensors within the body, and their delivery through vaccines. Graphene oxide is a compound that contains carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. It is used in many applications, from sensors to textiles to the potential application of medicine. This material is cheap, readily available, and can disperse in water. It is water-soluble, so it may be a great solution for helping medications be absorbed. It can be produced as a powder or a solution for various uses. Graphene oxide may be a useful tool in vaccine delivery in the future, because scientists and chemical engineers believe it can be engineered to be a safe delivery vehicle for vaccines, and help increase their effectiveness. Like lipid nanoparticles, Graphene oxide is also a nanoparticle and has recently been used in an intranasal influenza vaccine platform with promising results. Even worse, luciferase is a bioluminescent substance which is useful in scientific biological tracking implementations. According to the study, optimization of intradermal vaccination by DNA tattooing in human skin, luciferase can be used to tattoo recipients of vaccines, in order to keep track of who has or hasn't taken a certain vaccine. The study reads as follows. DNA vaccines were generated by the insertion of reporter genes into the minimal PVAX1 plasmid backbone, in Vitrogen, Carlsbad, CA. PVAX. Luke was generated by insertion of the gene encoding firefly luciferase into the EcoRI, not I site of PVAX1. This article from Scientific American, titled, Invisible Ink could reveal whether kids have been vaccinated. The technology embeds immunization records into a child's skin further discusses this quantum dot tattooing procedure. The article reads as follows. Along with the vaccine, a child would be injected with a bit of dye that is invisible to the naked eye but easily seen with a special cell phone filter, combined with an app that shines near infrared light onto the skin. The team ended up using a technology called quantum dots, tiny semiconducting crystals that reflect light and were originally developed to label cells during research. The work was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and came about because of a direct request from Microsoft founder and philanthropist Bill Gates himself. Going by Bill Gates' apparent miraculous abilities of clairvoyance, given his event 201 in 2019 that stimulated a coronavirus pandemic immediately before the real-world outbreak, along with his 2017 prediction in Forbes that a fast-moving airborne pathogen could kill more than 30 million people in less than a year. Perhaps he has also coincidentally predicted the exact form the mark of the beast will take. A quantum dot, luciferase encoded, digital tattoo, vaccine passport embedded within the human skin, with a patent number of 060606. Our intellectual bankrollers in the media remind us in the Forbes article that Bill Gates is a smart guy who knows something about global health. So, when he gives a grave warning about a potential catastrophe, it's a good idea to listen. Or, perhaps the conspiracy narrative is true, and the elite of the world comprise an international criminal syndicate loosely based around Luciferian worship and Freemasonry, known in the Bible as the Synagogue of Satan. More information on luciferase and its connections to the COVID injections can be found in numerous places online, such as the website moleculardevices.com. What we find so far is a literal number 060606 associated with Microsoft through a patent remarkably congruent with the mark, as well as a substance called luciferase, used in a sort of digital tattoo, in order to keep track of recipients of vaccines. Recall that Satan, or Lucifer, appears to be attempting to change, or mark, the genetic code of humans into his own image, Lucifer's race. Unfortunately, it only gets worse when we examine the U.S. government's reaction to COVID. From Congress.gov, we read, H.R. 6666 COVID-19 testing, reaching, and contacting everyone, trace, Act 116th Congress, 2019-2020. How many times did we see these signs plastered everywhere? Why did the CDC's social distancing necessarily involve 3 6s, instead of 3 5s or 7s? Apparently, what we have here are 2 further coincidences on our hands. Hypothetically, let's lay out how the gene therapy injection could present as the mark of the beast. The vaccine does, at least sometimes, contain metals or foreign objects. According to VOA News, in their September 2021 article, Japan begins recall of tainted Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Last week, some vials of the vaccine were found to be contaminated with stainless steel. Japanese officials said Wednesday that they did not think the stainless steel particles posed a health risk, while Moderna said the contamination was probably caused by pieces of metal rubbing together in the machinery that put stops on the vials. Scientists allege that they are able to, through manipulating electromagnetic fields, change the way we feel and think, especially about God, and oddly specific liberal talking points such as immigration. Reported in The Independent, in the previously discussed article, disabling parts of the brain with magnets can weaken faith in God and change attitudes to immigrants. Study finds. By shutting down the threat processing center of the brain, scientists weakened people's faith in God and made them less prejudiced. Additionally, we can examine a study from the National Institute of Health, titled, Experimenting with Spirituality. Analyzing the God gene in a non-majors laboratory course, in which the researchers claim that a variation in the VMAT2 gene plays a role in one's openness to spiritual experiences. Furthermore, we can examine numerous articles about manipulation of people's thoughts, feelings, and actions through electromagnetism. Reported in the BBC, in their article Brain Implant May Lift Most Severe Depression. An electrical implant that sits in the skull and is wired to the brain can detect and treat severe depression, U.S. scientists believe after promising results with a first patient. Among the entities invested in this research, we find the Rockefeller family. Again recalling David Rockefeller's quote from Section I. Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I am proud of it. Memoirs, 2003. According to NBC, in their article, Deep Brain Stimulation May Ease Opioid Addiction When Other Treatments Fail, doctors at West Virginia University's Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute are testing the experimental procedure on patients for whom other treatments didn't work. With these articles in mind, we can next take a look at the internet hoax known as Funvax. According to Reuters, in their article, False Claim, video shows Bill Gates presenting vaccine for religious fundamentalists to Pentagon. A post shared widely on social media purports to show a leaked video of Bill Gates presenting a vaccine plan to immunize religious fanatics to the Pentagon, the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense. The video is considered a hoax that has been circulating for years. Now this is clearly not Bill Gates. But was this truly a hoax, or is it rather a government cover-up, psychological operation, or leak? Or even hiding the truth in plain sight? The congruence between what is described here and Rudolf Steiner's spiritually lethal vaccine present yet another troubling occurrence of the question, coincidence or conspiracy? We could speculate that these articles paint a picture of malevolent actors who are using a faux pandemic to usher in vaccines containing some sort of metal conductor, which they will then activate using some sort of worldwide broadcasting frequency, such as 5G or cell phone towers. This process would be enacted in order to utilize the electromagnetic energy that they claim can manipulate a person's faith in God and political beliefs. This theoretical device would work similarly to the infamous passive Soviet listening device, known as the Thing, which was indetectable for many years because it was activated remotely. According to the BBC, because it needed electromagnetic energy from an outside source to become energized and active, it is considered a predecessor of RFID technology. The article reads, "It was activated by radio waves beamed at the U.S. Embassy by the Soviets. It used the energy of the incoming signal to broadcast back. When that signal was switched off, the thing would go silent." But the idea of a device that is powered by incoming radio waves, and which sends back information in response, is much more than that. The RFID tag, short for radio frequency identification, is ubiquitous in the modern economy. My passport has one. So does my credit card, enabling me to pay for small items simply by waving it near an RFID reader. This device could be constructed from nanomaterials capable of building machines inside the human body. On nanowork.com, we read about nanotechnology machines' interaction with living systems. Research on micro and nanomachines has advanced from the observation and understanding of basic motion behavior to the constantly improving capabilities of performing complex tasks. This ranges from interaction with bacteria to propulsion based on cells and in vivo medical applications. The following study from the European Trade Institute is titled, Nanos in the Human Body Medical Perspectives and Ethical Concerns. The study reads, "Advances in nanotechnology harbor many potential uses in medicine. They will help increase our understanding of the human body, its mechanisms and diseases, and how to restore it to health. What we can thus envision here is a sort of biometric computer chip ID capable of forming itself through nanomaterials injected into the body that can be dissolved and even hidden in the basic ingredients of a vaccine. Graphene oxide is a compound that contains carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. It is used in many applications, from sensors to textiles to the potential application of medicine. This material is cheap, readily available, and can disperse in water, that can be eventually tied to your health records, ability to travel, and buy or sell, the function of the number 060606 patent. This ability to buy or sell would be controlled through a federal cryptocurrency blockchain, predicted in The Economist in their 1988 article, Get Ready for a World Currency, featuring a phoenix rising from the ashes. We find the relation to cryptocurrency in an article from Bitcoin.eu, titled, "Has the 1988 Economist magazine prediction come true?" The article reads, the cover advertises the magazine's leading story in which the author suggests a single unified currency could ease international financial woes. The article goes on to discuss the supposed benefits of global cryptocurrency and blockchain financial technologies. This cryptocurrency is related to Microsoft's patent number 060606, which reads, human body activity associated with a task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. The U.S. government has looked into the possibility of a federally controlled cryptocurrency, which they have propositionally called Fedcoin. According to Reuters, in their 2020 article, Fedcoin? The U.S. Central Bank is looking into it. Brainard's remarks suggest more openness to the possibility of a Fed-issued digital coin than in the past. By transforming payments, digitalization has the potential to deliver greater value and convenience at lower cost, Brainard said at a conference on payments at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. She did not touch on interest rates or the current economic outlook. But there are risks. In conclusion, there are enough troubling circumstances surrounding the gene therapy injection that it is congruent with the biblical mark, and the actions of the government have not disproven this theory by relaxing pressure to take the injection. Therefore, any person who willingly took this injection now finds themselves in a tenuous eschatological position. As stated previously, if we are at the point where the mainstream media is writing articles, fact-checking, that the vaccine is not the mark, are we not already way too close to it for comfort? We have seen numerous examples in this writing of the media being brazenly and demonstrably dishonest to the public. When the media says the Antichrist was Emperor Nero and the injection isn't the mark, they are lying, as seen in the article. No, the COVID-19 vaccine is not linked to the mark of the beast, but a first-century Roman tyrant probably is, from the conversation. The media is a Pied Piper, following a pattern of decades of deceptive and misleading reporting, sycophantically loyal to their masters in the synagogue of Satan. Any Christian that sits by and idly watches this authoritarian power grab is likely to find themselves on the side of the cowards in the end, along with the lukewarm. But the cowardly, the unbelieving, the vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters and all liars, they will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. Revelation chapter 21 verse 8. So, because you are lukewarm, and neither hot nor cold, I will spit you out of my mouth. Revelation chapter 3 verse 16. The Bible warns us of a great deception in multiple contexts. While there has been a widespread adaptation of the mythology of the pre-tribulation rapture, there is not enough evidence to conclusively say that it is scriptural. Furthermore, it is inconsistent thematically and logically with the rest of the biblical text. We have seen numerous verses implying the church will be on earth for the mark and the tribulation, as well as corroborating evidence that any kind of worldwide gene editing is grounds, in God's eyes, for a complete reset, genocide, or situation comparable with what we find in Christian eschatology. We observe numerous biblical prophecies indicating that we are in the end times currently, in addition to the prophecy of the fig tree, which indicates that the generation that sees the creation of the modern state of Israel will be the last generation to live on earth. A part of the Bible that people often gloss over is when we find that, according to Revelation, almost the entire last generation will be deceived into taking the mark, and will consequently be damned to hell for all eternity. Furthermore, we have seen that the word mark can also be translated as sharp stake, scratch, or even jab, and that sorcery actually translates to pharmaceuticals or pharmakia. We saw that there is no scripture that says that we will know that the mark is, in fact, the mark. On the contrary, scripture says the whole world will be deceived by Satan. These facts, in addition to the previous issues with the entities pushing the injection, erect a sustainable positive case that the gene therapy injection is the mark of the beast. Until it is disproven by something else becoming the mark, this theory will stand as the most likely explanation of why a group of demonstrably dishonest sociopaths are trying to modify the entire planet's genetics. Let's look at 2 more Bible verses before we move on, and examine the synagogue of Satan in greater detail. I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore, be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Matthew chapter 10 verse 16, or as the Message translation of the Bible states, fake messiahs and lying preachers are going to pop up everywhere. Their impressive credentials and bewitching performances will pull the wool over the eyes of even those who ought to know better. But I've given you fair warning. Part 5: The Synagogue of Satan. All this leads to the question, who are these conspirators? How can we elucidate this enigmatic international criminal syndicate that appears to control world events with supernatural ease? What are their end goals and motivations? Why would the elite make the world a worse place for everyone, including themselves and their descendants? Given that biblical prophecy places us currently in the end times, this group of people can be understood as the synagogue of Satan described by Jesus in Revelation. I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich, and the slander of those who say that they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan. Revelation chapter 2 verse 9, Behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie, behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Revelation chapter 3 verse 9. Jesus is referring here to a small impostor group that is using Judaism as a cover, in order to execute a sinister plot to control the world in the end times of Revelation, and bring about Armageddon. Importantly, this is not to say that all of Judaism is implicated. Supporting this point, Jesus was heavily opposed to the prominent leaders and authority figures of his day, claiming that they did not represent the common Jewish people like he did. Of the few times in the Bible where Jesus demonstrated anger, it was mainly with the Sanhedrin members, or the power structure. Theological race or genealogy have no place in Christian doctrine since Christ's sacrifice. The gospel of Jesus is remarkably open to all who wish to seek it, proclaiming in Galatians chapter 3 verse 28, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. However, it is of major historical interest, and extremely relevant to the conspiracy theory, as the synagogue of Satan plays a central role in this worldview. Therefore, we must ask, is it possible that a group of people embedded within Judaism are in power behind the scenes? As it turns out, there was a distinct schism in the 20th century between Zionist Jews and traditional Judaism. As we recall from the study, the conflict between Zionism and traditionalism before World War I. Upon review of the historical record, we find that this Zionist faction within Judaism was actually a rogue element that embedded itself within the religio-cultural context of the 20th century, in order to act as an inside agent, and to thereby attack, demoralize, and eventually destroy Western Christian society. When we see individuals such as Silverstein and Zemeckis involved with as horrific a plot as 9/11, it is difficult to take their claims of theism or Judaism seriously. They represent a distinct group of people embedded within society today who claim to be Jewish, but whose words, fruits, and actions speak otherwise. However, if the biblical Jews or Israelites are not the Jews of today, then who were they? In addition, who are these Zionists who seem to have usurped the chosen throne of God's people? If Jesus' words are authentic and true, as Christians believe, then at least some of the people claiming to be Jews today are lying, as he references those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. There exist certain clues that can provide some insight into who the real inhabitants of ancient Israel were. According to Live Science, in their article, Blue-Eyed Immigrants Transformed Ancient Israel 6,500 Years Ago, the inhabitants of ancient Israel had blue eyes and fair skin. We read, the two alleles that we highlight in our study are known to be strongly associated with light eye and skin color, respectively, and are often used to make predictions about the appearance of various human populations in ancient DNA studies, she said. In fact, a clue as to the appearance of the ancient Israelites can be found hidden within the etymology of the name, Adam. Underneath its primary meaning of man, we find an etymological meaning of ruddy. If we examine the root meaning of the word Adam meaning ruddy, we find that it means, essentially, blushing, or to show blood in the face, a definition it still carries today. Interestingly, researchers from Morehead State University conducted a study titled, Does Complexion Color Affect the Experience of Blushing? The study reads as follows. In line with predictions, lighter-complexioned individuals were more likely than darker-complexioned individuals to report visible color change as part of their blushing experience and to indicate that changes in visible skin color influenced others' reactions to their blushes. This strongly indicates a light skin tone for the original biblical Israelites. Within the Bible, Jesus is referred to as the Nazarite, or of Nazareth, many times, such as when Matthew chapter 25 verse 71 describes Jesus as Jesus of Nazareth. This doesn't indicate that Jesus himself had taken the specific ancient vow of the Nazarite, but that he was from an area and location in which the people were genetically similar to the Nazarene people. In Lamentations chapter 4 verse 7, we read, "Her Nazarites were purer than snow, they were whiter than milk, they were more ruddy in body than rubies, their polishing was of sapphire, blue." Additionally, Song of Solomon 5:10 reads, "My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. These are fairly explicit statements concerning the appearance of the population that the ancient world would have considered to be the Jews. In Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, section 12.241, we read, "Wherefore they desired his permission to build them a gymnasium at Jerusalem. And when he had given them leave, they also hid the circumcision of their genitals, that even when they were naked they might appear to be Greeks. Accordingly, they left off all the customs that belonged to their own country, and imitated the practices of the other nations." This passage from Josephus indicates that Greeks and Jews were indistinguishable in appearance except for their circumcisions, indicating genetic congruency in the past between what became modern-day Europeans, and the Jews of the ancient world. Confirming this is an academic study from PLOS Genetics, titled, "Genome-Wide Diversity in the Levant Reveals Recent Structuring by Culture." We read, "We reconstructed the genetic structure of the Levantines and found that a pre-Islamic expansion Levant was more genetically similar to Europeans than to Middle Easterners. Therefore, we have conclusive scientific and genetic evidence that a pre-Islamic expansion Levant was more genetically similar to Europeans than to Middle Easterners." The area referred to as the Levant is a term used for the location and time in which Jesus of Nazareth lived, and the events in the Bible occurred. Furthermore, the Haaretz article, "Jews and Arabs Share Genetic Link to Ancient Canaanites," reports that genetic testing reveals that the population that the world currently thinks of as Jews are actually descended from the biblical Canaanites, rather than the Israelite lineage of Abraham. Additionally, Genesis chapter 18 verse 8 reads, "He, Abraham, then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared, and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree." This ritualistic preference for dairy indicates that there should be a correlation with lactose preference or tolerance within the true Jewish genetic descendants of Abraham. In Haaretz, we read an article titled, "Jewish Genetics, 75% of Jews are lactose intolerant and 11 other facts." In an article from Live Strong, titled, "What Ethnic or Racial Groups Tend to Have More Incidence of Lactose Intolerance," we read, "Up to 100% of Asians and Native Americans, 60 to 80% of African Americans and 50 to 80% of Latinos. Conversely, only up to 15% of those with Northern European ancestry have symptoms of lactose intolerance." However, is there a biblical or historical precedent for foreigners usurping the title of Jew, besides the synagogue of Satan references by Jesus? Indeed, in Esther chapter 8 verse 17, we read, "And many people of other nationalities became Jews, because fear of the Jews had seized them." In the book, Judaism and the Christian Predicament, by Rabbi Ben Zion Boxer, we read, "This is not an uncommon impression and one finds it sometimes among Jews as well as Christians, that Judaism is the religion of the Hebrew Bible. It is, of course, a fallacious impression. Judaism is not the religion of the Bible." A classic reference text, Harmsworth History of the World, contains a section on the Hebrew peoples. On pages 1781 to 1784, Volume 3 we read, "Judaism was not evolved in Judah. It was in Babylon that Judaism first became what is was and still is." Additionally, in the 1980 Jewish Almanac, we read, "Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew." What was the origin of this genetic split within Judaism? According to the Jewish Virtual Library, the Edomites are the traditional enemies of the Israelites. The descendants of Esau who often battled the Jewish nation. The origin of the Edomites is explained in Genesis. The Edomites were the descendants of Esau, the twin brother of Jacob and the son of Isaac and Rebekah. This is an important turning point in biblical history, since Jacob and Esau would become two separate and distinct nations because of their marriages and the resultant offspring. Jacob took wives of his own tribe, which accordingly pleased God and his parents, and his descendants became the Israelites. Meanwhile, Esau took wives of the Canaanites, and his descendants became the Edomites. Malachi chapter 1 verses 2-3 reads, "Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness." Additionally, Romans chapter 9 verse 13 states, "As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated." Speaking to these Edomites, or false Jews, Jesus said in John chapter 8 verse 44, "Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it." Tying all these threads together, we find a 1991 article in the Washington Report on Middle East Affairs, reviewing the book The 13th Tribe. In his carefully researched book entitled The 13th Tribe, Arthur Koestler refutes the idea of a Jewish race. Moreover, he says that most Jews of the contemporary world did not come from Palestine and are not even of Semitic origin. While Jews of different origin also contributed to the existing Jewish world community, the main bulk originated from the Khazar country in the USSR. Koestler, a Jew born in 1905 in Budapest, writes that the Khazars, who flourished from the 7th to the 11th century, were a major power. Their empire extended from the Black Sea to the Caspian and from the Caucasus to the Volga. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, in the 16th century Jews numbered about 1 million. Koestler quotes scholars as documenting that, the majority of those who professed the Judaic faith were Khazars. Koestler has one main thesis: the bulk of Eastern Jewry, and hence of world Jewry, is of Khazar Turkish, rather than Semitic, origin. As Koestler points out, Jews of our times fall into two main divisions: Sephardim and Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, descendants of the Jews who had lived in Spain until their expulsion, with the Muslims, at the end of the 15th century, and who later settled in the countries bordering on the Mediterranean, spoke a Spanish-Hebrew dialect, Ladino. In the 1960s, the Sephardim numbered about 500,000. The Ashkenazim, at the same period, were about 11 million. Thus, in common parlance, Jew is practically synonymous with Ashkenazi Jew. An Israeli scholar, A. N. Polyak, a Tel Aviv University professor of medieval Jewish history, quoted by Koestler, states that the descendants of Khazar Jews, those who stayed where they were, in Khazaria, those who emigrated to the United States and to other countries, and those who went to Israel constitute now the large majority of world Jewry. Koestler, who originally published The 13th Tribe in 1976, noted that the story of the Khazar Empire begins to look like the most cruel hoax history has ever perpetrated. Linking the Edomites with the Khazarians, the Jewish Encyclopedia Volume 4, published in 1902, reads, "Thus we have it from Jewish sources that the Khazars originally dwell near the Seir Mountains, so are racially of Edomite stock. But how and when did Edomites get to Khazaria? There is evidence that in the 6th century BC, some of the Edomites fled their homeland of Seir and migrated north. After the fall of Jerusalem, in 586 BC, the Edomites began to press northward, Ezekiel chapter 36 verse 5. This is known as the Khazarian hypothesis, a provocative and politically charged theory which remains unsettled. Even a mainstream article from Science is forced to admit that, although the study does not appear to support the Khazar hypothesis, it doesn't entirely eliminate it either. This Khazarian faction can be seen as the origin of the schism between Orthodox and Zionist Judaism in the 20th century, with the Zionist, or Khazarian, faction largely controlled by extremely wealthy families such as the Rothschilds. In fact, the Rothschild family was directly responsible for financing construction of both the Supreme Court and the Knesset, or Parliament building, of Israel, described in the Jerusalem Post as gifts from the Rothschild family to Israel. Is it possible that there is an even deeper layer of deception present, and that this family has utilized a deceptive pattern of behavior since their very origin? Could there be a genetic level of deception, in which people who demonstrate patterns of dishonesty and violent actions are also being deceptive about their ancestry, and even the very genetic origins they claim? Is it possible that Jews, like the Rothschilds or Medicis, are not truly Jewish at all, but are liars, just as Jesus said, once again displaying deceptive and dishonest tendencies and evidencing their predilection for false flag-style surprise attacks? We recall that the Rothschild family got its start financially as smugglers, also known as privateers, mercenaries, or pirates, and we also recall that false flag terminology also originated with naval warfare, and specifically privateers and pirates. We can theorize that the centralized power and wealth utilized by the synagogue of Satan originates from this particular lucrative form of deception. Let's examine some data points that indicate that what we are dealing with got its start as an especially ruthless and deceptive type of maritime mercenary. We will begin with a brief review of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were prominent in Christian finance, in addition to presenting some of the most feared armies of the Crusades. They had an extremely powerful, zealous army, and arguably the world's strongest navy for several centuries. They upheld a strict code of Christian ethics, and are, to this day, famous for being noble, virous, and devoutly Christian. According to the Knights Templar Encyclopedia by Karen Rawls, they had their own network of nearly 1,000 commanderies and fortifications across Europe and the Holy Land, arguably forming the world's first multinational corporation. They managed a large economic infrastructure throughout Christendom, developing innovative financial techniques that were an early form of banking. Until the rise to prominence of the Medici and Rothschild banking dynasties, the Knights Templar constituted the primary banking institution in Europe and the Middle East, and in fact, they invented the concept of banking, as we can see in this article from the BBC titled "The Warrior Monks Who Invented Banking." Temple Church is not just an important architectural, historical and religious site. It is also London's first bank. The Knights Templar were warrior monks. A religious order, with a theological-inspired hierarchy, mission statement, and code of ethics, but also heavily armed and dedicated to holy war. How did they get into the banking game? We learn in the article that they developed the banking system through a complex series of codes and heavy security, driven by a need to protect travelers from pirates or mercenaries on their pilgrimages to the Holy Land. The size of their army and their political prowess led them to expand their banking empire until they were bankrolling kings and empires. So, what led to their downfall within the banking world? According to the article, the seat of banking power moved to Florence, Italy. So who would step into the banking vacuum? But at this particular fair, gossip was starting to spread about an Italian merchant who was there, and making a fortune. He was buying and selling debt, and in doing so he was creating enormous economic value. But this web of banking services has always had a darker side to it. By turning personal obligations into internationally tradable debts, these medieval bankers were creating their own private money, outside the control of Europe's kings. Rich and powerful, they had no need for the coins minted by the sovereign. This part of the article is referring to the Medici family, discussing their debt-based financial empire in Florence, Italy. In the Jewish Virtual Library, we read, "The fate of Tuscan Jewry in the early modern period was inextricably linked to the favor and the fortune of the House of Medici." Though a Jewish presence was registered in Lucca as early as the 9th century and a network of Jewish banks had spread throughout the region by the mid-15th, the organized Jewish communities of Florence, Siena, Pisa and Livorno were political creations of the Medici rulers. The Medici Bank, from when it was created in 1397 to its fall in 1494, was one of the most prosperous and respected institutions in Europe, and the Medici family was considered the wealthiest in Europe for a time. Let's examine this meteoric rise to power a little closer using PBS.org and an article about their documentary Ruthless Ambition. They clawed their way to the top, sometimes through bribery, corruption and violence. Those who stood in their way could end up humiliated, or dead. And the Medici exploited a network of friends, hangers-on who would do anything to stay close to the family. For the Medici, this network of amici degli amici, the magic words in Renaissance Italy, was the key to fame, fortune and survival. The power of the Medici stretched all the way to Rome, where even the papacy was something to be bought and sold. What we see here is a family claiming to be Jewish, but using terroristic tactics like blackmail, bribery, and violence in order to achieve their power. This seems to be a clear antithesis to biblical morals, or morals as taught in the Torah, so we can reasonably say that the people conducting this kind of business are not authentically Jewish, at least in practice. This leads us right back to the beginning of this book, where we saw the Rothschilds, another self-styled Jewish family, using these same strong-arm and seemingly criminal tactics in order to gain power like the Medicis did, who were apparently even buying and selling the papacy. When we examine the fruits of these families, and their lifestyles and actions, it becomes clear that these are not truly theistic, or spiritually Jewish people, but rather the impostors Jesus warned about, the synagogue of Satan. Let's examine the demise of the Knights Templar further. According to the District Grand Lodge of Lebanon, the Knights Templar had a great power, a huge reputation, has accumulated a wealth of knowledge and techniques, especially related to navigation, and an untold fortune. They possessed before their disappearance one of the most powerful naval fleets of the Middle Ages, but after the end of the order no boat belonging to the Knights Templar was confiscated. When they were exterminated in 1307, their huge fleet based at La Rochelle disappeared. One question, however, across the seas: what happened to the ships and the famous Templar treasure? A good part of it had fled to the deep fjords of Scotland and referred to the charge of the family St. Clair, Sinclair, of Rosslyn, the forerunners of a new Masonic order. A story that uses the first historical beginnings of navigation and comes to the U.S. War of Independence, a bold historical theory that links the Order of the Temple with Christopher Columbus, with the piracy of the 16th, 17th and the beginning of Freemasonry on the American continent. Additionally, on the London-based Mark Mason's Hall website, https://markmasonshall.org/orders/knights-templar, we can find the synthesis of the Knights Templar and the Masons, philosophically incongruent organizations that should not be able to coexist, suggesting that one of the two has been covertly subjugated. Let's examine one more reference point before we move on, a book titled, The Templar Pirates. When the Vatican condemned the order, ships of the Templar fleet that went missing at La Rochelle later reappeared, to menace the Church's maritime commerce. These Templar vessels often flew the famed Jolly Roger, which took its name from King Roger II of Sicily, a famed Templar who, during a public spat with the Pope in 1127, was the first to fly this flag. Opportunistic buccaneers spread a reign of terror across the shipping lanes of the New World. Some unaffiliated pirates, in admiration of the Templar egalitarian ideals, even formed their own secret societies, and together with the Templars were part of the ferment that gave rise to independence movements in France and the New World and contributed to the growth of Freemasonry. Recall that the Vatican was up for sale to the Medicis, raising questions when we find that the Pope condemned the order, and the Knights Templars' main adversaries were pirates and privateers who would act essentially as highway robbers for travelers in pilgrimage to the Holy Land. The Knights Templar appear to have been subjugated and assimilated into this society of Masons and mercenaries, and their powerful army, ships, and wealth taken over by what would eventually become the Synagogue of Satan. Accordingly, this is the picture we can trace through the historical record. The Christian Knights Templar, consisting of the European descendants of the original, biblical Israelites, become wealthy and powerful by keeping pilgrims to the Holy Land and their belongings safe from smugglers, pirates, or privateers. For centuries, they maintained an extremely successful and wealthy business and army, while adhering to strict moral codes. Being inherently Christian, and given the truth of the biblical narrative, this would be an unacceptable situation for Satan, who considers this his world. Accordingly, Satan formed his own army, the Synagogue of Satan, consisting of the ancient enemies of the Jews, the Edomites or Khazarians, in order to defeat God's army, the Knights Templar, and seize the financial reins of the world. Eventually, after a protracted era of battles, the Knights Templar appear to have lost the war, a fleet of their ships and their wealth vanished, and the organization was absorbed by what eventually became the Masons, who then controlled the organization and weakened it from within. Demonstrating their propensity for false flag-style deceptions, the Khazarians usurped the title of Jew, or Israelite, as Jesus prophesied would happen. The Templars' banking empire was lost to the Medicis, who utilized more powerful means of financial control over political power, such as blackmailing politicians, and more overt methods of control such as murdering their opponents. The Medici and Rothschild families were both part of the Synagogue of Satan, and not truly theistic Jews, as they claim, which is apparent by simply observing the fruits of their reigns in power over society. This debt-based financial stream-driven source of power leads directly from the Rothschilds, a family of smugglers, also known as pirates, privateers or mercenaries, to the beginning of the satanic plot to control the world. This plot involves 9/11, fiat banking schemes, at least 2 planned world wars, and a luciferase quantum dot digital vaccine passport tattoo combined with Microsoft's 060606 patent, comprising the biblical mark of the beast. This is a logically consistent and sufficiently explanatory worldview that aligns more probably with the historical record and human nature than the coincidence theory, which relies on massive mathematical and probabilistic hurdles being overcome by sheer coincidence. In addition, under the coincidence worldview, we must assume that the people in power got there by luck alone, have our best interests at heart, and generally don't conspire in order to subjugate the rest of us more effectively. These hypotheses can be disproved through everyday experience, and a simple review of the historical record. So far, we have explored the how of this plan by an international organized crime syndicate to place the world in a military and economic stranglehold. But we are lacking the why, the question that science will never be able to answer. Seeing as how the Bible is demonstrably supernaturally authored, we end up at the question of why all of this is happening, and why the world is the way it is. Why would God create a world in which evil is allowed to roam freely, destroying and conquering humanity, essentially, at will? In the next and final section, we will explore this seemingly contradictory dilemma, and answer the most pertinent question of all. What is the meaning of human existence? Part 6 Why? A conspiracy theory. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. Luke chapter 8 verse 17. In this section, we will lay out an explanatory theory for why God created life, and why the universe is the way it is. The Bible contains many references to a type of harvest after the physical universe has ended. This implies that God has a definite and well-ordered plan that he is executing, such as when we plant crops, take care of them carefully, and then harvest them. Potentially, this means that we can try to discern logically what this plan might be. This theory rides intellectually in parallel with the postulate that God created us because he wanted a family, and loves us, and merely adds a layer of understanding and explanation of the evil and suffering we see in the world around us. It also explains the deeply personal and involved feelings God demonstrates towards life on earth, and why he would care so much about what happens here. Let's examine some of these verses. And another angel came out of the temple, calling with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, "Put in your sickle, and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe." Revelation chapter 14 verse 15. Many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is the purpose of the Lord that will stand. Proverbs chapter 19 verse 21. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times things not yet done, saying, "My counsel shall stand, and I will accomplish all my purpose." Isaiah chapter 46 verse 10. This Jesus, delivered up according to the definite plan and foreknowledge of God. Acts 2:23. Let's start at the beginning. Matthew chapter 24 verse 36 reads, "But concerning that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father only." This is a significant verse, in that it can shed some insight into the nature of God. It is suggested here that there is at least one degree of separation between God and Jesus, given that he is not able to know something that God knows. We see the Father and Son titles used throughout the Bible, which we can compare to our clear analogy here on earth. By observing the process of reproduction, we can reasonably suspect that this means that, at some point, God was all that existed, and as the Father, created in some way his first two children, Jesus and the Holy Spirit. Further evidencing the theory that the triune aspect of God had origins, indicating at some point a pre-creation, monotheistic state of being for God, is Micah chapter 5 verse 2, which reads, referring to the Messiah, "But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times." Hence, we have the concept of a point in time in which God existed as an infinite singularity, consisting of all that ever was or ever could be. Within this singularity was contained everything that we know, or see, including the evil we see around us, indeed, infinite good and infinite evil. A controversial Bible verse is Isaiah chapter 45 verse 7, which reads, "I form the light, and create darkness. I make peace, and create evil. I the Lord do all these things." On the surface, it seems strange that God says, "I create evil." However, recall that in Genesis chapter 3 verse 22, we read, "Then the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil." This is at odds with the modern Christian idea that God could not, or would not, create, consist of, or know evil in any way. However, This theory conflicts with the idea that God is omnipotent. Given that at some point God was all that existed, and given Acts 17:28, which reads, "In him we live, and move, and have our being," this leads us to the postulation that, at some point, God did contain evil, and decided he wanted to do something extraordinary, change himself. Being omnipotent and omniscient, God knew immediately how to achieve this: the creation of what we call the universe, and the formation of billions of self-replicating versions of himself, living in a parallel dimension to the spiritual reality. We call this the physical world, in which tiny actions we do seem to have immense spiritual consequences, such as when Jesus prophesies that he will say, "I was thirsty, and you gave me drink," when separating the wheat from the chaff. These fragments of God would have free will, being able to choose between good or evil, and would be broadly obscured from knowing what their true purpose as a sort of spiritual attractor is. In the Garden of Eden, we see God's plan seemingly foiled by Satan in the form of a talking snake, when he convinces Adam and Eve to eat from the forbidden tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The concept of God being fooled is, of course, ridiculous, which means God must have planned all of this to happen, and it was meant for us to have this knowledge, discernment, and ability to carry out evil. There seems to be a sense that whatever we choose, we must choose out of our free will. This implies a divine rule in that Satan, while able to use any manner of lies or deception to manipulate people, can't simply hold us down and force us to sin. We must choose to do so. As far as we know, all of the murder, rape, and torture carried out on this planet has been carried out exclusively by human hands. Under this worldview, Jesus and Satan are composed fundamentally of the good and evil aspects of God himself. In this theory, Satan acts as a sort of apex spiritual attractor, destined to be destroyed and separated from God forever. In this purpose, Satan exerts a type of malevolent magnetic field, in which all of the fragments of God that are attracted to, and choose to do evil coagulate, so that they can all be disposed of at once. However, the ultimate and final victory over evil itself took place when God entered into his own test, and passed it flawlessly by living a sinless, perfect life. While living this perfectly innocent life, he went willingly to his own slaughter, demonstrating the perfectness and victory of the dominant good nature of God. In some way that we can't fully comprehend, it would seem that the very real salvation of all mankind was literally hanging in the balance as Jesus lived out his life. Being fully human as well as fully divine, he could have failed the test at any moment by sinning as we all do, thereby dooming all of us, and theoretically even God himself, forever. We recall that one of the themes of the Bible is that physical actions have immense and very real, spiritual consequences. Something as consequential as changing God, by necessity, would have to be a real test, in that it would have had real consequences, had Jesus' life, and death, gone any other way. It's possible that God, through being omnipotent, was able to actually put his omnipotence on the line in the person of Jesus, in a way that would be irrecoverable if the test was failed. In the blood of Christ, we see the permanent and eternal demonstration of the victory of the good over the evil aspects of God. This brings us to the wedding supper of the Lamb, found in Revelation. The church is often described as the bride of Christ. This implies that there will be some sort of consummation of the wedding afterwards, as is required in a true wedding. In a spiritual sense, this would entail two becoming one, as a set of weddings in Genesis. Therefore, in some strange and divinely inspired way, it seems that we will be reunited with God, as one flesh again. However, this time, without any of the fragments of God, or souls, that were attracted to evil in this universe. In essence, during their time here on earth, they acted as spiritual attractors for all of the evil in the universe, and therefore in God, so that evil itself could be permanently destroyed. When these malevolent and defective souls are cast into hell, they will be forever, and permanently, separated from God. Therefore, we can state this theory as follows. At some point, God existed as an infinite singularity, containing everything we could possibly know or experience, all good and all evil. God decides to do the only theoretically difficult thing for a God to do, change his own nature. He immediately knew what to do, and how, being omniscient and omnipotent. He would have to transform himself into billions of pieces, creating self-replicating copies, each carrying a piece of his divine soul, to inhabit this intricate and emotive physical universe in which free will inherently exists. This temporal, physical dimension would be fought over by two dueling aspects of his nature acting as demigods, strategically influencing humans to either be good or evil, with Jesus containing the dominant good part of God himself. These fragments of God would use free will, necessary for this test, to choose which aspect of him they want to follow. After the experiment has run its course, the universe will be destroyed, and all souls that acted as sponges to soak up the evil aspects of God will be forever separated from God, rendering God only infinite goodness forever. Jesus warns us in Matthew chapter 7 verses 13 to 14, "Enter by the narrow gate. For the gate is wide and the way is easy that leads to destruction, and those who enter by it are many. For the gate is narrow and the way is hard that leads to life, and those who find it are few." Furthermore, we can estimate from the parable of the sower that God expects roughly a quarter of humanity to pass this test. We can also extrapolate based on the mechanics of threshing and winnowing that there will be significantly more chaff than wheat. Therefore, anyone who chooses not to follow God is as helpless and foolish as an animal running straight into a trap. Plenty of people, like the scientist quoted previously, just don't like God. Having free will, they are within their rational rights to feel that way. However, their complaints about how God is unfair and mean are as useless as an insect protesting a government-sanctioned highway. God has a plan, and we are either with it or against it. If you don't like God's plan, then that's too bad, because it's happening whether we like it or not. God is the authoritative and ultimate moral arbiter. Therefore, if a person is against God, then they are, by definition, evil. There are plenty of people who genuinely like God, as well as love Him, and are more than happy to follow His perfect law, laid out simply enough for a child to understand in the Ten Commandments. Anyone else is simply chaff, a waste product fit only to burn, as it provides no nutrition and bears no fruit. There are many references to this purifying fire in the Bible, and it is clear that these metaphors relate in a very real way to the spiritual world. In the Bible, we are given a spiritual picture of the refiner's fire burning away impurities, leaving only the valuable, pure remnant behind. The God of the Bible is a fascinating, intense character, full of passion, and highly emotive, with an arcane and holy nature revealed in the astounding complexity of His creations, well worth worshipping and adoring. The Creator God has clearly demonstrated that He is a being worthy of being worshipped in the amazing qualities of life on earth, in all of its mystical power and emotive strangeness and beauty. To put it plainly, God is just cooler than any of these clownishly lying celebrities, scientists, politicians or media talking heads. These deranged and disgusting individuals ceaselessly blaspheme God, while they waste their lives sycophantically filleting and applauding each other at award shows, and attending grotesque Rothschild-style mansion parties until one day, they will die. When they die and enter the eternal state of separation from God, known as hell, they will have served their purpose of absorbing and containing evil within them, and will have themselves been the tools utilized to bring about the ultimate destruction of evil itself. The glimpses we have seen through the prophets, such as Ezekiel, suggest that God's true creative power and beauty is beyond anything we can imagine. Ezekiel chapter 10 reads as follows: "When the Lord commanded the man clothed in linen, saying, 'Take fire from within the wheelwork, from among the cherubim,' the man went in and stood beside a wheel. Then one of the cherubim reached out his hand and took some of the fire that was among them. And he put it into the hands of the man clothed in linen, who received it and went out. The cherubim appeared to have the form of human hands under their wings. Then I looked and saw 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherub. And the wheels gleamed like a beryl stone. As for their appearance, all 4 had the same form, like a wheel within a wheel. When they moved, they would go in any of the 4 directions, without turning as they moved. For wherever the head faced, the cherubim would go in that direction, without turning as they moved. Their entire bodies, including their backs, hands, and wings, were full of eyes all around, as were their 4 wheels. I heard the wheels being called, the whirling wheels. Each of the cherubim had 4 faces. The first face was that of a cherub, the second that of a man, the third that of a lion, and the fourth that of an eagle. When the cherubim moved, the wheels moved beside them, and even when they spread their wings to rise from the ground, the wheels did not veer away from their side. When the cherubim stood still, the wheels also stood still, and when they ascended, the wheels ascended with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. This is compelling and interesting material, featuring authentic and inspiring imagery that far surpasses anything created by the human imagination. It is unclear what is even being described, indicating that the true nature of God is majestic beyond anything we can understand. The Bible presents the only worldview we are no longer allowed to espouse publicly in this country. It has been banned from schools, attacked by the federal government, and its churches have become weak, silent, and cowardly. And yet, the Bible is more descriptive and interesting than any of the nonsensical, childish garbage pumped out by Hollywood, consumed incessantly by the domesticated and stupefied American public. Rather than seek true wisdom, we listen to fools, wolves in sheep's clothing, and people like Dawkins, Hitchens, and Krauss, who act as false prophets spreading the tenuous gospel of science. The modern world chooses to love and worship the modern ethos of emptiness or nothingness, worshipping the darkness, or the illusory, ephemeral beings of the material world. Why are the atheists, materialists, and naturalists obsessed with attacking Christians, but never the Muslim, Hindu, or Buddhist? It is because they hate the truth, and despise the light that exposes their evil deeds. This rejection of God comes at the peril of anyone who denies His free gift of eternal life through His Son Jesus Christ. The only catch? That gift can't reside in a soul that is still willingly performing evil acts, even when they know they shouldn't. The Ten Commandments are a perfect and simple system of law, but somehow humanity has failed to go even a single day without continuously breaking these simple laws, given to us in writing, and in person, by our Creator. This is a simple outline, but stands as the most sufficiently explanatory worldview explaining the meaning of human existence. Here we see, coincidentally, a myriad of celebrities demonstrating the same 666 satanic hand sign. Part 7 Conclusion. What we have seen over the last century has been the greatest intellectual and moral failure in the history of mankind. Indeed, if there is even a written history left after the baby boomers have finished wreaking their destruction on the world, they will go down as the most inept, impotent, brainwashed, and materialistic generation in history. The terminally distracted generations of the 20th century were impassioned exclusively by meaningless, goal-shifting pipe dreams, pumped into their heads by their only true love, the television. This enabled them solely to think in the form of mystical buzzwords that were spoon-fed to them by their moral bankrollers, the politicians and media. They idly daydreamed about peace and love, while under their noses a hostile and malevolent international criminal syndicate performed a successful takeover of the U.S. government, and soon, the world. Under these generations' stewardship, the economy of the world became a casino, in which value is as meaningless and formless as their conception of morality. The generations alive during the 20th century are the truest form of Saturn, the abhorrent deity who eats his children, feasting like vampires upon the wealth of the world, and enabling a vast transfer of wealth to the elite such that their children will receive nothing but crumbs, and a polluted, destitute planet. Indeed, we saw what was once the richest and most prosperous generation and country in history reduced to nothing but a sickly parody of what it once was, and this destruction not only unresisted, but enthusiastically cheered on by the public. Never in history has a civilization squandered so much, and received so little. The older generations of this planet have failed so miserably to upkeep it that they have literally ushered in the biblical apocalypse. The COVID biosecurity state, and their beloved, terrorist, security theater will never go away, leaving humanity forever stuck with tangible, physical reminders of these weak, cowardly, and impotent generations, physical and spiritual shackles that have forever doomed the world to a perpetual serf class. This obsession with rules and safety has created a world akin to a perverted kindergarten, in which we are constantly dictated to by our psychotic overlords about what we can and cannot do. All for our own good, and public safety, of course. They smiled and clapped, cheered even, as the wealth of the world coagulated into a dark mass, and set about enslaving the remainder of the population. They not only supported, but wholeheartedly believed in their own creation mythology, the mythos of the world wars. These bankers' wars were insane moral and intellectual travesties that served no purpose but the utter destruction of a large part of the world, and the common people, while enriching the few. As if they weren't satisfied with the sheer stupidity of destroying the European continent, they thunderously applauded the brazenly Faustian and quixotic wars of the decades since then, such as the Iraq and Vietnam debacles. They sat in front of their televisions every evening, nodding and frowning along with the emotional cues used to program them, agreeing with the celebrities and media figures they liked, and disparaging the controlled opposition of the other side. Indeed, they still, to this very day, can't see beyond the false dichotomy of the two-party system, to the monolithic, monstrous entity that has raped the world, and left its corpse as feed for carrion. We have seen in the 20th century events analogous to the four horsemen of the apocalypse. These are generations that love war, spread spiritual famine and political madness, and bankrupt morality for fun. They have not loved the truth. Therefore, God has sent them a strong delusion in the form of a genetically altering injection, pushed to them by the celebrities, politicians, and media that they love, adore, and worship so much. In their complacency and weakness, they have signed their own death warrants, and caused the destruction of the world. These lukewarm Christians quote the Bible, and listen to their pastors telling them what is and isn't biblical prophecy, but they never even really read it. Instead of wisdom, the epitaph on their tombstone will read, "Here lies the boomer. I am become death, destroyer of worlds." What we have seen in this writing is irrefutable and demonstrable proof that 9/11 was a conspiracy conducted from within the highest levels of government. This has been demonstrated by using the official narrative against itself, as when it is examined with a fine lens it crumbles under close scrutiny. As a result of this examination, the coincidence theory is found to be so implausible as to be rendered impotent, untenable, and indeed, impossible. Take, for example, the Israeli spies arrested on 9/11 that lived in the same, small Florida town, as the hijackers, and were arrested carrying box cutters, the same weapon used in the alleged attacks. We recall that if even a few of the 99 coincidences laid out in this writing can be shown to not be a coincidence, then the conspiracy theory must be true, as these dueling and mutually exclusive narratives are logically necessary, given the extraordinary nature of the events. On top of the multitude of untenable coincidences, we must put aside everything we know about the laws of physics, and accept that multiple supernatural episodes of divine intervention happened on 9/11. These supernatural events would have consisted of multiple cases of never-before-observed spontaneous architectural combustion, as well as entire passenger planes changing their states of matter into previously unknown, plasma states, allowing them to disappear completely, or even be in two places at the same time. A massive conspiracy like 9/11 cannot happen in a vacuum, presenting massive and threatening implications for the present day. This conspiracy has been laid out in this writing in detail from its very formation, through the Rothschilds and the Lusitania event. This catastrophic event, along with Pearl Harbor, provide clear examples of government dishonesty and official misleading of the public. We find multiple cases of conspiracies within these events, such as the withholding of information from the command at Pearl Harbor, and the coincidental prediction of the exact date of the attack by government officials. We also find clear conspiracies when we examine the illegal cargo on board the Lusitania, and the subsequent cover-up regarding British intelligence tracking both the Lusitania and the U-boat that went on to sink her, while the attack was transpiring. These events constitute data points within a pattern of government deceit, lies, and betrayal, in which they demonstrate their willingness to murder or torture civilians in cold blood, such as under Operation Gladio and MKUltra. Finally, we saw the genesis of the 9/11 plan in Operation Northwoods, in which the government planned to hijack planes and blow up U.S. ships in order to provoke a war with Cuba. The individuals who perpetrate these crimes against humanity can be understood as the biblical synagogue of Satan, prophesied by Jesus to exist in the end times. Lending credence to the veracity of these claims, in this writing we have seen irrefutable and demonstrable evidences proving that the Bible is supernaturally authored, and that it is a reliable and historically consistent text. These proofs of supernatural authorship consist of fulfilled prophecy, and equidistant letter spacing codes placed within the Bible, both of which are impossible to replicate or forge through human or naturalistic means. The existence of the Bible itself is miraculous, as it was written by over 40 different authors over approximately 1,600 years, and yet tells a cohesive story, and clearly reads as a unified text. Given that even trying to collaborate on a book with multiple authors who can interact in real time is challenging, the number of underlying connections and thematic unity we find in the Bible presents a compelling case for supernatural authorship. Another example of these markers for supernatural authorship is information contained within the Bible that is thousands of years ahead of its time, such as the advanced medical treatise contained in the Old Testament. These evidences, along with multiple deductive and inductive arguments demonstrating that it is far more rational to believe that God exists, as opposed to atheism, provide a firm foundation for further study of the Bible as the basis for an epistemologically and ontologically sound worldview. On top of this, we saw many examples of the Bible fulfilling the historical criteria of attestation, demonstrated through independent references to the texts, as well as archaeological discoveries that confirm, but never contradict, the biblical narrative. Furthermore, we have seen that the entities pushing the COVID gene therapy injection on the world are organizations with track records demonstrating dishonesty, cover-ups, murder, and Holocaust-style medical experiments on unwitting or unwilling individuals. We have seen evidence that presents troubling and compelling congruencies between the COVID gene therapy injection and the mark of the beast, as well as a more logically sound case for a post-tribulation rapture than a pre-tribulation rapture. One example of these congruencies is that the Bible says that the whole world will be deceived into taking the mark through pharmakia, the root word of pharmacy or pharmaceutical. This is a strikingly and remarkably accurate description, among others, of the way a person writing Revelation in the 1st century would describe the COVID gene therapy injection. In fact, we find that the very word mark itself can be translated more accurately as a sharp stake, with implications of a prick or jab. We also find convincing evidence that in biblical eschatology, the whole world will be deceived into taking the mark, as opposed to its open advertisement as such. Given that the synagogue of Satan is currently active in the world, as Jesus prophetically suggests, we should be very wary of politicians, celebrities, and the media, who are demonstrably dishonest, morally bankrupt, and who display character traits suggesting sociopathy. The sociopath is the most dangerous person on earth, willing to go to tremendous lengths in order to obtain the only thing that provides them with pleasure, happiness, or meaning in life: control over other people, and the ability to cause human suffering. In order to obtain this, they will spin enormous lies and deceit, which they must then cover up from the world with more and more drastic measures. We recall that, according to psychology, approximately 158 million people are diagnosable worldwide as sociopathic. Even worse, studies of human behavior indicate that when these individuals find each other, they use power structures, organizations, and behavioral control techniques to convince others to go along with things they would normally consider to be abhorrent, but will do when dictated to by an authority figure. We have seen a rationally consistent, well-sourced, and logically coherent worldview that is, unlike any other, satisfactorily explanatory for the world we see around us. We have seen a plausible origin for this conspiracy, and a demonstration of how it was able to compromise entire governments, as well as its members' willingness to inflict horrifically violent crimes against humanity on their fellow citizens. We have seen irrefutable evidence from History.com demonstrating that government agents take pleasure in raping, murdering, and torturing their fellow humans, indicating that they are, in fact, sociopaths. Finally, we have tied all of these threads into a logically coherent and sufficiently explanatory theory of everything, in which we elucidated the meaning of human life and existence. Satan exists as a spiritual attractor, through which all of the fragments of God who choose to do evil coagulate. When this harvest, or refiner's fire, what we call the physical universe, has run its course, evil will be destroyed forever. This process is referred to in the Bible as separating the wheat from the chaff, and it is prophesied that few will succeed in achieving reunification with God, and partaking in His infinite goodness for all eternity. Enter by the narrow gate. For the gate is wide and the way is easy that leads to destruction, and those who enter by it are many. Matthew chapter 7 verse 13. His winnowing fork is in his hand, to clear his threshing floor and to gather the wheat into his barn, but the chaff he will burn with unquenchable fire. Luke chapter 3 verse 17. To disbelieve this worldview is to disbelieve the historical record, the forensic evidence, logical proofs, human nature, mainstream sources, and all reasoning and observation that we can do of the world around us. Therefore, in contrast to the demonstrably false and dishonest worldview presented to us by the media, government and politicians, the only logical, sourced, and sufficiently explanatory worldview is the one we have seen laid out here, the more rational worldview. The end. Thanks for listening to my book. For a free download, check the link in the description, or send me an email. May God bless you and keep you richly, my beloved fellow servants in Christ.